Introduction. Transformed into a spherical being, my father brandishes a sword against me. Why does this plot seem so familiar? Have I become Nezha? In the apocalyptic era of Earth, a great cultivator traverses into the realm of Nezha. Witness the youth in the primordial chaos, slaying the delusional realm, exterminating the dragon prince, subduing the dragon palace, breaking the celestial barrier, and becoming the slender thread of hope for the Jie. Chapter 1. The transformative essence of time and space, self-styled as the Pearl of Tai. Where am I? Li Jing struggled to open his eyes, yet was met with utter darkness. Attempting to move his arms only revealed his inability to do so. The more he attempted to break free, the more he felt ensnared within an unfamiliar spherical confinement. Perhaps I've been ensnared by an enemy, trapped within some malevolent artifact, he pondered inwardly. As a formidable cultivator in the apocalyptic era, Li Jing's knowledge was sufficient to conjure such thoughts of wicked artifacts. Suddenly, a warm current coursed through his entire being. Before Li Jing could contemplate further, a torrent of vast information surged into him, akin to the overwhelming consciousness of a celestial being, unstoppable in its flow. Spirit Pearl, your nature is unruly, and at this moment of the great calamity of divinity, you may descend to reincarnate. This is both your tribulation and your fortune. Your second master, the Tai Zhenren, wishes to take you as a disciple, and I, too, acquiesce. However, should you choose to decline, you need not heed this call, yet do not tarnish my name, the great Empress Nuwa. It felt as if a magnificent lady whispered softly in Li Jing's ear, while vivid images replayed in his mind a white-clad saintess, golden lotuses swirling. Countless fragments of memories flooded his consciousness, and he respectfully uttered, "Thank you, Empress Nuwa. I shall obey your command." With the sage's consciousness imparted, Li Jing instantly comprehended everything, albeit with a hint of disbelief. Spirit Pearl? Li Jing murmured to himself, realizing that he had not been ensnared by an enemy, but had unknowingly reincarnated as the still gestating Nezha. What does this signify? Had he truly traversed into another realm, and moreover, become Nezha? Ultimately, this was now an inescapable reality whether Li Jing wished to accept it or not. He had indeed transformed into Nezha, or rather, the Spirit Pearl. More importantly, he had acquired what Nezha from his previous life could not attain, the divine consciousness of Empress Nuwa, which Nezha had not received before being severed by Li Jing, thus lacking Nuwa's legacy. Nuwa, among the great saints, was the earliest to achieve divinity, although her ascension stemmed from merit. Her heritage was undoubtedly profound. As for her final words, they resonated deeply with him. The essence was that if one did not wish to submit, they need not, implying freedom of choice without concern for the primordial one, and the caution against tarnishing Nuwa's name carried significant weight. In simpler terms, it meant, you are free to choose should any trouble arise. I shall take responsibility, such as my whim. Embracing the continuous warmth, Li Jing began to revel in it. This was a rare divine essence, a treasure only Empress Nuwa could bestow. While still in the womb, he refrained from any unnecessary movements and devoted himself to cultivation. His training revolved around Nuwa's legacy, the chaotic creation technique, deemed the foremost foundational method in the primordial world. Li Jing had only heard of it in his past life, yet now found himself practicing it firsthand. Of course, another crucial aspect was to reshape his form, taking advantage of the divine essence while still in the womb, as it was one of the materials for crafting beings. Transforming his appearance was a rather straightforward endeavor. Otherwise, appearing as an ambiguous entity with an absurd topknot and clad in a bright red belly wrap would surely bring shame upon Li Jing, who had lived for several centuries. He molded his appearance to resemble that of his childhood in his past life, and within his consciousness emerged a delicately crafted young Taoist. Li Jing felt quite pleased with this form. After all, although he had been a sword immortal in his previous life, his roots were still steeped in Taoist tradition. Thus he found the appearance of a young Taoist quite agreeable. What remained was to focus on his cultivation. Li Jing thought, for the firmer the foundation laid within the womb, the easier his practice would be upon entering the world. Time passed unheeded in the mountains, years unnoticed. While Li Jing's cultivation was not as exaggerated, he remained in meditation for a full 3 months. Just as he was about to continue, a sudden force roused him from his trance. He realized it was time to emerge into the world. Without delay, he seized the moment to absorb the divine essence, taking with him anything he could not fully absorb, and he was careful to leave a portion for his mother, the Yin clan. Who truly understands the hardships of a 3-year pregnancy? The hearts of parents are most poignant, evoking tears. Boom. Indeed, he was a saintly child birthed after 3 years of gestation. Golden light flickered, and before Li Ming could comprehend, he had already burst forth. Perhaps influenced by the essence of the spirit pearl, his mature demeanor faded entirely in that moment. He bounced around, incessantly calling out for his mother. However, he forgot one crucial detail at this moment. He was still a spherical being, and his antics terrified those present in the delivery room, who screamed of a monster, with some rushing to inform Li Jing. Only the loving gaze of Yin Clan remained fixed upon the spherical being that was her child, for regardless of his form, he was still her son. Though Li Ming possessed low cultivation, his consciousness was remarkably pure and refined, allowing him to sense Yin's gaze. Indeed, it was his beloved mother. In his past life, he had been an orphan, raised in an orphanage, never truly experiencing familial love. Thus, feeling Yin's gaze stirred profound emotions within him. Monster, behold my sword! While Li Ming reveled in this rare affection, a furious shout, accompanied by the sound of a blade slicing through the air, arrived unexpectedly. Had Li Ming retained his prowess from his previous life, evading the strike would have been trivial, yet now, with his cultivation barely begun, evasion was impossible. With a sharp sound, the blade struck Li Ming's spherical form, causing it to shatter in a flash of golden light. The golden brilliance appeared and vanished swiftly, and contrary to expectations, there was no bloodshed. Instead, a young Taoist with rosy lips and white teeth, adorned with a topknot, stood resolutely against the wind. Although newly born, he was clothed in a pure white robe, and despite appearing merely 5 or 6 years old, his eyes shone with profound wisdom. Is this my son? Li Jing was lost in contemplation, while Yin hastily rose from her bed, rushing toward Li Ming. Son Li Mingzhu pays respects to mother. Before Yin could crouch down to caress him, Li Ming had already lifted her hands, bowing respectfully. Li Mingzhu, did you choose this name for yourself? Yin inquired with a beaming smile, unbothered by her son's precocity. Feeling immense pride after all, her son had taken 3 years to arrive in this world. What was wrong with being a bit clever? Yes, it is inspired by the tears of the luminous pearl in the vast sea, Li Ming replied, feeling emboldened as his mother was unperturbed by his extraordinary nature. Of course, he had his own interpretations of the name. Li was from his previous life, while pearl was derived from the spirit pearl, symbolizing a fusion of his identities across lifetimes. Preposterous! How dare you arbitrarily name yourself? The names of the sons of the Li family are to be determined by the family head, and you have no right to decide. Li Jing suddenly interjected with a scornful reprimand. Although he had confirmed that his third son was not a monster, he still could not bring himself to accept him. Mother! Li Mingzhu grasped Yin's sleeve, feigning a childish pout, resembling a porcelain doll. Mingzhu chose not to argue with Li Jing, thinking to herself, after all, you're my father, so why not consult my mother instead? Would that not infuriate you? Just as Li Jing disapproved of him, he too held disdain for Li Jing. My son shall be named Li Mingzhu. What of it? Did I not carry him for 3 years? Is this not a small privilege I deserve? Upon hearing Li Mingzhu's words, Yinshi asserted herself fiercely, giving Li Jing no chance to rebut and finalizing the matter. Perhaps Yinshi's words struck a chord with Li Jing, for he did not press the issue further, merely casting a glare at Li Mingzhu. General, do not take offense. Your son's wisdom should indeed be a cause for celebration. Suddenly, a voice, ancient and ethereal, resonated from above. An old Taoist clad in white, holding a whisk, descended gracefully upon a celestial crane, his white hair and beard exuding an aura of otherworldliness. Li Jing, the general of Chentang Pass, pays his respects to the Taoist. May I inquire about your purpose here? Li Jing bowed respectfully, adhering to the etiquette customary for junior disciples of Taoism. I am Tai Jinren from the Golden Light Cave of Qinyuan Mountain, and I have come solely for him. Tai returned the gesture with a smile, gesturing toward Li Mingzhu. Me? Li Jing looked at Tai with surprise before turning his gaze back to Li Mingzhu. Indeed, this child is destined to be a disciple of my Golden Light Cave, Tai Jinren said, stroking his flowing white beard with a smile. You wish to take my son as a disciple? Li Jing exclaimed in astonishment, a mix of disbelief and a hint of hope in his voice. You wish to accept me as your disciple? Li Mingzhu inquired, fixing his gaze on Tai Jinren without revealing his true feelings. Naturally, in your past life, you were a servant of the goddess NWA. Now, reincarnated as a human, you are fated to be my disciple. Tai Jinren spoke with a calm demeanor, imbued with an air of mystique. What if I refuse? Li Mingzhu suddenly displayed a hint of defiance, pride evident on his face. "My young friend, you yist. The bond of master and disciple between us is woven by fate," Tai Zhenren, while mildly reproaching the child's rudeness, kept his composure. "I have a name, Li Mingzhu. Do you, a mere Luo Jingxian, truly believe you can dictate fate?" Li Mingzhu scoffed, his confidence bolstered by the memories of his previous life. "Impudent! Silence, you wretched child!" Both Tai and Li Jing exclaimed in unison, the former's beard quivering in anger, his Taoist robe billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind, clearly incensed. "Is the Taoist truly intent on harming me? If so, feel free to try." Li Mingzhu stepped forward, unyielding, showing no fear of the pressure emanating from Tai. He truly did not believe Tai would dare to harm him. After all, taking him as a disciple was merely a transaction to curry favor with the goddess NWA. If Tai were to kill him, he would face the wrath of the saint, a burden he could not bear. In truth, if Tai truly wished to take him as a disciple, it would not be an issue. However, Li Mingzhu recalled that Tai had schemed against Nezha on more than one occasion. With such a mentor, Li Mingzhu would not dare to accept, fearing he might be betrayed at any moment, especially given NWA's direct promise. Li Mingzhu even speculated that if it were not for Tai's covert machinations, Nezha would not have struggled to accept NWA's legacy, nor would he have retained memories of the Spirit Pearl. After all, why did Tai arrive precisely when Nezha was absorbing the legacy, interrupted by Li Jing? Had he come a moment earlier, Nezha would have fully received the memories, revealing his nefarious intent. It was precisely because Nezha had not accepted the memories and legacy that he could maintain better control over his powers. "Do you truly believe I am afraid?" Tai narrowed his eyes, fixating on Li Mingzhu, his whisk swelling in the breeze, poised for action. "You are indeed afraid. I am a saint's child, endowed with the divine consciousness of the supreme goddess NWA. If I choose not to accept your mentorship, even the jade-pure saint cannot compel me, let alone you." With his hands clasped behind his back, Li Mingzhu boldly declared, speaking with an audacity that rang true. Despite his seemingly negligible cultivation, he stood resolute before the Luo Jingxian Tai, with countless ethereal visions manifesting behind him, scenes of the goddess NWA imparting teachings. Li Mingzhu was clearly communicating to Tai not to underestimate him. He possessed the insights and memories of his past life, and Tai's attempts to intimidate him were futile. Li Jing, observing this scene, was left dumbfounded, realizing that his son was no ordinary child, but rather a reincarnation of a saint's child. Very well. It seems I underestimated you, a true saint's child. How imposing." Tai, enraged yet somehow amused, did not allow Li Mingzhu to continue speaking before sweeping his whisk downward. Of course, it was not a deadly strike. He merely intended to teach Li Mingzhu a lesson. Though he could not take him as a disciple, he still needed to salvage his pride. Regardless of Li Mingzhu's status, he would pay a price for daring to show such contempt towards him. With a swift motion, Tai's whisk swept through the air, leaving only dust in its wake. Yet when it descended upon Li Mingzhu, it bore a meaning of raising high and gently placing down. Although Li Mingzhu was sent flying several dozen feet, he was not genuinely harmed. Tai looked at Li Mingzhu in astonishment despite his restraint. He had not expected Li Mingzhu to remain unscathed. An innate Tao body. Tai suddenly seemed to comprehend something, exclaiming in surprise. If not for such a remarkable physique, how could he have withstood his attack? An innate Tao body is indeed human-shaped, but not all humans possess such a body. Perhaps only the first batch of beings created by the goddess NWA possesses this trait, making it exceedingly rare for future generations to produce another. Yet, here stood an innate Tao body before him, and in that moment, Tai felt a tinge of regret. If only he had been less confrontational. Such a promising talent was indeed a pity to lose. Li Mingzhu also sensed something unusual. He recalled the records of innate Tao bodies from his memories and speculated that it was due to the essence of creation. An innate Tao body not only facilitates a smooth path for cultivation, but also possesses remarkable physical capabilities, with boundless transformations and mysteries too profound to disclose to outsiders. This realization made him feel more comfortable. Once his cultivation reached a higher level, he could restore his former appearance. Remaining in a childish form felt quite awkward, Li Mingzhu mused. After all, even boundless transformations require cultivation to support them. Li Mingzhu calmed his excitement and continued to stand firm against Tai Zhenren. "I shall ask you once more. Are you willing to become my disciple? Tai, regaining his previous calm demeanor, reiterated his inquiry. Unwilling to give up, Tai sought another opportunity. Although he understood that the spirit pearl had restored Li Mingzhu's memories, he could not bear to part with such a fine prospect. Not willing. Li Mingzhu's response was decisive. Become a disciple? What a joke. Li Mingzhu. Li Jing snorted coldly and turned to Tai, saying, My son is unruly and lacks understanding. I hope the Taoist can forgive him. It is of no consequence. Since your son is unwilling, let it be. Fate cannot be forced, Tai replied with a smile, maintaining an air of composure, despite the myriad of emotions swirling within him. A true master must uphold their dignity. I bid farewell to the Taoist. Li Mingzhu bowed deeply, clearly indicating his desire for Tai to leave. Humph. Tai scoffed, turning to ride away on his celestial crane. Wait. Suddenly, Li Mingzhu called out to Tai's retreating figure, What's this? Are you inclined to become my disciple at the Jade Purity Sect? Unfortunately, I am not in the mood to take on any apprentices at the moment, Tai said with a smile, exuding an air of superiority. Yet Li Mingzhu sensed a faint hint of arrogance in his demeanor. Dare I inquire, has the sky darkened, esteemed Taoist? Li Mingzhu asked with a smile, leaving Tai perplexed and uncertain as to why she posed such a question. In broad daylight, how could the sky be dark? Tai scoffed. Although he was unaware of Li Mingzhu's intentions, he relished the opportunity to verbally suppress this audacious youth. Since it is daytime, why does the Taoist speak in riddles? Li Mingzhu laughed heartily, her laughter infectious enough to amuse the Yin family, while Li Jing struggled to stifle his mirth. You insolent child, spouting nonsense, Tai rebuked, yet he refrained from resorting to violence. It would be ill-suited for a grand Luo golden immortal to engage with a mere child having already made a move without causing harm. It would be even more disgraceful to act again. I kindly ask the Taoist to return the spiritual treasures of my Nuwa palace. Surely, with your esteemed virtue, you would not covet such trifling scraps of worthless metal, Li Mingzhu said with utmost politeness, fully leveraging the innocent charm of her youth. Take them, Tai retorted coldly, producing 2 spiritual treasures from his sleeve and tossing them towards Li Ming's Huindeed, the Qianquan ring and the Hanyuan silk. Yet within his heart ached. If he had truly accepted Li Mingzhu as a disciple, he might have considered those 2 innate spiritual treasures as mere tokens belonging to his own student. But that was not the case now. 2 innate spiritual treasures. Though they were not originally his possessions, parting with them proved to be a bitter pill to swallow. Yet, no matter how reluctant he felt, the young girl had already made her demands clear. Refusal was not an option. On one side, Tai's expression was as grim as the cold of winter, while on the other, Li Mingzhu beamed with joy, radiating warmth and delight. Introduction. Transmigrating into a fleshy sphere, my father brandished a sword to strike Mui. Does this plot seem so familiar? Have I become Nezha? In an era of dwindling spiritual power on Earth, a great practitioner traverses into the realm of Nezha. Witness the youth in the primordial chaos as he slays the delusions, vanquishes the dragon prince, subdues the dragon palace, shatters the celestial gate, and becomes the glimmer of hope for the Jie. Chapter 1. The Cosmic Pearl of Transformation, self-styled as the Brilliant Pearl of Tai. Where am I? With great effort, Li Ming opened his eyes, but found himself shrouded in darkness. Attempting to move his arms only revealed his immobility. As he struggled against the unseen bindings, he sensed that he was ensconced within an unknown spherical entity. Presumably, he had fallen victim to a treacherous plot, entrapped within a malevolent artifact, Li Ming mused. As a great practitioner in the age of diminishing spiritual power, his understanding led him to consider the possibility of being ensnared by a sinister tool. Suddenly, a wave of warmth enveloped him. Before he could ponder further, a torrent of vast information surged into his consciousness, akin to the mighty thoughts of an omniscient being. Spirit Pearl, your nature is unruly, and at this moment of the divine tribulation, you may descend to reincarnate. This is both your calamity and your opportunity. Your second master, Tai Zhenren, wishes to accept you as a disciple, and I have consented. However, should you choose to decline, you need not heed this invitation. Yet do not tarnish my name, Nuwa. A voice, resplendent and dignified, whispered in his ear, while visions of a white-clad saintess and swirling golden lotuses replayed in his mind. Fragmented memories flooded his consciousness, and he respectfully uttered, Thank you, Lady Nuwa. I shall comply with your decree. With the saint's divine thoughts imparted to him, Li Ming instantly comprehended the entirety of his situation, though disbelief lingered. Spirit Pearl? He murmured, realizing he was not ensnared by an enemy, but had somehow reincarnated as Nezha still nestled in the womb. What did this mean? Had he truly traversed worlds only to become Nezha? Ultimately, he had become an undeniable reality whether he wished to accept it or not. He was now Nezhor the Spirit Pearl, as he was referred to. Moreover, he had acquired what Nezha in his previous life could not attain, for the latter had perished before receiving the divine thoughts of Lady Nuwa and had not inherited her legacy. Nuwa, one of the earliest saints, achieved her status through virtue. How could her legacy be simple? The final words resonated deeply within him. If one did not wish to bow, one need not, and the phrase about not tarnishing Nuwa's name bore profound significance. In simpler terms, it meant, you are free to choose should any trouble arise, I shall take responsibility. Such was the capriciousness of fate. Feeling the continuous warmth, Li Ming began to revel in the experience. This was the rarefied essence of creation, a gift exclusive to Lady Nuwa. While still within the womb, he resolved to refrain from unnecessary movements and focus on cultivation. He would practice Nuwa's sacred teachings, the chaos creation technique, heralded as the foremost foundational method in the primordial realm. In his previous life, he had only heard of it. Now he could personally engage in its practice. An even more pressing concern was to alter his appearance. While still in the womb and infused with the essence of creation, one of the materials used for shaping, life-changing his form was a simple endeavor. Otherwise, appearing as an ambiguous entity with a topknot and clad in a large red belly band would surely mortify Li Ming, an ancient being of several hundred years. He molded his form to resemble his childhood self, and in his mind's eye, a delicately carved young Taoist appeared. Li Ming felt a sense of satisfaction with this visage. After all, though he had been a sword immortal in his previous life, his roots lay within the Taoist tradition, and he held a favorable view of the young Taoist appearance. What remained was to cultivate diligently, Li Ming resolved. The more solid his foundation laid within the womb, the easier his cultivation would be upon entering the world. In the mountains, time is oblivious to the years. Although Li Ming's cultivation was not as exaggerated, his period of meditation lasted a full 3 months. He would have continued further, but a sudden force stirred him awake. He understood that it was time to emerge into the world. Not daring to delay, he hastened to absorb the essence of creation, taking with him whatever could not be fully absorbed. Naturally, he also remembered to leave a portion for his mother, the Yin family. Who among us truly understands the hardships of 3 years of pregnancy? The hearts of parents, most capable of bringing tears to one's eyes. Boom! Indeed, he was a saintly child born after 3 years of gestation. Golden light flickered, and before Li Ming could react, he had already burst forth. Perhaps influenced by the inherent nature of the Spirit Pearl, his once mature mindset vanished, and he began to bounce around joyfully, calling out "Mother" repeatedly. However, in his exuberance, he had forgotten one crucial detail. He was still a fleshy sphere. This caused great alarm among those in the delivery room, who screamed in terror, calling him a monster, with some rushing to inform Li Jing. Only Yin gazed lovingly at the fleshy orb that was her child regardless of his form. He was still her son. Although Li Ming's cultivation was minimal, his consciousness was remarkably refined, allowing him to perceive Yin's affectionate gaze. Indeed, she was his mother. In his previous life, he had grown up in an orphanage, never experiencing true familial love. Now, feeling Yin's gaze, he was profoundly moved. Demon spawn, face my sword. Just as Li Ming basked in this rare affection, a thunderous shout accompanied by the sound of the sword cleaving the air reached him. Had Li Ming retained his previous live's cultivation, evading the strike would have been effortless. However, now his abilities had only just begun to awaken, rendering him unable to escape. With a sharp clang, the blade struck the fleshy orb, causing it to burst with a flash of golden light. The brilliance came swiftly and departed just as quickly. Contrary to expectations, there was no bloodshed. Instead, a young Taoist with rosy lips and pearly whites, adorned with a topknot, stood resolute against the wind. Though freshly born, he was clad in a pure white robe, exuding wisdom beyond his apparent 5 or 6 years. Is this my son? While Li Jing pondered, Yin had already sprung from her bed, swiftly rushing to her child's side. Child, Li Mingzhu greets mother. Before Yin could kneel to embrace him, Li Ming had already grasped her hands and bowed. Li Mingzhu, Did you choose this name for yourself? Yin inquired with a radiant smile, taking pride in her son's precociousness. After 3 years of carrying him, how could she not feel joy at his intelligence? Indeed, it derives from the tears of the luminous pearl in the vast sea, Li Ming replied, emboldened by his mother's acceptance of his uniqueness. Of course, he had his own interpretation of the name. Li was from his previous life, while Mingzhu signified the spirit pearl, symbolizing the fusion of his past and present identities. Preposterous! How dare you name yourself so recklessly? The names of the sons of the Li family are determined by the family head. You cannot act so frivolously. Li Jing interjected, his voice laced with anger. Although he had confirmed that his third son was not a monster, he still could not warm to him. Mother. Li Mingzhu tugged at Yin's sleeve, feigning innocence like a porcelain doll. Li Mingzhu chose not to engage in a debate with Li Jing, thinking, after all, you are older. Can I not seek my mother? Just to vex you. Just as Li Jing found him intolerable, he too felt the same disdain towards Li Jing. My son shall be named Li Mingzhu. Is it too much to ask for a little authority after bearing him for 3 years? Upon hearing Li Mingzhu's words, Yinshu asserted her dominance, leaving no room for Li Jing to object as she finalized the matter. Perhaps moved by Yinshu's words, Li Jing refrained from pressing the issue further, merely casting a glare at Li Mingzhu. General, do not be enraged. Your son is wise and should be a source of joy. A voice, both ancient and ethereal, suddenly resonated from above. An elderly figure clad in white, holding a whisk and riding a celestial crane, descended gracefully, his hair and beard white, surrounded by an aura of divinity. General Li Jing greets the Taoist. May I ask what brings you here? Li Jing inquired, bowing respectfully in the manner befitting a junior in Taoism. I am Tai Jinren from the Golden Light Cave of Qinyuan Mountain, and I have come for him. Tai returned the greeting with a smile, gesturing towards Li Mingzhu. Chapter 2. The Wrath of Tai, the Transformation of the Primordial Tao Body. Him? Li Jing looked at Tai in disbelief, then turned his gaze to Li Mingzhu. Indeed, this child is destined to be a disciple of my Golden Light Cave, Tai Jinren said, stroking his white hair and beard with a smile. You wish to take my son as a disciple? Li Jing exclaimed, astonished yet somewhat hopeful. Do you wish to take me as a disciple? Li Mingzhu asked Tai Jinren, his expression inscrutable. Naturally, you were once a child of Nuwa, reincarnated as a human. It is fate that you should become my disciple, Tai Jinren replied calmly, imbued with an otherworldly essence. What if I refuse? Li Mingzhu's eyes gleamed with defiance as he spoke with an air of arrogance. Young friend, you yist. Our fates as master and disciple are entwined by heaven's decree, Tai Jinren said. Though he felt a flicker of annoyance at the child's impertinence, he kept his composure. I have a name, Li Mingzhu. And you, a mere Luo Jingxian, dare to speak of heaven's decree? Li Mingzhu scoffed, his pride amplified by the memories of his past life. Tai, unaware of this, could not fathom the depths of his arrogance. Impudent! Silence, you wretch! Both Tai and Li Jing shouted in unison, with Tai's beard slightly bristling, his Taoist robe fluttering without wind, clearly agitated. Are you truly intending to harm me? If so, I welcome the attempt. Li Mingzhu stepped forward, unyielding, entirely unfazed by the pressure emanating from Tai. He truly did not believe Tai would dare to kill him after all. Taking him as a disciple was merely a transaction to curry favor with Nuwa. If Tai were to take such drastic measures, he would surely incur the wrath of a saint, a consequence he could not bear. In truth, if Tai genuinely wished to accept him as a disciple, it would not matter to Li Mingzhu. However, he was aware from his memories that Tai had plotted against Nezha on more than one occasion. With such a character as a teacher, Li Mingzhu was wary of entering his tutelage, fearing he might be betrayed at any moment. Moreover, he had Nuwa's explicit promise. Li Mingzhu even suspected that had it not been for Tai's covert scheming, Nezha would not have struggled to accept the inheritance from the Mother Goddess, nor would he have retained the memories of the Spirit Pearl. After all, why did Tai choose that particular moment when Nezha was interrupted by Li Jing during his absorption of the inheritance? Had he arrived even a moment earlier, Nezha would have fully embraced the memory and inheritance, revealing his malicious intent. It was precisely because Nezha failed to accept both the memories and the inheritance that he could better maintain control. Do you truly believe I would hesitate? Tai narrowed his eyes, fixated on Li Mingzhu, his left hand clutching the whisk, ready to act. You may hesitate. I am a saint's child, endowed with the divine will of the most sacred Nuwa. Should I choose not to be your disciple, even the jade pure saint cannot coerce me. let alone you. Li Mingzhu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, proclaiming with audacity, yet his words rang true. Despite his lack of cultivation, he stood firm against the De Luo Jingxian Tai, with boundless illusions manifesting behind him, reminiscent of the scene where Nuwa imparted her teachings. Li Mingzhu was conveying to Tai that he should not underestimate him, for he possessed the insights and memories of his past life. If Tai sought to bully him, he was sorely mistaken. Li Jing, witnessing this spectacle, was left speechless, realizing that his young son was no ordinary child, but rather a reincarnation of a saint's child. Well, it seems I have underestimated you, a true saint's child. How impressive, Tai exclaimed, enraged yet mocking, not allowing Li Mingzhu another word before sweeping his whisk downwards. Of course, he did not intend to strike with lethal force, he merely sought to teach Li Mingzhu a lesson. The possibility of accepting him as a disciple was now out of reach, yet he still wished to salvage his dignity. Regardless of Li Mingzhu's status, since he dared to disrespect him, there would be consequences. Whoosh! Like autumn winds scattering fallen leaves, Tai's whisk swept through the air, leaving only dust in its wake. However, as it descended upon Li Mingzhu, it carried the intent of being gently raised and then set down. Though Li Mingzhu was sent flying several dozen feet, he was not genuinely harmed. Tai gazed at Li Mingzhu in astonishment despite his mercy. He had not anticipated that Li Mingzhu would emerge unscathed. Primordial Tao body. Tai suddenly seemed to grasp something, exclaiming in shock. If not for such an extraordinary physique, how could Li Mingzhu withstand his attack? The primordial Tao body, while appearing human, was indeed rare, perhaps only the first batch of beings crafted by Nuwa possessed such a body. The chance of another primordial Tao body emerging among later generations was exceedingly slim. Yet here was one standing before him, and in that moment, Tai felt a pang of regret. Had he not been so confrontational, he might have recognized the exceptional roots of this child. What a pity. Li Mingzhu too sensed something amiss, recalling the records of the primordial Tao body from his memories, and speculated it was due to the essence of creation. The primordial Tao body not only facilitated smooth cultivation and possessed remarkable physical attributes, but it also held limitless potential for transformation, the intricacies of which were not for outsiders to know. This realization brought him comfort. Once his cultivation reached a higher level, he could restore his former self, for this childish form felt exceedingly awkward, he mused. After all, even boundless transformations require cultivation as support. Li Mingzhu calmed his elation and continued to confront Tai Junren. I ask you once more, are you willing to become my disciple? Tai returned to his previous air of nonchalance, continuing to inquire. Unwilling to concede, Tai sought another chance, fully aware that this spirit pearl had undoubtedly regained its memories, yet he was reluctant to part with such a promising talent. Unwilling. Li Mingzhu's response was crisp and decisive. Become a disciple? What ist? Li Mingzhu. Li Jing snorted, then addressed Tai. My son is headstrong and lacks understanding. I hope the Taoists can forgive him. Not all. Since your son is unwilling, let it be. Fate cannot be forced. Tai replied to Li Jing with a smile, concealing the multitude of grievances within while maintaining an air of composure. The demeanor of a high-ranking individual must be preserved. I bid you farewell, Taoist, Li Mingzhu said with a deep bow, clearly indicating his desire for Tai to leave. Tai huffed, turning to depart upon his celestial crane. Wait! Suddenly, Li Mingzhu called out to Tai's retreating figure. How is it? Are you truly willing to become my disciple under the Jie Sect? Alas, the truth is that I do not wish to take on any students at this moment, Tai remarked with a smile, presenting himself as an enlightened figure, yet Li Mingzhu sensed a faint air of disdain. Dare I inquire, has night fallen, esteemed Taoist? Li Mingzhu asked with a playful grin, leaving Tai perplexed, uncertain of her sudden question. In broad daylight, how could it be night? Tai scoffed, though he remained unaware of Li Mingzhu's intent. Since he could suppress this impudent youth with words, he was reluctant to let the opportunity slip away. Since it is daylight, why then do you speak as if in a dream, esteemed Taoist? Li Mingzhu laughed heartily, prompting a chuckle from the Yin family, while Li Jing stifled his mirth. You insolent child, spouting nonsense, Tai retorted angrily, yet he refrained from taking further action. It would be unbecoming for a grand Luo Jinxian to engage in conflict with a mere child, having already struck once without causing harm was already quite unseemly. To do so again would be utterly disgraceful in the vast wilderness. I kindly request that you return the treasures of my Huang Palace. Given your esteemed virtue, I trust you would not covet such trifling scraps of worthless metal, Li Mingzhu said with utmost politeness, fully leveraging her innocent youth. Take them. Tai coldly huffed, retrieving 2 treasures from his sleeve and tossing them towards Li Ming's, namely, the Qian Kun Circle and the Hun Tianling. Yet within his heart bled. If he were to genuinely accept Li Mingzhu as a disciple, those 2 innate treasures would have been well worth it, for after all, a disciple's gains should not flow to outsiders. But alas, that was not the case. Those 2 innate treasures, though they were never truly his to begin with, parting with them was still a bitter pill to swallow. Yet what could he do? The youth had made her demands clear, and there was no turning back. On one side, Tai's expression darkened like the frigid winter, while on the other, Li Mingzhu beamed with joy, radiating warmth and cheer. Chapter 3. A world of chaos. Li Mingzhu, in a state of inebriation, was playfully toying with the Qiankuan Circle and the Huntian Silk, 2 spiritual treasures that seemed to possess a life of their own, swirling around him in a spirited manner. These treasures, inherently imbued with spirit, required no allegiance from Li Mingzhu, and he effortlessly claimed them as his own. Li Mingzhu, are you aware of your transgressions? Li Jing turned to gaze at Li Mingzhu, exuding an aura of authority without raising his voice. What wrong have I committed? Li Mingzhu retorted, though he yearned for a more amiable discourse with Li Jing. He found himself unable to soften his stance. To defy your master and disrespect your elders. Have you considered the repercussions of offending a celestial being? Li Jing's voice was cold, his gaze piercing through Li Mingzhu's heart like a sharpened sword. Unfortunately, Li Mingzhu was unimpressed by such admonishments. He held no fear of Tai, let alone Li Jing. Repercussions? Li Mingzhu questioned, genuinely unconcerned about the consequences of offending Tai. What could Tai possibly do to him? Indeed, repercussions. While it is true that you have formidable backing from a sage, what of the citizens of Chentang Pass? And what of your mother? Li Jing replied icily. Yet there was a discernible softness in his tone compared to before. Yes, father, I was in the wrong, Li Mingzhu conceded, lowering his head in acknowledgement. Upon reflection, he realized that Li Jing's concerns were not unfounded. Although Tai was a disciple of the Orthodox sect, it was not beyond reason to think that should he become enraged, the consequences would be far beyond what Li Jing could withstand. After all, a mere Eastern king had managed to corner Chentang Pass. So how much more formidable would Tai be? Had Li Mingzhu not assimilated with the essence of Nezha, he would have undoubtedly remained obstinate. However, having lived for several centuries, he had gained wisdom and recognized the validity of Li Jing's words. Yet even so, I shall still act as I intend, Li Mingzhu declared after a brief pause. Regardless of the potential dire consequences, he would not waver from his original conviction of never becoming Tai's disciple. Rebellious child. Li Jing, who had initially felt gratified, turned away in disappointment upon hearing Li Mingzhu's words, perhaps deeming him a hopeless case. My son, do not be troubled, your father merely has a temper. However, he is not entirely incorrect, nor are you. My son should indeed be a valiant hero, and one should not conduct oneself with such restraint as he does. Inshur approached slowly, gazing affectionately at Nezha, gently stroking Li Mingzhu's head, and spoke softly. My son, even if mistaken, is still right in his own way. Sometimes, maternal love defies logic. Li Mingzhu nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at rice. Indeed, a child with a mother is truly fortunate. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed since Li Mingzhu arrived in this world. During these 3 months, he had not been idle. He not only refined the vital essence forcibly retained within his body, but also elevated his cultivation to the realm of the Yuan Shun. The so-called realm of the primordial spirit can be simply described as the domain of terrestrial immortals, representing the pinnacle of cultivation achievable by mortals. Any further advancement would necessitate a journey to the blessed abodes of the celestial beings or the heavenly realm. Most importantly, he has finally transcended his previous diminutive form. Due to his cultivation, Li Mingzhu now appears as a youthful lad of approximately 14 or 15 years. Of course, this transformation is largely attributed to his innate Tao physique. As flowers bloom along the path, the world boasts young gentlemen of exquisite charm, epitomizing the current Li Mingzhu. During the past 3 months, Li Mingzhu did not solely engage in cultivation. He also experimented with various concoctions, such as the esteemed liquor of later generations. The wine from the Shang dynasty, however, left much to be desired. It was not only exceedingly unpleasant, but also possessed a disappointingly low alcoholic content. Perhaps the celestial brews would not be so abysmal. Yet the earthly wines were indeed lacking. compelling Li Mingzhu to take matters into his own hands. Ever since he produced this potent liquor, even Li Jing, who had previously voiced his discontent regarding Li Mingzhu, has now fallen silent. After all, to enjoy fine wine, one must rely on his son, a burden that is not easily borne by a father. Come, let us drink. Under the moonlit night, in Li Mingzhu's intimate courtyard, a plump little red bear, tipsy and jovial, clinked its cup against Li Mingzhu's. Initially, Li Mingzhu believed that this little bear was merely a figment of folklore, only to discover that it was indeed real and had been lured out by the fragrance of his brew. This creature was nothing short of a little wine immortal. With a staggering 70 degrees of alcohol, it could consume numerous bowls without inebriation, leaving even Li Mingzhu in awe. It is worth noting that although this little bear possessed an extraordinary ability to speak, it lacked any cultivation. Without utilizing his own powers to counteract the effects of alcohol, Li Mingzhu would surely succumb to its influence. Come, Mingzhu, I shall take you to a wondrous place. The little bear exclaimed, a bit tipsy. Where could there possibly be a wondrous place? I have explored every corner of the general's residence, Li Mingzhu replied, equally inebriated and not employing his powers to dispel the effects of the wine. Just follow me. I assure you, you have never been there. The little bear, clutching a bronze wine jug, hopped and skipped ahead, almost stumbling yet managing to maintain its balance. All right, I shall trust you once more, Li Mingzhu chuckled, following closely behind. It was not that he doubted the little bear, but rather, this creature had never uttered a single truthful word. As they traversed the general's residence under the night sky, the large and small figures darted playfully through the corridors, until the little bear led Li Mingzhu to a watchtower. This was the highest point of the general's residence, as well as the tallest vantage point in the entire Chentang Pass. Here it is. What do you think? You've never been here, have you? The little bear proclaimed, standing proudly against the wall, as if to say, I told you so. Indeed, it seems I have never been here, Li Mingzhu replied, as the cool breeze swept by, alleviating some of the intoxication. Here lies a treasure. Shall we go take a look? The little bear's gray eyes twinkled mischievously. What treasure? Inquired Li Mingzhu. Follow me, chuckled little bear Zhu, leading the way. Li Mingzhu took a swig of his drink and laughed heartily, eager to uncover what mischief little bear Zhu was up to. After walking a few dozen steps, they arrived beneath a small pavilion, where a large table was set, draped with a black cloth concealing some unknown object. This is it. Be careful not to break it. I know how precious it is to your old man, whispered little bear Zhu, casting wary glances around. What treasures could my miserly father possess? I shall see for myself. Li Mingzhu jested, stepping forward to swiftly pull away the black cloth. As the cloth fell away, a flash of black and gold light erupted, only to fade in an instant. There lay a massive bow atop the table, accompanied by a black sandalwood box, presumably containing arrows. Isn't this just a worthless old bow? What is so impressive about it? Li Mingzhu scoffed, clearly intoxicated. For it was impossible that he had forgotten the significance of this bow. After all, while others might be oblivious to its origins, he possessed memories from a past life. A worthless bow? Go ahead, try to draw it. If you manage to pull it back fully, I shall acknowledge you as my master, little bear Zhu said disdainfully. Regarding Li Mingzhu as one might regard a simpleton, the Xianyuan bow is merely a broken bow? How difficult could that be? Little one, remember what you said. Li Mingzhu retorted nonchalantly, his bravado unwavering. It is but a bow, even if it is an artifact from the heavens. Drawing it should pose no challenge. He hastened forward, opened the sandalwood box, and retrieved one of the 3 arrows, preparing to shoot. To his surprise, he found himself unable to draw the bowstring, realizing that this bow was peculiar and utterly resistant to the use of his power. Li Mingzhu bellowed, and astonishingly, he managed to pull the bowstring back as if it were a full moon. Unbelievable. A prodigy. Little bear Zhu gazed at Li Mingzhu in awe, for this was the Xianyuan bow, said to be unyielding to ordinary strength, and yet here was Li Mingzhu, not only drawing it, but achieving full tension. Whoosh. Just as little bear Zhu was marveling at the spectacle, Li Mingzhu released the arrow, which shot forth like a bolt of lightning, vanishing into the unknown. Chapter 4. Li Jing's Fury and the Arrow's Fate. Rebellious son. Halt. Just as the arrow was about to fly away, a thunderous voice erupted from behind. Yet Li Mingzhu had already released the string. Breathless, he lowered the great bow, trying to regain his composure. This bow was not meant for mere mortals. Even with his innate physique, drawing it left him utterly exhausted. What was the true nature of this bow? Raising the great bow once more, he caught sight of the moonlight reflecting the characters Xianyuan, and upon examining the remaining arrows in the box, he noted the inscriptions of loyalty, righteousness, and filial piety. The Xianyuan bow? The 3 arrows of loyalty, righteousness, and filial piety? Li Mingzhu exclaimed, the effects of the alcohol dissipating instantly as he realized the gravity of the situation. At that moment, Li Jing had already rushed over, his face ablaze with fury, on the verge of an explosion. Kneel. Li Jing, filled with indignation, contemplated striking Li Mingzhu, yet ultimately restrained himself. Li Mingzhu dutifully knelt, avoiding Li Jing's gaze, acutely aware of the gravity of her transgression. As Li Jing considered further reprimands, he found himself at a loss for words. Although the Xianyuan Bao was a priceless treasure, it had remained unyielding to all prior attempts. And now his son had successfully drawn it, instilling within him a flicker of pride. If only the arrow had not been released, Li Jing mused silently. Though he maintained his stern expression, it was a rare opportunity for the impudent boy to admit his fault so willingly. Thus, Li Jing felt compelled to uphold the formidable demeanor of a strict father, seizing this moment. Confine yourself to the woodshed for 3 days. Without the use of any spells to escape, he declared, maintaining his stern countenance as he spoke to Li Mingzhu. Yes, she replied, and knowing the gravity of her situation, she quickly turned to leave, accepting her punishment. She recognized that when the formidable Lady Shiji arrived from the Skull Cave, it would unleash true chaos, rendering her confinement mere trifles in comparison. After issuing his orders to search for the loyal arrow, an arrow that only punishes the disloyal, ensuring that the truly guilty meet their deserved fate, Li Jing was quick to act once Li Mingzhu departed. His interest in the identity of the deceased was minimal. After all, the death of a disloyal person held little significance. What truly delighted him was that Li Mingzhu had successfully drawn the Xianyuan Bao. The Li family had maintained this Bao for 3 centuries, yet none had been able to wield it until now. What value does a cherished treasure hold if it remains unused? Li Jing envisioned taking Li Mingzhu to Chaoga once she matured further, to wield the Xianyuan Bao against treacherous ministers. Despite her current age, he still perceived her as a mere infant, scarcely 3 months old in his eyes. Meanwhile, 300 miles away in the Skull Mountain's bone cave, a furious roar pierced the heavens. Who dares to harm my child? Lady Shiji soared into the air, summoning the loyal arrow into her hand with a single gesture. Li Jing of Chentang Pass. What audacity! I have no grievances with you, yet you dare to harm my child. I shall not let this matter rest. Lady Shiji declared in fury. And in the blink of an eye, dark clouds gathered, propelling her towards Chentang Pass upon the back of a celestial phoenix. Lady Shiji, blinded by her rage, failed to consider that since her child had been struck by the Xianyuan loyal arrow, it must surely indicate disloyalty. Little Zhu Xiong. In the woodshed, Li Mingzhu called out, her voice calm, yet simmering with barely contained fury. Oh dear, Mingzhu, what brings you to my home? Little Zhu Xiong emerged from nowhere, feigning nonchalance. Come here. I promise I won't kill you, Li Mingzhu said, a smile on her face that belied her true feelings. I'd be a fool to believe you. Realizing the peril of the situation, little Zhu Xiong turned to flee, but he was no match for Li Mingzhu's swift grasp, which ensnared him effortlessly. You have caused me great trouble. Why didn't you tell me that was the Xianyuan Bao? Li Mingzhu lifted little Zhu Xiong, her face contorted with anger as she demanded answers. Had she known that it was the Xianyuan Bao, Li Mingzhu would have resolutely refrained from touching it. To unwittingly provoke the Stone Lady is indeed an unforeseen calamity. This time, without the support of the Grand Master Tai, she must confront the Stone Lady alone. Alas, you didn't even ask, exclaimed little Zhu Xiong, blinking innocently. No fault found, my friend, Li Mingzhu replied through gritted teeth, truly lacking any counterarguments. How then should she contend with the Stone Lady? Li Mingzhu pondered in silence, losing the desire to continue debating with little Zhu Xiong. Ultimately, she decided not to dwell on it any longer. She would face whatever came her way, even if it meant engaging in battle. After all, in this world, the highest power merely reaches the primordial spirit stage. Regardless, she had attained that level. If a battle were to ensue, who could truly say who would emerge victorious? Regrettably, the legacy of the goddess Nuwa did not include offensive techniques, and as a mere young boy, Ling Zhuzi had not learned any martial arts. The notion that the greatest power in the mortal realm is merely the primordial spirit suggests that regardless of whether one is a golden immortal or a great Luo golden immortal, as long as one has not reached the level of a quasi-teacher, one is subject to such limitations in the mortal realm. This is a rule of the primordial chaos. Thus, in the mortal realm, those blessed lands become exceedingly significant, for only in those places can one be free from such constraints. Li Jing, come forth swiftly to meet this humble Taoist, lest you provoke my wrath and I lay waste to Chentang Pass. The ominous clouds loomed over the city as the Stone Lady hovered aloft, gazing down upon Chentang Pass. What brings you here, esteemed friend? I know not how my young general has offended you, Li Jing inquired, ascending into the air with a puzzled expression. This humble Taoist hails from the bone cave of Skull Mountain, the Stone Lady. Why, pray tell? Do you come to my Chentang Pass instead of cultivating your fortune upon the Celestial Mountain? Do you recognize this item? The Stone Lady hurled the loyalty arrow towards Li Jing with a disdainful snort. This is the Xianyuan loyalty arrow from my Chentang Pass. I certainly recognize it. Upon seeing the arrow, Li Jing sensed impending disaster. Yet, as a veteran general, he maintained his composure. If that is the case, there is no need for further discourse. Life must be repaid with life. Since you dared to harm my disciple, you shall pay the price. The Stone Lady laughed heartily, while the dark clouds above thickened ominously, threatening to unleash devastation upon the city. Cease. The arrow was shot by me, and the bow was drawn by me. Let any conflict come at me. Li Mingzhu bellowed, ascending on clouds, wielding the Qiankuan circle and the Hunyuan silk for protection. Very well, then take your own life, and I shall spare this city of its living souls. The Stone Lady's gaze fixed upon the Qiankuan circle and the Hunyuan silk, recognizing their extraordinary nature. The loyalty arrow punishes only the disloyal. Since my arrow has slain your disciple, it indicates that he was indeed unfaithful. I have eliminated the calamity of an unstable inner wall. You show no gratitude and instead seek revenge. What sense does that make? Li Mingzhu stood resolutely before Li Jing, indignantly rebuking the Stone Lady. Even if the colorful clouds harbor treachery, what of it? She is still my disciple. Thus, I shall seek vengeance. No matter how eloquently you speak. Today you shall not escape death. Shurji, unfazed, chuckled. Is there reason in the primordial chaos? Indeed, there is. A fist size embodies reason. Is there causality in the primordial chaos? Certainly, strength represents causality. Though these truths remain unspoken, they form the very essence of the rules. Is that not so? Li Mingzhu replied coolly, her white robe fluttering as the Qiankuan circle expanded in the wind, her hand poised to strike forward. If confrontation was inevitable, it was better to strike first. This was a lesson gleaned from her past life of life and death. Such courage. Shurji laughed lightly, effortlessly deflecting the fierce blow with her 8 trigrams cloud-light towel. Both wielded the methods of the primordial spirit, yet the disparity was palpable. Young one, skill may not determine superiority, but the depth of one's path certainly does, Shurji remarked, casually guiding a cloud lotus towards Li Mingzhu. Chapter 5. Offense and defense. The two harbored a connection, born of the benevolence of Nuwa. The white cloud lotus appeared almost ethereal. Yet it seemed to traverse space with ease, vanishing from hundreds of feet away to materialize before Li Mingzhu in an instant. Taking a deep breath, Li Mingzhu recognized that Shurji's mastery did not extend to disregarding spatial constraints. Rather, her technique possessed the ability to deceive the eye. Though aware of the underlying mechanics, Li Mingzhu found herself powerless to counter it, akin to Shurji's cloud lotus, which was merely a manifestation of gathered mist. Understanding this was one thing. Executing a response was another, revealing the essence of mastery, effortless execution, where every ounce of force was perfectly calibrated, a hallmark of advanced cultivation. Huh, Li Mingzhu exclaimed, channeling the mysterious heaven silk into a vast crimson barrier to intercept the assault while reclaiming the Qiankuan circle for additional defense. Determined to maintain her defensive stance, she recalled Shurji's remarkable prowess and the fate that befell Nezha in her past life, where even his treasures were seized by Shurji. Armed with the foresight of her memories and aware of her lack of formidable offensive techniques, she deemed defense the most prudent course of action. The cloud lotus collided with the crimson barrier forged from the mysterious heaven silk, ripples cascading through the air. Despite its unpredictable nature, the cloud lotus could not breach the defenses of a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. I shall see how long your tortoise shell can protect you, Shurji remarked. Unfazed by the failure of her attack, and with a cold snort, she continued her offensive. My lady, do as you wish. But heed my words, the death of the cloud child, though a fault of mine, was indeed deserved. I am willing to offer a favor to you, my lady, to resolve this causality. Li Mingzhu, ensconced within her dual defenses, replied with an unassuming demeanor. First, you must breach my defenses. Shurji retorted, her disdain evident, once again. Without sufficient strength, you lack the qualifications to negotiate. Li Mingzhu remained silent, aware that if she could not render Shurji utterly helpless, there would be no opportunity for negotiation. Truth be told, her impression of Shurji was not entirely negative. Despite the ominous clouds and the propensity for indiscriminate slaughter, Shurji was not inherently malevolent. In her memories from a past life, Shurji had indeed faced calamity from the heavens, ultimately being vanquished by Tai, a rather tragic fate. The Bagua cloud-like cloth, under Shurji's manipulation, swelled against the wind, descending from the heavens to envelop the entire shimmering veil of the Hunyuan Ling Qian, Zhen, Can, Jin, Kuan, Sun, Li. Dui, return to their rightful places, refine. Shurji bellowed, and the Bagua cloud-like cloth suddenly transformed into countless delicate symbols, ensnaring the Hunyuan Ling from 8 directions. Once those symbols firmly bound the Hunyuan Ling, they began to assemble something unknown, and a faint, mist-like blue flame gradually materialized from the void. Is that the ethereal blue celestial fire? Li Mingzhu exclaimed, marveling at the wonders of heaven and earth, particularly the extraordinary phenomena of the primordial chaos. Beyond various innate spiritual treasures, there existed numerous innate spiritual entities. She had not anticipated that Shurji would possess such fortuitous opportunities. You recognize this fire? If so, it would be wise for you to withdraw your defenses and accept your fate, Shurji remarked with a light chuckle, as though victory were assured. Absorb. Li Mingzhu did not argue. Instead, she flicked the Hunyuan Ling, and the ethereal blue celestial fire was entirely absorbed by it. Indeed, actions speak louder than words. When it came to manipulating fire, the Hunyuan Ling was only slightly inferior to the Golden Crow and the Fire Phoenix. Had Shurji unleashed the true essence of the ethereal blue celestial fire, it would have truly benefited Li Mingzhu. How could this be? Shurji gasped, recalling her prior use of the ethereal blue celestial fire in the mortal realm, where even great Luo golden immortals dared to contend with her. Today, however, this brash youth had unexpectedly thwarted her. Without the constraints of rules, she could have easily dispatched him with a single strike. Yet now it seemed she was truly at a loss. Milady, the young man is willing to offer an apology. It would be prudent to resolve this enmity rather than deepen it, Li Mingzhu initiated, recognizing that prolonging this stalemate was unwise. After all, if Shurji found herself unable to deal with him, she might seek retribution against Chentang Pass, a scenario Li Mingzhu wished to avoid. You propose to assist this humble Taoist in resolving our karmic ties. Very well, I require that red cloth of yours, Shurji replied nonchalantly, considering the trade of a seemingly inconsequential youth for a piece of innate spiritual treasure, one that could even restrain her. Such a deal was indeed advantageous. More importantly, Shurji's mindset had now calmed, with much of her murderous intent dissipating. This is a treasure of Nuwa, and I cannot make such a decision, Li Mingzhu said, feeling conflicted. Nuwa's treasure? How could it be in your possession? What connection do you have with Lady Nuwa? Shurji inquired, her emotions unusually stirred. I was a servant of Lady Nuwa in my past life, and now I have reincarnated to undergo trials, Li Mingzhu responded. Li Mingzhu replied. Although she was perplexed by the situation concerning Shurji, she spoke candidly, for it was hardly a secret. Shurji had encountered the celestial youth. Had the celestial youth ever been injured? Did he require elixirs or divine medicines? With a countenance of mixed emotions, Shurji remarked, continually patting her chest. And in that fleeting moment, the formidable woman known as Lady Shurji resembled a bashful girl about to meet her parents. How peculiar. How wondrous. Meanwhile, Li Mingzhu wore a confused expression, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Lady? She exclaimed, hastily retreating to evade Shurji's gesture of respect, her face awash with inquisitive curiosity. I was once an obstinate stone from beyond the skies, only transformed into my current state when Nuwa, the goddess, collected multicolored stones to mend the heavens. Had you directly claimed to be a disciple of Nuwa, I would not have dared to intervene, Shurji recounted, a lingering sense of trepidation evident in her voice. Relieved that no mishap had occurred, I was unaware of this connection. However, the matter I promised must still be addressed. Have you contemplated what you wish for me to agree upon, lady? Li Mingzhu, feeling at ease, responded casually. Why not request that the celestial youth accompany me to Golden Turtle Island? In 3 months, it will be the 5,000th birthday of Master Duobao, and you could send your congratulations through him, sparing him any expense. Shurji smiled, realizing she was indirectly granting Li Mingzhu a fortuitous opportunity. It was known that Duobao possessed profound cultivation as a quasi-mentor, and on such an auspicious day, he would undoubtedly impart some teachings. This opportunity, originally Shurji's, was now bestowed upon him without the need for a gift. Lady, this is too much for me to bear, Li Mingzhu said, a look of struggle crossing her face. Do not feel indebted to me. What I experienced today, though not a full exertion nor a true battle, has provided me with significant insights, and I require seclusion for contemplation. Shurji smiled, denying Li Mingzhu the chance to further explain or dissuade her, suddenly leaping into the air and riding her azure phoenix away. You need not feel guilt, celestial youth. My words are sincere. This retreat is to attain the great Luo Dao fruit. Such an opportunity warrants my gratitude to you. Shiji conveyed through a final message before departing. Li Mingzhu, too, had gained some understanding, as if she had brushed against an elusive truth. Chapter 6. The arrival of the azure clouds, the precious spirit, lightly setting sail to 3 Mountain Island. It is both a trial and an opportunity. Shiji had long departed, yet Li Mingzhu remained suspended in the air, murmuring to herself. After a while, she slowly turned and descended. As for what Li Mingzhu truly comprehended, only she knew. Mingzhu, how did it go? Has that lady Shiji taken her leave? Upon seeing Li Mingzhu descend, Li Jing hurried forward to inquire. Although unaware of the specifics, he had witnessed the intensity of their earlier confrontation, relieved that Lady Shiji had been repelled. Li Mingzhu rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, isn't this an obvious question? All is well now. It appears that the Lady of Shiji shares a connection with the goddess Niwa. If one were to delve deeper, I could indeed consider her a part of my family. It was merely a matter of initial misunderstanding regarding our identities. Now that this has been clarified, there is no longer an issue. However, after some contemplation, I spoke up. Though I did not elaborate in detail, my meaning was still quite clear. Is that so? Li Jing nodded, eager to say more, yet at a loss for words. By the way, father, I have something to share. Oh, what is it? Pray do tell. Li Jing responded, his spirits lifted, pleased that his young son had begun to grasp the importance of decorum. Father, although the matters here have concluded, I have promised the Lady of Shiji that I would visit the Golden Turtle Island to extend birthday wishes to the immortal Master Duobao of the, Li Mingzhu declared, casting a glance at Li Jing, who, though recently past the age of 40, had already begun to show signs of gray. Li Jing, in truth, felt a pang of sympathy, a sentiment inexplicably arising in Li Mingzhu's heart, though it was soon suppressed. Indeed, a man's word is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Since you have pledged to the Lady of Shiji, you must fulfill that promise. As for Master Duobao, I have heard mention of him during my own pursuits of enlightenment beneath the western Kunlun Mountains. He is a remarkable practitioner of great power. My son, you must not take this lightly, Li Jing said with a smile, his delight unabashed. The prospect of his son encountering such fortuitous opportunities filled him with joy, yet he harbored a tinge of concern, for it meant venturing out to sea. Yes, father, Li Mingzhu replied. Let us keep this from your mother for the time being. Await my news, Li Jing suddenly whispered. Li Mingzhu understood immediately. Li Jing was plotting on his behalf, for the infantine family had only been born 3 months prior, and such a separation seemed rather harsh. Thank you, father, Li Mingzhu expressed, understanding the implication, and added promptly, then I shall take my leave for now. Very well. Li Jing chuckled heartily, watching with increasing amusement as Li Mingzhu departed. Soon, he burst into laughter. The more he observed Li Mingzhu, the more he found him agreeable. And similarly, Li Mingzhu felt a growing fondness for Li Jing. My lord, there is someone outside requesting an audience. Claiming to be the Biyun boy from the Bone Cave of Skull Mountain. No sooner had Li Mingzhu left than an elderly steward approached with the news. Show him in. Li Jing promptly instructed, hastening to summon Li Mingzhu back. Although he suspected the Biyun boy was merely delivering a gift for Duobao, he could not shake off his unease. Greetings, General. The Biyun boy bowed to Li Jing, presenting himself, and offered a smile to Li Mingzhu. Your efforts are appreciated, young one, Li Jing replied with a smile, handing the box containing the heavenly treasures to Li Mingzhu. As Li Mingzhu accepted the box, his consciousness penetrated the seal, revealing 1,000-year-old vermilion fruit. Goodness! Li Mingzhu marveled inwardly. The allure of such a celestial treasure would undoubtedly captivate even an ordinary De Luo golden immortal. Li Mingzhu discreetly placed the jade box into the treasure space of the Qinquan circle. Bai Yun, the young lad, took his leave, harboring no resentment towards Li Mingzhu for the demise of Kai Yun. He simply could not afford to bear such animosity. In the following days, both Li Mingzhu and Li Jing engaged in a persistent endeavor to persuade the Yin family. Through a combination of gentle coaxing and firm negotiation, they finally succeeded in obtaining the family's consent for Li Mingzhu to embark on her journey. This seemingly arduous process, as the saying goes, often precedes good fortune. Yet, when the moment of departure arrived and Li Mingzhu beheld the tearful countenance of the Yin matriarch, her heart was filled with profound regret. Child, go forth. You ought to soar through the skies like an eagle. Just remember to return and visit us often, the Yin matriarch proclaimed with resolve, wiping away her tears. She was no ordinary woman. Having witnessed Li Mingzhu's wavering, she asserted with boldness, "In our household, there are no weaklings, not even among the women. Remember, I was once a valiant general of the Tiger's Gate." She possessed formidable skills in the way, and in a duel between Li Jing and herself, it was likely that Li Jing would not prevail. Ultimately, Li Mingzhu set out, traveling light, with only herself, a circle, and a ribbon as her companions. Soaring into the heavens, the ocean stretched endlessly before her, vast and monotonous. The expanse of this primordial sea dwarfed that of Earth, its azure waves grand and magnificent, presenting a beauty that could captivate at first glance. However, prolonged exposure quickly led to a sense of vexation, which Li Mingzhu now experienced daily. Growing weary of the unchanging horizon, she lamented her lack of profound magical abilities, though Li Mingzhu, as a disciple of the goddess Nuwa, had access to divine powers. Her innate laziness had hindered her learning. Meanwhile, Li Mingzhu's previous life's understanding of magical arts was regrettably shallow, rendering her knowledge ineffectual in this primordial realm. The chaotic creation technique, while foundational, became futile without the accompanying mastery of the way. It appeared that Nuwa had intended for Li Mingzhu to seek tutelage under other great practitioners, as she had refrained from imparting such skills. Perhaps she wished to prevent Li Mingzhu from misusing her powers in her early days, but such motives remain unclear. Thus, Li Mingzhu found herself in a predicament. Despite possessing boundless magical energy capable of executing grand spells, she was relegated to a slow flight. While she would eventually reach Golden Turtle Island, it would take a full month. Thankfully, her substantial magical reserves allowed her to endure this arduous journey. Had she possessed even a modicum of proficient flight techniques, she could have arrived in merely half a day. At this moment, she envied the monkey from the journey to the west, whose somersault could span vast distances instantly, traversing any corner of the world. An island? Li Mingzhu exclaimed in surprise, but her heart swelled with joy as she finally spotted a piece of land. Fixing her gaze in the correct direction, she hastened her pace, her figure darting through the air. At the moment when her feet touched the ground, Li Mingzhu was suddenly overwhelmed by an urge to weep. If she were to leap off, she truly felt as if she might transform into a bird. The island was modest in size yet replete with all essentials. However, it was evident to Li Mingzhu that this small isle served as a haven for wandering cultivators from distant lands. Although farmers and merchants were present, they were all accomplished practitioners, and the goods they cultivated and traded were far from ordinary. Regrettably, Li Mingzhu could only observe but not partake. It was a pity that, despite her noble lineage as a saintly child, she found herself in dire financial straits. The few valuable possessions she owned were not suitable for barter. The island, known as Sanjian Island, was constructed under the auspices of the third prince of the Dragon Clan of the East Sea, intended as a trading hub for both the sea folk and wandering cultivators. After all, the relationship between these two groups was far from amicable in the overseas realm. Yet they both required certain goods from one another. The island's currency was spirit stones, abundant due to the numerous spiritual veins in the sea. However, they were predominantly guarded by formidable beasts, making extraction a challenging endeavor. "Let me out. I am suffocating." After gathering this information, Li Mingzhu casually seated herself upon a tree stump, and a small gray head emerged from the collar of her garment. It was, of course, the little Zhu bear who had secretly followed her, believing she had not noticed, when in fact, she had contained it with her magical power during their journey. Chapter 7. The Zhu bear's spirit guides the treasure hunt, shattering the illusion to ascend as a true immortal. "Is there any wine?" The little Zhu bear immediately demanded upon emerging, but unfortunately, Li Mingzhu paid it no heed. Instead, she pondered how to venture into the East Sea in search of a spiritual vein, even if she did not intend to trade for anything. Presenting a high-quality spiritual vein as a gift to Duobao would be quite commendable. For a practitioner at the nascent soul stage, such a gesture would be substantial. More importantly, Li Mingzhu desired to acquire some spirit stones to exchange for superior cultivation techniques or traveling artifacts on Sanjian Island. As for spiritual treasures, it was futile to even consider. It was unlikely that Sanjian Island would harbor such items, even those of acquired nature. "What are you thinking about?" The little Zhu bear inquired as it settled beside Li Mingzhu, noticing her indifference and deciding to approach her. "I'm contemplating how to locate a spiritual vein." Li Mingzhu replied with a wry smile, retrieving a flask of wine from her robes and tossing it to the little Zhu bear. "Looking for a spiritual vein? That's simple. Leave it to me. You missed countless spiritual veins on your way here." After taking a sip of wine, the little Zhu bear waved its hand confidently, assuring her that it would handle the matter, knowing well that one often finds oneself indebted when accepting help. Li Mingzhu merely smiled knowingly. It seemed she had already anticipated the little Zhu bear's abilities. Before the bear could react, she enveloped it within her sleeve with a swift motion. If the little Zhu bear were merely a creature fond of drinking and fleeing, Li Mingzhu would not have brought it along. Though the little Zhu bear was sulking in her sleeve, it did not neglect its duties, clearly informing Li Mingzhu that 200 miles away lay a spiritual vein. The azure sea stretches infinitely beneath the setting sun, its golden rays shimmering upon the water's surface, creating a dazzling spectacle that is somewhat blinding. Li Mingzhu maintained a pace that was neither too rapid nor too sluggish, carefully balancing the expenditure of his magical energy and the time required for his journey. This equilibrium, while not overly complicated, required a certain finesse that he had honed through practice. After approximately half an hour, Li Mingzhu finally arrived at the location mentioned by the little bear, only to find himself surrounded by the vast expanse of the sea. With a graceful leap, Li Mingzhu plunged into the water, his innate Tao body granting him immunity to both water and fire. Even the boundless ocean felt as solid as dry land beneath his feet. This was not a feat of supernatural prowess, but rather a unique gift, one that could not be acquired through mere study. For most individuals who were not of the aquatic lineage and lacked sufficient mastery, venturing into the depths of the ocean would necessitate the use of water-evading techniques. However, Li Mingzhu was free from such concerns. Beneath the surface, the water was a vibrant blue. Theoretically, the depths of the ocean should be engulfed in darkness, yet Li Mingzhu found that visibility extended for dozens of fathoms. Nevertheless, his spiritual awareness was considerably hindered, unable to reach the same distances as it could on land, a testament to the ocean's oppressive force, a marvel of nature indeed. He conjectured that the illumination he observed was emanating from a spiritual vein, prompting him to proceed towards the light without further contemplation. With each step spanning dozens of yards, he advanced gracefully. Upon reaching the light's terminus, he was astonished to discover a small city bustling with life. Voices of vendors, laughter, and even quarrels echoed vividly in the air. Structures rose like towers, forming an intricate tapestry of civilization, numbering in the millions. Suddenly, a strong wind swept through, stirring up dust and obscuring the city from view. In that moment, Li Mingzhu was reminded of a scene from a past life, reminiscent of the city of mountains he had once seen. If he was not mistaken, these two realms were indeed similar in nature. Believing he had comprehended everything, Li Mingzhu let out a hearty laugh and took a step forward, expecting clarity to follow. However, as he stepped forth, the world around him transformed. Yet, it did not dissolve as he had anticipated. What was happening? Bewildered, Li Mingzhu gazed around, his expression a mix of astonishment and disbelief. He found himself against a cold stone wall, adorned in monotonous garb, with a 3-foot-long sword resting nearby. This was unmistakably the cave where he had once meditated in his previous life. Zhuangzi dreaming of a butterfly? He murmured softly to himself. Yet he still could not bring himself to believe that he had returned to Earth, or perhaps that he had never truly departed, and this was merely a dream. While this explanation might seem the most rational, he remained unconvinced. The visions before him appeared illusory, and as Li Mingzhu sought to calm his mind, he firmly resolved that this earthly paradise was indeed a figment of imagination. Thus, it must be deemed as such. Even if it felt profoundly real, it was still but an illusion. The 3-foot sword would sever the falsehood. Such power was profoundly idealistic, in the realm of ordinary reality. No matter how fervently one might believe, the truth could not be altered. In this ethereal expanse, the power of the heart is undeniably present and profoundly influential. Not to mention the illusionary masters who delve wholeheartedly into this path. Even certain sword cultivators can transform all things with their minds. If I perceive a stone as a pear, then it becomes a pear. This assertion transcends mere belief. Ultimately, it indeed manifests as a pear. While this may sound absurd, it is a tangible reality. It is said that when the sage opened the heavens, a mere thought brought forth all existence. What immense power that entails. Li Mingzhu tightly closed his eyes, swordless yet seemingly wielding a 3-foot blade within his heart, severing the illusions. Scenes from his past life incessantly unfolded before him. Yet each one was shattered by Li Mingzhu, not through forgetfulness, but through resolution. These memories lingered in his mind, akin to a grand dream where his reality is genuine, while all else is mere illusion. Clarity of mind directly points to the great path. Surpassing the realm of delusion leads one to true immortality. The attainment of the primordial spirit to true immortality is typically a seamless process. Sufficient magical power is all that is required. However, Li Mingzhu found himself unable to break through for an extended period, primarily due to his inability to transcend the realm of delusion. Below true immortality lies 9 realms, with the realm of delusion situated after the golden elixir and beneath the primordial spirit, yet Li Mingzhu had bypassed it entirely. Now, aided by the illusion of the spirit veins beast, it was only natural for Li Mingzhu to emerge from the realm of delusion and achieve true immortality. His realm of delusion consisted of memories from his past life, which served as both an advantage and a hindrance. These memories enabled him to anticipate his adversary's moves and discern the trajectory of forthcoming significant events, yet this very knowledge also shackled him. When opportunities arise, should one relinquish them merely because of foreknowledge of impending obstacles and challenges? The path ahead is daunting. Without immense resolve and wisdom, how can one hope to attain enlightenment? If traversing this journey merely meant safeguarding oneself, it would undoubtedly be simple. But is Li Mingzhu truly content with such a fate? Thus, he wields the sword of wisdom, seeking only the great path. As Li Mingzhu slowly opened his eyes, his gaze appeared to swirl with the essence of the sun, moon, and stars. Despite his youthful visage, he bore the weight of ancient wisdom. With a broad smile, he quickly resumed his youthful demeanor, recognizing that excessive maturity could be misleading. After all, one must not be too shrewd to deceive others. Surveying his surroundings, Li Mingzhu found himself still suspended in midair, never having entered the sea. In this dream within a dream, reflecting on the experience, he could not help but feel a shiver of apprehension. Had he not rectified everything, he might have truly met his end here. Chapter 8. The Sword of Law moves to slay the beast. The dragon boat emerges with A.O. Bing. The illusion of the spirit veins guardian beast was not the most critical aspect. Considering Li Mingzhu's temperament and strength, it was inconsequential. Yet, ultimately, this beast's illusion triggered his realm of delusion. This was indeed an unforeseen calamity. Though he would eventually have to confront it, today's encounter was rather abrupt. Had it not been for Li Mingzhu's unwavering resolve, he might not have surmounted this trial. Li Mingzhu pondered for a moment and came to understand the intricate relationship between cause and effect. It could be seen as a duality of fortune and misfortune, as he successfully transcended his spirit to enter the realm of true immortals. While the breakthrough in one's realm is undeniably significant, it is of equal importance to ensure that one's cultivation progresses in tandem. Thus, Li Mingzhu, wary of complacency, immediately commenced the consolidation of his powers. The moment of spiritual illumination following a breakthrough is exceedingly rare. Should one miss it, regret would be inescapable. For cultivators like Li Mingzhu, the concept of time holds little value, as their arduous training spanned an entire 3 days. Little Zhu Xiong remained dutiful, assisting in safeguarding him despite lacking explicit instruction. Though he indulged in copious amounts of wine, truly embodying the essence of a little drunkard. Upon opening his eyes, Li Mingzhu rose slowly, gazing into the distance. The gentle sea breeze caressed him, fluttering his pristine robe in an ethereal manner. Beside him, little Zhu Xiong incessantly grumbled, lamenting the lack of gratitude for his prolonged watch, while also expressing his discontent for nearly being dropped from midair when Li Mingzhu had just risen. Amused by the little creature's complaints, Li Mingzhu retrieved a flask of wine from his sleeve and tossed it to him, which finally quelled his restlessness. It was now time to reap the fruits of his labor. Although a beast remained, it was merely an illusion-dispelled creature, posing little threat. These beasts, despite having reached the pinnacle of their cultivation, were generally only formidable due to their inherited divine abilities. Once those abilities were neutralized, they were left vulnerable. This is precisely why the transmission of techniques is deemed so precious. Such teachings are not to be shared lightly. Li Mingzhu gracefully walked upon the waves, halting after traversing approximately 100 paces, arriving at the very entrance of the previous illusion. Your abilities have been shattered. Reveal yourself now, and you may yet have a sliver of hope. He addressed the void with an air of undeniable authority. After a brief span of 3 breaths, with the surface of the sea still unperturbed, Li Mingzhu pressed his left hand against the emptiness and bellowed, "Appear." Without any overt action on his part, a ripple surged from the void to the ocean's surface. The once tranquil waters erupted into a frothy turmoil, akin to boiling water in a cauldron. From the churning depths emerged a colossal beast, bearing 6 legs, 6 angles, and dual wings. Though its size was formidable, it dared not challenge Li Mingzhu. "You, devoid of reason, clearly covet my spiritual vein." Yet, the beast began to argue but faltered midway, unsure of how to continue. Initially, it intended to accuse Li Mingzhu of hypocrisy, claiming to vanquish demons while secretly desiring the spiritual vein. Yet, in truth, Li Mingzhu had no interest in such futile discourse. The matter was quite simple. To follow the path leads to life, to oppose it leads to death. Li Mingzhu had already granted the beast an opportunity. If it chose not to cherish it, it was of no concern to him. The unwavering resolve of Li Mingzhu, who shatters illusions, is beyond imagination. To those who obstruct her path, death awaits. Her thoughts manifest into actions. She conjures a strand of her, the sword that cleaves through false realms. In a moment of inspiration, this technique emerges as if it were a natural gift of hers, an ability not belonging to any sect, but solely hers. Upon witnessing the manifestation of Li Mingzhu's, the beast is filled with dread, for though the sword appears diminutive, it bears the weight of a death warrant. Spare me. Esteemed immortal, I, a mere beast, am willing to submit, the creature pleads, its colossal form bending as if in supplication. Do you think that possible? Li Mingzhu replies with a light chuckle. My words are my bond. If I say I will kill, then I shall. The, guided by her will, descends gently, aimed at the beast's enormous head. Undoubtedly, the most vulnerable point of such an illusionary creature is its cranium, though the measure's only 3 feet. It penetrates the beast's head with ease, akin to a knife slicing through tofu. As the blade fully embeds itself within the creature's skull, it collapses without a hint of resistance. Li Mingzhu's expression remains unchanged. She feels no joy in slaying a powerful beast, and she calmly retrieves the creature's body. The carcass alone could fetch a considerable sum on Sanshan Island. While there are many powerful loose cultivators overseas, few reach the level of the primordial spirit, let alone the true immortals. Thus, the body of this fully realized primordial spirit beast is exceedingly precious. Just as Li Mingzhu prepares to collect the spiritual vein, a massive vessel cleaves through the waves, its prow adorned with 9 dragons. Esteemed friend, what remarkable technique you possess. To have effortlessly slain this primordial spirit beast fills me with admiration. Might you be interested in boarding my ship for a discussion on the Tao? A clear and commanding voice emanates from the vessel. Li Mingzhu casts but a fleeting glance at the great ship, then resumes her task of gathering the spiritual vein. Once I have finished collecting the vein, she declares before leaping into the sea. Beneath the waves, Li Mingzhu moves as if on solid ground. Swiftly arriving at the spiritual vein, she removes the Qianquan circle from her left wrist and tosses it toward the vein. Although she anticipated the high quality of this spiritual vein, even her composure falters in awe upon witnessing it. It is a supreme spiritual vein, brimming with an unimaginable abundance of spiritual energy, from which exquisite spiritual stones can be extracted. While such energy holds little value for those above the true immortal level, it remains an exceedingly rare treasure. For most loose cultivators at the true immortal stage, supreme spiritual stones are essential for their cultivation. Lacking status or connections to acquire immortal stones, they must settle for supreme spiritual stones. After all, even the smallest vermin is still flesh. Once activated, the Qianquan circle emits an insatiable pull, and the spiritual vein, like a docile kitten, is swiftly absorbed. At this moment, the atmosphere within the grand vessel had turned somewhat sour. Inside the opulent palace aboard, a young man clad in a resplendent golden robe sat in the main seat, his expression as chilling as a winter's frost. The prince is exceedingly arrogant, wouldn't you agree? Muttered an elderly man below, hunched over with a face etched in coldness, while making a gesture that signified a snapping sound. Enough, enough, let us see what he has to say, the young man replied nonchalantly, neither in agreement nor opposition. Some of his subordinates seemed eager to voice their thoughts, but were swiftly silenced by the young man, who inwardly scoffed at their lack of discernment. To him, Li Mingzhu was nothing more than a formidable insect. His appearance today was merely out of curiosity. As Li Mingzhu emerged from the depths of the sea, a considerable crowd had gathered beside the colossal vessel, drawn by its overwhelming presence, including many wandering cultivators. Li Mingzhu paid little mind to the throng and soared towards the grand vessel, becoming aware of its master's identity along the way, Liu Bing, the third prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Truly, it is said that enemies do not gather without reason. However, Li Mingzhu remained unfazed by Liu Bing's presence. Having transcended the illusions of the realm, he could regard it all with equanimity. Of course, should Liu Bing dare to provoke him, it might very well lead to a dramatic confrontation of wits. Upon stepping onto the deck of the dragon boat, Li Mingzhu appeared calm on the surface. Yet he was internally assessing the vessel with keen scrutiny. Although the dragon boat seemed vast from the outside, he soon discovered its interior to be an expansive marvel, far exceeding initial impressions. Adorned in gold and paved with pearls, Li Mingzhu could only marvel at its opulence. No, it was beyond mere wealth. It was extravagance devoid of humanity. Yet, this was merely the surface. Deeper, more intricate formations and restrictions lay hidden within. While Li Mingzhu could not perceive their full extent, he understood their formidable nature. Ever since his arrival on this dragon boat, he had not dared to relax his vigilance. The misting silk had already been discreetly arranged for defense. One must never be too trusting, especially when faced with someone like Ao Bing. Following the lavish pathway, Li Mingzhu advanced steadily until he reached the grand hall where Ao Bing resided. Though referred to as a hall, it was, in fact, a palace of extraordinary luxury. In the hall, Li Mingzhu fixed his gaze upon Ao Bing in the yellow robe, maintaining unwavering focus despite his inferior position. In terms of aura, however, he did not yield in the least. This composure was not something ordinary individuals could possess, especially when standing before the master of the East Sea and the third prince of the Dragon Clan. "Friend, please, have a seat," Ao Bing said casually, not elevating his regard for Li Mingzhu due to his demeanor, for in his eyes, Li Mingzhu was merely a fleeting presence. "No need for that, Your Highness. If you have matters to discuss, please proceed. Though I am not in a hurry, I would prefer not to linger." Li Mingzhu spoke with a calm demeanor, neither servile nor overbearing. "It is merely Ao Bing," she remarked. While it may not be prudent to oppose him at this moment, she held no fear and saw no need to compromise her stance. "Boldness. The prince's invitation is a courtesy extended to you, yet you dare to confront him so brazenly? What punishment do you deserve?" Before Ao Bing could respond, a dark-faced man beside the throne pointed angrily at Li Mingzhu, his already dark countenance growing even more ominous. "His Highness possesses great magnanimity. How could he stoop to quarrel with a person of your lowly stature? It would reflect poorly if such matters were to be made public." Li Mingzhu chuckled mischievously, subtly implying that with so many witnesses to her ascent upon the dragon boat, any misfortune would tarnish the reputation of the Dragon Palace. "Indeed, it is only reasonable that His Highness would not lower himself to engage with a petty individual such as you," remarked the hunchbacked Prime Minister Gui, stroking his beard with a smile. "Enough of this nonsense. Be gone." The old tortoise's words drew a secret smile from Li Mingzhu, for such a minister was clearly attempting to speak on her behalf. If Ao Bing had intended to assert his authority over her, it might have been manageable. But with the old tortoise's flattery, it became truly awkward for him. As expected, Ao Bing, who had maintained a composed demeanor moments before, now shouted furiously, his face a deep shade of anger. "Your Highness, please do not take offense. Prime Minister Gui speaks with a heart full of sincerity." Li Mingzhu stepped forward earnestly, her expression captivating. To an uninformed observer, one might well think she was Ao Bing's subordinate, demonstrating her exceptional acting prowess. "Of course, I recognize the Prime Minister's sincerity," replied the prince, "but if that is the case, I must request that he offer himself today, for I desire to enjoy tortoise soup. Guards, take him away and prepare it." Ao Bing, cold and unyielding, declared that the old tortoise had committed no offense, merely voicing an ill-timed remark. Even without Li Mingzhu's assistance, his fate would have been grim, for serving a monarch is akin to walking with a tiger. As the Prime Minister was dragged away amidst his cries for mercy, Li Mingzhu remained unfazed. "I thought you might plead for that old tortoise," Ao Bing said slowly, descending from his seat, a chill in his voice. "Why should I plead for him?" Li Mingzhu gently shook her head. "His death concerns your dragon palace, not me. You have surprised me, but let us conclude this. You have two choices: surrender the spiritual vein and submit to me, or face death." Ao Bing's patience seemed to have reached its limit, and his earlier outrage over the Prime Minister's fate had awakened a murderous intent within him. He was no longer interested in a battle of wits with Li Mingzhu, but rather chose to issue a direct threat. "Is that all it takes to provoke you? You are far from worthy. Compared to your father, you simply do not measure up," Li Mingzhu replied with a smile. Though she had only encountered the East Sea Dragon King once in a past life, his character was indeed beyond Ao Bing's reach. Faced with the various pressures from the Jade Emperor, he had managed to maintain the prosperity of the Dragon Clan. Such an accomplishment was no trivial feat presumptuous. As Li Mingzhu disregarded both the Dragon King and the Crown Prince, there was no need for Ao Bing to issue commands. His subordinates, the martial generals and attendants, erupted in a chorus of shouts, drawing their blades. What? To kill and seize treasures? To destroy the evidence? The corners of Li Mingzhu's mouth curled slightly, leaving one to ponder whether it was mockery or something else entirely. Indeed, his initial thoughts proved accurate. He and Ao Bing were natural adversaries, although their motivations differed. Their personalities seemed markedly transformed from the legends of their past lives, yet their fates appeared to converge towards a similar outcome. Of course, this was merely a tendency. The ultimate result remained uncertain. After Li Mingzhu's words echoed in the grand hall, tension thickened palpably, as if a pin drop could be heard. "Do you truly believe I The Crown Prince would spare you for the sake of the Dragon Palace's reputation? Ao Bing sneered, gesturing dismissively behind him. The clang of weapons was incessant as the Dragon Palace's armored soldiers swiftly encircled Li Mingzhu, forming 10 complete circles with no escape in sight. Li Mingzhu smiled without retort. There was no need for debate, for facts spoke louder than words. Originally, he had no intention of mobilizing forces over a mere spiritual vein, yet for reasons unknown. He found Li Mingzhu's presence irksome, especially as the latter displayed such a lack of awareness. Ao Bing gently rubbed a jade rui he had drawn from somewhere, speaking slowly. His demeanor lacking any arrogance, as if the current situation were perfectly ordinary. You claim your Dragon Palace has exerted such effort. What if you ultimately fail to retain me? Li Mingzhu laughed, exuding an inexplicable confidence even in what was evidently a deadlock. You think you can escape? What a grand jest. Ao Bing laughed heartily, paying no mind to Li Mingzhu's bravado. Oh, and what now? Li Mingzhu's smile turned peculiar, as if wandering through an uninhabited realm, effortlessly weaving through the tight encirclement as though his form were ethereal. Despite being surrounded by hundreds of armored soldiers, he traversed through their very bodies. An illusion? The black-faced man gasped, horrified. Having been entangled with an illusion for so long, they had failed to notice it, leaving them in shock. If this young man were to employ illusions against them, could they withstand it? Knowing it was an illusion, why had they not sought his true form? Ao Bing's expression darkened, his voice heavy with foreboding. Though his anger was restrained, it bore the weight of an impending storm, one that could unleash chaos at any moment. In the East Sea, he indeed possessed such capabilities. Yes, Your Highness. The black-faced man, not daring to delay, promptly set out to lead troops in search. Li Mingzhu observed coldly, pondering their attempts to find his true self. How could they succeed? The illusion he commanded spoke once more. This time, consider it your victory. But as long as I remain in the East Sea, I do not believe you can escape my grasp. Ao Bing replied coldly, his murderous intent palpable. Then let us wait and see. Li Mingzhu replied, leaving behind an unspoken sentiment. Let us see who shall slay whom. He laughed heartily as he stepped outside, proclaiming, We are not mere weeds in the wind. The mirage of Li Mingzhu laughed with abandon, his robes flowing gracefully as he departed. Only the shrimp soldiers and crab generals remained, along with Ao Bing and his martial followers, whose faces were as cold as ice. Ao Bing's subordinates trembled, too fearful to utter a word. Chapter 10. An unexpected encounter at the Palace of the Stolen Air, unbeknownst to the Dragon Maiden. To be toyed with in such a manner, yet escape unharmed. Who would dare provoke the prince now? Ao Bing commanded the 3,000 swordfish soldiers, 3,000 tiger shark warriors, and 3,000 sea cow troops to mobilize, scouring the vast ocean for miles, intent on ensuring that the young man would find no resting place for his remains. He spoke ominously, his voice akin to a demon from the depths of hell, as the invaluable jade scepter in his hand shattered at his command. Understood. His subordinates dared not dissent, hastily obeying his orders, as if granted a great reprieve. Meanwhile, Li Mingzhu reveled in his newfound freedom. Having swiftly made his way to Three Mountain Island to procure a fine spirit vessel, sailing swiftly across the ocean, were one to gaze from above, they would discern that his course pointed directly towards the Qianlong Palace, Ao Bing's stronghold. In truth, Li Mingzhu had recognized Ao Bing's ill intentions long before their encounter in the depths of the sea, yet he was unwilling to concede. Fortuitously, the inner core of the demon beast he had slain possessed the power to manipulate illusions, which enabled him to orchestrate the later events that toyed with Ao Bing. Of course, had Li Mingzhu not shattered the false realm and significantly enhanced his mental fortitude, he would not have been able to wield that inner core with such finesse. After all, even the demon beast itself could scarcely conjure illusions of Li Mingzhu's caliber. Understanding that Ao Bing would undoubtedly be searching for him, Li Mingzhu first exchanged for the spirit vessel upon reaching Three Mountain Island, and then inquired about the location of Ao Bing's lair. The adage that the most perilous places are often the safest holds true. Moreover, Li Mingzhu harbored a bold notion, eager to gauge the depths of Ao Bing's animosity towards him. Upon taking refuge near the Qianlong Palace, it took merely half an hour for Ao Bing's subordinates to arrive with orders. Observing the entire army of the Qianlong Palace mobilize, Li Mingzhu smiled, an expression filled with joy and a hint of mischief. You, Ao Bing, scour the seas in search of me, yet you never anticipated that I, Li Mingzhu, would venture into your very stronghold. Soon, I shall plunder your lair. It is said that the dragon clan is affluent, and this notion had taken root in Li Mingzhu's mind after his previous experience aboard the dragon boat. However, this opportunity was indeed presented by Ao Bing himself. Had he not frantically dispatched the forces of the Qianlong Palace, Li Mingzhu would have had no such chance. Once the army had distanced themselves, Li Mingzhu transformed, seamlessly shifting from the elegant young man into a dark-clad, black-faced figure, the very same imposing man from the dragon boat. The innate Dao body transforms infinitely. Even if Li Mingzhu is not versed in the art of transformation, such changes are nevertheless remarkably lifelike. Striding boldly, Li Mingzhu approached the grand entrance of the Qianlong Palace, exuding an aura akin to that of a truly formidable figure. Halt! A guard bellowed from several dozen paces away. Li Mingzhu, maintaining her haughty demeanor, did not pause, yet discreetly scrutinized the Qianlong Palace. One must concede that the moniker of the Dragon Palace as a crystal palace is indeed well-deserved. Its entirety is adorned with either precious gems or exquisite glass, all imbued with protective talismanic arrays. Wealthy and influential, it was none other than General Li Liang. Hadn't General Li just departed? Why return so soon? The two guards inquired cautiously, clearly aware of the high standing of the dark-faced General Li. It was only then that Li Mingzhu recalled. This Li Liang was the legendary Yaksha general who had met his demise at the hands of Nezha in a previous life. His Highness has commanded this general to retrieve a spiritual treasure from the treasury to capture that little thief. Lead the way swiftly, Li Mingzhu retorted with a cold scoff. Delivering a swift kick to one of the guards, her fierce demeanor laid bare. Initially, the guards harbored skepticism, but after experiencing the force of her kick, their doubts dissipated. General Li was indeed known for his ruthlessness. With no room for dissent, they quietly led the way ahead, all the while cursing Li Liang in their hearts. Damn the Yaksha, when your downfall arrives, we shall see how you fare. Yet, they dared not voice their grievances openly, fully aware that as insignificant figures, they likely would not live to see that day. Moreover, Li Liang was a trusted confidant of the crown prince, making his downfall nearly impossible. Navigating through clusters of palaces and coral groves, the two guards soon brought Li Mingzhu to the entrance of the treasury. You may leave now. Do not allow anyone to disturb us, or you shall bear the consequences. Li Mingzhu commanded sharply, delivering another kick to the guard, relishing her authoritative stance. It is no wonder that people are willing to go to great lengths to attain positions of power. The pleasure of issuing commands from a lofty height is indeed delightful. Yet it pales in comparison to the eternal truths of the Tao. After all, there is always a higher mountain, as one directs others. There are inevitably those who will direct you in turn. Once the guards had departed, Li Mingzhu found herself in a quandary. The treasury door was tightly shut. How was she to enter? She reached out and pushed the door, initially just testing. Only to her astonishment, it swung open. Could it be that Ao Bing was so trusting of his subordinates that even the treasury door was left unlocked? Pondering this, Li Mingzhu seized the opportunity without hesitation, stepping inside and ensuring to close the door behind her. Once inside, she reverted to her true appearance. Having initially planned to force her way in with the Qinquan circle, she was determined not to squander this unexpected opportunity. As she crossed the threshold, Li Mingzhu was momentarily dazzled by the sight before her. Gleaming gold and a myriad of colorful gemstones and crystals scattered haphazardly across the floor. Only the most exquisite magical artifacts, celestial spiritual items, and secret tomes of martial arts could be placed upon the shelves by Ao Bing. Even a few innate spiritual treasures could be found among them. The Dragon Palace was indeed overflowing with wealth, and Li Mingzhu marveled at it. Ultimately, she decided to disregard any concerns and collected everything into her Qinquan circle, indifferent to their utility. After all, having chosen to plunder, what did it matter whether the treasures were useful or not? Stealing one treasure is still stealing. Stealing 100 is no different. There was no room for hesitation. And Li Mingzhu perceived this clearly. Hey, what are you doing? Suddenly, Li Mingzhu felt a tap on her shoulder, and a melodious voice rang out from behind her. The Qinquan circle swept forth, swift as fire. Caught off guard by someone approaching so stealthily, Li Mingzhu's first instinct was to defend herself. A crisp sound echoed as she turned to see a young girl clad in a pale yellow gauze dress, who had deftly blocked her Qinquan circle with an exquisite dagger. What is wrong with you? Not only are you raiding the treasure vault, but you also dare to strike. The girl huffed, her face flushed with indignation. May I inquire who this fairy is and why she appears here, unprovokedly striking me? Li Mingzhu's nerves tightened, no longer allowing any room for complacency. The girl's ability to stealthily approach and block her Qinquan circle indicated she was far from ordinary. Why should it matter who I am? I am here to steal treasures. What else would I be doing? You are quite ungrateful. Without me, you wouldn't even have entered this treasure vault, and yet you play the victim. The girl bounced about, her expression one of disdain as she pointed an accusing finger at Li Mingzhu. It is my fault, my lady. How about we each take what we need? Li Mingzhu offered a charming smile, apologizing while maintaining her vigilance. Then it is settled. The girl giggled, appearing entirely devoid of ulterior motives, yet Li Mingzhu remained cautious. Xiao Zhu Xiong, go gather the treasures, Li Mingzhu commanded as she released Xiao Zhu Xiong, handing it the Hunyuan silk to seek out truly valuable items, while she herself would collect more mundane objects, allowing her to keep a close watch on the girl. What an adorable little cat, the girl exclaimed, rushing towards Xiao Zhu Xiong and scooping it up, instantly enchanted, as cute creatures always seem to capture the hearts of young girls. Release me, you feline. You and your entire family are cats. Xiao Zhu Xiong wriggled free from the girl's embrace, slipping away with ease while cursing, not forgetting to let out a belch. A cat that drinks is no good cat, the girl declared earnestly. Chapter 11. Li Mingzhu's visit. Lightly breaking the fish formation to vanquish the Yiksha, the girl seemed genuinely naive to the ways of the world. Although Xiao Zhu Xiong was quite irritated, it refrained from speaking harshly. Li Mingzhu chose to ignore the exchange, yet her wariness towards the girl had diminished significantly. It appeared she was indeed a thief, and a foolish one at that. For if she were not foolish, how could she possibly share in the bounty of such a treasure-filled room? Li Mingzhu urged Xiao Zhu Xiong to collect the treasures, while he casually gathered a few unremarkable trinkets, engaging the young girl in light-hearted conversation. Have you discovered anything of value in the treasury? Li Mingzhu inquired nonchalantly, momentarily at a loss for words and resorting to a random topic. What do you intend to do? The girl looked at Li Mingzhu with suspicion. Though her thoughts were innocent, it did not imply she was naive. It seems I have been careless. Rest assured, I harbor no intentions of plundering you. I merely asked out of curiosity. Besides, if I truly sought to rob you, I would be unable to contend with you, Li Mingzhu exclaimed with a laugh, slapping his forehead. Indeed, then I shall share with you, the girl said, lifting her chin proudly, seemingly in agreement with Li Mingzhu's last remark about being unassailable. To be honest, there aren't many remarkable treasures in the Qianlong Palace treasury. The most valuable items are merely a handful, and I have already taken them. With a playful smile, she appeared to boast of her prowess. She then produced several spiritual treasures, prominently displaying the dagger that had previously thwarted Li Mingzhu's Qinquan circle. The treasures included the Canglong dagger, the Jiulong jade, and the Qilong pearl, 3 inferior innate spiritual treasures, all cherished collectibles of the third prince. The girl elaborated on the functions of these 3 treasures, 1 for offense, 1 for defense, and 1 pertaining to a domain, all of which were quite impressive. Despite having long been desensitized to the opulence of the dragon race, Li Mingzhu could not help but marvel at the glimmering innate treasures before him. The two engaged in casual banter, yet neither disclosed their secrets. In fact, Li Mingzhu did not even know the girl's name. Time slipped away unnoticed, and by the time Xiao Zhu Xiong returned with the collected treasures, Li Mingzhu had thoroughly raided the ordinary stock of the treasury. Originally, Li Mingzhu believed that after the girl had cleared out the place, Xiao Zhu Xiong would be fortunate to find anything of worth. However, the outcome pleasantly surprised him. Upon receiving the news from Xiao Zhu Xiong that 2 innate treasures and 3 acquired treasures had been found, Li Mingzhu's spirits soared. Although they were merely inferior innate treasures and seemed somewhat lackluster in utility, they were still innate treasures. Stowing away the Qinquan circle, Li Mingzhu did not rush to appraise the treasures, but instead approached a grand stone pillar at the center of the treasury. He brandished a massive brush, looted from the treasury, and began to write with fervor. Li Mingzhu was here. In a moment, a large piece of cursive script was completed. Initially, he had contemplated imitating the monkey's act of urinating, yet he refrained, feeling too embarrassed with the girl present. Having emptied the treasury, Li Mingzhu lost interest in lingering within the Qianlong Palace. After bidding farewell to the girl, he transformed into the formidable Yasha Li Liang and strode confidently out of the palace. Once Li Mingzhu departed, the girl remained deep in thought, pondering something unknown. So, your name is Li Mingzhu. The maiden suddenly smiled gently, her countenance resembling that of a peach blossom, as if in an instant the entire world had been enchanted by her presence. Li Mingzhu, having long departed, could not witness this enchanting scene. Otherwise, she too would have been captivated by the girl's charm. However, one undeniable truth that Li Mingzhu must confront is that the vast expanse of the sea is besieged by Ao Bing's formidable barriers. Unless he chooses to remain hidden indefinitely, he must inevitably face the impending army. Would Li Mingzhu choose to hide away? Certainly not. His character would never allow for such cowardice, and moreover, the tasks assigned by Shiji demanded that he not linger for too long. Li Mingzhu advanced relentlessly, effortlessly overcoming the soldiers of the Qianlong Palace along his path. Eventually, he arrived at a strait known as Yixianshan, a crucial passage to Jingjia Island. This strait also represented the final blockade set by Ao Bing towards Jingjia Island, and, as fate would have it, the very guardian of this narrow passage was none other than Li Liang. Indeed, it is said that foes are drawn together. However, Li Mingzhu paid little heed to this coincidence, for the outcome would remain unchanged regardless of who stood guard. In Li Mingzhu's eyes, Li Liang was already as good as dead. Yet, what astonished Li Mingzhu was the realization that, by all accounts, Ao Bing should have been aware of the plundering of the treasury by now. Why then had no news emerged? The anticipated tempest had failed to materialize. While the pursuit against him remained relentless, it was clear that Ao Bing did not exhibit the fury and near collapse one would expect in such circumstances. Steering his spirit vessel, Li Mingzhu boldly plunged into the Yixianshan Strait, unconcerned about any potential ambush. His audacity was unparalleled. With merely 1,000 swordfish soldiers and one Li Liang, Li Mingzhu regarded them with indifference. As a true immortal, once he fully harnessed the power of the Qiankuan Circle and the Huntian Silks, even a Deluo Jingxian would find it a challenge to contend with him under the constraints of this realm's laws. This was the favor of heaven towards the weak. And for Li Mingzhu, it was most fortuitous. Though he was but a true immortal, he could traverse the vast wilderness with ease. As Li Mingzhu navigated his spirit vessel, Li Liang, of course, noticed his approach and quickly assembled his forces. Truth be told, Li Liang felt an unsettling trepidation. He had witnessed Li Mingzhu's formidable advance just half a day prior, and it had left a profound impression on him. Yet what could he do? Should he refrain from intervening? Li Liang prepared himself for battle, while Li Mingzhu remained calm and composed, unperturbed by the impending confrontation. The disparity in their spirits was immediately apparent. Even before a single blow was struck, Li Liang was already at a disadvantage in terms of momentum. Young man, I advise you to surrender swiftly. You may yet find a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, when His Highness arrives, you shall find no resting place for your remains. Li Liang bellowed at the spirit vessel that showed no signs of slowing down, while the 1,000 swordfish soldiers formed ranks to obstruct his path. Did he truly believe these ineffectual warriors could impede my progress? Li Mingzhu drew forth the mystical silk, and with a casual flick, the 3-foot red ribbon soared into the wind, transforming into a magnificent expanse that enveloped the 1,000 swordfish warriors. Although the attack of the Qiankuan Circle was formidable, in terms of rank, the mystical silk was indeed superior, being a genuine high-grade innate spiritual treasure. It not only served as a defense and a means to entangle and restrain foes, but also excelled in delivering lethal blows, showcasing boundless utility. Aside from its somewhat youthful appearance, it was nearly flawless in every regard. Even Li Mingzhu could find little to criticize. As the mystical silk encapsulated the 1,000 swordfish warriors, it slowly constricted like a carnivorous flower, and within moments, the 1,000 warriors were utterly annihilated. The once mighty Yaksha, Li Liang, now found himself utterly alone. Well, it seems you are the last one standing. Do you have any final words? Li Mingzhu gazed at him with an impassive expression, as if observing a lifeless corpse. Should we fight, then? Am I to fear you, Li Mingzhu? Li Liang scoffed, wielding a trident forged from a millennium of frozen ice. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Li Mingzhu, thrusting the trident towards her. Let the battle commence. I shall send you on your way. Li Mingzhu, with a flick of her wrist, expanded the Qiankuan Circle, intercepting the thrust and sending Li Liang hurtling back 100 yards. The disparity between their powers, whether in cultivation or in spiritual treasures, was insurmountable. Even though Li Mingzhu had yet to master any profound techniques and had only recently ascended to the true immortal realm, the gap remained vast. The Qiankuan Circle, released from her hand, moved freely as if there were countless circles descending from every direction upon Li Liang. It must be said that Li Liang's prowess was commendable. He managed to block each of the Qiankuan Circle strikes. Alas, the might of the spiritual treasure was beyond his capacity to withstand. Despite his efforts to fend off the Qiankuan Circle, he suffered from the recoil with each block, and by the time Li Mingzhu retracted the circle, blood streamed from his 7 orifices, leaving him on the brink of death. The significance of spiritual treasures was starkly evident at that moment. Had Li Mingzhu not possessed the Qiankuan Circle and the mystical silk, engaging Li Liang in close combat might have rendered her at a disadvantage. Indeed, throughout the divine battle, many formidable beings had perished at the hands of potent spiritual treasures. Li Mingzhu, not wishing to torment Li Liang further, unleashed one final strike, and he fell, lifeless. Chapter 12. The path of the Holy Mother transcends instantly. The 8 immortals beneath the tree discuss apprenticeship. Li Mingzhu watched as Li Liang's body was gradually consumed by the sea creatures, her expression remarkably calm. There was no sorrow. Instead, she was consumed by a solemn admonition to herself. The path to enlightenment is fraught with challenges, and every step must be taken with utmost caution. The journey of cultivation is one where a single misstep leads to a cascade of errors. Otherwise, one might find themselves adrift in the sea, just as he was, despite having the backing of the Holy Mother Nuwa. After all, the primordial world is rife with madness. Just as Li Mingzhu prepared to embark on her spiritual vessel, a golden ripple emanated from the void, accompanied by the resonant sounds of Tao. Li Mingzhu gazed into the void with a mix of astonishment and suspicion. Undeniably, someone was approaching, but were they friend or foe? Golden lotuses adorned the ground as a white tortoise ambled forth, bearing upon its shell a young maiden clad in the garb of a Taoist priestess. She bore no weapons and exuded an ethereal aura, leaving one to ponder her identity. Perhaps she was an exalted immortal. Having encountered an esteemed elder, may I inquire which celestial mountain you reside upon to cultivate and seek blessings? Li Mingzhu reverently performed a bow befitting a disciple of the mystical sect, recognizing that this priestess was no ordinary being. She might very well be a great Luo golden immortal, or even a potential leader among her kind. Naturally, he dared not exhibit the slightest hint of negligence, for the pressure emanating from her presence was overwhelmingly potent. There is no need for excessive formalities. I am but a humble disciple of the Up-Clear Saint, known as the Mother of No Regrets, practicing in the Li Mountains, en route to Golden Tortoise Island. The priestess replied with a gentle smile, gracefully dismounting from the tortoise. She surveyed the sea, marred by blood and chaos, and with a soft sigh, it seemed as if profound cosmic truths resonated from her being. The scripture she referred to was the Up-Clear Lingbao Sutra, and the fate of those who perished was of no concern to her. Her actions were merely incidental. Those of the mystical sect are attuned to the heavenly heart, and thus it is. Greetings, esteemed Uncle Wudong. Li Mingzhu inhaled deeply and bowed once more, realizing he stood before the revered mother of no regrets. Her heart was steadfast, her calculations astute, and her achievements unparalleled. Such are the accolades bestowed upon her in later generations, marking her as one of the few disciples to survive the calamity of the Fengshen. She later traversed the mortal realm to impart wisdom, distinguishing herself among the 3rd generation of disciples. It appears you are the nephew of Lingzhu. Have you come to honor the birthday of the elder brother as well? Wudong casually divined. Her voice, though soft, resonated clearly in Li Mingzhu's ears. Indeed, I have come at the behest of Lady Shiji to convey birthday wishes to Master Duobao. And I share that sentiment, Li Mingzhu replied with ease. Having confirmed the identity of his visitor and established a connection, he felt a weight lift from his shoulders. The formidable presence of Wudong had initially instilled doubt, leading him to ponder whether she had indeed transcended to the realm of a potential leader. Then it seems we are on a similar path. Shall we journey together? Wudong gazed eastward, as if catching sight of the festivities at Golden Tortoise Island. Thank you, esteemed uncle. Li Mingzhu expressed his gratitude, recognizing the unspoken understanding in her invitation to accompany him, acknowledging his earlier discomfort. Wudong nodded, making no apparent gesture, yet she slowly took a step forward. Before Li Mingzhu could fully comprehend, he found himself transported to the shores of Golden Tortoise Island. The prowess of the Mother of No Regrets was evident at that moment, as in the blink of an eye, they had traversed thousands of miles. As Li Mingzhu walked alongside the Mother of No Regrets, no obstacles impeded their path. Rather, they were greeted by a procession of celestial children and maidens who bowed in homage. The Mother of No Regrets was one of the 8 direct disciples of the celestial sage. Her profound cultivation earned her immense respect among her peers and a commendable reputation throughout the primordial realms. If it is said that the Cloud Master is the blessed golden immortal of the teaching of expounding, then the Wudong Holy Mother is undoubtedly the blessed immortal of the teaching of interception, possessing profound opportunities and untouched by the cycle of cause and effect. The Wudong Holy Mother did not immediately take Li Mingzhu to meet the Precious One. Instead, she led him to a splendid cave dwelling, indicating that he should temporarily reside there. After all, the birthday celebration of the Precious One had yet to commence, and not all the immortals had arrived. Once Li Mingzhu was settled, Wudong gracefully departed, presumably to reunite with some fellow disciples. Li Mingzhu paid little heed to this and made himself comfortable in the cave, focusing on his cultivation, remaining tranquil like a still pond. Jinbi Island is indeed a genuine fairy dwelling, rich in celestial aura, with extraordinary fruits and spiritual roots visible in abundance. Cranes soar, deer call, butterflies flit, and phoenixes dance amidst wondrous mountains and peculiar stones. Deep within Jimbi Island, beneath an ancient tree so vast that it would require 100 people to encircle it, several immortals gathered to discuss profound truths. Wudong's junior sister, what are your thoughts? Inquired a rotund figure clad in black Taoist robes, cheerfully addressing the assembly of 8 seated in the 8 trigrams positions. Indeed, a commendable talent. Possessing an innate Tao body and a strong inclination towards the way. He does not appear to be as unruly as my teacher described, Wudong remarked with evident satisfaction. True, he does not seem as mischievous as when I first encountered him in a past life. His temperament has changed significantly, yet he remains a formidable being. Observed a dark-faced man beside Wudong, stroking his long beard. Brother Gongming, how can your words sound so awkward? Retorted a woman in azure robes, seated opposite the chubby Taoist. Indeed, Brother Gongming, who in the teaching of interception does not know of your prowess in killing. You are the foremost in that regard, joined in another woman in green, supporting her companion's critique of the dark-faced man, revealing their camaraderie. Sisters, do not speak ill of your elder brother, a woman in white interjected, her tone laced with reproach. Sister Yin Xiao is considerate, unlike the two of you, the dark-faced man grinned, casting a mock glare at the women in azure and green. These 4 were none other than the 3 sisters of Sanxian Island, Yin Xiao, Qiong Xiao, and Bi Xiao, while the dark-faced man was none other than Zhao Gongming of Amei Mountain's Luofu Cave. The 4 were originally transformed from the 3 clouds and a divine wind in the world, accepted as direct disciples by the Saint of Upper Clarity. The 8 individuals beneath the tree were indeed the 8 direct disciples of the Saint of Upper Clarity. Aside from these 4, the chubby Taoist in black robes was none other than the eldest senior brother, the Precious One, along with the Wudong Holy Mother. The remaining 2 were the Golden Spirit Holy Mother and the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother. Their discourse centered around Li Mingzhu. It turned out that the goddess Niwa, seeing that Li Mingzhu had not yet taken Tai as his master, sought a new teacher for him in the Wudong Holy Mother. However, unlike Tai, the Wudong Holy Mother did not immediately take him as her disciple. Instead, she observed Li Mingzhu for a time. It must be said that she was quite satisfied with this prospective student. If the esteemed junior sister has made a decision, then let her take on disciples during the celebration of my birthday, thus announcing it to all the celestial beings. Duobao smiled as he spoke, feeling honored by his junior sister's acquisition of excellent disciples. Excellent, excellent. The crowd echoed in agreement, and soon the 8 individuals began to engage in profound discussions. All of them were direct disciples of saints, each possessing cultivation at least at the great Luo level, and their discourse was nothing short of magnificent, akin to golden lotuses blossoming amid a shower of heavenly flowers, especially within the confines of Jining Island, free from the restrictions of worldly laws. The scene was even more grandiose. However, it was destined that this discourse would remain unseen by outsiders, as all the aura and spectacle were obscured by the ancient trees. While the 8 revered immortals, the most distinguished and powerful on Jining Island, were deliberating over Li Mingzhu, he found himself in a predicament. The troublemaker was none other than the drunken little Zhu Xiong. Chapter 13. The trouble caused by gluttony and drunkenness. Duobao sets a test with a tranquil mind. Li Mingzhu sat in meditation to cultivate his qi. Although he had already attained the realm of true immortality, he dared not relax for even a moment. Moreover, within the ethereal abode of Jining Island, a truly rare sanctuary for cultivation, the absence of worldly constraints made it even more precious. The path of cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. If one does not advance, one inevitably falls back. This principle is difficult to articulate, yet it remains an undeniable truth. While Li Mingzhu was engrossed in quiet cultivation within the cave, little Zhu Xiong, oblivious to the world, stumbled out with a large vat of wine clutched in his tiny arms. Preoccupied with his own practice, Li Mingzhu paid no heed to the creature, thinking that it would cause no significant disruption given its limited capabilities. Alas, sometimes, matters do not unfold as one might expect. As little Zhu Xiong ambled away from the cave in a drunken stupor, he wandered aimlessly, guided only by instinct. Unbeknownst to him, he had surreptitiously pilfered a divine spirit wine brewed by Li Mingzhu using a millennium-old spiritual herb. The potency of such spirit wine was no trifling matter. Even though little Zhu Xiong was a deity of wine, his lack of cultivation rendered him unable to withstand its effects. As he swayed and stumbled, the little bear found himself before a peach orchard. The petals danced in the air, and the vast expanse of the orchard bore fruit in abundance, blooming and ripening in profusion. Though these peaches were not the legendary pan peaches, they were far from ordinary, for they were cultivated upon Jining Island. The pan peach is a supreme water attribute spiritual root, and one of the 5 innate spiritual roots, while the peach trees on Jining Island may not rival them. They too possess innate spiritual properties. In a half-conscious daze, little Zhu Xiong inexplicably hopped into the orchard. For a gluttonous drunkard, encountering such a paradise of peaches was an opportunity too tempting to resist. Without discrimination, he seized and devoured peaches of all sizes and ripeness. One could only marvel at how his tiny belly managed to accommodate such a feast. Within mere moments of entering the orchard, he had consumed over a dozen peaches. Compared to the later tumultuous antics of the monkey in the heavenly palace, the small bear named Zhu was indeed unparalleled in its gluttony. Unbeknownst to him, all of this was being observed by the 8 immortals beneath the ancient tree. With a resigned smile, the immortal Dubao opened his eyes and instructed the water and fire youngster to capture the thief stealing peaches from the dragon peach orchard. However, he cautioned against causing any harm. Furthermore, he directed the youngster to invite his brother Lingzhu from the tranquil water grotto. After issuing his commands, the 8 immortals exchanged amused glances. Even if the entire dragon peach orchard were to be devoured by the small bear, they would remain indifferent, finding the little creature simply amusing and truly exceptional. To these 8 disciples of the saints, who stood almost at the pinnacle of the 3 realms, such trivial matters were hardly worth consideration. In no time, the water and fire youngster arrived at the orchard, and upon focusing his gaze, he saw a plump gray figure darting about the peach trees, continuously devouring the peaches. "Who dares to steal my peaches?" he bellowed, startling the little bear, yet not fearing to scare away the thief. With a wave of his left hand, he cast a massive net, shimmering in hues of red and green. Although the little bear, now awake, attempted to escape, his skills were of little use in the confines of Golden Tortoise Island. The water and fire net ensnared him, and despite his diminutive stature, he was surprisingly heavy. The water and fire youngster fixed his gaze on the little bear as if he would consume it whole, which caused the bear to curl up in fear. Were it not for Dubao's order to avoid harm, the youngster might have considered using the bear for alchemical purposes, given the abundance of dragon peaches. Ultimately, he lacked the courage to do so, sighed, and after securing the little bear, he made his way to the tranquil water grotto. Within the grotto, Li Mingzhu continued his cultivation, though an inexplicable sense of restlessness stirred within him, leaving him perplexed. Such confusion was understandable. After all, the 8 immortals had joined forces to obscure the heavenly secrets. Although Li Mingzhu had attained true immortality, even his keen perception could not unravel the enigma. "Is Brother Lingzhu present?" called the water and fire youngster from outside the grotto. "May I inquire who you are, and why you address me as brother?" Li Mingzhu stepped out, gazing at the water and fire youngster with bewilderment. "I am but a disciple of Lord Dubao, sent here with a message for you to join me beneath the Wanhua tree," the youngster replied with a smile. Although he was unaware of the young man's identity, it was evident that being called brother by the Lord signified he was no ordinary individual. Moreover, the youngster's impression of Li Mingzhu was quite favorable, and his earlier foul mood from the dragon peach orchard seemed to have lifted considerably. As they journeyed towards the Wanhua tree, Li Mingzhu, despite his many questions, felt it inappropriate to pry further, for he was not well acquainted with the water and fire youngster. Though he sensed a vague familiarity from a past life, it was insufficient to presume a camaraderie. The ancient trees towered majestically. Beneath their boughs stood 8 celestial beings, their ethereal presence adorned with smiles as they regarded Li Mingzhu. Yet, an unsettling sensation crept over her, as if foreboding misfortune was imminent. Li Mingzhu, a disciple from Chentang Pass, respectfully greeted her esteemed elders. Being the junior, she understood the necessity of proper decorum, and thus she bowed with humility, recognizing that paying respects to such illustrious figures was no disgrace. "Lingzhu, there is no need for excessive formality," spoke Duobao with a smile, gesturing with his left hand, causing a meditation mat to materialize beside Li Mingzhu. "Come, sit and converse. As a disciple of Nuwa, you ought to be regarded as our peer." Though Duobao was rotund, his visage radiated kindness, with gentle eyes and long ears that evoked no animosity. "I dare not presume," Li Mingzhu replied hastily, though her voice trembled with apprehension. It was imbued with determination and pride. The 8 disciples of the Upper Clear sect exchanged glances, nodding in quiet approval, though they concealed their satisfaction. "Dare not? Then behold who this is." Zhao Gongming, his brow darkened further, barked sternly. Suddenly, the small Zhu bear, previously nestled in the sleeve of the water and fire boy, was suspended in midair, ensnared by Zhao Gongming's power. Li Mingzhu gazed at the bear's pitiful expression, momentarily bewildered by the turn of events. "May I inquire, esteemed master uncle, what transgression has the small Zhu bear committed to deserve such confinement?" Li Mingzhu suppressed her astonishment and burgeoning anger, maintaining her composure. Fully aware that in the presence of these 8 formidable figures, any show of force would be futile, she hoped to elucidate the matter clearly, perhaps leveraging the grace of Lady Nuwa for a glimmer of hope. Junior sister Yunxiao, Duobao remarked softly, his eyes once again fluttering shut. Yes, master brother, Lingzhu do observe. Yunxiao responded in a dulcet tone, though her mellifluous voice barely pierced the heavy atmosphere. With a gentle wave of her white-sleeved garment, a luminous mirror appeared in the air, reflecting the scene of the small Zhu bear indulging in a feast of peaches in the Dragon Peach Garden. Now, do you still have anything to say? Proclaimed the imposing Jin Ling Xingmu, clad in resplendent golden robes, her golden tiara shimmering under the sun's rays. Li Mingzhu opened her mouth, yet found herself at a loss for words. Since there is nothing more to say, I shall now enforce the regulations. Duobao suddenly opened his eyes, speaking with quiet authority that commanded respect without anger. Hold on, master uncle. It is true that the small Zhu bear has pilfered the peaches. But might I offer another item in compensation? Li Mingzhu stepped forward, meeting Duobao's gaze with unwavering resolve. It is merely a matter of peaches. I will repay for them. I initially believed the Jie Sect to be commendable, but now my impression has dimmed considerably. Regardless of the circumstances, little bear Zhu must be saved. Since arriving in this world, he has become his first friend, even if it means provoking the wrath of the revered Nuwa. Naturally, if a peaceful resolution could be achieved, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. Chapter 14, Deep Affection and Commitment, the Battle Against Daobao. Ultimately, a fulfilled trial. Can you afford to compensate for this? Bai Xiao remarked with a laugh, exuding an undeniable aura of authority despite lacking any semblance of elderliness. How do you mean? Li Mingzhu replied, her expression unchanged, her voice low as she struggled to suppress her anger. The little creature had pilfered a primordial spiritual root, the dragon peach, blossoming for millennia, bearing fruit for millennia, ripening over millennia. Had the little rascal merely picked the ripe peaches, it might have been tolerable. However, he indiscriminately plucked them all, regardless of their maturity, thereby damaging the spiritual root. The tortoise spirit mother paused momentarily before continuing. Now do you understand? While a few dozen dragon peaches may not significantly impact the situation, what will you offer to compensate for the damage done to the spiritual root? What of these 2 primordial spiritual treasures? Li Mingzhu produced 2 primordial treasures looted from the Xianlong Palace, exhibiting no attachment to their significance. Treasures can be reclaimed, but little bear Zhu is irreplaceable. Though the treasures are commendable, they belong to the Dragon Palace. While our Golden Tortoise Island harbors no fear of the Dragon Clan, we wish to avoid entanglement in such karmic debt, Daobao responded, shaking his head, signaling their refusal to accept the 2 spiritual treasures. And what about these? Li Mingzhu gritted her teeth and produced the Qiankuan circle and the Hunyuan silk, her desperation to save little bear Zhu outweighing her concerns. The sentiment remains unchanged. Treasures may be lost and reclaimed in the future, but little bear Zhu's loss would be irrevocable. Though Nuwa's treasures are of the utmost quality, do you think we dare accept them? Daobao assessed before steadfastly refusing once more. The implication was clear. They wished to avoid incurring any karmic ties with the goddess Nuwa. What do you intend to do? Li Mingzhu enunciated each word with intensity, her patience nearing its limit, her rationality nearly eclipsed by fury. Nothing but his demise. Daobao pointed at little bear Zhu, speaking in a detached manner devoid of any emotion. Daobao, do not overstep your bounds. Do you truly believe I, Li Mingzhu, fear you? At this point, Li Mingzhu cast aside all caution, raising the Qiankuan circle to strike at Daobao, disregarding her cultivation and principles. If you wish to slay little bear Zhu, then you must first slay me, Li Mingzhu. With a resounding crash, Daobao nonchalantly intercepted Li Mingzhu's Qiankuan circle with a mere pinch. The force was commendable, yet insufficient. Daobao shook his head, remaining unfazed by Li Mingzhu's offensive. 3-foot law sword appear. Li Mingzhu shouted, summoning the formidable 3-foot law sword she had comprehended in the illusory realm. Even with the protective formations of Golden Tortoise Island and the stability of the laws, ripples of disturbance radiated through the void, showcasing the sword's might. This formidable weapon was not only unparalleled among mortals, but also capable of transcending ranks in battle. Moreover, it is crucial to note that we are merely at the nascent phase, not yet having delved into the depths of evolution. Once perfected, it shall be deemed an invincible technique. Upon witnessing the 3-foot, both Duobao and the Golden Spirit Mother were visibly intrigued, the latter's heart stirring with desire, contemplating whether to seize Li Mingzhu from Wudong. At that moment, Li Mingzhu was engulfed in fury, oblivious to these subtle undercurrents. with a sword stroke aimed squarely at Duobao. She knew well the futility of her endeavor, yet still brandished her blade. It was an impressive technique, albeit lacking refinement. Duobao, impervious to any or merely deflected Li Mingzhu's with a single finger. Even the sword that pierced the heart could not best Duobao. If you wish to contest strength, I shall offer you a chance. If you can withstand my technique, we shall consider this matter settled, and you will remain my esteemed guest at Golden Tortoise Island, with your companion unharmed, though their fate lies in your hands. With a wave of his ample sleeves, Duobao seemingly restored some clarity to Li Mingzhu, speaking calmly. Very well. I accept. What reason could Li Mingzhu have to decline? Although the little bear in midair was silenced by confinement, tears streamed down its face as it repeatedly uttered no. But Li Mingzhu could not hear. Had her mind been clearer, she would have discerned the contradictions in Duobao's words. Earlier, he had hesitated to accept the Qian Kuan circle and the mysterious heavenly silk. Yet now he brazenly spoke of Li Mingzhu's life or death. It was all the consequence of Nuwa's influence, with the latter being far graver, yet Duobao maintained his stance. It can only be said that Li Mingzhu was entirely driven by her fervor. Had her reason prevailed, she would have recognized such a flaw. Are you certain you have made your decision? It is but a trivial matter, yet should you agree, you may find yourself utterly lost. Duobao inquired once more, his final 4 words resounding loudly. Curse you. In her rage, Li Mingzhu uttered profanities from her past life on Earth. But Duobao assumed she had picked them up from the mortal realm and paid it no mind. To you exalted immortals, the little bear may seem insignificant, yet to me, it is a friend, a brother. Very well, since you have unleashed one sword, I shall respond in kind. Duobao's expression remained unchanged as another 3-foot materialized from the void, its body shrouded in deep black. However, compared to Li Mingzhu's ethereal sword, the one Duobao wielded was palpably closer to the corporeal realm. Such is the prowess of a quasi-master. One technique encompasses myriad others. Merely by observing Li Mingzhu's execution, he not only mastered her sword strike, but also extrapolated its subsequent transformations. Li Mingzhu did not gaze upon the imposing sword strike. Instead, her soft eyes were fixed on the little bear, as if to convey, just wait, I will rescue you shortly. Recognizing her inferior skill in this swordsmanship compared to Duobao, she decided to abandon her previous weapon and focus on defense. With the Qian Kuan circle withdrawn, she found herself unable to mount an offense, opting instead to rely on the mysterious heavenly silk for protection. Now watch closely. Duobao appeared to flaunt his prowess deliberately, slicing through the void. And in the blink of an eye, he stood before Li Mingzhu. The tip of his sword grazed the mystical fabric of the Hunyuan celestial silk, not piercing it, seemingly blocked by this elegant barrier. Yet, in truth, an endless stream of sword energy pierced through her heart. The pain, a heart-wrenching agony, akin to 1,000 swords transfixing her soul. Li Mingzhu possessed no means to resist, only enduring the relentless torment. However, human endurance has its limits. No matter how resilient she was, she ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming suffering and fainted. Once Li Mingzhu lost consciousness, the 8 exalted immortals exchanged knowing smiles. Well, Wudong sister, are you satisfied now? Duobao inquired with a smirk, shedding the scowl he wore moments before. Not bad, but her temperament still leaves much to be desired. Wudong deliberately withheld excessive praise for Li Mingzhu, though she felt immense satisfaction within. Wudong's sister is simply being coy. Had that lad not attacked the senior brother, I dare say you would have been displeased. Zhao Gongming interjected mischievously, showing no regard for Wudong's pride, yet she bore no resentment, accustomed as they were to each other's antics. The others soon joined in congratulating Wudong, who graciously acknowledged their well wishes, assuring them that the initiation gifts would not be lacking. Meanwhile, the little Zhu bear in midair seemed bewildered. Were the immortals truly intending to take Mingzhu as a disciple? Was the earlier confrontation merely an act? Understanding the truth, the little Zhu bear bore no ill will towards the 8 immortals, but felt a surge of emotion, grateful that they had survived. Upon noticing the little bear's gaze, the 8 immortals turned their attention towards it, causing the small creature to instinctively lower its head in fright. Still shaken from the earlier ordeal, it could hardly withstand further intimidation. This little fellow appears to have little substance. How would one feast upon it? Zhao Gongming remarked with a mischievous grin, as if contemplating a delicacy. Brother Gongming, how could you be so cruel? Look at how adorable this little creature is. Why not take it to Sanxian Island to mate with our celestial rabbits? Who knows, perhaps our rabbits would become charming as well. Bai Xiao interrupted, her expression one of innocent sweetness. Yet, to the little Zhu bear, her words rang like a death knell. In the end, the little creature lay flat, fainted from sheer fright. However, Bai Zhao's words would forever haunt its dreams. You too. Sigh. Duo Bao chided Bai Xiao and Zhao Gongming, at a loss for what to say. If only one of them were present, it would have been manageable, but together, they formed a truly comical pair. Fortunately, the group had grown accustomed to their antics. With the prospective leader's power to refine one's essence, you are indeed the first of your kind. Just in time for the grand assembly in a month, Duo Bao remarked, casting a smile at the unconscious Li Mingzhu before waving his sleeve, transporting both her and the little Zhu bear to the tranquil waters of the cave dwelling. This is merely a test. In truth, should Li Mingzhu fail, it would bear no grave consequence. However, such a failure would inevitably hinder the acceptance of him as a disciple and nephew by the masses. This is not a trial of Li Mingzhu's strength or character, but rather an assessment of his unwavering loyalty. The fact that Li Mingzhu remains steadfast in his commitment to little Zhu Xiong today indicates that he will undoubtedly remain loyal to the sect of the Interception in the future. The strength of their sect is rooted in their unity of purpose. As for the resentment Li Mingzhu harbors upon awakening, Wudong believes that once he has truly witnessed the entirety of the sect of the Interception, he will come to understand. Yet, having succumbed to unconsciousness, Li Mingzhu is fated to remain oblivious to the truth until he awakens, which will be the day before the grand event. Chapter 15. The Fate of the Golden Lotus Withers. Can the heart bear this burden? Ah, Mingzhu, you have finally awakened. Thank heaven and earth. In the tranquil waters of the cave, Li Mingzhu slowly opened his eyes, feeling as light as a cloud, utterly unburdened, as if freed from numerous constraints. Little Zhu Xiong, are we not dead? Li Mingzhu inquired, his thoughts still lingering on the final sword strike from Duo Bao. Yes, we are alive. Alive, little Zhu Xiong replied, his voice choked with emotion. Although a month had passed, the memory of that day remained vividly etched in his mind, though it was merely a performance to him. It felt as if he had traversed the gates of the underworld, haunted by the vision of that sorceress in green and the fearsome dark fiend. The mere recollection sent shivers down his spine. What transpired? Li Mingzhu rose and questioned little Zhu Xiong. Naturally, little Zhu Xiong recounted the events that followed in precise detail. Upon finishing, Li Mingzhu's expression fluctuated, revealing the depths of his contemplation. Observing Li Mingzhu in thought, little Zhu Xiong wisely chose not to intrude. Do you think I should seek a master? Li Mingzhu suddenly posed. How would I know? That is your decision. However, it seems to be a reasonable choice. Though their methods of testing you may seem rather unfair, they are undeniably formidable, little Zhu Xiong pondered, albeit with lingering apprehension towards Duo Bao and his associates. Yet still considering Li Mingzhu's best interests. Indeed, they are impressive. Do you truly believe I would willingly become their disciple? Li Mingzhu chuckled unexpectedly, as if a realization had dawned upon him, and he proceeded towards the direction of the Wanhua tree. Li Mingzhu seeks an audience with the esteemed uncles and aunts. From approximately 100 feet away from the Wanhua tree, Li Mingzhu called out, his tone lacking the reverence of previous encounters. Approach. There is no need for excessive formality. Beneath the tree, Duo Bao sat in tranquility, with Wudong beside him, their gazes towards Li Mingzhu filled with gentleness. Greetings, Master Duo Bao and Uncle Wudong. Taking a deep breath, Li Mingzhu performed the customary bow of respect. He was not there to engage in conflict. He merely sought clarity on certain matters. I am aware of the turmoil within your heart. Follow me, and you shall discover the truth. Without any preamble, Duo Bao directly addressed the matter at hand. And as his words fell, a portal materialized upon the locust tree behind him. Li Mingzhu gazed at Duo Bao with a look of perplexity, uncertain of his intentions. Come now, my child, if brother Duo Bao intended harm, would you still be standing here? The Wudong Holy Mother chided with a smile, seemingly having already accepted Li Mingzhu as her disciple. Although Li Mingzhu was not particularly fond of her tone or demeanor, he refrained from voicing his discontent. Regardless, the Holy Mother spoke a truth that could not be denied. Deep down, he did not harbor averse feelings about being under the tutelage of the Jie Sect. He merely had two pricks of discomfort. One was the previous unwarranted testing by Duo Bao and his companions, whose lofty mannerisms left him quite unsettled. Though their methods differed from Tai, their essence was fundamentally similar. The second concern stemmed from the dismal fate recorded in later histories regarding the Jie Sect. While the Holy Mother ultimately survived, could she truly safeguard him? Following Duo Bao and the Holy Mother, Li Mingzhu stepped into the portal, which closed automatically behind him. Within the portal lay an extraordinary realm, a labyrinth of twists and turns, the destination of which remained unknown. Li Mingzhu closely trailed Duo Bao and the Holy Mother while continuously observing the enchanting tree cave around him. The cavern was illuminated in golden hues, occasionally exuding a soothing warmth that calmed the spirit. This singular aspect alone rendered the tree cave an exceptional sanctuary for cultivation. At the end of the cave, a lotus pond revealed itself before Li Mingzhu. Unlike typical ponds, this one nurtured not blue, white, or red lotuses, but golden lotuses. Observing the pond filled with golden blooms, Li Mingzhu was left bewildered. I came to seek an explanation from you, Duobao, yet you have brought me here. This is the auspicious golden lotus of our Jie Sect, Duobao replied, his gaze fixed on the pond, his voice imbued with a heavy sigh. What does this have to do with me? Li Mingzhu retorted. Look closely at the golden lotuses. What do you discern? Duobao directed, not answering Li Mingzhu's question, but instead gesturing toward the pond. Following Duobao's indication, Li Mingzhu peered into the pond and was taken aback to see that, despite the lush greenery of the golden lotuses, their roots were utterly decayed. Have you understood? Duobao inquired. Indeed, the roots are rotting. The calamity of the Jie Sect is inevitable. My teacher has foretold this countless times, and the auspicious golden lotus reflects it all. Duobao seemed to anticipate Li Mingzhu's response and spoke first. Yet, beneath the heavenly decree, there remains a glimmer of hope. Over the years, our Jie Sect has made considerable preparations, yet the auspicious golden lotus has shown no improvement. Until the day the goddess Nuwa approached my teacher and said, "Allow me to take you as my disciple." And on that day, a new lotus blossomed in the pond. The Holy Mother continued Duobao's narrative. Upon hearing the words of these two outstanding disciples of the Jie Sect, Li Mingzhu suddenly felt that all recorded accounts and the tales of the Investiture of the Gods were mere fabrications. He is indeed orchestrating a grand scheme, though it is certain to meet with failure. Otherwise, the subsequent two calamities would not have seen it falter. Is it truly because of me? Li Mingzhu inquired, astonished, questioning whether he could indeed offer a glimmer of hope too. Naturally, Wudong replied with a smile, though the new lotus lies hidden at the bottom of the pond. It flourishes increasingly as you journey to Jinbi Island. Yet, Li Mingzhu remained perplexed. Even so, do you believe you can manipulate and test me at your whim? The thorn of doubt still pricked at him. To test you is merely a matter of convenience, Wudong clarified. Of course, we wish to ascertain your suitability for. Furthermore, does the little one not deserve punishment for errors made? Moreover, Li Mingzhu, you may have overlooked a fundamental truth. In this primordial realm, strength reigns supreme. The manifestations may differ, but the essence remains unchanged. Duobao spoke casually, his tone shifting from congeniality to sternness. Strength reigns supreme? Indeed, it does. As a quasi-master, I possess the authority to test a junior without needing further justification. I had thought you would have already comprehended this. Indeed, I should have realized it sooner. Li Mingzhu reflected. In my previous life, as a transcendent cultivator during the tribulation phase, I acted freely on earth, impervious to the opinions of others. Had it not been for the backing of Nuwa, and if did not genuinely require my presence, would Duobao still converse with me in this manner? He likely would have struck me down long ago. In the primordial realm, the discourse is only between the strong and the weak. There is no place for the weak to argue with the strong. Thank you for your guidance, Master Uncle. I shall strive to grow stronger. Li Mingzhu bowed respectfully to Duobao, genuinely awakened by the conversation. Now that you are aware of everything, will you take me as your master? Duobao inquired. What consequences might arise should I refuse? Li Mingzhu countered. If you choose not to, then so be it. What consequences could there possibly be? Can we truly compel you against your will? Such matters are inherently consensual. Some things may be enforced by force, but others cannot be. Duobao chuckled, seemingly unperturbed. I need time to consider. Li Mingzhu was not rushed to provide an answer. That is perfectly fine. There is no need to hasten your decision. At tomorrow's assembly, I shall formally present the grandeur of to you. Ultimately, the choice to accept or decline rests solely with you. Wudong smiled, confident that Li Mingzhu would ultimately agree. Wudong's words also signified a stance. If Li Mingzhu were to accept, all would be well, but should he refuse, it would be a significant blow to his pride. Such an endeavor, in the vastness of the primordial realm, could only be undertaken by with such audacity. Upon returning to his tranquil cave dwelling, Li Mingzhu still felt dazed. Overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information received, had long anticipated the failure of this calamity, yet still chose to confront the directly. What could their true intentions be? What schemes did Tongtian harbor? A cascade of questions erupted in Li Mingzhu's mind. However, these were not the most pressing concerns. The crux of the matter lay in his own choice. Should he choose to become a disciple of Wudong and join the Jie Sect, or should he refuse? In introspection, he pondered whether he dared to grasp the slender thread of opportunity that the Jie Sect offered. Undeniably, should he enter the Jie Sect, he would receive the finest cultivation, alongside an abundance of resources and spiritual treasures. Yet, could he shoulder that responsibility? At times, individuals in certain positions must bear an unwavering responsibility that allows for no retreat. Li Mingzhu was uncertain. He merely sought the path to enlightenment, wishing neither for death nor to become mired in the quagmire of the Jie Sect. As for the earlier matter wherein Duo Bao had tested him through the incident involving little Zhu Xiong, he no longer held any grievance. After all, had he been in Duo Bao's position, he would have acted similarly. As Duo Bao had articulated, "I am superior to you, thus I may act as I do." The revelation of such hidden truths was merely a means to aid him in making a more informed choice. He conveyed the bleak prospects of the Jie Sect's decline while emphasizing the importance of individual decision-making. Were such a dilemma to arise within the Chan sect, they might forcibly bind themselves to Kunlun Mountain. Suddenly, Li Mingzhu recalled the events at Chentang Pass, where the crossing of Shiji had transformed what was once a calamity into an opportunity. In that moment, his resolve solidified. If it is both a calamity and an opportunity, then what harm is there in Li Mingzhu stepping into the fray? Chapter 16. The Gathering of Immortals to Honor Their Master. The inevitable disputes of the Tao. If one seeks the Tao, what is there to fear? Who stands in the way of the Tao? I shall wield my law sword to cut them down. Without the unwavering heart that embraces challenges, how can one hope to attain enlightenment? Moreover, did Li Mingzhu truly intend to alter the prevailing misfortunes of the Jie Sect? To immerse himself in great tribulation was merely a means to seize greater opportunities. Regarding the Jie Sect, having joined, he would certainly strive to contribute. However, he would not act recklessly. Even the celestial sage was prepared for failure. What could a mere true immortal accomplish? Contemplating from another perspective, if he did not join the Jie Sect, could he truly evade the calamity of the Investiture of the Gods? With his mind settled, Li Mingzhu felt an unexpected lightness. It was a straightforward dilemma that he had momentarily failed to grasp. Even if no path existed, he was determined to forge one himself. After a night of silence, Li Mingzhu sat in meditation, awaiting the arrival of Duo Bao's birthday celebration the following day. Early the next morning, he departed the quiet water cave with little Zhu Xiong, making his way directly to Bo Palace without the need for guidance. Bo Palace, located on Golden Turtle Island, had once served as the dojo of the supreme pure Taoist lord in ancient times. Following the celestial sage's venture into chaos to establish his own domain, Duo Bao had overseen its management. Naturally, this grand assembly was held at Bo Palace, and among the vast wilderness, nearly all who were qualified to attend had arrived. As Li Mingzhu journeyed, he encountered several esteemed immortals but refrained from initiating conversations, offering only nods of acknowledgement as he passed. Certainly, the celestial beings who have arrived now possess relatively modest cultivation and lack profound backgrounds. In the grand hall of the Bo Palace, rows of seats are arranged on either side, yet none have taken their places. The chairs within the hall are essentially claimed, and no one dares to sit casually. Although it is not an official rule, it has become a customary practice throughout history, upheld unless a great power has fallen. Li Mingzhu awaits the commencement of the assembly amidst the crowd, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the esteemed individuals. Today, Duo Bao is clad in a flowing black Taoist robe, adorned with a crimson crown, and his feet encased in starry shoes, his demeanor markedly more solemn than when he previously encountered Li Mingzhu. Following him are the 7 principal disciples of the Tongtian Saint, and Duo Bao is the first to take his seat, with the others, including Wu Deng, also settling down. The timing is impeccably precise. As soon as Duo Bao is seated, a voice of congratulation resounds from the Dachi Tian Do Shui Palace. The foremost disciple of the Taiching Saint, Master Xuandu, arrives to offer his congratulations, bringing with him 50,000 pounds of Shouyang bronze. The first disciple of the Shuangguan, Master Xuandu, is the first to arrive. The immortal Jin Yuan, from the Wanshou Mountain Wuzhuang Temple, also comes to pay his respects, bringing 10 ginseng fruits. While some may be oblivious to the significance of Shouyang bronze, the fame of ginseng fruits is undeniable. The crowd gasps in awe at the generosity of Jin Yuan. Following are various prominent figures from the Chan teaching, such as Guang Chengzi, Methreya from the Western teaching, and several independent cultivators, including the Blood Sea Mingi, the Baiming Kunping, and the ancestor of Panshan, all arriving in succession. Naturally, each of these guests brings substantial gifts, even if there are personal grievances between them. Such as those between the Jie Jiao and the Chan teaching, they present an amicable facade at this moment. I, a humble practitioner, am fortunate to have been taken under the wing of my esteemed master. The Heavenly Emperor has attained enlightenment, and I am deeply unsettled by the expense and effort required for this gathering, my dear friends. Duo Bao rises and bows to all attendees, delivering his words with eloquence and finesse, showcasing his remarkable acting skills. Li Mingzhu can only remark that these individuals from the primordial realm are truly theatrical. Not only is Duo Bao the foremost individual beneath the Tongtian in terms of cultivation, but his demeanor is also extraordinary, garnering admiration from those attending such an assembly for the first time. Only the seasoned veterans smile knowingly, remaining silent. Duo Bao, my friend, you jest. How could we miss such a grand occasion? Jin Yuan, seated in the prime position on the right, responds jovially, his plain robe exuding an air of distinction. You are indeed correct, my friend Jin Yuan. There is no need for humility from you. Brother Duo Bao, Master Xuandu, positioned at the left, concurs. Thank you all for your kind words. Through this assembly, I also wish to request that you bear witness for my sister Wu Dang. Duo Bao suddenly declares with gravity before Wu Dang steps forward. Esteemed colleagues, today, the Jie Jiao seeks to accept Li Mingzhu from Chentang Pass as my disciple. I kindly ask for your witness, Wu Dang states, clasping her hands in respect, standing solemnly at the center of the hall with an air of grace. Since it is the wish of Sister Wu Dang, we cannot refuse. Master Xuandu rises, affirming as the foremost disciple of the Shuangguan. Excellent. The assembly of guests also acknowledged the virtues of the gathering. Although Guangchengzi and Methria were displeased with the ostentatious behavior of they dared not cause any disturbance. Where's Li Mingzhu of Chentang Pass? Thundered Xinyuan Zizi, the senior-most among them, whose authority was unquestionable. No one dared to voice dissent. Li Mingzhu stepped into the grand hall, undeterred by the scrutinizing gazes of the esteemed elders, maintaining her composure. She respectfully greeted her venerable predecessors, including Wudong Laosher, Master Uncle, and the various uncles present. Upon kneeling before Wudong, she performed the traditional gesture of apprenticeship. Excellent, excellent, Wudong proclaimed joyously. From this day forth, you shall be my foremost disciple, inducted into our. Upholding the teachings of the sages. Wudong's exuberance resonated through the hall as she declared this momentous occasion. Among the assembly, the least distinguished were still of the Daluo Jingxian rank. Upon discerning Li Mingzhu's identity, they noted with intrigue that she had spurned the invitation of the Tai Zhenren of the Chan teaching, opting instead to submit to Wudong. Their expressions turned peculiar. The most significant aspect was that Du Bao had brought this matter to light in such a grand setting. After all, did it truly require such a multitude of witnesses for accepting a disciple? Were there no ulterior motives? They would not have believed it, even under duress. The crowd wore expressions of bemusement, while Guangchengzi of the Chan teaching appeared displeased, his countenance darker than that of Zhao Gongming. The Western sect reveled in the unfolding drama, eagerly anticipating a confrontation between Guangchengzi and the. Yet, they lamented the lost opportunity. Had they engaged Li Mingzhu earlier, they would have secured a remarkable talent. Previously a disciple of the goddess Enhua, within their ranks, a true regret. With utmost respect, I shall adhere to my teacher's command, Li Mingzhu declared, affirming her status as a disciple of the. Now, let us proceed, said Du Bao, grinning as he led the dignitaries to partake in libations. Master Uncle, I present a token of my respect, Li Mingzhu announced, stepping forward when the wine had been poured halfway. Oh, what gift do you bring? A premium spiritual vein and 2 innate spiritual treasures, she replied with a smile, producing the treasures she had acquired from the Eastern Sea and plundered from the Xianlong Palace. Splendid, Du Bao exclaimed, accepting the offerings. What do we have to fear from the Eastern Sea Dragon clan's repercussions? Such threats were mere bluster. Nevertheless, Du Bao felt a pang of concern. Having accepted Li Mingzhu's offerings, he was now obligated to provide a significant return gift, for after all, he was her master uncle. The subsequent gathering took on a different tone due to Li Mingzhu's apprenticeship, evolving into a contest of wits between the and Chan teaching. The Chan teaching and the Western sect, and the Western sect and the. Meanwhile, the benevolent Master Xuandu endeavored to mediate, enlisting Xinyuan Zizi's assistance. A customary practice they had witnessed at previous Pan Tao gatherings, thus rendering the unusual dynamics less surprising. Fortunately, this is, after all, the domain of the, where its adherents are numerous and powerful. Even Guangchengzi and Methria dare not behave too extravagantly. This is certainly not akin to the heavenly court, where there are only a handful of cats and dogs. Within the Bo Palace, the 8 esteemed disciples of the highest order are indeed present. Once again, a grand assembly has devolved into a contest among the various sects, as one might expect. Chapter 17. 3 years of unfathomable teachings. A parting gift of golden lotus from the precious one. The ancient trees stand tall, cranes soar gracefully, cicadas sing melodiously, and phoenixes dance. All is remarkably serene upon Golden Turtle Island. Beneath the trees, Wudong sits quietly on a mat, with Li Mingzhu also seated before him. Mingzhu, as you join what is it that you wish to learn? Wudong inquired, opening his eyes and gazing at Li Mingzhu with a gentle smile. Taken aback by the question, Mingzhu could not help but suppress a chuckle. You are the master. I shall learn whatever you teach, he replied. But I wish to know the path to sanctity. Can you impart that wisdom? Nevertheless, Li Mingzhu earnestly continued, I desire to learn formations, the methods of the upper clear immortal law, and various Taoist practices. This was, in essence, a subtle homage to, as everyone is aware of the prowess of these two disciplines. Formations, upper clear immortal law, and Taoist practices all belong to the domain of. Broadly speaking, the myriad cultivation systems in the primordial world can essentially be categorized into the paths of and. Which would you choose? Wudong paid no heed to Mingzhu's flattery and cheerfully elucidated. Indeed, formations are also part of the practice. Mingzhu inquired, is that so? To be honest, I had never contemplated such a notion before. Any power that manifests in the form of is indeed within the realm of practices, Wudong explained. Realization dawned upon Mingzhu as if a door to a new world had swung open. Previously, he had naively separated sword cultivation and cultivation, believing them to be two distinct systems. Now, it appeared that sword cultivation also falls under the umbrella of practices, though this revelation might sting the pride of sword cultivators. It remains an undeniable truth. Then, Master, what will you impart to me? Mingzhu queried with a smile, which momentarily left Wudong taken aback, followed by a hearty laugh. He had anticipated that Mingzhu would inquire about body cultivation, yet he was pleasantly surprised by his disciple's unconventional approach. I shall naturally impart to you the fundamental of the profound teachings inherited from the Niuai Empress. While the art of attack may not compare to ours upper clear immortal law, I shall also bestow upon you the authentic body cultivation methods of Pangu. Wudong finally delved into the main topic, his finger gently resting atop Li Mingzhu's head, transmitting both and. As Wudong transmitted the teachings, Li Mingzhu received them with utmost diligence. In the Hall of Enlightenment, our boasts myriad, as well as countless formations. You may study them at your leisure. Once you have mastered them, pay a visit to your master uncle, and then you may depart. I shall return to Wudong Mountain. After imparting the teachings, Wudong floated away, leaving behind those few words. One cannot help but marvel at the formidable legacy of the saints. It took Li Mingzhu 3 full days merely to grasp the fundamentals of the upper clear immortal law. Fortunately, Zhao Gongming and his companions remain unaware of this matter. Otherwise, Li Mingzhu would certainly evoke their jealousy. It is essential to remember that they took a full month to attain entry into this realm, while even Duobao required half a month. After all, this is the authentic legacy of Pangu. Although Niuai's chaos creation technique can manifest countless wonders, it ultimately pales in comparison. To truly grasp the genuine methods of Pangu's physical cultivation, one must seek the Wu clan. The teachings of physical refinement derived from Pangu by the three teachings of humanity were merely inspired by the Wu clan's practices and were subsequently conceived as the 9 transformations of mysterious arts, which Yang Jin diligently cultivates. Now, Li Mingzhu has officially commenced her training. With the innate Tao body, she possesses unparalleled advantages, resulting in rapid progress. In just 3 months, she has elevated the 9 transformations of mysterious arts to the 3rd transformation, her prowess equating to that of a genuine immortal. After the departure of the Holy Mother of No Constraints, the only elder remaining on Golden Turtle Island is Duobao, who pays her no heed. Thus, Li Mingzhu relishes her freedom, spending her days in the Enlightenment Pavilion. As the Holy Mother remarked, any energy manifested in the form of magical power is considered a form of cultivation, which led Li Mingzhu to relinquish her past fixation on sword cultivation. She embraces all magical arts that she finds useful, even delving into formations. The advantage of such a broad spectrum of knowledge lies in her diverse arsenal of techniques for confrontation, yet the downside is apparent. She is proficient in many but excels in none. However, for the purposes of earthly battles, this breadth is sufficient, especially considering Li Mingzhu possesses the Qian Kuan Circle and the Hunyuan Silk, 2 innate spiritual treasures. Under the constraints of earthly and celestial laws, the efficacy of these treasures is magnified exponentially. Unless one's cultivation vastly surpasses hers, it is entirely possible for a nameless individual wielding a powerful spiritual treasure to defeat any formidable opponent. Thus, apart from spiritual treasures, mastery of the physical body and close combat remains of utmost importance in the mortal realm. Naturally, Li Mingzhu devotes much of her energy to refining the 9 transformations of mysterious arts, and she has now reached the 4th transformation, equivalent to the pinnacle of the Tai Xianxian. While the laws of heaven and earth can sever magical powers, they cannot diminish the physical body. Therefore, Li Mingzhu's 4th transformation of the 9 transformations of mysterious arts represents a genuine Tai Xianxian strength in the mortal realm. This explains why, during the Great War between the witches and the demon race was expelled from the primordial land by the Wu clan. As long as they stand upon the earth, the Wu clan is invincible. One day, Li Mingzhu stepped out of the Enlightenment Pavilion, her white robe billowing gracefully as she made her way beneath the Wanhua tree, each step covering 100 zhang, as if the distance were but an inch. After 3 years, she has learned all that she could on Golden Turtle Island. Remaining any longer would yield no significant advancement, and she prepared to depart. Having been away from home for 3 years, she began to feel a longing for her family. Were it not for the Holy Mother's instructions, she would have been disinclined to seek an audience with Duo Bao, for she sensed that something significant was about to transpire, leaving her in a state of unease. Disciple Li Mingzhu requests an audience with the master uncle. She called toward Duo Bao, who stood by the ancient tree. Come here, there is no need for such formalities. Duo Bao replied, raising his hand to reveal a path appearing beneath her feet. Indeed, the 9 transformations of Xian Gong has already reached its 4th transformation, and your cultivation has attained the pinnacle of Xianxian. The purpose of summoning you here is not only to present the gifts from your esteemed uncles, but also to convey some important instructions. With a sweep of his hand towards the void before Li Mingzhu, a dazzling array of spiritual treasures and rare fruits materialized, all exquisite items from the primordial era. Li Mingzhu, unreserved, accepted them all, seizing the opportunity without hesitation. As you depart from Jinqiao Island, remember that you must not return lightly unless absolutely necessary. Furthermore, do not tarnish the reputation of my Jie Jiao while outside, nor should you exploit our name to bully others. These are the tenets of our sect, and I implore you to heed them. Duo Bao spoke earnestly, momentarily transforming into a nagging grandmother, causing Li Mingzhu to feel drowsy, as if he were being lectured like a child. Finally, having concluded his admonitions, Duo Bao added with a sigh, do not think I am being tedious. While it may seem so, these are the rules set by your ancestral master, and I have no choice in the matter. His expression conveyed a sense of helplessness. Li Mingzhu glanced at Duo Bao in understanding, surprised by the warmth from Tang Tian. Though the instructions were somewhat pedantic, they reflected the genuine concern of an elder for a junior. From Duo Bao's demeanor, it was clear that this was customary, and it must be burdensome for the venerable master. Li Mingzhu, take this. Duo Bao presented a newly bloomed golden lotus with great care. Master uncle, what is the purpose of this? Li Mingzhu inquired, a hint of speculation brewing within him. Why so many questions? Just accept it, Duo Bao replied, slightly vexed yet still wearing a satisfied expression. Thank you, master uncle. I shall take my leave. Li Mingzhu dared not ask further, bowing respectfully before departing. Go on. Duo Bao turned, facing the ancient tree. Chapter 18. Changes on 3 Mountain Island. Tai Yi's calculation of heavenly secrets upon returning to the tranquil waters of his cave abode. Li Mingzhu found little to arrange, and promptly took his leave with the little Zhu bear. The journey back was markedly different from his arrival. Previously, he had relied on Wudong to accompany him, which had lent him a sense of ease. Now, he could effortlessly traverse the distance with the shrinking earth technique. A stark contrast to the prior day. Although employing the shrinking earth technique, Li Mingzhu did not rush his journey, choosing instead to stroll leisurely. Meanwhile, outside 3 Mountain Island, the atmosphere was entirely different, rife with turmoil and strife, unlike the peaceful waters he had traversed. By decree of His Highness, if we cannot locate that brat named Li Mingzhu, we shall raise the island. A tall, lean general with a golden visage hovered menacingly above 3 Mountain Island. His voice chillingly resolute, flanked by 3,000 bloodthirsty tiger shark soldiers. This gaunt general was none other than the leader of the tiger shark soldiers, now having taken on the role of the new Sea Patrol General, succeeding Li Liang. He was currently executing the orders of Ao Bing, scouring the seas in search of Li Mingzhu. Initially, Ao Bing had grown weary of the fruitless search for Li Mingzhu over the past few years, and the incident involving the plundering of the treasure vault had been concealed by the little dragon maiden, leading him to believe that matters would settle down. However, not long ago, on a whim, Ao Bing had personally visited the treasure vault, and that visit had led to unforeseen complications. The previously concealed incident involving the plundering of the treasury by the enchanting Xiao Longnu, AOU, was inevitably brought to light, particularly due to the 7 bold characters inscribed on the central stone pillar, which nearly sent Ao Bing into a fit of rage. As the illustrious third prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace, he had never endured such humiliation. In a fit of fury, Ao Bing not only commanded his subordinates to hunt down Li Mingzhu with fervor, but also borrowed 30,000 troops from his brothers, vowing to eliminate Li Mingzhu. Brother, they've long since vanished. What purpose does this grand mobilization serve? The young maiden Aou, clad in a delicate shade of goose yellow, implored Ao Bing, all the while silently praying that Li Mingzhu would not venture to the East Sea at this moment. I care not where he has gone. As long as I cannot find him, I will continue to slaughter every gathering of rogue cultivators in the East Sea. Ao Bing retorted with a chilling smile, turning away with a stern visage. Aou, though I am unaware of the role you have played in this matter, that scoundrel's ability to so effortlessly raid my treasury surely cannot be devoid of your assistance. After casting a glare at Aou, he departed without a backward glance, seemingly bound for Sanshan Island. Aou wished to protest further, yet Ao Bing had already left. In truth, she wanted to convey that the rogue cultivators of the East Sea were not to be trifled with, and such relentless slaughter would surely lead to dire consequences. In reality, Ao Bing was not as deranged as Aou presumed. Perhaps he was indeed wary of the rogue cultivators, but more likely, he was restrained by the internal dynamics of the East Sea Dragon clan, ultimately deciding to act solely against Sanshan Island. It was merely Sanshan Island. The East Sea Dragon clan would not care much, nor would the rogue cultivators, as it held little significance. After all, the last known public appearance of Li Mingzhu was indeed on Sanshan Island, leading Ao Bing to stubbornly believe that Li Mingzhu must be connected to it. If Li Mingzhu remained elusive, then the island would serve as a vessel for his wrath. General, all the cultivators across the island have confirmed that none recognized this Li Mingzhu. A trembling old Taoist priest in white robes ascended into the air, respectfully addressing the Shark General. Make sure of your words, old man. I have no desire to resort to violence. The Shark General replied, his face twisted with malice, his long blade slightly unsheathed. General, we truly do not know this young man. He merely purchased a spiritual vessel from us and inquired about the direction of Xianlong Palace before departing, having stayed no more than a quarter of an hour. The old Taoist quickly knelt, terror-stricken, for though his skills were formidable, he harbored no intention of opposing the Dragon Palace. Bring me the one who sold the spiritual vessel. I shall interrogate him personally. As for you, old man, you may now perish. The Shark General commanded fiercely, drawing his blade, blood splattering forth as heads rolled. General, I truly have no connection to that young man. A young rogue cultivator of the Yuan Shen realm was brought forth by the Shark soldiers, bowing repeatedly in fear. Silence. I shall pose a question, and you will answer. Dare to utter another word, and you shall join that old fool. On the other side, Li Mingzhu, accompanied by little Zhu Xiong, leisurely traversed the terrain, gathering spiritual veins and collecting unique spiritual treasures and herbs from the ocean. A streak of pale yellow suddenly sliced through the sky and appeared before Li Mingzhu in an instant. Li Mingzhu gazed in astonishment at the girl before her, exclaiming, "How can it be you, fairy?" She had anticipated encountering an unwitting beast, only to find the very thief she had met in the treasury. Are you still in the mood to frolic about? The third prince of the East Sea has issued a bounty on you across the seas. Aou remarked with exasperation, feeling a sense of frustration at his carefree demeanor while she had worried so deeply about his safety. Had it not been for a perceptive little clam spirit detecting his whereabouts, she might have never found him. What does it matter? It's merely a little dragon. What is there to fear? Li Mingzhu replied nonchalantly, though she found it curious that Ao Bing had yet to let go of that incident. Nevertheless, she truly did not care about a mere Ao Bing. Over the past 3 years, she had grown not only in her magical prowess, but also in her mindset and breadth of heart. A little dragon was simply insignificant. A little dragon? The girl widened her eyes, staring at Li Mingzhu as though she were a fool, her expression clearly implying disbelief. Do not look at me like that. I am not jesting, nor am I foolish. Is there something you need? If not, I shall continue to gather spiritual veins. Li Mingzhu spoke calmly, as if aware of Aou's thoughts. However, her words left a bitter taste in Aou's ears. She had hurriedly come, trembling with concern for his safety, only to find him so indifferent. And you call the third brother merely a little dragon? Forget it. If you truly possess abilities, then go to Sanshan Island. The girl, in a fit of pique, mentioned Sanshan Island. Yet, as soon as she uttered it, she regretted her words. For her intention was to keep Li Mingzhu as far from Sanshan Island as possible. Sanshan Island? What is happening there? Li Mingzhu instinctively sensed trouble and quickly inquired. Are you not formidable? Then calculate it yourself. The girl retorted, her frustration boiling over. Fine, I will calculate it myself. Li Mingzhu scoffed, waving her sleeve, and suddenly, 30 jade slips flew forth. Tai Tiangang's 36 does, arise. Li Mingzhu commanded softly, pointing at the 36 jade slips, which promptly began to move swiftly, aligning themselves according to the trajectory of the 36 stars of Tiangang. In the past 3 years, Li Mingzhu had diligently studied formations on Golden Turtle Island, and her efforts had not been in vain. While she may not rival the masters of formations like Yin Xiao, she had certainly earned the title of a skilled practitioner. What she was now setting up was a simplified version of the Tai Tiangang 36 dose formation, specifically designed for divining the secrets of heaven. Of course, the true formation was far more grand and complex than what Li Mingzhu had constructed at present, but it would suffice for the time being. Sanshan Island. Li Mingzhu softly uttered 3 words, and the formidable Tai Tiangang Doshu array swiftly began to operate. Moments later, an image appeared upon the array, an unsettling scene depicting General Hushan severing the head of a wandering cultivator who sold spiritual boats. The image shifted again, revealing Ao Bing unleashing a massacre upon his arrival. Blame Li Mingzhu. As long as he does not appear, this prince shall continue to slay 100 men each day until this island is devoid of life. Ao Bing wielded his slaughtering blade with cold ruthlessness, for he was the 3rd prince of the East Sea, emboldened by his status. Who would dare to voice dissent? Ao Bing. Well. Li Mingzhu, furiously ironic, paid no heed to the girl in yellow and hastened with all his might towards Sanshan Island, harboring an unprecedented desire for someone's demise, his murderous intent soaring high into the heavens. Chapter 19. The flowing flowers and the relentless waters, difficult to sever affections. The phrase within an arm's reach across the horizon refers to a unique method of travel, which is, in essence, a technique for movement that can be employed in battle. Much like the art of shrinking distances, it represents one of the swiftest techniques in existence. Within an arm's reach, across the horizon. The horizon is but an arm's reach away. In one moment, he was thousands of miles away from Sanshan Island, and in the next, Li Mingzhu had already materialized outside its shores. Given Li Mingzhu's current cultivation, it was impossible for him to achieve such mastery of within an arm's reach on his own. However, he had secretly arranged a grand teleportation array to assist him. Though it was a simplified version set up with the aid of a jade slip, it was still sufficient. With within an arm's reach combined with the grand teleportation array, traversing tens of thousands of miles across the sea was a trivial feat. Ao Yu gazed in astonishment at the spot where Li Mingzhu had vanished. Had he truly left? For a moment, Ao Yu was lost in thought, overwhelmed by concern, yet powerless to act. She returned to the Dragon Palace in a state of dejection. Meeting the wrong person at the wrong time and place, they became strangers, leaving her heart inexplicably pained. Since Li Mingzhu had already departed for Sanshan Island, Ao Yu realized that regardless of the outcome, their paths had irrevocably diverged. Her first love had ended before it even began. The flowers may be affectionate, but the waters are indifferent. Yet, was Li Mingzhu truly indifferent? Did he not suspect Ao Yu's true identity? In truth, he had not been oblivious. His resolute actions stemmed from a desire to prevent Ao Yu from becoming further ensnared. To have appeared in the treasury of the Qianlong Palace, to possess such knowledge, and yet to conceal this matter, Li Mingzhu, no matter how naive, could deduce Ao Yu's identity. He merely chose not to voice it, believing that understanding without revealing could lead to future opportunities. Upon arriving at Sanshan Island, Li Mingzhu made no effort to disguise his intentions, soaring arrogantly from the island's exterior to hover above its interior. He disregarded the numerous Dragon Palace soldiers, gliding past them effortlessly. Ao Bing, I have come. What do you intend? Li Mingzhu gazed at Ao Bing, and though his words revealed no emotional undertones, the palpable aura of impending slaughter emanating from the tall youth was unmistakable. At last, Li Mingzhu, you have arrived. I never imagined you would indeed risk your life for such trivial matters. I fear my little sister has played no small part in this. Ao Bing spoke slowly, yet his expression was exaggerated, resembling more a ruffian reveling in street triumph than a prince of a noble clan. More insidiously, while his words seemed to imply that Ao Yu's warning was meant to save Li Mingzhu, his tone suggested that it was all part of his scheme to lure Li Mingzhu here and sow discord. Unfortunately, Li Mingzhu's heart was as clear as a mirror. She had already seen through everything. Release those people, and I shall grant you a dignified death, Li Mingzhu declared, gazing at Ao Bing as though he were a mere specter, pointing towards the scattered cultivators of Sanshan Island imprisoned by him. And if I refuse? What gives you the audacity to threaten this prince? Do you not realize that Sanshan Island is already surrounded by 30,000 naval soldiers? You dare come here to seek death? A.O. Bing scoffed, casually gesturing with his left hand, and instantly, a dark tide of troops surged forth, obscuring the horizon. In ancient times, there was a saying about tossing whips to sever rivers, suggesting that if 100,000 men threw their whips into a great river simultaneously, even the vast Yangtze would run dry. While the soldiers gathered outside Sinshan Island may not number 100,000, their imposing presence was certainly equivalent to that of 10 times that number. The Dragon Palace was filled with elite warriors of the Sea Tribe, each possessing at least the transformative cultivation of the innate realm within the 9th stage of the mundane path. The distinction between your release or refusal matters little. It is merely a matter of whether I act or not, akin to the inevitability of your demise, differing only in the manner of your death. Li Mingzhu offered a soft laugh, her fury palpable, yet her demeanor remained calm and serene, a testament to her 3 years of cultivation. Had it been 3 years prior, she would not have possessed such composure or grace. To save others? To kill me? Such delusions. A.O. Bing laughed heartily, dismissing Li Mingzhu's words as mere folly. In his eyes, even Li Mingzhu was but a jest. Then I shall simply eliminate you first. Stepping forward, Li Mingzhu's white robe billowed as if stirred by an unseen wind, heralding a transformation in the atmosphere. The sea was the domain of the Dragon Clan, especially with A.O. Bing, the third prince, present. Yet in a mere gesture, Li Mingzhu conjured a tempest, dark clouds enveloping the city. With the righteous might of the 5 Thunder Law, a formidable energy surged forth, azure lightning crackling, ready to strike with the ferocity of a mighty tree trunk. As Li Mingzhu advanced once more, countless tiny white needles began to coalesce behind him, shadowless needles. What are you doing? Don't come any closer. A.O. Bing, witnessing these phenomena and the encroaching figure of Li Mingzhu, felt an unexpected surge of fear, his voice trembling. Li Mingzhu paid him no heed, continuing his advance as mystical signs of his cultivation manifested around him. Among these, the most terrifying to A.O. Bing was the illusory Great Blade, known as the Dragon Slayer, a law and technique that bore the same name. An infinite array of mystical arts continues to emerge, seemingly without end, yet these esoteric techniques, once wielded by Li Mingzhu, remain tantalizingly restrained. Paradoxically, this very restraint serves to instill a greater sense of dread, as evidenced by A.O. Bing's sudden silence. Despite the presence of 30,000 soldiers outside, he finds himself utterly cowed by Li Mingzhu's aura, paralyzed by fear of any movement. He is acutely aware that should he command the army, the wrath of Li Mingzhu's formidable arts would inevitably be unleashed upon him. Although he possesses the cultivation of a golden immortal, within this realm, he is merely an ephemeral spirit, and the techniques Li Mingzhu employs are the epitome of divine power. Each one, even if faced alone, would prove insurmountable, let alone the multitude of techniques converging upon him. Yet, could it be that in his inaction, Li Mingzhu would refrain from unleashing her arts upon him? Such a notion is undoubtedly fanciful. Had A.O. Bing possessed the resolve to gamble everything and commanded the army without hesitation, Li Mingzhu, despite having contingencies in place, would have found herself in a precarious situation. Alas, A.O. Bing, accustomed to his lofty position, prioritizes his own life above all else and dares not take such a risk. A thought can lead to paradise or plunge one into the depths of despair. At that moment, Li Mingzhu finally made her move, closing the distance to A.O. Bing to a mere 5 steps. A multitude of mystical arts surged forth, akin to a dazzling display of fireworks, poised to explode at their zenith. Undoubtedly, that zenith was A.O. Bing himself. While the ephemeral beauty of earthly fireworks fades swiftly, the myriad of mystical arts was relentless, each taking turns to erupt upon A.O. Bing, shattering his corporeal form and relentlessly assaulting his spirit and soul. In truth, while Li Mingzhu's myriad arts exuded tremendous force, only the 5 Thunders technique and the dragon-slaying method held the potential for complete devastation. The remainder were but superficial displays. In his final moments, A.O. Bing repeatedly opened his mouth, yearning to voice his thoughts, but the opportunity forever eluded him. Perhaps he cursed Li Mingzhu's cunning, or perhaps other sentiments of resentment or regret coursed through him. Who can truly say? Regret may have prevailed, as he lamented not having mastered more of the Dragon Clan's esoteric arts, regretted not pursuing Li Mingzhu relentlessly 3 years prior, and regretted his negligence in failing to bring forth even a primordial treasure. Yet, the world offers no remedies for regret. Earlier, it was noted that although Li Mingzhu possesses a plethora of mystical arts, she is only proficient in a select few. However, her overwhelming presence and the oppressive aura she exudes initially subdued A.O. Bing, allowing her to annihilate him with such ease. The outcome may well have been within Li Mingzhu's foresight. Employing distinct tactics against varied adversaries has been one of Li Mingzhu's insights gleaned over the past 3 years. The vast repository of knowledge within the Enlightenment Pavilion, the culmination of countless sages' efforts, would be a disservice to her if she had not absorbed its wisdom during her time there. After Li Mingzhu vanquished Ao Bing, he waved his sleeve, liberating all the scattered cultivators trapped in a colossal cage suspended in midair. However, the gazes of these cultivators towards Li Mingzhu were not solely filled with gratitude. They were laced with complexity, reverence, fear, animosity, and appreciation intertwined. Li Mingzhu paid little heed to their expressions, for he acted solely to satisfy his own conscience. The opinions of others mattered not to him. Chapter 20. The 12 Great Arrays Annihilate the Sea Soldiers. Aspiring to ascend into chaos for the essence of creation after rescuing these scattered cultivators from Sanshan Island, Li Mingzhu did not engage in conversation with them. Those who bore goodwill towards him were also silenced by his indifference. There was little to be said. The turmoil had arisen due to him, and thus it fell upon him to resolve it. Although he felt regret for not saving everyone, he could only attribute it to their misfortune. In the pursuit of immortality and enlightenment, one must possess an acute awareness of imminent peril, for without such vigilance, the path ahead is destined to be fraught with danger. Sanshan Island was never a paradise, and Ao Bing was no benevolent figure. Neither was Li Mingzhu a mere do-gooder. Li Mingzhu's effortless annihilation of Ao Bing radiated a formidable aura, a manifestation of myriad techniques unleashed simultaneously. The impact on the 30,000 sea soldiers was colossal. Despite standing alone in the air, the army dared not move an inch. As Li Mingzhu advanced, the soldiers retreated in unison. Li Mingzhu, do not be arrogant. I command an army of 30,000. Should you dare to take another step forward, you shall find no place to rest your bones. Barked the tall, slender General Hu Sha, clad in golden armor. He did not wish to be the first to expose himself, yet with Ao Bing's demise, who else would take the lead? Otherwise, the already fragmented army would descend further into chaos, leading only to their demise. Li Mingzhu regarded him as a mere jester, a source of amusement. Oh, and who might you be? He inquired, continuing his advance with a smirk. I am the Sea Patrol General, appointed by the Dragon King. Did you not hear my command to halt? The Hu Sha general insisted, though his confidence waned. Enough of this idle chatter. Go join your master, Li Mingzhu said. Initially inclined to jest further with the Hu Sha general, but then his expression turned grave as if struck by a thought. Suddenly, 12 jade slips appeared in Li Mingzhu's hand. After a casual manipulation, the very ground of Sanshan Island trembled violently. This was merely the prelude. Beneath the feet of the 30,000 soldiers, countless threads coalesced into a formation. The 12 great arrays of the sect of the intercepting teachings. Although this was merely a simplified version arranged with jade slips, the convergence of the 12 arrays unleashed an unfathomable power. The sect of the intercepting teachings indeed excelled in formations, yet their true mastery lay in the assembly of arrays. Consider the 9 curves of the Yellow River Formation and the Myriad Immortals Formation. These formidable arrays were all products of orchestration. Li Mingzhu's 12 arrays, while formidable, were not to be compared with such grand designs. Yet, to confront these 30,000 Marines is more than sufficient. At this moment, however, Sanshan Island ascended from the ground, soaring into the sky, distancing itself from the 12 great formations. The 4 Seas Formation, the 4 Symbols Formation, the 2 Instruments Formation, and the 3 Talents Formation were instantaneously activated under the manipulation of Li Mingzhu. Although the 30,000 Navy attempted to resist, what power could they muster against such celestial majesty? Li Mingzhu, you fiend, do you not fear the tribulations of heaven with such wanton slaughter? Roared General Tiger Shark within the formation, safeguarded by a cadre of Tiger Shark soldiers, temporarily spared from the formation's wrath. Fiend, is the bloodshed wrought by your Sea Dragon Palace any less than mine? If you harbor no fears, why should I? Li Mingzhu scoffed, bemused by the general's foolish inquiry. Indeed, excessive killing could amplify the tribulation's severity during the ascension to the Golden Immortal and Great Luo Golden Immortal stages. Yet there exist myriad methods to mitigate such consequences. Moreover, Li Mingzhu had cultivated the 9 transformations' profound art, rendering his physical form robust. Even the most ferocious thunder tribulations would struggle to impose true harm upon him. In truth, the general's ignorance was not entirely unwarranted. Previously, including Ao Bing, they had perceived Li Mingzhu as merely an ordinary fellow with a stroke of fortune. Li Mingzhu had yet to reveal any formidable powers in their presence, even refraining from utilizing the Qinquan Circle or the Hunyuan Silk, leaving their impressions solely from their initial encounter. Little did they know that two sages stood behind Li Mingzhu, along with the legacy of the foremost power of the primordial world. Who exactly are you? General Tiger Shark suddenly seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, his voice trembling. Recently, rumors circulated that the mother of no thoughts from had taken on an apprentice named Li Mingzhu, initially disregarded. The general could no longer suppress his suspicions. Did you not already deduce it? Li Mingzhu replied with a casual smile, raising his hand once more as the formation grew even more violent. The elements of the 5 phases, the stellar energies of the cosmos, thunder and fire, and sword light intermingled, annihilating not just 30,000 soldiers, but even 100,000 would be reduced to mere ashes. As the formation intensified and Li Mingzhu's ambiguous response lingered, despair enveloped General Tiger Shark. Generally, those in despair fall into one of 2 categories. They either perish in their hopelessness or explode with fervor. Clearly, the general belonged to the former. In a mere quarter of an hour, the 30,000 elite marine forces were utterly obliterated. Li Mingzhu had clandestinely arranged these 12 formations upon his arrival at Sanshan Island, employing the secretive array techniques of the which Ao Bing and the others could not possibly discern. This was Li Mingzhu's contingency plan. After vanquishing the 30,000 troops, Li Mingzhu did not lower Sanshan Island, but instead proclaimed, "This 12 formations cannot be breached without the cultivation of a great luo. I shall not dismantle them. Consider it compensation for your Sanshan Island." With that, he vanished from sight, as if the distance had transformed into an insurmountable chasm. After leaving Sanshan Island, Li Mingzhu did not immediately return to Chentang Pass. He believed that once the events of Sanshan Island spread, the Dragon King of the East Sea would certainly not rest until he sought retribution, possibly leading to a repeat of the catastrophic flooding of Chentang Pass from his past life. Although he would never sacrifice himself for others, he still needed to be wary of the Dragon King's potential wrath. Consequently, Li Mingzhu resolved to venture into the chaos. For to prevent the old dragon from inundating Chentang Pass, he needed the primordial soil. In all of the vast wilderness, only 3 beings possessed it: the Taoist ancestor Hongjun, and the goddesses Nuwa and Hutu. Naturally, Li Mingzhu's journey into chaos was to seek out Nuwa with the primordial soil. He would have no fear of the flooding at Chentang Pass. His reluctance to engage further with General Tiger Shark stemmed from this very thought. He wished to hasten his journey into chaos to obtain the primordial soil, ensuring that even if the old dragon King Aoguang came for him, he could fight with abandon. After all, as long as he remained in the mortal realm, he had no reason to fear anyone who was not a quasi-saint. Thief, do not flee. You dare to harm my child and still wish to escape? Just as Li Mingzhu prepared to summon the starship gifted by the treasure of many to traverse the chaos, a voice, both vast and filled with righteous fury, erupted in his ears. A colossal golden arm adorned with 5 claws surged forth, covered in gleaming scales, aimed directly at Li Mingzhu, bringing with it an overwhelming might that was impossible to withstand. Li Mingzhu, not daring to hesitate, swiftly invoked the technique of shrinking the earth to evade the impending grasp. As he regained his composure, another brilliant beam of light surged toward him. It was apparent that this was no formidable spell, yet it was utterly unavoidable. "Qian Kuan Circle!" Li Mingzhu shouted, summoning the Qian Kuan Circle and forcefully striking it against the beam of light. If he could not block it, he would meet it head-on. Alas, his powers were limited, and he could not adequately convey the sensation of the moment. Chapter 21. Intense Battle with Aoguang. Mingzhu's true form enters chaos. The Qian Kuan Circle was cast forth like a shooting star, elegantly tracing an arc through the air before colliding with the beam of light. There was no finesse involved. It was a pure contest of strength. Li Mingzhu, now at the 4th turn of the 9 transformations of profound arts, found himself struggling against the beam of light after the collision, barely managing to withstand it. Once the beam dissipated, the Qian Kuan Circle returned to his hand, yet the surrounding sea remained eerily still. It seemed as if Aoguang had vanished and was not inclined to attack Li Mingzhu any further. This was abnormal and implausible. Instinctively, Li Mingzhu scanned his surroundings but found nothing unusual. However, his intuition warned him that the danger was far from over. Sure enough, the calm did not last long. As a howling vortex of water surged toward him. Why only a single vortex? Because there were indeed 18 tornadoes sweeping in from all directions. It appeared that the old dragon would not rest until he had slain Li Mingzhu. Li Mingzhu soared into the air, transforming the Mingtian Ling into a vast curtain that instantaneously sealed off all directions. Is it truly the case that possessing an innate spiritual treasure renders one invincible? A mocking voice echoed from an unknown source, followed by a barrage of 18 oceanic waves crashing against the Mingtian Ling. Although the waves were completely thwarted by the Mingtian Ling, Li Mingzhu was sent hurtling backward for several hundred zhang, much like the technique employed by Duo Bao, who had pierced through Li Mingzhu's heart with a myriad of swords. The assailant leveraged his profound cultivation to forcibly breach the Mingtian Ling and injure Li Mingzhu. Of course, Ao Guang's cultivation and Dao skills could not compare to Duo Bao's, yet achieving such a feat was still within reach. Once one reaches the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, and provided their Dao follows suit without any artificial hastening, it represents a qualitative leap. Endowed with the extraordinary power to transform decay into wonder, even if their available magical power is merely at the primordial spirit level. Li Mingzhu, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, fixated on a swirling vortex in the distant sea. A middle-aged man, clad in a golden dragon robe and wearing a crowned headdress adorned with 2 horns, slowly emerged. You are Li Mingzhu? Indeed, a prodigious talent with profound fortune. Alas, you have slain my 3rd son, and thus you shall pay with your life. Ao Guang declared coldly, his words laced with admiration for Li Mingzhu, yet overshadowed by an overwhelming intent to kill. Kill, Li Mingzhu retorted vehemently. Engaging in further discourse with Ao Guang was futile. Did he truly believe that delivering a few philosophical arguments would spare him? Instead of wasting energy on idle chatter, it was far more prudent to contemplate an escape, even though the situation appeared dire. However, Li Mingzhu had never surrendered hope. With a thunderous shout, he brandished a 3-foot FGN in his left hand and a dragon-slaying knife in his right, both embodying the essence of true magic. The myriad of laws in the world essentially comprises the embryonic forms, true meanings, and ultimate unity of the laws. Li Mingzhu's 3-foot had already achieved the realm of true form before arriving at Jinbi Island, and after 3 years of diligent cultivation, it had reached the realm of true meaning, while his dragon-slaying technique also attained true meaning after vanquishing Ao Bing. With both sword and knife unleashed, he vowed to carve a path forward. As for slaying the old dragon, that thought was not yet on his mind. He would wait until he attained the 5th transformation of the 9-turn mysterious art or successfully entered the great Luo realm before contemplating the old dragon's demise. For now, it was better to evade than confront. As he beheld the simultaneous advance of the sword and knife, Ao Guang felt a sense of dread. This young man had already cultivated 2 formidable techniques to the level of true meaning at the mere celestial immortal stage. If allowed to continue growing, the consequences would be dire. Ao Guang did not flinch from the impending strike of the sword and knife. Instead, he extended his golden dragon claw, forged like steel, to grasp in the direction of the oncoming attack. The golden claw collided with the sword and knife, resulting in a shower of sparks, while the sea below erupted into towering waves hundreds of zhang high. However, to Li Mingzhu's astonishment, although the sword and knife had reached the stage of true meaning and exhibited a semblance of sentience, they recognized their inferiority against Ao Guang and opted for a ranged assault rather than a direct confrontation. The issue lies in the fact that with the prowess just displayed by Ao Guang, it was utterly impossible for these swords to have been granted such an opportunity. Yet, against all odds, they succeeded. It seemed that after reaching a certain distance, Ao Guang was rendered incapable of further suppressing them. Indeed, it was distance that played a pivotal role. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Li Mingzhu's eyes, as though she had made a momentous discovery, followed by a hearty laugh. Ao Guang, since you are merely an external incarnation, I shall not hold back any longer and will take my leave, Li Mingzhu declared with mirth, swiftly employing the technique of shortening the distance to escape beyond the reach of Ao Guang's incarnation, without pausing to retrieve the starship and set her course towards the chaos. The so-called external incarnation is a mystical ability attainable only at the Great Luo stage, yet not every Great Luo Golden Immortal possesses this skill. How should one describe it? Although this divine power possesses its own marvels and offers some assistance in the path of slaying corpses, it is ultimately somewhat superfluous. While the incarnation can wield at least 80% of the original strength, once it engages in combat, it is rendered immobile. This is precisely why Li Mingzhu laughed heartily upon realizing that Ao Guang was merely an incarnation. Meanwhile, in a secluded chamber within the Crystal Palace of the East Sea, Ao Guang's true form bore an icy countenance, radiating an aura of cold ruthlessness, clearly aware through the connection with his incarnation that Li Mingzhu had escaped. Once I break through to the great perfection of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, even if you are a disciple of the untainted Virgin of I shall take vengeance for my son. His voice, filled with animosity, echoed chillingly within the chamber. The entire primordial world lay enveloped in chaos. with the primordial starry sky being in direct contact with this chaos. Once, this starry expanse was a garden for the demon tribes. Now, apart from the 33 heavens, the entire primordial starry sky has descended into a profound silence. To seek the goddess Nuwa within the chaos, Li Mingzhu first had to traverse the primordial starry sky. Although the starship gifted by the treasures was merely a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, it sufficed for traversing both the starry skies and chaos. Otherwise, Li Mingzhu would have found it impossible to reach the chaos. For the tumultuous chaos is fatal to anyone below the great Luo realm or lacking a supreme innate spiritual treasure. However, the starship is an exception, born from the convergence of the starry sky and the edges of chaos. Though its rank is not high and it lacks formidable power, it can traverse through both chaos and the starry sky. Were it not for this treasure, Li Mingzhu would not have contemplated seeking the goddess Nuwa in the chaos. Yet, after her recent battle with Ao Guang's incarnation, a perplexing question lingered in Li Mingzhu's mind. In her past life memories, Nezha was a formidable adversary against the old dragon. Why then could he not even best one of Ao Guang's incarnations? This enigma is, in truth, quite simple. It boils down to two words: realm. Nezha, having been mentored by Tai, was nourished with resources beyond compare, achieving the golden immortal realm in mere years, even ascending to the Tai golden immortal stage, which naturally set him apart from Li Mingzhu, who is merely a profound immortal. It is no wonder that Li Mingzhu failed to consider these factors. After all, such nuances seldom find their way onto paper. Thus, the sages of later generations lamented that to trust in scriptures is inferior to having none at all. Naturally, in the present, Li Mingzhu would not place excessive trust in the memories of his past life. Crossing through the 33 layers of heaven, chaos looms before him. Chapter 22. In the midst of chaos, paying homage to the Empress Nuwa, bestowing the precious lamp of earth in the vastness of chaos, all is obscured. It is a state of utter confusion, where one is oblivious to what lies above or below, devoid of direction and end, with only the turbulent essence of chaos swirling around. Had chaos never existed, adapting to such a state would be utterly impossible. It is only due to the memory of the spiritual pearl that Li Mingzhu could quickly acclimate. To seek the sage's sanctuary amidst chaos is an endeavor beyond reach without attaining the status of a quasi-master. The sole means to reach the sage's abode is to harbor the heart of a sage. The sage will naturally sense this call. Should the sage wish to meet you, you shall appear at the sanctuary. If not, traversing through chaos would yield no results. Of course, Li Mingzhu lacks the capability to traverse chaos. Disciple Li Mingzhu seeks an audience with the Empress Nuwa, earnestly requesting her consent. Being quite pragmatic, Li Mingzhu does not indulge in silent prayers, but directly calls out into the void. Once he finishes his call, it seems as though fortune smiles upon him. And respectfully he addresses the emptiness, expressing gratitude to the Empress. At that moment, a rainbow bridge materializes within the chaos, signaling the sage's guidance. Simultaneously, within the realm of the upper clarity, the sage of the Great Yu smiles faintly, while the sage of primordial beginning in the jade clarity realm snorts coldly. In the realm of the grand clarity, the sage Laozi remains unmoved, and the two sages from the west were expressions of bittersweet irony. Upon stepping onto the rainbow bridge, Li Mingzhu stows away the starship and proceeds towards the palace of the Empress Nuwa. In but a brief moment, he finds himself before the majestic palace, its golden grandeur evoking both familiarity and strangeness within him. The familiarity arises from the memory of the spiritual pearl, while the strangeness stems from his current life's recollections. As Li Mingzhu contemplates, a young maiden clad in a vibrant red robe, in the bloom of her youth, emerges from the palace, her face adorned with a smile. The spiritual pearl, having met Sister Kaifeng before, feels honored by her arrival to greet him. Li Mingzhu, with a cheerful demeanor, sheds his previous matured disposition, adopting a playful expression befitting his age. "Little Pearl, have you finally decided to visit your sister? After such a long time away in the mortal realm, how do you think your sister should punish you?" Kaifeng teases, her smile brightening her features as she gazes at Li Mingzhu. "Please, Sister Kaifeng, look, I have come." "Haven't I?" Li Mingzhu replies playfully, striding into the palace as if he were the master. "Humph, don't think I am unaware. You have come to request the precious soil from the Empress." Kaifeng retorts, though she does not linger on the matter, and leads Li Mingzhu to meet the Empress Nuwa. Inside the grand hall, the opulent scene from outside is replaced by a simpler elegance, perhaps reflecting the feminine nature of Nuwa herself. The spiritual pearl bows before the Empress, greeting her with utmost respect. "Empress, may you be at peace. There is no need for excessive formality. I am already aware of your intentions." The innate essence of the earth will naturally be bestowed upon you. You may proceed to the treasury to retrieve it from your master, Yangchan. Additionally, please borrow her precious lotus lamp. It is rather stingy of Brother Tantian to withhold even a supreme innate spiritual treasure upon your apprenticeship. Nuwa, akin to a typical elder, spoke at length, yet Li Mingzhu found no irritation in her words, only warmth. Simultaneously, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, questioning the characterization of her grandmaster as stingy. After all, one ought to consider the vast family of the Jie Sect. Having just joined the sect, it seemed she was already being pulled in another direction. However, such sentiments could never be expressed aloud, lest she be unceremoniously expelled from the Nuwa Palace. Thank you, Lady Nuwa, for your generous affection, but I believe borrowing the lotus lamp is unnecessary, as it rightfully belongs to my junior sister, Li Mingzhu replied with some reluctance. Who is Yangchan, you may wonder. Though her name may not be widely recognized, the mention of the lotus lamp or the three holy mothers would surely resonate with many in later generations. Borrowing someone else's spiritual treasure could be seen as a karmic entanglement, and Li Mingzhu was not keen on associating herself with Yangchan, especially considering the troublesome events that unfolded post-function. What do you mean unnecessary? How do you intend to manage that old dragon without the lotus lamp? Nuwa retorted, her tone slightly irritable. In her eyes, the Nuwa Palace, with so few inhabitants, should embody familial warmth rather than distance. She had no disciples or successors, counting Li Mingzhu. There were only 3 young acolytes, thus they were all quite cherished. Very well then, Li Mingzhu said, shoulders slumping in resignation. You are being rather difficult. Hurry along and fetch it, then return directly to the human realm. Nuwa feigned a strike, prompting Li Mingzhu to swiftly head towards the Nuwa treasury. Brother Lingzhu. As soon as Li Mingzhu arrived at the treasury, she heard a bright and cheerful call. Clad in a flowing dress of jade and adorned with 5-colored phoenix hairpins, the exquisitely featured Yangchan appeared before her, her inherent composure tinged with undeniable joy. Greetings, junior sister Yangchan. Li Mingzhu replied with a smile, though for some reason, her gaze faltered. What are you avoiding? I recall you mentioning that upon your reincarnation, you would take me to find my second brother, the young Yangchan. Noticing Li Mingzhu's evasive demeanor, huffed lightly, instantly perceiving her inner thoughts. Indeed, Li Mingzhu's concern lay precisely here. Bringing back a burden would complicate matters. Do not underestimate me. I can lend you the lotus lamp, and I also possess the 7 stars chase the moon whip. Besides, I am currently at the Tai Golden Immortal level. You are no match for me, Yangchan interjected before Li Mingzhu could respond, effectively silencing her protest. Very well then, should I inform the lady? Li Mingzhu attempted one last stand, speaking deliberately. As soon as her words fell, Yangchan fixed a fierce gaze upon Li Mingzhu, prompting her to fall silent. Even the kind-hearted could unleash their wrath. After receiving the Balian Lantern and the primordial soil, Yangchan and Li Mingzhu respectfully left the palace of Nuwa, bowing courteously as they departed. On their return, there was no rainbow bridge to bid them farewell. However, Nuwa, ever considerate, had opened a path for Li Mingzhu, allowing her to traverse directly from chaos to the starry expanse. At the edge of the cosmos, Ling Zhu and Yangchan descended from the star boat. Gazing upon the majestic 33 heavens palace below, lost in contemplation, Yangchan pondered whether to pay a visit. Should we go take a look? Li Mingzhu suggested. Recalling that Yangchan and Yang Jian's mother, Yao Ji, had resided in the heavenly palace ever since being rescued from Peach Mountain by Yang Jian. Yet, after some thought, Yangchan declined the invitation, reasoning that the old Dragon King might strike at Chentang Pass at any moment. In truth, Nuwa had already mentioned that Ao Guang would not emerge for some time. Very well, let us move on, Li Mingzhu acquiesced, though a somber atmosphere enveloped them, contrasting sharply with the exuberance they had felt upon leaving the palace. They traveled along the starry path, concealed aboard the star boat, preparing to return home. Meanwhile, outside the southern heavenly gate stood a young man clad in black ceremonial robes, adorned with a golden crown and bearing 2 slight horns. He appeared to be in his early 20s, clearly not an ordinary individual to have reached the celestial realm. Father truly is overreacting. It was merely the slaying of a mortal, he scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the imposing sign of the southern heavenly gate, before stepping forth to return to the human realm. Chapter 23. Ao Guang's flooding of Chentang. The primordial soil's triumph and the Balian lanterns might undoubtedly. This young man was Ao Guang's son, though it remained unclear which of his progeny he was. Fortuitously, he crossed paths with Li Mingzhu as she returned from chaos. Had their paths collided, he might have faced a fate akin to that of Ao Bing. The starboat streaked through the 33 heavens like a shooting star, piercing the gale and swiftly descending to the human realm. In just half an hour, Li Mingzhu had brought Yang Chan back to Chentang Pass. Li Mingzhu's return was a momentous event for the entire pass. As she stepped through the gates, word quickly spread back to the General's office. The third young master has returned. The third young master has returned. The news ignited a fervor among the townsfolk, young and old alike. The impoverished citizens rejoiced at the sight of Li Mingzhu, prostrating themselves in gratitude, for she had previously dealt with the unruly scions and ruffians plaguing Chentang Pass. The wealthy merchants and officials were equally grateful. Although Li Mingzhu had reprimanded their offspring, Li Jing had arranged military positions for them, turning misfortune into fortune. Meanwhile, the unmarried young women were particularly exuberant, eagerly rushing forth to catch a glimpse of Li Mingzhu's true visage. In truth, this situation is primarily the consequence of misinformation. It is said that the third son of the general, who was born just 3 months ago, has already blossomed into a dashing young man, possessing remarkable talent that has drawn many to come and see him, culminating in the current spectacle. This was something Li Mingzhu had not anticipated. However, he was fortunate to have Yang Chan, a remarkable individual skilled in mystic arts, who employed a technique of earth evasion to arrive directly at the general's residence. Upon returning to the general's estate, the Yin family was elated, as their beloved son had finally returned. They originally intended to host a grand celebration and inquire about the identity of the beautiful young lady accompanying their son. Unfortunately, Li Mingzhu intervened, urging them to summon Li Jing promptly. Once Li Jing arrived, Li Mingzhu did not withhold any details, recounting the events encountered at sea, omitting only the secrets of the. It is indeed true that the Dragon Clan wields substantial power. However, since Mingzhu has fully prepared, the Li family shall not cower before the Dragon Palace. After listening to the account, although Li Jing felt considerable displeasure at Li Mingzhu's penchant for trouble, he recognized that this matter was not entirely his son's fault. After all, Li Mingzhu is still his child. Shouldn't one protect their own kin rather than assist outsiders? Indeed, if it comes to it, we shall engage in a fierce battle with that old dragon. The resolute Yin matriarch, embodying the spirit of a warrior, declared with fierce determination, her battle aura palpable. Forged from the trials of the battlefield. Dear Aunt Yin, it is not as dire as you suggest. If it were only that old dragon, my brother Mingzhu and I should be able to handle it, Yang Chan interjected with a gentle smile. What Chaner says holds merit. You both possess the treasures bestowed by the goddess Enhua, which reassures me, Yin matriarch replied, clearly fond of Yang Chan. Earlier, when Li Mingzhu narrated the events, he had already disclosed Yang Chan's identity, and the Yin matriarch held great affection for this girl of noble status, who had once endured a tragic and wandering existence. Li Jing, surrender Li Mingzhu, or I shall inundate Chentang Pass today. A thunderous roar echoed like a clap of thunder above Chentang Pass, which, in actuality, was indeed a thunderclap, yet to Li Mingzhu and his companions, it was a menacing threat from Ao Guang. As Ao Guang's voice resonated, Li Mingzhu instructed someone to alert the citizens to prepare at once. In the blink of an eye, the previously clear skies transformed into a tempest, dark clouds looming ominously, winds howling and thunder rumbling. Let us ascend and assess the situation. Without hesitation, the steadfast leader was undoubtedly Li Jing. As Li Jing spoke, Li Mingzhu, Yang Chan, and the Yin matriarch followed closely behind, soaring into the air together. In the sky, the tumultuous winds below were far more tranquil, and within the clouds above, a resplendent golden figure awaited their arrival. Before them, the five-clawed golden dragon, which had been rolling and flickering within the clouds, transformed instantaneously into a formidable middle-aged man adorned with a golden crown and protruding dragon horns, clad in magnificent golden dragon robes. Ao Guang, what brings you to my Chentang Pass? Before Ao Guang could utter a word, Li Jing interjected, perhaps spurred by the confidence bestowed upon him by the Shirong and the Balian lantern brought by Li Mingzhu, or perhaps incited by Ao Guang's arrogance. In that moment, Li Jing transformed, shedding the image of weakness that Li Mingzhu had held. In this instant, all past grievances were forgotten by Li Mingzhu. In this moment, Yin's smile bloomed like a peach blossom. The once valiant and wise Li Jing had returned. At this juncture, Yang Chan was utterly stunned, never having imagined that a mere mortal would dare to question a great Luo golden immortal. Impudent. Li Jing, your son has audaciously slain my third son, and you dare to interrogate me? Truly despicable. They say that General Li Jing of Chentang Pass loves his people as his own children. Yet it seems he would abandon the masses for his own kin. Ao Guang sneered, and an overwhelming dragon might descended like a tempest, as oppressive as a prison. Just as this dragon might was about to crash down, a faint blue halo emanated from Li Mingzhu, and upon its emergence, the terrifying dragon might dissipated into nothingness. Ao Guang, taken aback, let out a curious sound but dismissed it, for what were a few magical treasures to a disciple of a great sect. Little did he realize that what Li Mingzhu possessed was a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. With his dragon might thwarted, Ao Guang raised his left hand slightly, summoning a cacophony of dragons behind him. Countless ice arrows rapidly coalesced, sweeping towards Li Mingzhu and her companions like a storm. Ao Guang had resolved that, regardless of the circumstances, he must first subdue Li Jing. However, even his grand assault was thwarted by Li Mingzhu covertly activating the Balian Lantern. With a sly look, Li Mingzhu regarded Ao Guang, her silence betraying her simmering rage. While your treasures may provide protection to a few, I shall see if you can shield the entirety of this city's populace. Ao Guang coldly retorted, fully aware that unless he summoned the collective strength of the Dragon Kings across the seas, it would be exceedingly difficult to vanquish Li Mingzhu alone. Given this, he resolved to leverage Li Jing's concern for the people to compel Li Mingzhu into a position of vulnerability. Yet, contrary to expectations, Li Jing displayed an unexpected firmness. Nevertheless, Ao Guang could no longer afford to ponder the details. Regardless of Li Jing's tenacity, he was determined to flood Chentang. As Ao Guang's words fell, the skies shifted ominously. The weather, already primed for tumult, erupted into a torrential downpour, accompanied by hail and ice arrows crashing down like a landslide, suffocating to behold from afar. The citizens of Chentang Pass, however, were well prepared under Li Mingzhu's guidance. As for the relentless downpour, it was entirely halted by the innate Shirong, which had once been employed by the father of the Emperor Yu to combat floods. Though ultimately unsuccessful, its innate properties remained undeniably potent. The Shirong transformed into vast lakes, and no matter how ferocious the rain fell from the heavens, it could not fill them. Such is the might of the innate Shirong. Chapter 24. The Seven Stars Chase the Moon. A regretful retreat of Ao Guang. Ao Guang's countenance was a deep shade of iron as he fixated on the vast lakes that emerged one after another on the ground. A sensation of profound frustration enveloping him, akin to wielding a colossal hammer only to strike upon cotton. His ire had no outlet, for the current predicament was one he had crafted himself. In that moment, Ao Guang comprehended why those individuals had regarded him with such peculiar glances, and why Li Jing had dared to adopt such a resolute stance. How could you possess innate soil? Ao Guang forcibly suppressed the fury and desire to strike that surged within him, inquiring in a low voice. His extensive experience had enlightened him to the fact that in the primordial realm, only 3 individuals were known to wield innate soil, and he could not contend with any of them. Why should I divulge that to you? Li Mingzhu replied with a smile, fully aware that he had successfully navigated the flood of Chentang. Regardless of who stands behind you, today shall be your end. Ao Guang appeared to be incensed by Li Mingzhu's words. Discarding his prior contemplations, he resolved to eliminate this insufferable youth first. If you have the capability, come and slay me. Do you truly think I fear you? Li Mingzhu, irrespective of his backing, maintained a formidable presence. Seeking death, Ao Guang bellowed, his form akin to lightning as his claws shot forth, piercing through layers of mist, aimed directly at Li Mingzhu's head. As the sovereign of the dragon clan, Ao Guang, a 5-clawed golden dragon, possessed a physical strength that rivaled the might of the 5 transformations of the 9 turns mysterious art. His movement, though executed through sheer physical prowess, bore the semblance of the unique teleportation of a quasi-revered master, exemplifying the advantages of his formidable physique. Li Mingzhu, with his corporeal form barely reaching the 4th transformation, was not foolish enough to engage Ao Guang directly. The azure radiance, though faint, manifested as an impenetrable barrier, thwarting Ao Guang's advance. Unyielding, Ao Guang pressed on, relinquishing his bare hands to wield a formidable Feng Tianhua halberd, descending upon Li Mingzhu like an imposing mountain. After 2 millennia of inactivity, perhaps the primordial realm has forgotten that Ao Guang was once capable of contending with the great witches. Prepare to perish, youth. Confronted with such an overwhelming strike, Li Mingzhu, though confident in his own close combat abilities, recognized the vast disparity in physical prowess and the absence of a suitable melee weapon. He decided to reveal his true potential, producing the Lotus Lantern, which now radiated not merely azure light, but a kaleidoscope of colors. As Li Mingzhu unleashed the power of the Lotus Lantern, the vibrant beams transformed into 7 radiant prisms, not only deflecting Ao Guang's halberd, but also coalescing into a colorful cage that ensnared Ao Guang. Clearly unprepared for the sudden surge of strength emanating from Li Mingzhu and the Lotus Lantern, Ao Guang found himself trapped. Despite his unwillingness to succumb, no matter how fiercely he resisted, the unmatched might of the supreme innate spiritual treasure proved insurmountable. Having witnessed the formidable power of the Lotus Lantern, Li Mingzhu felt that the capabilities of the Qianquan Circle and the Hunyuan Silk were somewhat lacking. However, such a perspective seemed rather biased, for he was facing none other than Ao Guang, a consummate golden immortal who had been a prominent figure since the primordial era, mere steps away from becoming a quasi-saint. Although innate spiritual treasures could diminish the disparity in cultivation levels, an overwhelming gap would still result in an insurmountable difference in Taoist prowess. Yet, the exceptional innate spiritual treasures were an exception. Even in an unregulated realm, they could enable one to combat several tiers above their own. After all, these exceptional innate treasures were also referred to as the treasures of saints, implying that in the absence of supreme innate treasures, a saint would wield nothing less than an exceptional innate spiritual treasure. Naturally, the power of such treasures in the hands of a saint was incomparable. Cursed be it. After being ensnared by Li Mingzhu's Lotus Lantern, Ao Guang roared in fury, yet no matter how fiercely he slashed at the seven-colored beams, he could not break free. Li Mingzhu, undeterred by any further discourse, activated the Lotus Lantern once more, transforming the 7 beams into 7 piercing swords aimed directly at Ao Guang's heart. Upon the dispelling of the cage, Ao Guang manifested into a 100-foot golden dragon. The swords struck his form, creating flashes of sparks, yet they failed to inflict any significant harm upon him. The strength of Ao Guang's physical body was evident, and while Li Mingzhu was not surprised, he did not hold back in his taunts. Indeed, a loach, but isn't a loach supposed to be black? An old loach. Foolish child, ignorant. Ignoring Li Mingzhu's mockery and dismissing the 7 sword-like beams conjured by the Lotus Lantern, Ao Guang conjured a golden orb before him. The Dragon Pearl. You may possess a spiritual treasure, but my Dragon Palace has its own. The Dragon Pearl, the essence of the Dragon Clan, served as both a spiritual treasure and an inner elixir, its quality enhancing with the elevation of one's cultivation. Once a dragon surpasses the quasi-saint realm, the Dragon Pearl could rival an exceptional innate spiritual treasure. Gripping the Dragon Pearl within his golden claws, Ao Guang did not employ it for attack, but rather integrated it back into his being, witnessing a further enhancement of his physical form. Although he did not break through to the Great Luo, he attained the pinnacle of the Great Luo realm. Yet, Li Mingzhu remained unperturbed, truly believing that the exceptional innate spiritual treasure possessed only this level of power. With a gentle shake of the Lotus Lantern, the 7-colored radiance coalesced into a towering beam of light, enveloping Ao Guang. Meanwhile, Yang Chan had already positioned herself in ambush, awaiting the moment when Li Mingzhu's beam would strike Ao Guang. To Li Mingzhu's satisfaction, Ao Guang did not disappoint. Whether it was due to his inflated confidence after augmenting his physical form or a burning desire to vanquish Li Mingzhu, he dared to collide directly with the beam of light unleashed by the Lotus Lantern. With a resounding boom, Ao Guang was propelled backward by the beam. Yet his resilience was evident. Though he was struck away, the injury was not grave. Though the injury was not severe, there are times when falling into a disadvantage renders one incapable of recovery. Following the attack of the Lotus Lantern, Ao Guang was met with Yang Chan's 7 stars chase the moon whip. Tian Shu, Tian Xian, Tian Quan, Tian Ji, Yu Heng, Kai Yang, Yao Guang. Yang Chan shouted. And suddenly, the already pitch-black sky was torn apart by a rift, allowing 7 beams of starlight to traverse the heavens. The whip is called the 7 stars chase the moon not only because it can summon the light of the Big Dipper, but when one attains the Great Luo, it can directly call upon the 7 stars themselves. With all 7 stars unleashed, even the moon star must retreat. Though not innate, it is a formidable treasure from the ancient heavenly court, its power rivaling that of the finest innate spiritual treasures. Truly, Lady Nuwa is extravagantly wealthy. Each strike of the 7 stars chase the moon whip rained down upon Ao Guang, each lash bursting with endless starlight, causing his formidable physique to struggle under the onslaught. Li Jing, await my return with the might of the 4 seas. I shall ensure your family meets a fate devoid of burial, reduced to ashes, along with that little girl. Despite Ao Guang's pained howls, his spirit remained unyielded as he transformed into a fierce wind, attempting to flee. Old eel, do not escape. Li Mingzhu bellowed, but she was a moment too late. Chapter 25. The Abbot's Hidden Rules of Heaven and Earth. Ao Guang's Golden Lotus of Tao achievements. Ao Guang successfully fled, and Li Mingzhu bore no anger. After all, She understood that achieving such results in battle was no small feat. Had it been an ordinary perfected Great Luo Golden Immortal facing Li Mingzhu's Lotus Lantern and Yang Chan's 7 stars chased the Moon Whip at Chentang Pass, death would have been certain. Alas, Ao Guang's physique was simply too formidable. This was even under Ao Guang's furious state, forcing his might against Li Mingzhu and her allies. Otherwise, had he unleashed his full potential, even with the advantage of 2 spiritual treasures, it would have been arduous to subdue him. Indeed, one must not underestimate the capabilities of others, Li Mingzhu mused, initially believing that with the Lotus Lantern and Yang Chan's assistance, dealing with Ao Guang would be manageable. Mingzhu? Interrupted Li Mingzhu's thoughts, drawing her back from her reverie. Mother, your child is here. What are your commands? Li Mingzhu responded promptly. Mingzhu, immediately take Chon'er to Nuwa Palace. I trust that Ao Guang, no matter how audacious, would not dare to act recklessly at Lady Nuwa's sanctum, declared with resolute authority, leaving no room for Li Mingzhu's dissent. Unfortunately, Li Mingzhu could not acquiesce. Mother, I cannot leave. What will happen to you and father, and the citizens of this city? Moreover, what can the dragon kings of the 4 seas do to me? Li Mingzhu replied, her tone respectful yet equally firm. Sigh. Very well. Let us face this together as a family. Sighed, a hint of resignation in her voice, yet a smile adorned her face. Time's passage is often unnoticed. And after the small Zhu Xiong had consumed 3 jars of wine, the atmosphere outside Chentang Pass shifted once more. The ominous clouds, dark as night, swept across the skies above Chentang Pass with the ferocity of a tempest. Above this shroud of darkness, the 4 sea dragon kings were discernible in succession. Although they appeared formidable, they had not brought their minions along, likely aware that the shrimps and crabs in their ranks would be of little consequence. Ao Guang returned. His once charred and tattered golden robe now resplendent anew, while the other 3 dragon kings donned robes of orange, blue, and azure, respectively. Truth be told, without the distinction of these colorful garments, Li Mingzhu would struggle to perceive any notable differences among the 4 sea dragon kings. This time, Ao Guang had learned to be prudent, refraining from engaging in futile banter with Li Mingzhu and Li Jing as the 4 dragon kings hovered above, gazing down at them. Ah, Ao Guang, you old mudfish, what brings you here again, accompanied by 3 more mudfish? Li Mingzhu called out with a smile towards the 4 dragon kings in the sky. Li Mingzhu, I have no interest in trifling conversation. I simply wish to know if you have the audacity to confront me in battle. Ao Guang, seemingly having cultivated his temper, did not rise to the provocation this time. You expect me to ascend to you merely upon your summons? Why can't you descend instead? Li Mingzhu scoffed, thinking him foolish. With such a vast expanse of black clouds, can it truly be just the 4 of you? I find that hard to believe. Very well, I shall descend. Today, I will claim your life. Ao Guang proclaimed with a laugh, and in mere moments, he descended from the clouds to stand before Li Mingzhu and the others, causing her to feel a sense of uncertainty. She had meticulously arranged 24 formations on the ground, and she was certain Ao Guang could not be oblivious to this fact. I have come to take your life, Ao Guang declared, striding forward with an air of confidence, disregarding the intricate formations and the presence of Li Mingzhu and her companions. If you seek death, I shall accommodate you. Though perplexed, Li Mingzhu swiftly activated the jade slips in her hands. In an instant, all 24 formations sprang to life, manifesting the might of the 24 heavens. The Bao Lian lantern soared above her head, casting a kaleidoscope of light to shield her from Ao Guang's impending assault, rendering her impervious to all harm. The formations were indeed extraordinary, worthy of their origin from and the spiritual treasure was formidable. However, Ao Guang coldly remarked, alas, your fate is sealed here today. With a sneer, he conjured 4 dragon balls in his hands, the collective essence of the 4 sea dragon kings, each equivalent to a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. Seal, Ao Guang commanded, dismissing the attacks from the formations as if they were mere trifles, unable to inflict any real damage upon him. Be careful, brother Mingzhu, Yang Chan suddenly cried out, having discerned Ao Guang's intentions. This was a tactic devised by the demon clan to counter the shaman clan. Ao Guang aimed not to seal Li Mingzhu, but to restrict the very fabric of this realm, employing a method reminiscent of the demon clan's great array of the celestial stars. However, while the demon clan sought to confine the entire world, Ao Guang merely aimed to obscure the rules governing this small expanse of existence. Seal the heavens, obscure the rules. Although Li Mingzhu could not discern Ao Guang's true intentions, she instinctively sensed impending peril and sought to retreat. Regrettably, Ao Guang had already completed the sealing of this domain. Not only were those outside unable to enter, but likewise, those within could not escape. The fundamental laws of this realm had receded, allowing Ao Guang's perfected cultivation of the great Luo Golden Immortal to manifest in its fullest glory. Escape? Could one truly flee? Within this sacred domain, only Li Mingzhu and Ao Guang remained. Initially, upon hearing Yangchan's warning, Li Mingzhu intended to flee, but alas, Ao Guang had sealed the area long before. It had been said that while spiritual treasures are formidable, it is the cultivation and mastery that truly matter. The dragon god's roar. Ao Guang approached Li Mingzhu with an air of leisurely confidence. At this juncture, he had no intention of swiftly eliminating her. Instead, he relished the prospect of torturing this detestable brat slowly. The dragon god's roar echoed like a fathomless abyss, and although the lotus lantern mitigated much of its force, it still left Li Mingzhu's scalp tingling with dread. Who would have thought you possessed an exquisite innate spiritual treasure? Alas, it remains unrefined. I shall take it. Ao Guang chuckled lightly as his colossal dragon claw reached for the lotus lantern. Despite the lantern's vigorous resistance, it was powerless against Ao Guang, who was but a step away from becoming a true master. Li Mingzhu remained silent. Even if Ao Guang were to seize the lotus lantern, she maintained her composure, contemplating a means of escape. Unfortunately, every potential avenue proved futile against the confines of this sacred realm. The sole object with the potential to unleash a force capable of shattering this enclosure had been taken from her. Though her heart remained tranquil, Li Mingzhu recognized that genuine danger loomed. As Li Mingzhu faced imminent death, could she still speak? Ao Guang laughed heartily, finding the task of slaying this young man far from simple. The sword comes. Li Mingzhu offered no reply. Instead, the essence of the law materialized as a 3-foot in her hand. Eschewing the use of flying swords, she propelled herself swiftly towards Ao Guang with her sword in hand. Engaging Ao Guang in a contest of cultivation was clearly unrealistic. Perhaps, by utilizing her own body, now adept in the 4th transformation of the mysterious arts, she might find a sliver of hope in close combat. Different scenarios necessitate varied responses, a lesson Li Mingzhu had long mastered. Truly unaware of the peril she courted, Ao Guang had initially intended to allow her more time. Yet, since she sought her own demise, she could not blame him. Ao Guang snorted coldly, summoning a great halberd into his grasp and pressing it downward with force. The tremendous momentum bore down, and while Li Mingzhu attempted to parry the halberd upward, she was still sent flying several paces back. In the initial clash of close combat, although Li Mingzhu did not suffer a clear defeat, she could barely hold her ground. However, compared to a one-sided exchange of cultivation, this was a commendable performance. Li Mingzhu charged forth again, adopting the broken sword stance. Regrettably, Ao Guang appeared to have drained his inner strength, showing disinterest in prolonging their skirmish, and struck down with his massive golden claw like a mountain. Li Mingzhu felt as though an insurmountable pressure surged toward her like a tidal wave, rendering her immobile, unable even to summon a response from the mysterious sky silk. Boom! After a resounding roar, as the dust settled, the voice of Li Mingzhu vanished. Outside the realm of the abbot, Yangchan and the Yin family were suddenly engulfed in tears, unable to believe that Li Mingzhu had perished so abruptly. Li Jing shook his head with a sigh. While he believed Li Mingzhu could not have died so easily, the evidence lay starkly before them. Ao Guang, filled with mirth, finally felt relieved of this lingering threat. As for the retaliation from it merely meant the Dragon Clan would seal the seas for a time. In the grand scheme of things, he could always seek refuge with the Primordial Saint. What could they do? Could they truly dominate the heavens? Ao Guang felt confident in his strike. Not to mention the minor Xianxian Li Mingzhu, even an ordinary Deluo Jingxian would be vanquished beneath his palm. Suddenly, just as Ao Guang prepared to ascertain Li Mingzhu's fate, 2 beams of light surged down from the chaos, one yellow, one blue. One was gentle, the other sharp. As these lights descended upon the very spot where Li Mingzhu had fallen, a golden lotus began to rise slowly. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that this golden lotus was indeed the one bestowed upon Li Mingzhu by Duobao when she departed from Golden Tortoise Island. Chapter 26. The Mystic Skill's 5th Transformation. The Pearl is born, defeating 4 and capturing Ao Shun. The golden lotus ascended to the heavens, revealing Li Mingzhu's primordial spirit, which Ao Guang could easily perceive given his cultivation level. I shall not let you have your way, Ao Guang bellowed, as the colossal golden claws descended once more. Yet this time, the force was not as overwhelming as before. Begone! Scram! The yellow and blue lights emitted 2 powerful, domineering voices, directly repelling Ao Guang's claw and sending him flying. The seemingly gentle force was akin to a divine decree upon Ao Guang. and merely the residual shockwave left him grievously wounded, blood spilling from his mouth. The two forces, evidently not intent on killing Ao Guang, perhaps deemed him unworthy of such an end. Within the Golden Lotus, the yellow and blue lights continued to swirl, and Li Mingzhu's primordial spirit appeared to be growing and recovering, as if a physical body was gradually being nurtured within. Ao Guang, spitting blood, felt an overwhelming sense of resentment, yet found himself utterly powerless, though he did not know who had intervened on Li Mingzhu's behalf. Such formidable power could only belong to a saint. Withdraw. Ao Guang, realizing the involvement of a saint, decisively chose to retreat. However, he found no opportunity to escape, as the dual-colored lights emanating from the lotus ensnared both him and the other 3 sea dragon kings, rendering them immobile, bound by the earth, even separated by chaos. The saint's presence was still terrifyingly potent. Mother Nuwa. Upon sensing a familiar aura, Yang Chan exclaimed joyfully, and upon witnessing the scene within the Golden Lotus, her anxious heart finally found solace. She understood that as long as the goddess Enhua intervened, with her boundless powers of creation, Li Mingzhu would undoubtedly be safe. Yet, whose formidable aura was that? Yang Chan, who possessed an acute sensitivity to various forces, sensed another power and was filled with curiosity. However, she quickly regained her composure, striking her forehead in realization but refrained from voicing it. With both saints taking action simultaneously, the situation was instantly reversed, and the outcome was sealed. At that moment, enveloped by the dual forces of the saints, Li Mingzhu was gradually undergoing a slow rebirth. It was indeed true that she had been slain by Ao Guang, but the auspicious Golden Lotus had safeguarded her primordial spirit. Ordinarily, even with her spirit preserved, if Ao Guang followed up with further attacks, Li Mingzhu would inevitably meet her demise. However, Enhua's timely intervention thwarted Ao Guang's intentions at their very root. Although her physical form was undeniably destroyed, the goddess's creative force could easily reconstruct it, with the innate soil combined with the nurturing essence of the auspicious Golden Lotus. It could be said that once Li Mingzhu successfully restored herself, her physical body would be even stronger than her previous innate Tao body. Fortune and misfortune are interdependent. One never knows if a loss might lead to a gain. The nurturing process of the auspicious Golden Lotus did not last long, merely a brief moment, before the Golden Lotus blossomed, and Li Mingzhu stepped forth from its embrace. Clad in garments as white as snow, her long hair elegantly secured with a jade hairpin, she walked with grace. Upon opening her eyes, devoid of sorrow or joy, Li Mingzhu bowed 3 times towards the direction of chaos. Disciple Li Mingzhu expresses profound gratitude to the goddess and the ancestral master for their rescue. Simultaneously, the auspicious Golden Lotus, having spiraled in the air for a while, returned to Li Mingzhu's body. At last, she comprehended why her ancestral master had instructed her senior uncle to entrust the Golden Lotus to her. It was as if it had been foreseen that she would face such a calamity. The foresight of the saints is indeed remarkable. After all, without this Golden Lotus, even if Enhua and her ancestral master wished to save her, they would have been powerless. The Golden Lotus safeguarded her spirit and nurtured her body, allowing her misfortune to transform into fortune. Otherwise, she might not have perished, but her fate would have mirrored that of Nezha from her past life, damaged foundations of the Tao. A rare path to greatness. Now, not only was her foundation intact, but she had also broken through the 9 transformations mystic art to the 5th transformation, which was quite gratifying. Following Li Mingzhu's resurrection, the divine consciousness of both Enhua and the Saint of Heaven had long since departed, and the bindings imposed by Ao Guang and his companions had also vanished. However, Li Mingzhu harbored no intention of sparing Ao Guang. With the void of the monastery and having attained the 5th transformation of the mystic art, it was only logical that she would seek vengeance. She surged forward with great speed, not concealing her murderous intent in the slightest. Her sword of law reappeared in her hand as she softly recited a verse. As she uttered the incantation, the treasured lotus lantern, previously taken by Ao Guang, miraculously returned to Li Mingzhu's grasp. Unlike ordinary innate spiritual treasures, the true power of the lotus lantern could only be manifested through the proper incantation. Similarly, even if something is taken away, it can indeed be reclaimed. This is precisely why Li Mingzhu remained unperturbed after the precious lotus lamp was seized. Old Loach, it is now your turn to meet your demise, Li Mingzhu declared with a smile, her demeanor betraying no hint of mercy as she wielded her sword with precision. Her technique was not particularly complex. It was merely a straightforward downward slash. However, after reaching the 5th stage of her profound skill, Even the simplest swordplay wielded an overwhelming power, vastly superior to her previous capabilities. I refuse to believe that a sage can save you once, let alone a second time. Ao Guang exclaimed as he raised his spear in defense, though internally he still felt trepidation and was unwilling to yield. At this moment, he finally grasped the true extent of Li Mingzhu's backing and, to be honest, felt a twinge of regret. But alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. With a resounding clash, their weapons met. This time, it was not merely Li Mingzhu who was being suppressed. The confrontation was evenly matched, with Li Mingzhu even holding a slight advantage. All three of my brothers, join me. Ao Guang, recognizing Li Mingzhu's sudden surge in power, dared not underestimate her, hastily summoning the remaining 3 Dragon Kings to join the fray. The 4 Sea Dragon Kings launched a coordinated assault against Li Mingzhu, instantly transforming the air into a chaotic battlefield. Although Li Mingzhu faced 4 opponents, she remained unyielding. Dust and debris swirled as the winds shifted. The 4 combatants fought fiercely, each intent on vanquishing the other. It was no wonder that the legendary Yang Jian, as depicted in the Investiture of the Gods, was so formidable, rivaling many second-generation disciples of various sections. Despite Li Mingzhu's ability to hold her ground against the 4 Sea Dragon Kings, she found it challenging to make any significant progress. At that moment, she even recognized the importance of possessing a suitable melee weapon, realizing she must find a way to acquire the fire spear in the future. Brother Mingzhu, catch! Seemingly sensing Li Mingzhu's need, Yang Chan called out softly, tossing the 7 stars whip towards her. Excellent! Li Mingzhu exclaimed joyfully as she grasped the whip. With a swift motion, she unleashed its power, using the sudden assault from the precious lotus lamp to capture Ao Shun, the Dragon King of the North, alive. Let us go. Ao Guang, witnessing Ao Shun's capture, understood that the tide had turned. He quickly urged the Dragon Kings of the West and South to flee. And due to the opening created by Ao Shun's capture, Li Mingzhu found it difficult to prevent their escape. You can run, but the monastery cannot, Ao Guang declared. I shall certainly pay you a visit soon. Li Mingzhu's gaze sharpened as she watched Ao Guang flee, a cold smile gracing her lips. It was now her turn to lay in wait. Chapter 27. The Sword of Immortal Slaying emerges. Aou, stop. Seal your corporeal form, and sever your path. Father, mother. I must journey to the East Sea, Li Mingzhu announced as she descended from the clouds, bowing before Li Jing and the Yin family. My child, if you must go, then go. That Ao Guang dares to so brazenly humiliate the Li family. He must not be allowed to escape unscathed. Li Jing began to respond, but was abruptly interrupted by a fierce glare from Yin, her authority palpable. Be safe, Li Jing finally relented, allowing his words to escape with resignation. Brother Mingzhu, let us depart. And I too. Yang Chan and Xiao Zhuxiong exclaimed excitedly from the side, eager to seize their moment. It's not we, but I. You stay behind to protect my mother and father, Li Mingzhu declared. You little rascal can just stay home and drink. Ha. Li Mingzhu jested at Xiao Zhuxiong, yet she did not take him along. Very well. Take care of yourself, Yang Chan replied helplessly, understanding that Li Mingzhu's reasoning was indeed sound. If the Dragon Kings made a surprise return, neither Li Jing nor the Yin clan could possibly hold them back. Bring me back some celestial wine. Xiao Zhuxiong chimed in, ever the wine enthusiast, never forgetting his beloved drink. All right, I shall go, Li Mingzhu exclaimed, leaping away with a resolve that, despite her other thoughts, was still filled with lethal intent. Li Mingzhu exerted all her strength to traverse the distance to the Dragon Palace in the East Sea. And just as she was about to arrive, a jade slip descended from the heavens into her grasp. Upon receiving the slip and scanning its contents with her divine sense, although her spirits were somewhat dampened, it seemed she had laid some burden to rest. Facing the direction of chaos, Li Mingzhu respectfully proclaimed, I shall heed the decree of my revered ancestor. The jade slip contained the command of the celestial sage. After accepting the edict, she stepped forward and, in the blink of an eye, found herself before the gates of the Crystal Palace. With the Qian Kuan circle firmly in hand, she wasted no words. The circle transformed into a streak of shooting star, hurtling toward the gates of the palace. A resounding crash echoed as the gates of the Crystal Palace fell in response. Like a demonic deity, Li Mingzhu encountered relentless soldiers along her path, yet they were all shredded by her celestial silk. Were it not for her physical body having ascended to the 5th stage of profound arts, she would not have been capable of such feats. However, with her body having transcended into the realm of divinity, she was untouchable to common foes. With unstoppable momentum, Li Mingzhu swiftly penetrated the depths of the Crystal Palace. Beneath the opulent grandeur of the vast hall, countless aquatic warriors trembled in fear. Halt! Just as Li Mingzhu was about to reach the palace's core, a streak of pale yellow appeared before her, a maiden wielding a sharp sword. So you have finally arrived. Li Mingzhu sighed softly, truly wishing it were not so. Indeed, I have come. I am Ao Yu, disciple of the Jie Sect, and it is an honor to meet you, Brother Mingzhu. The maiden's expression was grave as she bowed respectfully to Li Mingzhu. Greetings, Sister Ao Yu, Li Mingzhu reciprocated, feeling a twinge of surprise. Though she had already deduced the maiden's identity, she had not anticipated her to be a disciple of the Jie Sect, and moreover, one of the Yuding lineage. It seemed that Ao Guang's audacity might be connected to this revelation. There is no need for further words, my friend. You have your convictions, and I have my guardianship. Ao Yu spoke coldly as she unsheathed the sword of immortal severance. Very well, Li Mingzhu concurred, believing that a fair duel was to ensue. However, unexpectedly, she unleashed a radiant burst of 7 colors from the Lotus Lantern. Seal of Light. The Lotus Lantern integrates both defensive sealing and offensive capabilities, and it is indeed a superior innate spiritual treasure. Although Ao Yu wields the sword of immortal slaying and possesses the cultivation of a Tai Xianxian, he fell victim to a sudden ambush. With a single motion, Li Mingzhu sealed Ao Yu inside the Lotus Lantern. While Ao Yu could perceive the happenings outside, he found himself unable to escape. Li Mingzhu, feeling a sense of helplessness, pondered what he could do. To slay Ao Yu was unfathomable, yet to forego his revenge against the Dragon Clan because of Ao Yu was out of the question. Thus, he had no choice but to proceed in this manner. The Sword of Immortal Slaying, a remarkable artifact, was a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, rare in its prowess for killing. As for the human, Li Mingzhu had no intention of letting him go, for releasing him could lead to complications. Many eyes were on the Dragon Palace from the vast wilderness, including that of Yuding, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school, who was infuriated to see Li Mingzhu not only sealing Ao Yu, but also brandishing the Sword of Immortal Slaying. Would Li Mingzhu return the sword? Naturally, he would not. He feared no repercussions, daring Yuding to attempt to reclaim it. In the Upper Purity realm, Tong Tian laughed heartily, reveling in the spectacle, while in the Jade Purity realm, the Primordial Saint wore a somber expression, and the other great beings of the wilderness exhibited a range of reactions. Li Mingzhu, do not overstep your bounds. Ao Guang and the other 2 Dragon Kings roared in unison, transforming into their original forms to forcibly displace Li Mingzhu from the Crystal Palace. Determined to halt his destructive actions, after being moved, Li Mingzhu remained unfazed, smiling as he calmly remarked, overstepping? It seems I recall uttering similar words at Chentang Pass. Yet what of you? Do you truly believe my brothers fear you? Ao Guang bellowed, charging forward, with 2 aged dragons, 1 black and 1 red, following closely behind. Unreasonable. Li Mingzhu scoffed, as the jade tablet that had just fallen from the void soared from his sleeve, unleashing an endless azure radiance that pierced the heavens, sharp and formidable. Although the saint's decree did not coalesce excessive power, it was still beyond Ao Guang and the others' capacity to withstand. Most importantly, the authoritative presence of the saint instilled a sense of trepidation. Even if Ao Guang and his companions could resist, they dared not do so. After repelling the 3 Dragon Kings, Li Mingzhu tossed out the already sealed Ao Shun. Although suspended in midair, Ao Guang and the others did not dare to seize him. The overwhelming aura of sanctity had indeed intimidated them. Initially, they had intended to summon their ancestral elders should Li Mingzhu approach, but now they hesitated, realizing they must weigh their options carefully and could only rely on that individual. The 3 old dragons felt a deep unease. When had the Dragon Clan ever been subjected to such treatment without the ability to retaliate? What is your intention, Li Mingzhu? Ao Guang, transformed into a middle-aged Dragon King, fixed his gaze upon him. To seal the Dragon Kings of the 4 seas for a millennium, to diminish your true immortal powers, do you dare defy the saint's decree? Rest assured, your turn will come soon. You dare. Ao Guang attempted to intervene, but Li Mingzhu had already made her move. The sacred might emanating from the jade tablet, combined with the resplendent light of the lotus lamp, descended in an instant. In but a moment, Ao Shun's entire cultivation as a great Luo golden immortal was stripped away, reducing him to a mere true immortal, his physical form bound. In truth, the decree from the celestial realm aimed to persuade Li Mingzhu to withdraw, at most to plunder the Dragon Clan. However, Li Mingzhu's actions were unexpectedly ruthless, yet she remained within the bounds of propriety, compelling him to cooperate with her. Otherwise, given Li Mingzhu's profound cultivation and mastery, even with the lotus lamp, it would have been impossible to seal the 4 sea Dragon Kings, who were great Luo golden immortals. After sealing Ao Shun, Li Mingzhu advanced with her sword, while Ao Guang and his companions sought to flee, but were firmly suppressed by the jade tablet's sacred might. One after another, they were sealed. Mere moments ago, the 4 sea dragon kings, once great Luo golden immortals, were reduced to true immortals. A stark reminder of the capriciousness of fate. At that moment, Aou observed from within the lotus lamp as Li Mingzhu sealed her father and several uncles, yet curiously. Her sorrow was not profound. Perhaps, in her heart, she believed they truly deserved such punishment. Although confined within the lotus lamp, Aou bore little resentment, save for some annoyance at Li Mingzhu's sudden ambush. Did she truly consider herself a rival? The only lingering grievance was the death of Ao Bing. Although she understood that Ao Bing's fate was just, she remained uncertain on how to confront it. Perhaps only time could gradually mend that rift. Li Mingzhu, of course, was oblivious to Aou's thoughts. He only knew that, despite his uncertainty in dealing with her, relinquishing her was not an option. Perhaps it was the weight of past life memories, or perhaps genuine affection. Regardless, he could not let her go. Li Mingzhu's actions did bring him a fleeting moment of notoriety in the vast wilderness. Yet, since it was ultimately achieved through external means, it was quickly overshadowed. Perhaps out of consideration for Aou, or perhaps out of respect for the formidable experts deep within the Dragon Palace, he refrained from excessively plundering the Dragon Clan. After sealing Ao Guang and the others, Li Mingzhu departed from the Eastern Sea, yet did not hasten back to Chentang Pass. Chapter 28. Daji's Despair and the Alluring Nine-Tailed Fox in Jizhou. To the south of the city, banners fluttered, and a procession wound its way forward, unceasing. Beneath the city tower, the elderly and the remnants of soldiers stood vigil, 2 generals, one old and one young, gazing intently at the advancing convoy. Their expressions filled with melancholy, anger, resentment, and sorrow intertwined, creating a heavy atmosphere. "Father, are we truly to send my sister to Chaoga? It is akin to leading a lamb to the slaughter," lamented the young general in white, his face etched with grief as he fixed his gaze upon his father. "Zhong, do you think I desire this? What other recourse do we have? It is not as if we have not attempted to resist, but what was the outcome? Our Jizhou nearly fell, and look at these weary, battered troops. You nearly lost your life as well," the old general replied, his expression one of helplessness, gesturing towards the dejected soldiers around him. Indeed, what could he do? Who would willingly watch their daughter leap into the flames? The 2 figures were none other than Su Hu of Jizhou and his eldest son, Su Chuanzhong. Alas, with a heavy sigh, Su Chuanzhong chose not to elaborate further. It was during the sacrificial rites to heaven that King Zhou beheld the statue of the goddess Niwa, after which he composed poetry and subsequently ceased his fervent search for brides across the land. Under the counsel of Fei Zhong and Yu Huan, King Zhou decreed the acceptance of Daji as his consort. Su Hu, having revolted from Chaoga, found himself thwarted by Chong Ho Hu and Ji Chong. In the end, he had no choice but to surrender Daji back to Chaoga, left with nothing but lamentation. Meanwhile, after departing from the Eastern Sea, Li Mingzhu journeyed westward, refraining from excessive use of magical arts, simply traversing at a leisurely pace. Concurrently, he released Aou, who, contrary to expectations of tempestuous chaos, emerged quietly, neither engaging in conflict nor attempting to flee, which only troubled Li Mingzhu more. It is said that a woman's heart is as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean, and Li Mingzhu was beginning to grasp this truth, uncertain of how to proceed. Initially, Aou had intended to make her escape upon her release, and Li Mingzhu imposed no restrictions upon her. Had she truly wished to leave, she would have done so. Yet, she found herself unable to sever the ties. The reason Li Mingzhu did not hasten back to Chentang Pass may well be related to this, as he wished to allow Aou the space to clear her mind. As they ambled along, they encountered the procession escorting Daji to Chaoga. At first, Li Mingzhu was unaware of the purpose of this caravan and did not pay it much heed. However, Aou expressed a desire to discover its intent, and naturally, Li Mingzhu acquiesced. With Aou finally showing some interest, Li Mingzhu was eager to oblige, as the pervasive gloom of their days was disheartening. Following the caravan, Li Mingzhu did not rush forth to halt it, but he was well aware that this convoy belonged to the royal house of the Yin and Shang, given the unmistakable emblem of the great Xian bird. As night fell and the caravan took rest at an inn, Li Mingzhu and Aou seamlessly blended in. Both possessed considerable mastery of their craft, allowing them to infiltrate the caravan of mere mortals with ease. Upon eavesdropping, they learned that the caravan was indeed tasked with escorting Daji to Chaoga. Although Li Mingzhu had no intention of meddling, Aou expressed a wish to see Daji, and he reluctantly acquiesced. He had his own motives, as it was said that Daji, a nine-tailed fox, had been the cause of ruin for the Yin and Shang dynasty, and he wished to witness this for himself. Ultimately, Li Mingzhu harbored a desire to find a way to prevent Daji's entry into Chaoga. After all, as a disciple of the, he wished to bolster the fortunes of the Yin and Shang where possible. In truth, he had yet to devise a strategy for the impending calamity of the Fengshen, feeling a sense of bleakness about the future of the prospect of aligning with Wenzhong and Chaoga was not appealing to him. Yet, he could not turn his back on the West Qi, for that would be tantamount to treachery. Thus, he resolved to assist in whatever manner he could. Father, brother, Daji, I am sorry. I can no longer meet you for the last time. I hope you will not hold it against me. I am acutely aware that without safely reaching Chaoga, perhaps King Zhou would send troops to attack Jizhou. However, I truly find myself unable to do so. In the brilliantly lit chamber, a young maiden clad in flowing azure garments weeps inconsolably, her beauty unparalleled, as she murmurs to herself in fragmented sentences, her pallor strikingly haggard. A sight that stirs deep sympathy. Outside the room, Li Mingzhu and Aou, shrouded in concealment, listen intently. Aou yearns to intervene, yet is restrained by Li Mingzhu's gesture, urging her to remain silent. Bowie Cow, we shall meet again in our next life, Daji declares resolutely, as if making a profound decision, casting a long silken ribbon upon the rafters, intent on ending her life. Aou again attempts to intervene, but is halted by Li Mingzhu, for the nine-tailed fox has yet to reveal itself. There is an aura of malevolence. Aou whispers to Li Mingzhu, who nods in agreement, waiting for this very moment. With a flick of her fingers, a slender beam of azure light shoots from the doorway towards Daji, who, adhering to the script, kicks away the stool to hang herself. The delicate glow from Li Mingzhu envelopes Daji, unnoticed by her, let alone the hidden nine-tailed fox. Though Daji appears lifeless, she is, in truth, preserved by the very light Li Mingzhu had cast. A soft laugh resonates within the chamber, as a seductive and provocatively alluring figure materializes before Li Mingzhu and Aou. The charm exuded by that fleeting smile is utterly captivating. Even Li Mingzhu, tempered by the information explosion of later ages, finds herself momentarily entranced. Truly, the nine-tailed fox deserves such admiration. It is no wonder that King Zhou succumbed to her enchanting allure. With such irresistible allure, how many men could possibly withstand it? Look, I dare say your heart has been ensnared by that enchantress. Aou pouts beside Li Mingzhu, visibly displeased, her hand hovering near his ear, yet refraining from pulling it, perhaps sensing the intimacy of the gesture. No matter how beautiful the fox spirit may be, how could she rival your splendor? Li Mingzhu chuckles, having just caught a glimpse of Aou's smile. Could it be that she feels a twinge of jealousy? Inwardly, Li Mingzhu relishes this realization, confident that Aou holds some affection for him. Aou returns to her previous aloof demeanor, though a faint glimmer of joy flickers in her eyes. After all, who among mortals is devoid of emotion? Is Aou truly so oblivious? Within the chamber, the nine-tailed fox retrieves Daji's lifeless body. The death of a human being is paramount, and the nine-tailed fox has no intention of pursuing Daji's soul further. She prepares to guide Daji's spirit to reincarnation when a brilliant azure light bursts forth from Daji's form. Indeed, it is the very light sent by Li Mingzhu. It manifests as a sword of light, swiftly hurtling towards the nine-tailed fox. Who goes there? The nine-tailed fox exclaims in alarm, revealing her true form as she sweeps her nine tails in defense. Although she manages to deflect the flying sword, Li Mingzhu and Aou have already materialized within the room. Chapter 29. The nine-tailed fox has its reasons, yearning to explore the truth at Xianyuan. What a charming young lad. I wonder why he would disrupt the good intentions of this elder sister? The nine-tailed fox cast a gentle glance at Li Mingzhu, a playful smile gracing her lips. Though she did not intentionally seek to ensnare him, her innate allure was undeniable, proving her to be a natural enchantress. Nine-tailed fox, I implore you, why do you unjustly endanger the life of this Daji? Li Mingzhu inquired earnestly, disregarding the fox's bewitching demeanor. Although he was well aware of the unfolding events, Aou beside him remained in the dark. It turned out that Daji's desire for death was instigated by the machinations of the nine-tailed fox. Ah, a young Taoist priest indeed. This little demon serves under the command of the goddess Nuwa, sent to disrupt the fortunes of the mortal realm. Why do you, dear priest, seek to thwart me? The nine-tailed fox elegantly approached, speaking as she walked, even casting a flirtatious glance towards Li Mingzhu. Were it not for his remarkable composure, he might have fallen prey to her charms. Such audacity! Li Mingzhu exclaimed, perceiving the nine-tailed fox's use of seduction. With a fierce shout, He unleashed a wave of sword energy from his jian, though it did not strike the fox. Its sheer presence was formidable. You speak nonsense. The goddess Nuwa is the revered mother of humanity. How could she condone such actions? Aou retorted angrily, finding the fox's boldness intolerable. Not only for her deceitful words, but also for daring to entice Li Mingzhu. She speaks the truth. King Zhou's sacrilege against the goddess provoked her wrath. Summoning the 3 demons from Xinyuan to disrupt the fortunes of the Yinshang dynasty, Li Mingzhu clarified, elucidating the matter. The Taoist truly possesses great understanding. As expected from one of the mystical order, the 9-tailed fox conceded, her tone now considerably more respectful, refraining from her previous antics. Do not utter another word. If you consent to return to Xinyuan and continue your cultivation, I shall spare your life for the sake of the goddess. Otherwise, do not blame me for unleashing my wrath today, Li Mingzhu declared coldly, shaking the jian once more. This was indeed the truth, were it not for the goddess Nuwa. Li Mingzhu would have acted without hesitation, sparing no room for idle chatter. Dare you disregard the edict of the goddess Nuwa? The 9-tailed fox challenged defiantly, aware that she was no match for the 2 before her. Thus, her only recourse lay with the goddess. I am but a disciple of the goddess Nuwa, undergoing trials. If you were to invoke the decree of another sage, I might have hesitated, but now, do you think I would? Li Mingzhu's voice was firm, drawing forth his jian, its razor-sharp energy lunging toward the 9-tailed fox, halting merely an inch from her brow. Li Mingzhu was reluctant to offend the goddess Nuwa. Thus he had no intention of slaying the 9-tailed fox. The 9-tailed fox was evidently startled, letting out a cry as she retreated hastily, unprepared for Li Mingzhu's unwavering resolve. Taoist, please, delay your strike. This little demon yearns to return to Xinyuan, but alas, I cannot. The 9-tailed fox quickly knelt, pleading for mercy. What do you mean? Li Mingzhu sheathed his jian. To the south of Xinyuan Grave lies the Skull Mountain of the Stone Immortal, a place recently haunted by terrifying energies. Beneath the Xinyuan Grave, an ancient demon is awakening, causing the lesser demons to fear returning. The 9-tailed fox, with tear-streaked cheeks, spoke softly, glancing up at Li Mingzhu's face, relieved to see her expression soften slightly, allowing her to ease her anxious heart. Do not attempt to employ your charms on me. They are futile, Li Mingzhu said sternly, noticing the pallor on Aou's face. Taoist, this is innate. The little demon cannot help it. The 9-tailed fox said with a proud glance at Aou, standing up to acknowledge her adeptness in understanding human emotions. Recognizing Li Mingzhu's lack of malice, she resumed her banter, echoing that it was indeed a natural trait. Let us proceed to Xinyuan Grave. Li Mingzhu disregarded the antics and decisively waved her sleeve, determining to visit the grave and check on the Stone Immortal, hoping to persuade her to oversee Chentang Pass. After all, the Stone Immortal could not remain at Chentang Pass indefinitely, and her recent emergence should have endowed her with considerable power, making her a formidable ally. And what about her? Aou pointed at Daji, her expression stern. Let her accompany us. We shall first impart some skills for self-defense. Then allow her to venture to Shichi on her own, Li Mingzhu contemplated, recognizing Daji as a potential burden. It would be unwise to bring her back to Chentang Pass, which would only complicate matters further. This hot potato shall be handed over to Ji Chong. Considering Daji's deep affections for your son, Li Mingzhu mused inwardly. Meanwhile, far away in Shichi, Duke Ji Chong inexplicably sneezed several times, as if sensing something amiss. He attempted to divine the cause using the later Heaven Bagua, but could discern nothing. Perhaps only upon fully mastering the later Heaven Bagua could he uncover the truth. For now, it seemed impossible. Upon hearing Li Mingzhu's words, Aou cast a spell to awaken Daji, who then realized she had not perished. This revelation only deepened the 9-tailed fox's curiosity about Li Mingzhu's identity, once a servant of Nuwa, now transformed. Who are you? Daji asked, bewildered upon seeing 3 living individuals in her chamber. The ones who will take you away, Li Mingzhu replied softly, cutting off Daji's chance to speak. In an instant, a fierce wind swept through, and the 4 vanished. Are you sent by my father? Daji inquired as they traversed the grassy plains, now 100 miles from the inn. No, I merely passed by and, seeing your plight, could not allow you to perish and be possessed by a demon, so I intervened, Li Mingzhu responded calmly. Upon hearing this, Daji's enthusiasm waned. Can you take me to Shichi? Daji, disappointed that her family had not come to rescue her, resolved not to return to Jizhou after her escape. Impossible. Li Mingzhu's response remained indifferent, while Aou, standing beside her, felt a deep sense of satisfaction, unbeknownst to her that her stance was subtly shifting. Let us proceed to Xinyuan Tomb, Li Mingzhu softly uttered. employing the technique of Jie Tianya to transport the three of them towards their destination. As for Daji, she had intended to inquire how Li Mingzhu might assist her in reaching Shiqi, but unfortunately, Li Mingzhu did not afford her that opportunity. The Jie Tianya was merely a form of flight technique, which Daji's frail physique could not endure, compelling Aou to shield her. Along the way, Aou offered guidance to Daji, suggesting that her passage to Shiqi depended solely on her own efforts, although they could impart some techniques to her, which delighted Daji immensely. The nine-tailed fox observed silently from the sidelines, yet held a strong admiration for Li Mingzhu's approach. They traveled swiftly, and in approximately half an hour, Li Mingzhu led the trio to Skull Mountain, opting not to head directly to Xianyuan Tomb. Outside the entrance of the Bone Cave, the youth known as Bai Yun was idly guarding the cave when he spotted Li Mingzhu and her companions, his spirits lifting at the sight of familiar faces. Before Bai Yun could greet them, the cave's entrance suddenly swung open, and Shiji appeared before them like a refreshing breeze. "What brings the celestial youth here?" Shiji inquired with a smile. "Esteemed Shiji, it is a pleasure to see you. My fellow disciples and I have come with a small matter to address. But more importantly, we seek your presence to oversee Chentang Pass," Li Mingzhu replied, also smiling. Despite referring to Shiji as her senior, she did not perform the customary gestures of respect, knowing well that Shiji would not accept such formalities. "Ah, I see. Congratulations on joining the esteemed sect of Wudong. Dear youth, as for your invitation, I shall gladly oblige." Shiji, already a grand Luo Jingxian, calculated the circumstances and swiftly accepted Li Mingzhu's invitation without a mention of any reward. This was undoubtedly connected to Li Mingzhu and the goddess Nuwa, but even more so, it reflected the inherent camaraderie and straightforwardness of the disciples from the Jie Sect. After parting ways with Shiji, Li Mingzhu ventured towards Chentang Pass, considering the task to be of little significance. Recently, she had just elevated her cultivation and felt incapable of achieving any considerable breakthroughs. Thus, she preferred to take a moment to reflect and explore. She left Daji in the Bone Cave, allowing Bai Yun the liberty to teach her some techniques, while she herself, accompanied by Aou and the nine-tailed fox, proceeded towards Xianyuan Tomb. Although Daji was displeased with such treatment, she had no recourse, being dependent on others. Xianyuan Tomb was merely a large mound of earth, yet nearby lay a small village named Shimin Village. Whether due to the adage that a rabbit does not eat grass near its burrow, or for other reasons, Li Mingzhu found no signs of the three monsters preying on humans. The village was named Shimin Village because of a colossal stone door situated not far from Xianyuan Tomb, inscribed with unknown symbols. Time, it seems, has dulled the marks of age. The nine-tailed fox approached the Xianyuan Tomb, forming intricate hand seals to unveil the entrance, leading Li Mingzhu and Aou within. The two other creatures, the Peepa spirit and the pheasant spirit, had vanished. But Li Mingzhu and Aou paid them no mind as they followed the nine-tailed fox's lead. The interior of the Xianyuan Tomb resembled a grand mausoleum, complete with corridors and chambers, yet it differed from ordinary graves, for it possessed the ability to autonomously gather spiritual energy. This very reason is why the three creatures chose to make their home here. After all, celestial abodes are scarce, and for lowly spirits like them, having a refuge was quite fortunate. The nine-tailed fox informed Li Mingzhu that they typically practiced their cultivation in the outer chambers, as the inner sanctum, while richer in spiritual essence, was a place they dared not tread. The chilling aura emanating from within was overwhelmingly potent, deterring them from approaching even slightly. Were it not for the lack of other suitable locations, they would have preferred to avoid this place altogether. Soon, the nine-tailed fox led Li Mingzhu and Aou to the stone door that separated the inner and outer chambers, where they could hear violent noises from beyond, akin to a colossal dragon stirring. It appeared that something extraordinary lay within. Li Mingzhu mused that it was often said that beneath great tombs, peculiarities abound, and the Xianyuan Tomb seemed no exception. Despite its name, there was no doubt that the tomb did not contain the remains of the Yellow Emperor, who had long ascended to the Fire Cloud Cave, achieving the esteemed title of human sovereign. "Mingzhu, come quickly. There are murals," Aou suddenly exclaimed, interrupting Li Mingzhu's reverie. Following Aou's gesture, Li Mingzhu turned her gaze in that direction. The murals, worn by time, were difficult to decipher, yet it was vaguely apparent that they depicted the ancient battle between the Yellow Emperor and Qiyu. From these fragmented images, it was challenging to uncover the secrets of the Xianyuan Tomb. Although Li Mingzhu wished to refrain from further investigation, she could not bring herself to retreat, compelled to press on and prepare to open the stone door. Reflecting on her current prowess, having achieved the fifth transformation of her mystical arts, she felt emboldened. believing she could contend with an average Deluo Jinxian even under restrictions. The stone door was sealed, and no mechanism for opening it was apparent. Thus, brute force was her only recourse. With a swift motion, the sword of celestial severance was drawn, wielded firmly in her hand. She employed the broken sword technique. The blade surged forth, slicing through the darkness like a meteor, crashing against the stone door. Although the door served as a barrier between the inner and outer chambers, it shattered upon impact with Li Mingzhu's strike. After a tremendous roar, as the dust settled, they beheld a throng of green-haired and red-haired creatures rushing toward them, mixed with black-haired and white-haired monsters. Damn it, zombies! Li Mingzhu realized immediately upon seeing these monstrosities, shocked that she would encounter such ghastly beings in this place. However, this is quite reasonable. The Xianyuan burial site is surrounded by mountains, making it an ideal location for the preservation of corpses. Thus, the emergence of zombies is not particularly surprising. What piqued Li Mingzhu's curiosity was the remarkable strength of the zombies here. Generally, zombies are categorized into 5 distinct stages: white-haired, black-haired, green-haired, red-haired, and the most formidable of all, the Hanhua. Strangely enough, there were fewer black-haired and white-haired zombies here, which is rather unusual. This is a zombie. We must employ the thunder magic. Hurry over, Li Mingzhu exclaimed, urging Aou and the nine-tailed fox, who were in a state of frantic disarray. Supreme Clear Divine Thunder. Jade Clear Divine Thunder. Li Mingzhu and Aou seemed to share a profound connection, simultaneously unleashing the most potent forms of thunder magic from their respective teachings, the Supreme Clear and Jade Clear Divine Thunders, both deriving from the Pango lineage. The two divine thunders complemented each other, dramatically amplifying their power, an unexpected yet logical outcome. The divine thunder surged forth, sweeping through the horde, and in an instant, all the zombies were vanquished by Li Mingzhu and Aou. Although the first 4 stages of zombies were formidable, they could not withstand the might of the divine thunder. Had Li Mingzhu and Aou lacked such powerful abilities, they might have truly met their downfall here. Once the zombies were cleared, the vast burial chamber appeared significantly more open. In the center of the chamber stood a door, and Li Mingzhu, accompanied by Aou and the nine-tailed fox, hastened towards it. After witnessing the formidable strength of the zombies, the nine-tailed fox felt a tinge of trepidation, yet seeing Li Mingzhu's unwavering determination to advance, she refrained from obstructing her. The stone door bore intricate murals, though they were indistinct. One could vaguely discern the outline of a dragon with wings. Li Mingzhu felt a sense of familiarity, yet could not recall where she had seen it before and chose not to dwell on it. With a swift stroke of the celestial slaying sword, the stone door was cleaved open, revealing not a horde of zombies, but merely a stone coffin and a statue. The statue depicted a dragon, immense and winged, coiled beside the stone coffin. The coffin itself was quite unadorned, lacking murals or any other items. As Li Mingzhu, Aou, and the nine-tailed fox approached, they discovered inscriptions upon the coffin, which, despite the passage of countless millennia, remained distinctly legible. Tomb of the beloved wife, Ying Long. The grand characters, etched with iron pen and silver hook, were immortalized through time. Ying Long. Uncle Ying Long. Li Mingzhu and Aou exclaimed in unison, one recalling a legend from a previous life, the other remembering the elder named Ying Long. You speak first. No, you go ahead. They both insisted simultaneously. Eventually, Li Mingzhu composed herself and spoke. It is said that during the great battle between Emperor Xianyuan and Qiyu, numerous ancient beings lent their aid. Among them was Ying Long. What do you wish to convey? Li Mingzhu stated earnestly, acknowledging the truth of her words. Although she had heard of Ying Long, her understanding of his specific deeds was indeed rather limited. Uncle Ying Long is regarded as the most formidable genius of our dragon clan, a sentiment echoed by my father. Although I have never laid eyes upon him, he is a figure I deeply admire. Aou brushed aside the azure strands from her forehead, seemingly organizing her thoughts, while Li Mingzhu refrained from interrupting, patiently awaiting her continuation. Chapter 31. The Unyielding Affection Amidst Water and Fire. The drought demoness emerges from the sarcophagus. Uncle Ying Long was born with wings, which the clan regarded as an anomaly from a young age. In truth, those wings were a divine gift from the ancestral dragon, but regrettably, the elders of the clan did not comprehend their significance at the time. Nevertheless, Uncle Ying Long exhibited astonishing talent from early on, achieving the realm of Deluo Jinxian in merely 1,000 years, a feat unprecedented in our dragon lineage. After another millennium, he attained the perfection of Deluo, while my father was still merely at the golden immortal stage. But what is there to lament? Li Mingzhu pressed curiously, for the first 2 millennia of Ying Long's life were akin to that of a protagonist, Attaining the Deluo Jinxian stage in a millennium is an exceedingly rare accomplishment, even among the renowned human cultivators known for their rapid advancement. Reaching the Deluo Jinxian level is akin to scaling a mountain. Although our dragon clan possesses exceptional innate gifts, it is well known that our cultivation speed is relatively slow. Thus, Uncle Inglong's ascent to the Deluo Jinxian in just 1,000 years marks him as an extraordinary genius, justifying Aoyu's assertion that he is the foremost talent of our clan. Regrettably, since he set off to aid Emperor Xianyuan, Uncle Inglong has not returned, and no one knows of his whereabouts. Yet today, I find myself gazing upon a statue of him. Aoyu sighed, though it is referred to as a statue. She suspected it was indeed Uncle Inglong, simply reluctant to acknowledge it. What transpired in this saga? Li Mingzhu inquired, sensing that Aoyu was intentionally glossing over certain events. Have you heard of the drought demoness? Aoyu did not respond directly to Li Mingzhu's question, but posed one of her own. Of course I have. The zombies we encountered earlier evolve into drought demons at their highest level. There is also a belief that the drought demoness embodies the essence of fire. Once she manifests in the mortal realm, she leaves desolation in her wake, rendering the land barren. I am uncertain of the truth in this. Li Mingzhu mused after a moment's thought. Both accounts hold merit. However, only the innate drought demoness possesses the overwhelming might to devastate the land. The female enchantress is such a being, Aoyu stated, her expression tinged with sorrow. How so? Li Mingzhu pressed further. The enchantress is the daughter of the Yellow Emperor, and from the moment of her birth, extraordinary phenomena surrounded her. After deliberation with his ministers, the Yellow Emperor opted to seal her away to prevent potential harm to humanity. It was not until the Battle of Mu that, faced with the overwhelming menace of Qiyu, she was released. Li Mingzhu recalled that the enchantress indeed played a role in that battle, but the intricate details remained for Aoyu to elucidate. Aoyu shot him a glance before continuing. After her unsealing, the enchantress did indeed assist the Yellow Emperor in vanquishing Qiyu. However, by that time, her form as a drought demoness had reached full maturity, rendering her uncontainable. Only Uncle Inglong's innate water attribute magic could hope to mitigate her destructive potential. Regrettably, the two individuals developed deep feelings for each other over time. One was a primordial essence of fire, while the other cultivated the primordial energy of water. One was remarkably unattractive, while the other was strikingly handsome. It is truly perplexing how they ended up together. In this world, the affection between men and women is often inexplicable. As long as there is mutual desire, what does it matter? Li Mingzhu inquired. Having heard tales of the enchanting female and the Yinglong, yet his knowledge was limited to the legends of Fengbo and Yushi, who were vanquished by Qiyou's forces. Beyond that, he was utterly unaware. Water and fire are inherently incompatible. Their union could only lead to mutual destruction. Upon hearing Aoyu's voice, Li Mingzhu was taken aback. Pointing towards the statues and the sarcophagus within the tomb, he asked, "What about them?" "It's not as you imagine. They did not perish, merely fell into a deep slumber." Aoyu responded, his expression laden with sorrow. At that time, Uncle Inglong possessed the complete cultivation of a Daluo Golden Immortal and was fully aware of the potential consequences. Thus, he returned to the Dragon Clan to steal the superior primordial spiritual treasure, the Water Spirit Pearl, hoping to extinguish the fire essence. Aoyu's demeanor grew even more mournful. And then, Li Mingzhu asked, his curiosity piqued, but was met with a significant eye roll from Aoyu. Feeling unjustly treated, Li Mingzhu protested. Although he understood that the two were destined for a dire fate, Aoyu had yet to reveal the most tragic part of the tale. He wished to defend himself, but upon seeing Aoyu's despondent expression, he too donned a mask of sorrow. Ultimately, they failed. Otherwise, this Xianyuan tomb would not exist. The Water Spirit Pearl not only failed to eliminate the fire essence, but exacerbated the flames surrounding the enchanting female, culminating in a chaotic entanglement of water and fire that led to her madness and malevolence. Aoyu ceased his narration, as the presence of the sarcophagus and statue before them spoke volumes. "They have indeed fallen into slumber," Li Mingzhu lamented, his admiration for the couple growing. It was not difficult to imagine the immense obstacles they faced at that time. What should have been an impossible union was fiercely pursued by them, despite the grim outcome. They remained resolute. He, disregarding his identity as a member of the Dragon Clan, pilfered the clan's treasured artifact to escape and be with her. She, undeterred by the world's scorn and the agony of mingling water and fire, sought to return to a mundane life with him. Even in slumber, he willingly transformed into a statue to accompany her for countless millennia. Li Mingzhu suddenly felt that perhaps they should not intrude upon their peace. Their existence, in truth, seemed quite beautiful. Yet, something felt amiss. "Look," Aoyu's voice quivered as he pointed towards the sarcophagus. From within, a withered, yellowed arm emerged, skeletal and frail. Fingers tipped with razor-sharp nails that glinted ominously. Just a glance sent shivers down one's spine. Following Aoyu's gesture, Li Mingzhu turned and was equally horrified. It seemed they had unwittingly disrupted the seal placed upon the enchanting female. Following the arms, the entirety of the upper body emerged. Characterized by withered yellow hair from which flames and ice crystals intermittently erupted, a clear manifestation of the entanglement of water and fire. Sharp teeth glistened, each detail proclaiming her identity as the enchanting drought demon. With a piercing wail, the demoness sprang forth from the stone coffin, her form akin to lightning. Eluding any attempt to capture her presence, her fearsome claws swept forward, aimed directly at Li Mingzhu's abdomen. Responding to her instinctual sense of danger, Li Mingzhu swiftly maneuvered the celestial slaying sword, just managing to deflect the strike, yet was sent reeling back several dozen paces. With a 3-inch deep claw mark etched into the sword, a chilling gust swept by, and the demoness had inexplicably maneuvered to hover above Li Mingzhu, her claws descending with the speed of thunder. After narrowly avoiding the previous assault, Li Mingzhu dared not engage the demoness directly, opting instead to employ her agility to evade the onslaught. However, the demoness pursued relentlessly, a dual torrent of water and fire racing towards Li Mingzhu, deftly controlling the elements. Not daring to underestimate her, Li Mingzhu summoned the lotus lamp, its radiant colors illuminating the surroundings, effortlessly countering the two elemental serpents. The demoness let out a long wail, seemingly provoked by Li Mingzhu's composed demeanor, and lunged once more toward her. Bang! This time, however, the attack did not go as smoothly as before. Although she indeed struck Li Mingzhu, the impact was repelled by the lotus lamp. Chapter 32, Fierce Battle with the Demoness. The Awakening of the Dragon. Li Mingzhu in peril seeing the power of the lotus lamp. The drought demoness abandoned her assault on Li Mingzhu and instead turned her attention to Aoyu and the nine-tailed fox. Witnessing this, even Li Mingzhu, despite her composed nature, could not refrain from cursing, who claimed her mind was entirely lost. Such evasive tactics could only be conceived by a being of sound intellect. Yet, Li Mingzhu merely grumbled, aware that this was merely the demoness' instinctual response. Be cautious. Now, Li Mingzhu urgently warned Aoyu and the nine-tailed fox, simultaneously tossing the celestial slaying sword to Aoyu. Aoyu had already sensed the impending danger following the demoness wail and adeptly evaded the attack. Upon receiving the sword, she and Li Mingzhu positioned themselves strategically, encircling the demoness. The nine-tailed fox, displaying her cleverness, took refuge behind Li Mingzhu, aware that as long as she was under Li Mingzhu's protection, she would remain unharmed. The drought demoness howled once more, swift as lightning, her iron-like claws poised to strike Aoyu. Though she had lost her sanity, she could still discern strength from weakness. It was evident that Aoyu was significantly weaker than Li Mingzhu, and she sensed the faint yet palpable aura of danger emanating from Li Mingzhu. Do you truly believe I am an easy target? Aoyu scoffed, wielding the celestial slaying sword with an air of authority, akin to a celestial swordswoman. Although Aoyu had recently become a disciple of Yu Ding, he had already mastered the swordsmanship passed down by his master. Otherwise, how could he have been bestowed the sword of slaying immortals? The celestial being pointed the way, grasping the sword of slaying immortals in reverse. His sword intent sliced through the air like a hook, cleaving the drought demon. The pure white radiance of the sword swept across the pitch-black tomb, astonishingly beautiful. At this moment, Li Mingzhu was equally mesmerized, a seemingly simple strike, yet imbued with the grandeur of sword intent. Fortunately, she had launched a surprise attack earlier. Otherwise, a fierce battle would surely have ensued in the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. The female demon, however, was undeterred by the might of the sword intent or the sharpness of the technique, her chilling claws clashing against Aoyu's sword intent. The female demon remained unscathed, while the sword intent was swiftly shattered into fragments. It was not that Aoyu's sword intent lacked strength, but rather that the female demon was exceedingly formidable, directly crushing the sword intent with her incredibly resilient physique. As the sword intent was compromised, Aoyu, the wielder, could not help but stagger back several dozen paces. Unlike Li Mingzhu, who was protected by the lotus lamp, he coughed up blood. Li Mingzhu swiftly approached, catching Aoyu with concern. Are you all right? She asked. I'm fine, Aoyu replied weakly. I simply did not expect the female demon to be so powerful. It seems she has grown stronger over the years. In truth, he had sustained internal injuries, prompting Li Mingzhu to hastily administer the spiritual herbs she had gathered from the Dragon Palace. Stand behind me, This is my battle, and I shall protect you. Li Mingzhu discerned Aoyu's condition without comment, pulling him behind her and stepping forward, fully unleashing her physical and divine domains. Here. Aoyu smiled faintly, handing the sword of slaying immortals to Li Mingzhu. There was a delightful feeling in being protected by a man she admired. With the lotus lamp in her left hand and the sword of slaying immortals in her right, Li Mingzhu advanced towards the female demon like a deity of war. Though your story is tragic and pitiful, since you have harmed Aoyu, do not blame me, she declared fiercely. The lotus lamp soared into the air, its radiant colors illuminating the female demon, restricting her movements while incessantly applying pressure, aiming to shatter her formidable physique. It must be said that Li Mingzhu's approach was indeed effective. The female demon's strength lay predominantly in her physical form, and restraining that was akin to disarming a tiger. Under the dazzling array of colors, the female demon found herself unable to move, allowing Li Mingzhu to seize the opportunity and advance with the sword of slaying immortals. Li Mingzhu wielded the sword with less grace than Aoyu, utilizing simple yet effective slashing techniques. However, her prowess was undeniable, as her profound skills had already reached the 5th transformation, rendering her physique comparable to that of a great Luo. Li Mingzhu unleashed her attacks on the female demon without restraint. Though her strikes penetrated deeply, they could not fundamentally harm the female demon. Remarkably, the demon's physique surpassed even that of Ao Guang at the pinnacle of Great Luo by a considerable margin. While not yet at the level of a quasi-archmaster, it was not far off. This might be attributed to her extraordinary talent, but more so to the countless years of cultivation in rich spiritual energy. As Li Mingzhu pondered, he could not help but voice his grievances against the Yinglong. If there was a means to induce the female demon's slumber, why then create a spirit-gathering array? Had it not been for this array gathering spiritual energy, perhaps the female demon would have perished from the depletion of her essence. Now, he was left with a formidable dilemma. Just as Li Mingzhu was deep in thought, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The female demon, previously constrained by the power of the Bao Lian lantern, had now shattered its confinement. A dazzling interplay of crimson and golden light emanated from her, embodying the dual forces of chilling cold and searing heat. With a tremendous force, she struck the Bao Lian lantern, sending it tumbling from the sky directly into Li Mingzhu's grasp. Freed from the lantern's restraint, the female demon resembled a ferocious tiger released from its cage, exuding an aura of fierce malevolence, tempered by both fiery and icy brilliance, as she charged towards Li Mingzhu. With a swift motion, she clawed at his forehead. Although devoid of any formal technique, the immense weight of her strike combined with its burning and freezing effects was overwhelming. Li Mingzhu managed to deflect the attack with the celestial slaying sword, yet he was still forced back, spitting blood in the process. Such was the might of a single blow. Nearby, the nine-tailed fox and Aoyu looked on in alarm. Aoyu attempted to intervene, but Li Mingzhu halted her. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he hastily consumed several healing pills and rose to his feet, fixated on the female demon. It seemed she sensed his gaze, her eyes narrowing with malice as she charged at him once more, her form a blur. "Manifest the Dharma," Li Mingzhu shouted. Invoking the first true display of his profound skills since reaching the 5th transformation of Xiangong, he maintained his original appearance, eschewing any borrowed demonic manifestations. His very essence was his Dharma. Though this choice may have cost him certain abilities, it allowed him to wield his power with precision. Typically, those who reach such heights in the 9 transformations of Xiangong would select a suitable Dharma form, yet Li Mingzhu did not. He was his own Dharma. The celestial slaying sword expanded in size, sweeping through the air and stirring up clouds of dust. With a resounding clash, the colossal sword met the female demon's silvery claws. While it repelled her, he too suffered injuries, coughing up blood once more. Engaging in a physical contest, trading wounds for wounds, it was evident that if this continued, defeat awaited Li Mingzhu. The disparity between their physical forms was simply too great, akin to a child and an adult exchanging blows, despite both sustaining injuries simultaneously. The outcome was all too clear. Fully aware of this inevitable conclusion, Li Mingzhu refused to retreat, for behind him stood Aoyu. He could not falter. What would become of her if he did? The battle raged on, and he had long lost count of how many times he had clashed with the female demon. Yet he had not taken a single step back. Beside him, Aoyu was already in tears, yet she dared not make a sound, fearful of disturbing Li Mingzhu. Why must it be so? A long sigh resonated in the ears of the three, accompanied by the sound of falling stones, as if a celestial dragon danced and a divine beast roared. Chapter 33, The Unstoppable Might of Water and Fire. a glimmer of hope in the cosmic sphere. Uncle Yinglong, Aou exclaimed in delight, wiping her tears while gazing at the stone statue. Li Mingzhu also turned her attention to the statue, observing the stones cascading down like rain. What is there to suffer? Were not the predecessors also in such a plight? The enchanting woman, witnessing the stones beginning to fall, finally ceased her assault on Li Mingzhu. Confusion filled her gaze, and Li Mingzhu sighed in relief as she responded to the dragon. Indeed, am I not the same? Yinglong sighed in reply, and soon the stones fell increasingly faster until they vanished completely. A roar erupted like thunder within the tomb, as if it sought to disperse the accumulated gloom of millennia. Once all the stones had fallen, Yinglong soared into the sky, his wings beating vigorously, yet without stirring the air. However, the grand door of the tomb closed abruptly upon his awakening. Who are you? The lantern-like eyes fixed upon Aou, sensing a profound connection to bloodlines. Yet he could not recall this descendant. Uncle Yinglong, my father is Ao Guang. Aou quickly responded, her voice brimming with joy. Oh, so you are the daughter of Ao Guang, my illustrious brother. And you, young one? Yinglong's gaze shifted to Li Mingzhu, his expression somewhat unfriendly, akin to a father-in-law scrutinizing a son-in-law. Disciple of the Jie, Li Mingzhu pays her respects to the esteemed elder. Although Li Mingzhu wished to retort against Yinglong's intrusive gaze, she maintained her respect, knowing that for the sake of her cultivation and the favor of Aou's elder, she had to endure. The disciples of Jie are quite commendable. Do share how you arrived here. This is not a place for you to tread. Yinglong transformed into a middle-aged man clad in a dark robe, devoid of dragon horns. Despite his weathered appearance, he possessed the handsome visage Aou had described. The wear of time did not diminish his allure. Rather, it bestowed upon him an air of maturity, a countenance that would undoubtedly render him a figure of admiration in future generations. In brief, Li Mingzhu recounted the convoluted circumstances leading to their presence, after which Yinglong fell into a pensive silence, a look of melancholy crossing his face. Elder this. Li Mingzhu gestured towards the enchanting woman. Although the awakening of Yinglong had temporarily subdued her, she soon resumed her rampage. Fortunately, Yinglong's extraordinary abilities contained her. Otherwise, another fierce battle would have ensued. There is no remedy. Once Mei awakens, even I cannot lull her back to slumber. It is manageable now, but once she fully embodies the fusion of water and fire, I too shall be incapable of withstanding her. This is why I insisted you should not have come. He lamented. After the dragon's severing stone gate closes, unless either Mei or I perish, it shall remain sealed, bringing you into this predicament. By the heavens, why didn't you say something earlier? Why did you turn that off the moment you woke up? Li Mingzhu was filled with resentment, yet at a loss for words. Yinglong gazed softly at the enchanting woman, his voice tinged with sorrow and desolation. Is there truly no way out? Li Mingzhu could not contain her anger. Are we to perish here? Once Yinglong found himself powerless against the enchantress, their fate would be sealed. There was no alternative, unless a sage intervened. But how could such a lofty and esteemed being deign to assist us? Perhaps only when the enchantress wreaks havoc upon the world would a sage take action. Yet by then, would there be any hope left for her? Li Mingzhu could discern Yinglong's dissatisfaction, yet he too felt helpless. Although the goddess Nuwa and the celestial sage had once intervened to save him, could he truly expect a sage to act on his behalf? It was improbable. As Yinglong had rightly pointed out, a sage would not easily intervene. Regardless, I must make an attempt. Killing her should not pose a problem. In truth, what Li Mingzhu wished to convey was that even if there were issues, he would still proceed with the act, for Yinglong's thoughts were his own concern. He, Li Mingzhu, did not wish to meet his demise. No problem, as long as you can kill her, then do it. It would be for the best. Yinglong was not angered. Instead, he exuded a sense of relief. Indeed, if death were imminent, it would be better to embrace it, come what may. All right, Li Mingzhu responded, once again invoking the law of heaven and earth. Even though it was exceedingly difficult to truly harm the enchantress, he exerted himself fully. Regrettably, despite utilizing every method at his disposal, even pushing the Bao Lian Lantern's offensive capabilities to their utmost, he still found it nearly impossible to slay the enchantress. The damage inflicted by his own sword, the Celestial Slayer, was negligible, though the Bao Lian Lantern could indeed inflict harm. The enchantress' regenerative abilities appeared far superior to his own 9 transformations of profound skill. Just moments ago, he had torn her form asunder. Yet in the blink of an eye, she had restored herself. It became clear that the injuries inflicted by Li Mingzhu were simply not significant enough for her to require such measures. Not good. While Li Mingzhu continued his assault, Yinglong suddenly shouted, "Something's wrong." The previously subdued energies of water and fire within the enchantress surged once more, merging into one. Not only breaking free from Yinglong's suppression, but also delivering a devastating blow to Li Mingzhu, causing him to cough blood. The terror was incomprehensible. One must understand that Li Mingzhu possessed a body of the great Luo golden immortal level, and he had even invoked the law of heaven and earth. Yinglong rushed forward, using his hand as a sword to swiftly deflect the enchantress' second attack, for otherwise, Li Mingzhu would surely perish here. Li Mingzhu looked up, only to see that the arm Yinglong had just used to shield him was now entwined with two kinds of radiance, which were continuously corroding his limb. It was unfathomable to imagine what would have transpired had that strike landed upon him. To comprehend the essence of this dragon, one must recognize that it had reached the pinnacle of the Tao, akin to a perfected golden immortal. Eons ago, it is conceivable that by now, it has ascended to the realm of a quasi-lord. However, Li Mingzhu remains unable to perceive its true nature. Despite this, the dragon has sustained injuries, merely from a single strike. It is no wonder that the dragon expresses helplessness, for indeed, there is no recourse. At this juncture, the dragon has engaged in a fierce battle with the enchanting female adversary, lacking a suitable weapon, and is compelled to confront her with sheer physicality, resulting in numerous wounds across its body. In a decisive moment, Li Mingzhu hurled the sword of immortal slaying towards the female adversary, barely managing to stabilize the situation. Yet, the respite was short-lived. The female adversary's elemental forces of water and fire surged anew, propelling the dragon away with tremendous force. The dragon let out a long howl, its momentum increasing, and Li Mingzhu could ascertain that it had undoubtedly reached the quasi-lord realm. Although it lacked the profound weight that she had felt from the presence of Duobao in the past, it was still awe-inspiring. Upon attaining the quasi-lord realm, the dragon finally matched the female adversary in combat, yet it struggled to gain the upper hand. In fact, it found itself at a disadvantage, as her elemental forces had intensified, merging the powers of the water spirit pearl and the fire essence due to continuous external stimuli. Furthermore, the dragon had to divide its focus to protect Li Mingzhu and the others, which somewhat hindered its capabilities. Otherwise, the situation might have been more favorable, albeit still challenging. Li Mingzhu, though eager to assist, understood that entering the fray would be tantamount to courting death. "May I provide some support?" she timidly pondered. Regardless of whether the dragon could hear her, she then summoned the Qianquan circle, launching it towards the female adversary. The Qianquan circle struck the adversary's head like a bolt of lightning, merely causing her to falter momentarily, failing to inflict any substantial damage. The circle was subsequently deflected back into the dragon's grasp. Surprisingly, upon receiving the Qianquan circle, the dragon did not express anger towards Li Mingzhu. Instead, it burst into exuberant laughter, exclaiming, "The Qianquan circle? Huh, my dear Mei, you have provided salvation." It laughed with unrestrained joy, its mirth bordering on madness. Chapter 34. The dragon transcends to rebirth. The peerless empress of humanity cradling the Qianquan circle, the dragon laughed heartily, reveling in its newfound joy. For 30,000 years, there had never been a moment as exhilarating as this. In seeking to save the enchanting female, aside from summoning a sage, there existed another method, albeit one far more challenging than enlisting a sage's aid. It would require the discovery of a spiritual treasure of opposing polarities, capable of withstanding the extremes of water and fire, a daunting task indeed. In the past, when he had sought the sage Fuxi to divine the existence of such a treasure, he had only learned the name of the Qianquan circle. However, Fuxi had not provided guidance on where to find it. It was not that Fuxi was unwilling to share. Rather, he too was unable to ascertain its location. It is also possible that Fuxi knew the Qianquan circle resided in the hands of Enhua, but refrained from disclosing this information to avoid being pursued by the dragon. As the relationship between Fuxi and Enhua was well known throughout the primordial realm. "Young one, from whence did you acquire this Qianquan circle?" the dragon inquired while simultaneously fending off the female adversary's assaults, casting a glance towards Li Mingzhu. "This is the treasured protective talisman bestowed upon me by the goddess Enhua. In my previous life, I was but a humble acolyte in her service." Li Mingzhu stated earnestly, though he could not ascertain the cause of the recent laughter from the Yinglong. He surmised that salvation was at hand, with the essence of their hope resting within the Qianquan circle. "Lucky you, my friend, for this fortuitous twist of fate. What a remarkable preordained calculation by the sage Emperor Fuxi. Could it be that you foresaw today's events 30,000 years ago?" Yinglong initially expressed his displeasure to Li Mingzhu, only to mutter to himself thereafter. However, it was indeed an error to underestimate Fuxi. for even the most astute calculations could not predict the present circumstances. It was merely the marvel of chance and destiny at play. Upon completing his thoughts, Yinglong suddenly transformed back into his original form, releasing a resounding roar as shimmering sparks akin to starlight emanated from his massive body. Upon closer inspection, these were not mere stars, but rather sparks of celestial fire. Yinglong was igniting himself to exchange for power. By the time Li Mingzhu grasped the situation and sought to intervene, it was already too late. Even if he wished to assist, his own strength was insufficient to halt such a transformation. Moreover, he remained oblivious to Yinglong's intentions, rendering any desire to help futile. Having regained his original form to harness strength, Yinglong hurled the Qian Kuan circle forth, aimed directly at the charging figure of the female demon. The Qian Kuan circle radiated boundless brilliance, its potency far surpassing that which had rested in Li Mingzhu's hands. One was celestial, the other terrestrial, with no grounds for comparison. Whether it was due to the artifact being shrouded in dust or an immense disparity in their powers, perhaps both factors played a role. As the Qian Kuan circle sped through the air and slowed upon reaching the female demon, it suddenly ensnared her. Had this opportunity fallen into the hands of Li Mingzhu, he would have exhausted every means to vanquish the female demon, yet Yinglong acted differently, transforming once more into the handsome figure of a noble uncle. He swiftly approached the female demon, cradling her collapsing form. Though she was subdued, Yinglong did not cease his self-immolation. The celestial fire continued to gleam, growing ever more intense. Uncle Yinglong. Yu could not restrain her exclamation upon witnessing the scene, yet Yinglong waved her off, signaling her to refrain from interruption. After supporting the female demon, he began to transfer all his life force, including the strength acquired from his self-sacrifice, into her being. Yu attempted to intervene, but Li Mingzhu restrained her, cautioning. To intervene would be courting death. Besides, Yinglong's audacity in this matter surely stems from a deeper purpose. One thing is certain, however, Yinglong is undoubtedly sacrificing himself. With eyes full of affection, Yinglong gazed upon the female demon. Despite confronting a visage that was withered and grotesque, he recognized the beauty of her heart, knowing that she once possessed a captivating allure that could enchant nations. After the power of Yinglong was transferred into the body of the enchanting woman, the elemental forces that had plagued her life began to gradually shift into the Qian Kuan circle. For every ounce of strength Yinglong relinquished, an equivalent portion of the woman's elemental power was absorbed. Li Mingzhu finally comprehended the profound sacrifice Yinglong was making, exchanging his very life to liberate the woman from her burdens. Words could scarcely convey the depth of their connection, a bond that required no articulation, as it was already etched into the very fabric of their souls. Amidst this continuous transformation, the woman's eyes gradually regained clarity, as if her consciousness was being restored. Mayor, you have awakened? Just a moment longer. You will soon be restored. Yinglong spoke in a voice that was frail, yet laced with urgency and excitement. Upon hearing this, the woman's expression turned fervent, and as if sensing Yinglong's intentions, she shook her head in terror, desperate to speak, but finding herself voiceless. Yinglong could no longer bear to let her suffer the agony of watching her beloved fade away, so he cast a spell, gently lulling her into a deep slumber, while simultaneously continuing the transfer of power. During this process, the two inconspicuous gems on the Qian Kuan circle radiated a dazzling light, one red and one blue, embodying the elemental forces of water and fire that they were absorbing. It was at this moment that Li Mingzhu noticed the unusual properties of these two gems. The sheer ferocity of the water and fire energy was such that even the formidable Yinglong struggled against it. Yet now, it was being incessantly absorbed by these gems. There was nothing extraordinary about this. The Qian Kuan circle, embodying heaven and earth, was indeed more than merely a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. The intricacies of its nature had simply eluded Li Mingzhu's deeper inquiry. Perhaps the water and fire energies within the enchanting woman were originally part of the Qian Kuan circle, lost through some unknown means. One transformed into the water spirit pearl, while the other became lodged within her. These hidden truths were likely not disclosed to Yinglong by Fuxi, and Li Mingzhu was even less privy to them. The two forces, intrinsically linked, led to Yinglong's futile attempts to suppress the fire essence with the water spirit pearl. Thus, no one could be blamed for the outcome. As time slipped away unnoticed, Yinglong's body began to fade, signaling his dwindling vitality. The dual-colored gems on the Qian Kuan circle grew ever brighter, while the water and fire energy within the woman diminished. Simultaneously, the woman's form underwent a transformation. Her sharp teeth retracted, her sallow visage regained a healthy hue. And not only her face, but her entire body began to restore its natural color, pure and flawless. The once claw-like hands vanished, leaving behind delicate, supple fingers. At last, Yinglong's already ethereal body began to disperse slowly, leaving only a wisp of spirit floating in the air. Apart from his 3 souls and 7 spirits, he had bestowed upon the enchanting woman all that he could offer. In this moment, she lay upon the ground like a sleeping beauty, her brows gently arched, exuding an otherworldly charm, adorned in a gown as white as snow. Upon witnessing this scene, Yinglong's ethereal spirit finally smiled, not in madness or frenzy, but with warmth and solace. Without waiting for the enchantress to awaken, Yinglong's spirit departed to be reincarnated. Perhaps he could not bear the farewell, or perhaps he feared that the enchantress would forcibly prevent him. In any case, he was gone. At the very moment of his departure, beneath the tightly shut eyelids of the enchantress, a stream of tears flowed. Slowly opening her eyes, the enchantress rose the instant Yinglong embarked on his new journey. Turning her back to Li Mingzhu and Aou. Human realm, Li Mingzhu pays respects to the princess. Li Mingzhu reverently bowed to the enchantress, who was the daughter of the human emperor and thus a princess by birth. There is no need for such formalities. What am I but a mere princess? The enchantress smiled faintly, her voice clear and melodious. Would you care to accompany me for a stroll? She suddenly turned to face Aou and asked softly. Though Li Mingzhu had already witnessed the true beauty of this princess, she could not help but be captivated anew. Yes, captivated. In terms of looks, neither Aou nor Yang Chan could compare, yet that sheer splendor belonged solely to her. Future literary souls would often speak of moments that astonished time itself, and this princess before her embodied that sentiment perfectly. Thank you for your kind affection, princess. It is indeed an honor for Aou, he quickly replied, finding no reason to decline from any perspective. Li Mingzhu, too, felt a pang of envy towards Aou. Why was he not included in this venture? After all, the enchantress, having fully absorbed Yinglong's power, possessed the formidable cultivation of a quasi-mentor. Even a few casual words of guidance from her would be a rare opportunity. If the princess does not wish to return to the Fire Cloud Cave, you are most welcome to visit the Li residence in Chentang Pass. Li Mingzhu could not help but suggest, though she received no response, leaving her uncertain of the enchantress's agreement. The door of the dragon-ending stone had already opened automatically at the moment of Yinglong's reincarnation. The enchantress led the way, followed closely by Aou. Both stepping out of the tomb, one clad in pure white, the other donning a shade of pale yellow. Chapter 35. The innate supreme quality of the universe circle. Ascending to Tai and receiving a maidservant, I will certainly consider it. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the enchantress, who had long since lost track of where she and Aou had ventured, uttered this statement. This delighted Li Mingzhu immensely. As long as the enchantress was willing to visit Chentang Pass, she would surely find a way to keep her there, with a quasi-mentor presiding. As long as no sage intervened, Chentang Pass would be secure. This would provide Li Mingzhu with the utmost support in any endeavor she pursued in the future. Even if the enchantress chose not to take action, her mere presence would be a formidable deterrent. The influence of a quasi-mentor is not to be underestimated. While great Luo Jingxian may be rare in the wilderness, their numbers still abound, but quasi-mentors are few and far between. Aside from the ancient beings who attended lectures with the saints in the Zixiao Palace, quasi-mentors among the disciples of the 3 teachings are exceedingly scarce, with the holding the most. More importantly, in the realm of mortals, a quasi-mentor is unfettered by the constraints of the cosmos. Even the mightiest of golden immortals would find it challenging to contend with a single quasi-mentor. Furthermore, the noble identity of the enchanting woman renders her immune to casual provocations, even from a quasi-mentor, who would think twice before acting against her, lest they incur the wrath of the 3 sovereign emperors, commanding the 9-tailed fox for protection. Li Mingzhu began to retrieve medicinal pills for healing, as he had sustained considerable injuries. Fortunately, due to the extraordinary recuperative powers of the 9 turns profound art, coupled with the potency of the Dragon Palace's elixirs, he managed to endure. After Li Mingzhu healed, he promptly produced the Qianquan circle, which had transformed from its previous golden hue to a striking intertwining of red and blue. When dormant, it appeared unremarkable, yet upon full activation, its might rivaled that of the Lotus Lantern, an exceptional innate spiritual treasure, undoubtedly, having restored the primordial forces of water and fire. The Qianquan circle had ascended to the status of a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Just as Li Mingzhu was poised to fully test the potency of the Qianquan circle, the energies of water and fire began to transfer onto him. Startled, he prepared to sever his connection with the Qianquan circle. He did not wish to become another enchanting woman. However, at that moment, the Qianquan circle conveyed a thought, urging him to remain calm, explaining that this was merely pure energy, one that the Qianquan circle could no longer accommodate, and was now returning to him. Although it bore a semblance of leftover scraps, Li Mingzhu grasped the opportunity to absorb it without hesitation. The supremely pure energy surged into his body. Rather than directly using this power to enhance his cultivation, Li Mingzhu chose to first refine his physical form and then his magical essence, reserving the energy for cultivation only when absolutely necessary. The advancement of cultivation is never instantaneous. Li Mingzhu had realized this profound truth during his earlier trials in the illusory realm. Without a solid foundation, one risks the collapse of a towering edifice. This should be common knowledge, yet how many can resist the temptation of ascending to a higher realm? Nevertheless, Li Mingzhu succeeded in maintaining his composure, and even so, his cultivation was propelled to the level of Tai Xianxian, despite his efforts to compress his magical essence. Fortunately, having recently survived a life-and-death battle with the enchanting woman, his realm was sufficiently stable to prevent any foundational instability. Upon reaching the Tai Xianxian stage, Li Mingzhu did not rush to emerge from his retreat. Instead, he focused on solidifying his newfound realm. Ethereal clouds began to rise from the crown of his head, faintly exhibiting the auspicious signs of the 5 Qi Chaoyuan. Truly astonishing to behold. It is known that such manifestations typically arise only after achieving the golden immortal status, or perhaps fully materialize at the Tai golden immortal level. Yet here was Li Mingzhu, merely at the Tai Xianxian stage, already displaying such extraordinary phenomena, a testament to the profundity of his foundational strength. After consolidating her cultivation, Li Mingzhu once again retrieved the Qianquan circle, pondering what transformations it had undergone after being upgraded to an exquisite innate spiritual treasure. Unbeknownst to her, she silently extended her consciousness over the circle, meticulously beginning to perceive its nuances. It turned out that the Qianquan circle had ascended to an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, now aptly referred to as the Yin-Yang Qianquan circle. Although Li Mingzhu still preferred to call it the Qianquan circle, its profound mysteries had significantly multiplied. Previously, the Qianquan circle, while classified as a medium-grade innate spiritual treasure, had rather limited functionality. It could only be used to throw at distant adversaries. And although its weight was commendable, it was ultimately rather mundane. Furthermore, it served as a melee weapon, yet it paled in comparison to the likes of swords and spears. In essence, the former Qianquan circle could be aptly described in 2 words: a mere trinket, flavorless to consume, yet regrettable to discard. However, the situation had transformed. The current Qianquan circle had entirely become Li Mingzhu's premier choice of spiritual treasure, surpassing even the treasured lotus lantern. Firstly, the upgrade to an exquisite innate spiritual treasure undeniably elevated its quality. More critically, it had acquired the elemental origins of water and fire, morphing into a force that ensnares and annihilates with the duality of yin and yang, an advantageous asset in any confrontation. After all, who could have anticipated that a treasure initially intended for close combat could primarily inflict damage from a distance, binding and slaying foes? It is often these unexpected elements that lead one to misfortune. Let us depart. With the Qianquan circle secured, Li Mingzhu calmly addressed the 9-tailed fox. The two emerged from the Xianyuan tomb, once again basking in the sunlight. Li Mingzhu felt a sense of rebirth, for although she had successfully exited, she had come perilously close to death within. Had it not been for the Qianquan circle, her fate would have been sealed. Stay here in the Xianyuan tomb to cultivate. With the female charm and Yinglong having departed, and Master Shiji gone to Chentang Pass, you need not worry. Li Mingzhu said to the 9-tailed fox. Thank you, esteemed Taoist, for your immense grace. I am at a loss for how to repay your kindness. And I am deeply grateful for your shelter. The 9-tailed fox hastily knelt, speaking earnestly to Li Mingzhu. What an inconvenience. If you are willing, then become a maidservant. Li Mingzhu intended to refuse but feared that without constraints, the 9-tailed fox might turn malevolent, so she spoke as such. Thank you, esteemed Taoist, for your understanding. The 9-tailed fox gleefully bowed her head in gratitude, her eyes sparkling with mischief, though devoid of malice. What thoughts she harbored remained a mystery. What is your name? While the 9-tailed fox was well known, her name seemed undocumented, often referred to simply as Daji. Now that Daji was still alive and the 9-tailed fox had not assumed her form, it would be inappropriate for Li Mingzhu to call her Daji. In response to your esteemed inquiry, I am called Humei, the 9-tailed fox gently replied, quickly immersing herself in her new role, even altering her form of address. Very well, Humei it is. Now, let us return to Chentang Pass. After a moment of contemplation, Li Mingzhu promptly decided on their next course of action, sweeping her sleeves and leading Hu Mei towards Chentang Pass. Chapter 36. Luo Xian seeks aid. Celestial forces intervene. Mingzhu takes action. Fellow Taoist, save me. As Li Mingzhu soared through the skies accompanied by the nine-tailed fox, he caught sight of a man and a woman hastily fleeing in his direction. The man, adorned with a fishtail crown, possessed striking red hair and a splendid red robe emblazoned with the 8 trigrams, exuding an air of remarkable handsomeness. Yet, he appeared somewhat disheveled as he was pursued. The woman, clad in a form-fitting attire, radiated a noble aura that compelled Li Mingzhu to regard her with admiration. Who might you be? Li Mingzhu inquired, deftly deflecting the arrows that rained down from behind him. His formidable physique, bolstered by the 5th transformation of the profound arts, rendered the specially crafted arrows inconsequential. I am Luo Xian of Fire Dragon Island, and I am eternally grateful for your assistance. Luo Xian responded with a respectful gesture, then pointed to the woman beside him. This is my Dao partner, Long Ji. Upon hearing this, Li Mingzhu returned the gesture with a bow. Though he maintained a facade of calmness, his heart was stirred with astonishment. Luo Xian and Long Ji, these two were renowned figures on the divine ranking. Yet, he pondered, how had Long Ji become Luo Xian's Dao partner? Was it not said that Hong Jin and Long Ji were a pair? As a disciple of the unfettered saint, Li Mingzhu had encountered Uncle Master Luo before. Although Luo Xian was a named disciple of Tang Tian, the hierarchy could not be disregarded. So, she is a distinguished student of Sister Wudong. No wonder her abilities are so exceptional. I, as the Uncle Master, find myself greatly outmatched, Luo Xian mused. Yet he bore no envy towards the younger generation for their superior talents. Beware, nephew. It is the barefoot immortal from the heavenly palace. Luo Xian suddenly exclaimed in alarm. It was the presence of this formidable celestial being that had rendered Luo Xian so beleaguered. The barefoot immortal? Li Mingzhu murmured softly, pondering the implications of such a celestial figure. Casting a glance towards Long Ji, he began to comprehend. It appeared that the heavenly emperor did not favor this union. Draped in a flowing white robe, with hair as white as snow and bare feet, the barefoot immortal descended upon Li Mingzhu, accompanied by nearly 10,000 celestial soldiers, resembling a mushroom cloud in their approach. Luo Xian and Long Ji, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but berate Li Mingzhu for his audacity. Had he retreated earlier, they might have escaped, but now they found themselves ensnared, dragging along a nephew. Who dares to obstruct my path? Do you not know that the heavenly court is in pursuit of a fugitive? The barefoot immortal thundered, his voice resonating like a drum roll. Since when has my sect's disciples fallen under the scrutiny of your heavenly court? Li Mingzhu replied casually, as if the thunderous declaration was but a gentle breeze. Luo Xian has dared to abduct Her Highness the Princess and engage in illicit unions. It is only fitting that the heavenly court intervenes. The barefoot immortal retorted coldly. The disciples of the saints were indeed vexatious, yet what could be done? The heavenly court's weakened position necessitated the involvement of such venerable figures even to apprehend someone like Luo Xian. Utterly absurd. Regardless of any transgressions Uncle Master Luo may have committed, it is imperative to first report to the Master Ancestor and obtain a decree from the saints before any capture can take place. Moreover, Uncle Master Luo has committed no crime. What wrong is there in mutual affection between consenting individuals? Li Mingzhu and the barefoot immortal engaged in a fierce confrontation. We are not yet at the pinnacle of divinity. Do you truly believe that once we attain such status, the heavenly court will shield you from all consequences? Have you resolved to obstruct my path? The barefoot immortal inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Li Mingzhu. Li Mingzhu, non-committal, merely shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he was prepared to face whatever might come. Bring it on. Form the celestial net array, commanded the barefoot immortal, his face etched with frost, addressing the celestial soldiers behind him. These celestial soldiers, originating from the realm of heavenly beings in the cycle of reincarnation, were typically born with the strength of the primordial spirit, subsequently honing their combat skills. Thus, they were inherently formidable, existing at the very least at the level of the primordial spirit, with many having ascended to the true immortal realm, showcasing immense potential. Had this been a prior time, Li Mingzhu might have resorted to formations to counter these celestial soldiers, but now, with his profound expertise reaching the 5th transformation and the Qian Kuan ring nearing its peak, he chose a more direct approach. Manifest the law of the universe. A towering giant, representing Li Mingzhu's law form, materialized instantaneously. The Qian Kuan ring expanded to an immense size, sweeping through the ranks of celestial soldiers. Although the soldiers had formed a defensive array, They were swiftly felled as if harvested like wheat. In mere moments, the celestial soldiers were vanquished, leaving Li Mingzhu uncertain of their fates. Let us depart. Seeing Li Mingzhu's overwhelming prowess, the barefoot immortal wasted no time in retreating. The grandeur of the heavenly court and the divine decrees of the great celestial sovereign paled in comparison to the value of his own life. Li Mingzhu, now left in bewilderment, found the barefoot immortal's sudden flight perplexing. He had anticipated an exhilarating battle. Even if we are not equal in physical might, surely we can match each other in spiritual treasures. Meanwhile, Luo Xian and Long Ji shared the same expression of astonishment. The barefoot immortal, a great Luo golden immortal, had fled in fear from a junior of the Luo Xian came to a realization. This disciple was no ordinary individual. Although he had been in seclusion and unaware of recent events, his keen perception had not dulled. Had he been aware of the happenings in the primordial realm, his astonishment would have been far less pronounced. Following the retreat of the barefoot immortal, Luo Xian and Long Ji began recounting the events that had transpired. And it soon became clear that these events were intricately linked to Li Mingzhu. The primordial realm is divided into the realms of heaven, earth, and humanity, with the heavenly realm representing the 33 celestial palaces. In ancient times, it was seized by the demon clan, establishing a demonic heavenly court. Following the cataclysmic battle between the witch and demon factions, the Eastern Emperor and the two demon monarchs perished, leading the Tao ancestor Han Jun to appoint his disciple, Hao Yin, as the ruler of the heavenly court, now known as the Great Celestial Sovereign, for over 130,000 years. It is said that Hao Yin has a daughter named Long Ji, who has followed the celestial beings in the court since childhood to learn the path. While her mastery of the arts may not be profound, she has certainly cultivated a temperament of arrogance and pride. One day, Princess Longji, feeling a surge of restlessness, descended from her realm to journey towards the Eastern Sea. This undertaking was motivated by her close friendship with Aou, as she had come to visit him. Regrettably, Aou had already been captured by Li Mingzhu and was currently in the company of the daughter of the emperor. Upon hearing that her dear friend had been taken, Longji was incensed. Ao Guang, now physically restrained and his powers diminished, could no longer afford to feign indifference towards the heavenly court, and promptly relayed the entire sequence of events to Longji. Though there may have been ulterior motives at play, including the desire to shift blame or utilize her anger, Ao Guang nevertheless ensured that Longji was treated with utmost hospitality. Upon learning of the formidable nature of Li Mingzhu and the sect, Longji refrained from provoking trouble, especially considering her reluctance to confront the formidable Jin Bi Island, and her awareness of her inability to best Li Mingzhu in combat. Yet, unable to swallow her indignation, she inquired of Ao Guang, "Uncle Ao Guang, are there any humble abodes of disciples near the Dragon Palace? The kind of practitioners who lack significant power or status?" Unable to confront the principal adversary, Longji resolved to vent her frustration upon lesser foes. "Your Highness," Ao Guang replied, "not far from our Dragon Palace resides a named disciple of, known as Luo Xian, on Fire Dragon Island." Without hesitation, Ao Guang divulged Luo Xian's reputation. After hearing this, Longji ventured off alone to seek out Luo Xian, who was entirely innocent of any wrongdoing in this affair. However, it must be noted that Luo Xian was far from an ordinary opponent, despite being a named disciple of. His abilities were nearly on par with those of a great Luo golden immortal. He was not only the first manifestation of flame, crafted by the ancient human ancestor Sui Ron, but also possessed notable spiritual treasures, the Fian Sword, the Five Dragon Wheel, and the Zhaodian Seal. Longji, overestimating her own capabilities, challenged Luo Xian, and the consequences were predictably dire. Within merely 3 exchanges, she was captured by Luo Xian. The ensuing events need not be elaborated. Inexplicably, the two found themselves drawn together. This attraction did not go unnoticed by Hao Yin, leading to the scene where Li Mingzhu intervened to rescue them. Chapter 37. The Starry Thunderbolt Child emerges, drinking wine in the clouds while stealing away after Li Mingzhu rescued Luo Xian and listened to their recounting of events. She could only laugh and cry at the absurdity of it all. It turned out that Luo Xian had inadvertently become a pawn in this unfolding drama. Naturally, Li Mingzhu would not express such sentiments to Luo Xian. After all, without her intervention, how could he have secured the affection of a beauty? "Master Luo, do you intend to return to Fire Dragon Island?" Li Mingzhu refrained from revisiting the earlier topic and instead inquired about Luo Xian's future plans. Returning to Fire Dragon Island was out of the question. Although they had managed to scare off the barefoot immortal, who could say if he would return? The Taoist was prepared to take Longji to the Laofu cave of his senior brother Zhao Gongming to seek refuge for a while. Luo Xian pondered for a moment, uncertain whether he had overlooked the invitation subtly embedded in Li Mingzhu's words or if he was intentionally avoiding the topic. However, Li Mingzhu paid little mind to his reticence. "Take care, Master Luo. If you have time, do visit us at Chentang Pass," Li Mingzhu said with a smile. Although she was younger in rank than Luo Xian, they were essentially peers in friendship. The disciples of the were numerous, and many shared this camaraderie. For instance, when Zhong, a disciple of the Golden Spirit Mother, addressed his fellow disciples as equals, exhibiting a more carefree demeanor than Li Mingzhu, and no one seemed to mind. Certainly, Luo Xian laughed heartily, departing gracefully with Long Ji, exuding an air of nonchalance. After all, he was but a manifestation of a strand of Dao fire. How could he be tethered to anyone? Perhaps his journey to Mount Luofu was merely a pretext. If others did not reciprocate his sentiments, there was little Li Mingzhu could do. While she was carefree now, would she still be so once she ascended the function list? Li Mingzhu was no sage, devoid of excessive compassion. She would assist if she could, but if not, she would not insist, continuing her journey to Chentang Pass with the nine-tailed fox. As they soared over Yinshan, they encountered a grand caravan, escorted by 1,000 iron steeds. Li Mingzhu felt a premonition, sensing that something significant was about to transpire, so she did not hasten her journey but instead trailed behind the caravan with the nine-tailed fox. Suddenly, the skies transformed from clear to ominously overcast, with thunder rumbling intermittently. Observing this abrupt change in the weather, Li Mingzhu felt perplexed. The central wagon of the caravan came to a slow halt, and an elegantly composed elder emerged, his hair a mix of white and gray, and his gaze astute. As the rain began to pour, the elder opened the umbrella handed to him, retrieving a tortoise shell and several coins, and began to engage in divination. "Heaven will thunder. The star of the general shall emerge," he proclaimed. No sooner had he spoken than a resounding thunderclap reverberated, shaking the mountains and the earth, echoing all the way to Mount Huashan. Even Li Mingzhu, trailing closely behind the caravan, felt the ground tremble beneath her. At that moment, she realized the identity of the figure they were escorting. It was Ji Chong, known later as King Wen of Zhou. Considering they were in Yinshan, Li Mingzhu surmised that perhaps the time for Lei Jinzi's emergence was nigh. In a fleeting moment of disorientation, she and the nine-tailed fox found themselves above the clouds. "Who goes there?" Li Mingzhu exclaimed, astonished at being transported so stealthily, recognizing the formidable mastery of the individual responsible. "Why search far and wide, my dear disciple?" "I am right here," a voice replied. Following the sound, she beheld a middle-aged Taoist, holding a whisk, his hair as white as snow, exuding an otherworldly grace. "Greetings, Master Yanchangzi." Li Mingzhu saluted, recognizing the Taoist from her previous life. "What brings you here, my disciple?" Yanchangzi inquired with a smile, displaying no hostility towards Li Mingzhu. "I was merely preparing to return to Chentang Pass, but I sensed that something concerning my disciple was about to occur, which compelled me to pause," she replied honestly, gesturing to conjure a table and chairs, inviting Yanchangzi to take a seat. To stop this little demon from causing havoc is indeed a great virtue. After Yanchangzi settled down, he pointed at the nine-tailed fox and chuckled, declaring that the matter at hand was trivial. It was best for his disciple to handle it. Otherwise, anyone involved would surely incur the displeasure of the lady. "Ha ha! Come, Uncle Master, let us drink." Li Mingzhu produced her own brewed spirit and filled Yanchangzi's cup, while both cunning old foxes began to ponder. Yanchangzi aimed to cleverly persuade Li Mingzhu, the troublemaker, to leave so he could take Lei Jinzi as his disciple. Due to issues of identity, he could not act directly and had to resort to subtle manipulation. Meanwhile, Li Mingzhu sought to buy time. Yanchangzi wanted to recruit Lei Jinzi, while she desired a capable little brother. Secretly, she conveyed a message to the nine-tailed fox and handed her the Qianquan circle, urging her to devise a plan to sneak down and abduct Lei Jinzi. Regardless of the outcome, her nephew was performing splendidly. "Let us drink." Yanchangzi suppressed his impatience and anxiety as he toasted with Li Mingzhu, merely hoping this little ancestor would depart swiftly. "Uncle Master, you flatter me." Li Mingzhu humbly sipped her drink, her demeanor inciting Yanchangzi's ire, as if to say his compliments were meant to hasten her departure. However, it must be said that Li Mingzhu's spirit was indeed remarkable. Even someone of Yanchangzi's cultivation was becoming slightly tipsy. Meanwhile, the nine-tailed fox seized the opportunity, and while Yanchangzi was distracted, she stealthily used the Qianquan circle to create a breach in the barrier he had established and descended below. Had Yanchangzi noticed, he would never have imagined that Li Mingzhu had sent the nine-tailed fox to seize his disciple, for the emergence of Lei Jinzi was a matter of celestial secrets, imperceptible to ordinary minds. Little did he know that Li Mingzhu was a peculiar being endowed with memories from a future life. Yun Zhongzi had indeed come to the right place to persuade Li Mingzhu. Otherwise, once she realized the implications, she might have resorted to forcefully seizing Li Jingzi, rather than approaching the matter with such gentleness. Meanwhile, over with Ji Chong, upon predicting the emergence of the General Star, he promptly commanded, "Go and seek out the General Star." Though the crowd grumbled about where to find such a celestial being, they dared not disobey and set out in search. As they were searching, they heard the sound of a child's cries near an ancient tomb. Upon investigation, they discovered indeed it was a child. The onlookers speculated that such an ancient tomb must harbor something peculiar, possibly the General Star. They decided to bring the infant to Ji Chong for his consideration. Upon receiving the child, Ji Chong burst into hearty laughter. The child was fair as a peach blossom, with eyes that shimmered brightly. Delighted, Ji Chong thought, "I ought to have 100 sons. I currently have only 99. This child is a sign of completion, truly a joyous occasion." He ordered that the child be sent to the nearby village for nurturing, intending to take him back to Shiqi after 7 years. As time passed, this child, who was indeed Li Jingzi, was about to be sent away when a gust of demonic wind swept through, announcing the arrival of the nine-tailed fox. Though accompanied by this sinister breeze, it did not alert anyone. En route to deliver the child, the nine-tailed fox stealthily snatched him away without arousing suspicion. Logically speaking, it was utterly impossible for the nine-tailed fox, with its ethereal form, to touch the body of Li Jingzi, which was suffused with righteousness and the essence of thunder. However, with Li Mingzhu's Qianquan ring in her possession, she could effortlessly whisk him away. Li Mingzhu's intuition was not entirely unfounded. There existed a connection between Li Jingzi and Yun Zhongzi, as well as with Li Mingzhu herself. In Chapter 38, titled The Enchantress Appears, Startling Yun Zhong, the narrative unfolds that in such circumstances, the one with superior skills would ultimately claim the connection. There is a saying that speaks of relying on fate, which can be articulated more clearly as relying on one's own abilities. Evidently, thus far, Li Mingzhu had proven to be the more capable. Above the clouds, Li Mingzhu and Yun Zhongzi were engaged in a convivial exchange, exchanging toasts and flattery. This scene resembled a deep friendship that transcended age, yet in reality, their camaraderie was tenuous. Under normal circumstances, it would be commendable if they did not resort to conflict upon meeting. The sects they represented were, in fact, at odds, clashing ideologies and discord among the sages. Initially, their mutual compliments allowed for a semblance of peace. However, Yun Zhongzi's expression suddenly shifted, and he attempted to rise and depart, much to Li Mingzhu's dismay. She was eager to seize the opportunity to learn from her esteemed uncle, whose prowess in artifact crafting was unrivaled in the Primordial World. Upon witnessing Yun Zhongzi's distressed demeanor, Li Mingzhu deduced without needing to calculate that Humei must have successfully stolen Li Jingzi away, further confirmed by Humei's own telepathic communication. Next time, Yun Zhongzi said impatiently, "When the opportunity arises, I shall impart my crafting techniques to my niece in their entirety." He attempted to rise again, only to be pulled back down by Li Mingzhu. "Uncle, consider this. Although it seems there are misunderstandings between our sects, those matters pertain to the elders and do not concern the disciples. Why should you direct your ire towards me?" Li Mingzhu feigned deep sorrow, demonstrating the theatricality of life. Having already secured Li Jingzi, Li Mingzhu could have chosen to disengage from Yun Zhongzi. However, she found the old man rather amusing and sought to provoke him a little. Reflecting on how she had dealt with Tai Yi, it was evident that had she possessed adequate power at that time, she would have engaged him directly. Underscoring Yun Zhongzi's fortunate circumstances, though the outcome of a genuine battle was still uncertain. Had Yun Zhongzi understood Li Mingzhu's thoughts, he would have surely lost his temper, thinking her too complacent. "Not at all. My niece is welcome to visit me at the Yuzhu Cave on Mount Zhongnan whenever she wishes." Without granting Li Mingzhu further opportunity to speak, Yun Zhongzi vanished in a flash, his cultivation nearing that of a true master. Li Mingzhu watched the spot where Yun Zhongzi had just been, feeling a twinge of regret for not being able to vex him further. Yet, it was merely a fleeting sentiment, as she swiftly turned her focus back to Humei. After all, securing Li Jingzi was of utmost importance, for he would soon become her foremost ally. "Nine-tailed fox, surrender that child, and I shall grant you a reprieve, considering your master and your turn from malevolence." Yet, it was with his exceptional mastery of the Tao that Yun Zhongzi swiftly located the nine-tailed fox, while Li Mingzhu remained ensnared within the confines of the barrier. Realizing that the nine-tailed fox had absconded with Li Jingzi, Yun Zhongzi found solace in the fact that he had prudently confined Li Mingzhu within the barrier. However, An unsettling thought crept into his mind. Why should he feel relieved? Why should he fear that rascally youth? How dare that scoundrel attempt to usurp his fortune? This was intolerable. He had previously contemplated deceiving the young man into leaving. Had he known, he would have simply dispatched him with a single slap. I will not yield. Hu Mei responded with unwavering resolve, her gaze flitting about as she awaited Li Mingzhu's arrival. Do not expect that lad to rescue you. In truth, there is no need for rescue. Surrender the child, and I shall ensure your safety. Yan Zongzi spoke with a benevolent demeanor, a stark contrast to his earlier cunning disposition. I will not yield. Hu Mei remained steadfast, disregarding Yan Zongzi's words. She was determined to stand her ground, indifferent to whatever consequences may arise. Having only recently allied herself with Li Mingzhu, she understood that without notable accomplishments, she would never garner his esteem. Refusing a toast and opting for punishment. Despite his typically placid temperament, Yan Zongzi could no longer tolerate her defiance. Fortunately for Hu Mei, Yan Zongzi was not like other golden immortals of the Jie Sect, who would have long since eliminated her. Who are you inviting for punishment, Master Yan Zongzi? A voice, cool yet resplendent, resonated alongside an ethereal display of purple mist and a harmonious symphony of dragons and phoenixes. Just as Yan Zongzi sought to discern the source, the chaotic manifestations faded, revealing two women, one clad in white, the other in yellow, standing beside Hu Mei. Who are you? Yan Zongzi felt a flicker of recognition towards the noble woman in white. Though he struggled to place her, while he readily identified the yellow-clad figure as Ao Yu, the disciple of his senior brother, Yuding. Master Yan Zongzi, how forgetful you are. After 30 millennia, you no longer remember this princess? The enchanting woman scoffed, her formidable aura revealing her to be a quasi-lord, exerting pressure that left Yan Zongzi scarcely daring to breathe. Princess? Which princess? Yan Zongzi muttered to himself, then suddenly smacked his forehead as realization dawned. Having met the princess before, he congratulated her on surviving a great calamity, inquiring about her interference with his endeavors. This child possesses promise. I wish to personally instruct her. Do you find this acceptable, master? The enchanting woman calmly inquired as she took Li Jing from Hu Mei, her demeanor suggesting that any dissent would result in immediate action, devoid of any regard for sentiment. Yes, yes. Yan Zongzi dared not utter a word of refusal, swallowing his grievances in silence. Excellent. The enchanting woman did not press Yan Zongzi further, gracefully turning to depart with Hu Mei and Ao Yu, casually gesturing to summon Li Mingzhu's immortal-slaying sword to her side. Without a specific intention to meet Li Mingzhu, she had initially come to assist Ao Yu in retrieving the sword of immortal slaying, and it was a fortunate coincidence to also mentor a young disciple. Thus, upon breaking through the barrier of Yan Zongzi, Li Mingzhu found herself once again alone. Although it struck her as somewhat peculiar that the enchanting woman departed alongside the nine-tailed fox, she recognized that this individual was a prospective leader of considerable stature, leaving her no room to inquire further. What brought Li Mingzhu some solace was the fact that this captivating figure had not entirely forgotten her, as she had bestowed upon her a fortuitous opportunity. Retrieve your sword of immortal slaying, and I shall grant you the shadow sword, hidden beneath the depths of the Luo River. This was the final message from the enchanting woman as she claimed the sword of immortal slaying, leaving behind the shadow sword. Li Mingzhu speculated that the enchantress's motive for taking the sword was linked to Ao Yu, though the intricacies of the cause and effect remained elusive to her. The unfolding of these events stemmed from a conversation. Enchantress, do you have feelings for him? Do not ponder too deeply. Feelings are straightforward. Either you like him or you do not. Trust your initial instinct, and do not complicate matters. Ao Yu, I like him. Enchantress, then what should you do? Ao Yu, be with him? Enchantress, no, you must enhance your own strength. Only through strength can you safeguard everything, whether from external threats or within your own ranks. This exchange culminated in the emergence of an unparalleled female sword immortal. Chapter 39. At the banks of the Luo River, the dragon horse emerges, enlightening the water spirit to obtain the shadow sword after receiving the transmission from the Lady of the Marsh. Li Mingzhu chose not to hasten back to Chentang Pass, but rather altered her course towards the banks of the Luo River. South of the hunting grounds and at the banks of the Luo River, one finds themselves at the heart of the primordial land, making it relatively easy to locate. It is said that the ancestral land of humanity, Wanqiao, lies beside the Luo River, where the Emperor Fuxi attained enlightenment regarding the innate 8 trigrams. And the pivotal battle that solidified the rise of humanity occurred in this vicinity. Thus, it is fitting to regard the banks of the Luo River as the birthplace of humanity, where the sacred shadow sword is concealed. Li Mingzhu had no reason to doubt the words of the Lady of the Marsh. However, upon reflection, she was astonished by the legendary nature of the Luo River. It was here that the illustrious Chao Ji penned the timeless ode to the goddess of the Luo, leaving her to wonder if she might encounter this goddess during her visit, or if the so-called goddess was merely a figment of Chao Ji's imagination. Regardless, Li Mingzhu approached her journey to the Luo River with great anticipation, employing her extraordinary travel technique, a step to the horizon. She arrived at the hunting grounds within half a day. The vast expanse before her was a boundless grassland, devoid of human presence. In her meditative state, she could faintly perceive the echoes of ancient battles. Li Mingzhu was not there to mourn the historic battleground. She offered 3 bows to the void, paying homage to the ancestors of humanity, for in both her past and present lives, she belonged to the human race. The mighty flow of 30,000 years continued, and the Luo River remained ever steadfast. Li Mingzhu gazed at the ceaselessly flowing Luo River, momentarily at a loss as to what action to take. The female specter had merely mentioned that the Chungying sword lay beneath the waters of the Luo. Yet the river surged with such ferocity that finding it seemed an insurmountable task. Just as Li Mingzhu lingered in his hesitation and contemplation, a piercing neigh interrupted his thoughts. Not a single cry, but a chorus of them. To his astonishment, he turned towards the source of the sound, only to behold a magnificent sight, a herd of dragon steeds. What is a dragon steed, you might ask? It is a creature that gallops with winds beneath its feet, clad in scales like armor. According to legend, dragon steeds are the mounts of sacred emperors, and to encounter a herd of them by the banks of the Luo was a delightful surprise. However, Li Mingzhu had no intention of attempting to tame these extraordinary beings. For one, their speed was unmatched, making them exceedingly difficult to capture. Moreover, dragon steeds are auspicious creatures, and to forcefully subdue them would be a disservice to their grace. Thus, he merely observed as the dragon steeds quenched their thirst by the riverbank. Their extraordinary nature was evident as they drank with such vigor that it nearly threatened to drain the river dry. In that fleeting moment, Li Mingzhu suddenly noticed a glimmer of sword light reflecting off the water where the steeds drank. Though faint, it was undeniably present. Elated by this discovery, he surmised that the Chungying sword might finally be within reach. Yet when he turned his gaze back to the spot where he had seen the glimmer, it had vanished, leaving behind only the mundane surface of the river. Li Mingzhu recalled the legends surrounding the Chungying sword, said to be a holy sword of slaying, a counterpart to the Xianyuan sword, which embodies the principles of enlightenment. After the reign of the Xianyuan emperor, the Chungying sword had passed through 5 generations before its lore faded into obscurity. It was shrouded in mystery, intangible and elusive. With determination, Li Mingzhu leaped into the Luo River, intent on tracing the sword's whereabouts. The sacred sword, possessing a spirit of its own, might very well guide him to it. Underwater, he employed his spiritual senses, remaining focused on the vicinity of the earlier glimmer. He was convinced that what he had glimpsed was indeed the Chungying sword. However, despite searching all day, he found nothing. As night descended, the moon shone brightly amidst the sparse stars, and Li Mingzhu lay beneath a great tree by the riverbank. He refrained from practicing, his thoughts lingering on the elusive sword. Was he truly unworthy of such an opportunity? After a fruitless day, he could not suppress this question. Yet, being of strong resolve, he quickly cast aside these futile musings. What is gained is fortune, what is lost is fate. Why dwell in despair? The following day, Li Mingzhu once again immersed himself in the waters of the Luo, resuming his quest for the Chungying sword as the dragon steeds returned to drink. To his surprise, he once again saw the sword light, this time from the opposite side of the river, plunging him back into uncertainty. Where, indeed, was the Chungying sword? This pattern continued for 6 days, with dragon steeds arriving daily for water, followed by the fleeting glimmer of the sword, each time from a different location. With the addition of the first day's account, Li Mingzhu had lingered by the banks of the Luoshui River for 7 days, yet had yielded naught in terms of tangible results. The sole gain, it seemed, was a budding camaraderie with the dragon steeds, particularly the Stallion King, who had now permitted Li Mingzhu to ride it, likely due to the spiritual wine he bore. Now, with Xiao Zhuxiong absent, he unexpectedly encountered a wine sage from 1,000 miles away. Li Mingzhu even contemplated that once he found the Chungying sword, he would inquire whether the Stallion King would be willing to accompany him, and in due course, introduce his drinking companion, Xiao Zhuxiong, to it. Under the starry night, Li Mingzhu re-entered the Luoshui, embarking on his quest for the Chungying sword once again. He meticulously searched the 7 cardinal directions, ultimately gazing skyward, only to discover that these 7 directions corresponded to the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. This revelation led Li Mingzhu to realize that he was likely nearing the discovery of the Chungying sword, provided he could unravel the mystery of the Big Dipper. In ancient times, the 7 stars were typically employed to discern seasonal phenomena and auspicious or ominous omens. Their presence here, however, left him pondering their significance. After much contemplation, Li Mingzhu was unable to derive any conclusive understanding. The stars formed a ladle-like shape, and it was said that the esteemed Emperor Xianyuan used them to create the south-pointing needle or compass. South. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Li Mingzhu, prompting him to proceed in that direction. There, beneath the Luo Shui, a portal gradually revealed itself. So it was, parting the clouds to reveal the moonlight. He found the solution to be surprisingly simple. With a wave of his hand, he opened the portal, only to find that the waters did not flow within, as a barrier prevented the external currents from entering. Contrary to his expectations of discovering the Chungying sword, the cavern was devoid of any treasures, save for a single droplet of water suspended in midair, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, as well as the brilliance of spiritual and treasure light. Primordial water spirit, Li Mingzhu exclaimed in astonishment upon beholding the droplet, soon realizing that while it was indeed a water spirit, it was certainly not a primordial one, for there could not exist 2 such entities. The true primordial water spirit resided within his Qinquan circle. This water spirit's remarkable attributes must stem from the unique nature of the Luoshui River. After all, the profound fortunes and blessings from the several previous emperors who attained enlightenment here were deeply rooted. Li Mingzhu harbored no intentions of seizing this opportunity from another, as it was entirely possible that this water spirit might one day become the deity of the Luoshui. However, he considered imparting some enlightenment, perhaps grooming it as a foundational disciple. Regardless, even if this water spirit possessed its own path to transformation, it would require at least a century to take form. And by then, he would likely have sufficient mastery to guide it. As for the present moment, to be candid, Li Mingzhu felt he lacked the requisite cultivation to take on disciples, for he himself was merely at the nascent stage of the Tai Xianxian realm. Extending a finger, he emanated a radiant glow, invoking the chaos transformation technique, the primordial foundational method of cultivation. Upon receiving Li Mingzhu's guidance, the water spirit appeared even more lively, swirling around him in an affectionate dance. Simultaneously, as the water spirit departed its previous position, a sound of a sword resonated through the air, piercing the void. Its essence like a rainbow, directly aimed at Li Mingzhu. What a splendid sword! Li Mingzhu, filled with joy, hurled the Qinquan circle forward. Though the sword was formless, it remained firmly restrained by the Qinquan circle. In Chapter 40, after Daji, Shifei emerged, and by the banks of the Luoshui River, the hunter was confronted. Once the Chungying sword was suppressed by the Qinquan circle, it became incredibly elusive, seizing the opportunity to dart forth, heading straight for Li Mingzhu. Although the sword's aura was vast and its murderous intent palpable, it posed no real threat. Li Mingzhu understood it harbored no malice. It was merely expressing its grievances, akin to a child waiting for a parent after school, only to be left waiting for a full 2 hours. The frustration was palpable. In this instance, Li Mingzhu found herself in a similar predicament, as the Chungying sword persistently offered guidance. Yet her arrival was considerably delayed. Sensing the sword's mild discontent, Li Mingzhu could only smile wryly. What could she do? Ultimately, it was a stroke of inspiration that led her here. Otherwise, she might have never found it. Thus, she could hardly blame the Chungying sword for its vexation. With a chuckle, she leaped from the water's surface, satisfied with her journey. The reason the Chungying sword was subdued by the water spirit was that after being placed underwater by the Holy Emperor, it frequently disturbed the water spirit during its cultivation, ultimately leading to its suppression by the full force of the Luoshui River, a consequence entirely of its own making, for which it could hardly blame others. Li Mingzhu felt her expedition to Luoshui had been fruitful. She not only acquired the formless sacred sword of slaughter, Chungying, but also glimpsed the future Luo god and even took on a disciple. She had no lingering dissatisfaction and intended to bid farewell to the Horse King before departing, hoping to take it with her if possible. Over the span of 7 days, Li Mingzhu discerned the resting place of the horse herd and swiftly approached. However, upon reaching the lair of the dragon horses, she found the yellow sands swirling, reminiscent of a stampede. This is not good. Trouble is brewing. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Mingzhu summoned the Chungying sword to her hand and dashed forward. Within the herd, the Horse King was at the forefront, confronting 18 cultivators wielding specially modified ropes, each possessing at least the cultivation of the Yuanshan realm. Among them, the most powerful had reached the pinnacle of the Xianxian realm, a sight Li Mingzhu absorbed fully. The Horse King, breathing heavily, had evidently endured a fierce battle prior. While in the center of the herd, several injured dragon horses were being shielded. Li Mingzhu quickly reached the Horse King's side, soothing its distress with gentle touch, while producing spiritual wine for it, signaling to restore its strength first. Surprisingly, the once wine-loving Horse King insisted on nudging the injured dragon horses, indicating they should partake instead, for they were the ones in dire need. Do not worry, they have superior spiritual medicine, Li Mingzhu whispered, retrieving the precious herbs plundered from the dragon palace to tend to the injuries of the horse herd. The 18 cultivators, witnessing such high-quality elixirs in her possession, were not only astonished but also vocally chastised Li Mingzhu for squandering such treasures. It was a grave waste for mere beasts to consume such spiritual herbs. Who are you, young one? Do you realize what you are doing? Among the 18 rogue cultivators, the leader donned a voluminous robe, his countenance fierce, resembling more a mortal executioner than a Taoist priest. The humble monk was engaged in healing the sacred beasts, diligently distributing elixirs to the herd of horses. For the moment, Li Mingzhu chose to disregard these individuals, as their extended existence was of little consequence. Sacred beasts? Merely a pack of brutes. I advise you, young man, to surrender the elixirs and join me in capturing these creatures. Perhaps you may earn the favor of the Shifei and escape death. Upon his utterance, a chorus of agreement arose, clearly indicating that the remaining 17 shared his sentiments. Li Mingzhu turned to face the 18 rogue cultivators, an unmistakable killing intent radiating from him as he coldly declared, "Speak. Choose your manner of demise. Each of you has but one chance." The audacity of these fools. Brothers, eliminate him, the Xianxian Taoist exclaimed in a fit of rage. Kill. They were a band of desperate men, and with Li Mingzhu obstructing their path to wealth, they would show no mercy, lunging at him like ravenous wolves. Various magical artifacts were summoned, each determined to strike a lethal blow, undeterred by Li Mingzhu's formidable prowess. Their recklessness would be their undoing. Li Mingzhu, unyielding against those courting death, would not hold back, especially since these individuals had long crossed his line. The dragon horse was not merely an auspicious beast, it had once served as the mount of the Holy Emperor, accompanying him in countless battles in ancient times, a sacred beast of humanity, and yet these men dared to hunt it. Seeing the elixirs he had brought forth of superior quality, their greed ignited. Thus, they sought to kill. Li Mingzhu was not a bloodthirsty individual, but he would show no leniency towards those deserving of death. The shadowless sword flew from his hand, imperceptible and lethal, striking without form. In an instant, a tempest of sword energy swirled, and blood splattered across the scene. In the blink of an eye, 17 beams of blood light erupted, accompanied by as many severed heads rolling to the ground. The disparity in cultivation was overwhelming, compounded by the might of the shadowless sword, rendering the outcome inevitable. After dispatching the 17, the sword halted near the Xianxian Taoist's neck, still formless yet ominous. Refraining from striking. Spare me, Taoist. Spare me. I should not have been blinded by greed, nor attempted to hunt the sacred beasts. Please, grant me mercy. The Taoist, quick to sense the shifting winds, who just moments ago was brimming with bravado to kill Li Mingzhu, now bowed and pleaded for mercy in the face of the sword's formidable presence. He dared not remain defiant. The chilling sensation at his throat was unmistakable. Though unaware of the method employed, he comprehended that any movement would lead to his head rolling like those of the 17 before him, who had perished without understanding their end. I ask you, what exactly is this Shifei you speak of? Li Mingzhu coldly queried, ignoring the Taoist's pleas for mercy. The Shifei? The Shifei? She is the princess of the Great Shang, the favored consort of King Zhou. The Taoist replied, wiping away tears and snot in his distress. The Shifei? I have never heard of her. Speak again, and beware, my sword's light shows no mercy. Li Mingzhu let out a cold snort. What is this Shifei? He was unaware of any concubine named Shifei associated with King Zhou. He only knew that after King Zhou's unsuccessful attempt to recruit Su Hu's daughter from Jizhou into the palace, Su Hu somehow presented a woman named Su Shi to the king. Not only did this maneuver avert the calamity of Jizhou's military, but Su Hu also ascended to the rank of national father-in-law, basking in his newfound glory. Su Shi, in turn, became the king's favored consort, demanding dragon horse hides for armor and insisting on traveling on a dragon horse. Did he dare to refuse her requests? As the Taoist spoke, he glanced at Li Mingzhu, who seemed lost in thought, clearly apprehensive. So, you have done me a service by sharing this information? Li Mingzhu fixed the Taoist with a fierce gaze, exclaiming, I dare not. Upon hearing her sharp inquiry, the Taoist, who had just relaxed, immediately fell into a fit of tears and prostrations. Dare not. Do not assume I am unaware. Even without Su Shi's command, you would still hunt horses. Your equipment reveals you are frequent visitors here. merely lacking the rewards that come from hunting for sushi. As a practitioner of the human race, how dare you hunt the sacred beasts of humanity? Without allowing the Taoist to continue his defense, Li Mingzhu unleashed the shadowing sword, which flashed like a white light, severing the Taoist's head. She had only spared him to ascertain the truth. Did he truly believe he could escape with his life? As he lay dying, he pointed a trembling finger at Li Mingzhu, attempting to question her. But did he possess the right? Li Mingzhu was preoccupied with this Shifei. She had thwarted Daji's entrance into the palace, only to find another named Shifei emerging. Was it truly fate that sought the downfall of the Shang dynasty? While she did not feel excessively mournful, she could not help but reflect on the power of destiny. The time had come for the Shang dynasty's fortunes to dwindle. King Zhou dared to heed Su Shi's call to hunt dragon horses, creatures symbolizing auspiciousness and fortune intertwined with humanity. Should they be hunted to extinction, it could very well diminish the Shang's fortune by a third. Chapter 41. The quest to explore Chaoga. Jiang Zia saves the monster indeed. When heaven wishes for one's demise, it first drives them to madness. Although this heaven may merely reflect the will of a certain sage, it suffices. In the absence of the Tao ancestor, the sage's intentions are regarded as the will of heaven. After slaying the horse hunter, Li Mingzhu did not depart immediately. Instead, she waited for the horse herd's injuries to heal, while also attempting to communicate with the Horse King. It was then that she discovered the Horse King could speak, which was not overly surprising, given that he possessed near-immortal cultivation and was a sacred beast. Come with me. I promise you a life of luxury and abundance. With wine to drink every day, Li Mingzhu said, reclining on the grass, gazing at the sky, accompanied by the Horse King. I will not go, at least not now. When I feel the time is right, I will certainly seek you out. The Horse King mimicked Li Mingzhu, lying on his back with all four hooves in the air, gazing at the sky, though it appeared somewhat awkward. Not going. Li Mingzhu was quite perplexed. He could not comprehend that. Weren't dragons and horses supposed to be inherently grateful? He did not believe that he should resort to coercing gratitude, yet something about the script felt fundamentally flawed. Indeed, the refusal was absolute. However, he would eventually go. So why concern himself? He simply wished to leave a little more of the spirit wine behind. The Horse King, displaying palpable impatience, remarked, despite having witnessed Li Mingzhu's ferocity, he still found himself quite at ease in Li Mingzhu's company. This was his innate gift, to distinctly sense both goodwill and malevolence. And he held an unwavering trust in Li Mingzhu. Very well, I shall take my leave. Li Mingzhu did not press further, rising to prepare for his journey to Chaoga, eager to ascertain the true nature of the so-called Shifei. Upon hearing Li Mingzhu's words, the dragon horse offered no reply and swiftly dashed toward the herd of horses. What followed was an exceedingly awkward yet humorous spectacle, as the Horse King galloped into the midst of the herd, indulging himself without restraint. Indeed, it was a scene that could only be described as one of a stud horse. A group of Mares, presenting themselves, awaited their king. The sight was truly difficult to behold. Such moral decay. Noticing that Li Mingzhu had not yet departed, the Horse King glanced back at him with a smug expression, striking various poses as if to flaunt his prowess. Li Mingzhu turned to leave, wishing to linger not a moment longer. Had not spring already passed? This was summer. He sighed in exasperation. Now, he finally understood what the Horse King meant by the timing not being right. The Horse King seemed intent on leaving behind some seeds within the herd before seeking out Li Mingzhu again. Li Mingzhu was at a loss for words. Initially, he thought the peculiar little Zhu Xiong was odd enough. Yet he found the Horse King to be even more bizarre. Not only was he a connoisseur of fine wine, but also a stud. Regret began to seep in for having invited the Horse King. Had he known, he would have refrained from provoking this dragon horse, lest he inadvertently summon an ancestor. However, the die was cast, and the situation was now beyond his control. Li Mingzhu resigned himself to accept it, choosing not to dwell on the distressing and lascivious scene, and instead took to the skies towards Chaoga. Chaoga lay at the heart of the eastern wilderness, not far from the site of the deer hunt, and thus, Li Mingzhu soon arrived at the outskirts of the city. The bustling streets were filled with a throng of people. Chaoga was indeed worthy of being the capital of the Yin and Shang dynasties. Even though the dynasty now displayed signs of decline, it remained remarkably prosperous. As Li Mingzhu navigated through the crowd in his flowing white robe, onlookers could not help but notice his extraordinary presence, and none dared to trouble him. Observing the commotion ahead, Li Mingzhu, intrigued by the unfolding events, made his way forward. Taoist, do you deem me a monster? A plump yet unassuming woman exclaimed in indignation at a Taoist with a full head of white hair, who remained unfazed by her outburst. Since you inquire, might you extend your hand? I shall ascertain the truth forthwith. The venerable elder, his hair as white as snow and embodying an ethereal presence, spoke with an authority that rendered others hesitant to meet his gaze. Why should I heed your words? You shameless Taoist dare to act indecently in broad daylight towards a respectable woman. The woman retorted fiercely, her own aura equally formidable. The elder remained unfazed by her fiery demeanor, boldly reaching forward to seize her hand with a firm grip. Help! Help! I am being wronged, the woman cried out, prompting the onlookers to rally in her defense. Alas, the elder remained impervious to their commotion, with his left hand clasping her wrist. He conjured forth a flame that blazed with the essence of true fire. Among the crowd, Li Mingzhu recognized the scene. It was reminiscent of the time Jiang Zia vanquished the Pipa spirit. With a mere gesture, Jiang Zia unleashed the true fire upon the Pipa spirit, a being whose cultivation paled in comparison to the formidable nine-tailed fox, unable to withstand such supreme flames. In mere moments, the Pipa spirit was reduced to its true form. Yet Li Mingzhu discreetly intervened to spare its life. Ah! Jiang Zia exclaimed in astonishment. Though he had revealed the spirit's true nature, he could not extinguish its essence entirely. Despite his celestial demeanor, Jiang Zia's cultivation was merely adequate, insufficient to discern Li Mingzhu's subtle machinations. Master Zia, may we converse? At that moment, Li Mingzhu transmitted her thoughts to him. Although Jiang Zia had never seen her before, he surmised she must be a disciple of one of his fellow masters. Harboring no suspicion, after all, Li Mingzhu's striking appearance radiated an aura of grace that surpassed even his own. Upon Jiang Zia's ascent, Li Mingzhu employed her mystical powers to transport them beyond the city limits. This technique, previously wielded against him, was now at her disposal. Such powers were typically reserved for those of lesser cultivation, requiring at least the prowess of a Tai Xianxian, and proved largely ineffective in practical combat. In Li Mingzhu's perspective, the sole purpose of such abilities was to project an air of superiority. As she emerged from the shadows with poise, she inclined her head slightly towards Jiang Zia, stating, I am Li Mingzhu, disciple of the unmatched Holy Mother of the. It is an honor to meet you, Master Zia. Her demeanor was neither excessively arrogant nor dismissive, maintaining a decorum befitting the occasion. Ah, it is you, Master Li's disciple. Pray tell, what brings you to seek this humble Taoist? In truth, Jiang Zia had no inkling of who Li Mingzhu was. However, to maintain appearances, he feigned familiarity and attempted to divine her origins, though he lacked the capability. This creature has come from the hands of my esteemed master, Li Mingzhu remarked, pointing toward the Pipa spirit in Jiang Zia's grasp as she casually approached. Such malevolence deserves to be eradicated. What purpose does your disciple serve in this regard? Jiang Zia felt a flicker of displeasure, perceiving that Li Mingzhu's demeanor was unbecoming of a junior. My master has made known that in my past life, I was a servant of the goddess Niwa, and this little demon acts under her divine command. Today, upon witnessing its plight, I naturally intend to offer assistance, Li Mingzhu stated calmly, her meaning unmistakable. If you, Jiang Zia, insist on forcibly eliminating this Pipa spirit, the repercussions are yours to bear. Not only would you offend the goddess Niwa, but you would also have to contend with the spirit's own grievances. Therefore, it may be best to refrain from vanquishing this demon. And I hope you will guide it properly in the future, for I have gleaned the essence of human vitality from this creature, which may already be wreaking havoc in the mortal realm. Jiang Zia, not one to be easily fooled, discerned the underlying message in Li Mingzhu's words and promptly relinquished the Pipa spirit to her. In truth, Jiang Zia was far from foolish. Rather, he was astute and seasoned, often employing seemingly foolish strategies that, upon reflection, revealed profound significance. Were it not for such wisdom, how could he have ultimately succeeded in the grand endeavor of the canonization? Chapter 42, by Gon S. Loyal Heart, the Peachwood Sword S. Trial. Thank you for your reminder, esteemed master. Your words are indeed wise. Li Mingzhu smiled as she accepted the Pipa spirit, choosing not to flatter Jiang Zia further. It was not that she feared him, rather. Jiang Zia was akin to a foul stone in a latrine, both odious and unyielding. Engaging him would yield no benefits, and one might find themselves facing the wrath of the primordial saint instead. Thus, it was entirely unnecessary to resort to violence against Jiang Zia, as it would only invite trouble. As Li Mingzhu, equipped with memories of a future life, comprehended the situation with clarity, she refrained from committing such senseless acts. After her words, she paid no further heed to Jiang Zia, vanishing in an instant to return to the previous street corner. As for Jiang Zia, if he wished to return, he would have to proceed at a leisurely pace or take flight. Given his character, it was likely he would choose to walk into the city. Previously, the sudden disappearance of Li Mingzhu alongside Jiang Zia had already elicited gasps from onlookers. and her reappearance now left the ordinary folk utterly astounded. Some astute individuals promptly relayed the events to the patrolling Baigan and the martial king Huang Feihu. Initially, Huang Feihu dismissed it as mere amusement, yet Baigan insisted on investigating. Reluctantly, Huang Feihu accompanied Baigan to the street corner. Is it not said that there exists an ancient sage? Yet here stands merely a child, and Huang Feihu's enthusiasm wanes immediately. What utility does a mere child possess? How could a child confront malevolent spirits? Even Huang Feihu, who prides himself on having learned a modicum of the arcane arts from his master Wenzhong, finds himself powerless against these demons. How could a small child succeed where he has failed? Baigan, however, does not share Huang Feihu's skepticism. He understands that true masters cannot be judged by appearances, no matter how youthful they may seem. Baigan of the Shang dynasty has encountered this young friend and wonders if the tales of the common folk regarding the child's abilities are indeed true. Although Baigan is approaching 60, he remains robust, with eyes that shine with wisdom and intelligence, indicative of his extraordinary intellect. Were it not for his lack of cultivation, with his exceptional aptitude, he might have already achieved the status of a golden immortal, having met with the esteemed Lord Yixiang. If he speaks of the earlier encounter between myself and my master, then it is undoubtedly authentic. Li Mingzhu slightly bows and calmly asserts that Baigan is a person deserving of respect, yet that is where it ends. Although he is fiercely loyal, it is but a foolish kind of loyalty. Where is my master's uncle? Baigan inquires urgently, clearly placing greater importance on Jiang Zia in his esteem than on Li Mingzhu. My master's uncle has returned due to pressing matters, but has left words and gifts for you both. It remains uncertain if you are destined to receive them. Li Mingzhu remarks nonchalantly as he retrieves a short peachwood sword from his sleeve. Indeed, the ancient sage has long anticipated our intentions. Baigan laughs heartily, having discerned the underlying meaning in Li Mingzhu's words, while Huang Feihu remains perplexed, casting a dubious glance at Li Mingzhu. What does it mean to be destined? If one articulates the intent and accurately discerns the purpose, then that is destiny. Lord Yixiang may speak freely. Baigan contemplates revealing the full extent of his intentions and grievances, but hesitates, considering the bustling marketplace surrounding them. With a subtle wave of his sleeve, Li Mingzhu creates an aura of isolation around the three of them, making it seem as if they are entirely removed from the world outside. Although they remain in the street, the sounds and sights of the outside realm become imperceptible, and the same applies within their circle. This technique, while a mere spell of sensory isolation, is vastly different from the grand display of power demonstrated by Ao Guang when he summoned the strength of the four seas and the dragon pearls. Feeling reassured by Li Mingzhu's extraordinary methods, Baigan's heart finds solace, believing that such celestial artistry will alleviate his concerns. Recently, the king, misled by deceitful counsel, sought to forcibly take Daji as his consort, but failed. Now he dotes excessively on the Shifei, neglecting state affairs. The four great lords have come to Chaoga in fear of further turmoil, and I implore the Taoist to exorcise the evil. Baigan speaks with tears in his eyes. His loyalty sincere, and having just witnessed Li Mingzhu's capabilities, he now regards him with newfound respect. At this moment, Huang Feihu's countenance changed dramatically. Having studied the arts of Dao with Wenzhong, he could not fathom how Li Mingzhu achieved her feats, yet he was certainly aware of her profound depth. Upon hearing this, Li Mingzhu gained a general understanding of the current situation in Chaoga. Although the favored Shifei had not yet committed any egregious acts, such as the nine-tailed fox did in her previous life, like slaying Donghua Ho, betraying ministers, or dethroning Empress Jiang, these events had yet to unfold, possibly due to her brief time in the palace. How could the minister ascertain that Shifei was, in fact, a creature of the supernatural? Li Mingzhu inquired. The young minister, endowed with a heart as clear as a seven-holes jade, could discern the essence of any being with a mere glance. Indeed, Baigan replied with a sense of pride, backed by his rightful confidence. Very well then. Take this sword and inform King Zhou that a minor demon lurks within the palace. This sword can vanquish it and must be hung at the woman for 12 hours. Claiming it is a tribute from Jiang Zia, a disciple of the primordial saint from Kunlun Mountain, Li Mingzhu handed the peachwood sword to Baigan, simultaneously extricating herself from the entanglements of the situation. Regardless of whether Shifei was a demon or whether the sword would prove effective should any calamity arise, it would ultimately fall upon Jiang Zia to bear the blame. Originally, the task of presenting the sword for demon slaying was meant for Yun Zhongzi. But due to the latter's lack of interest in visiting Chaoga after failing to take Lei Junzi as a disciple, Li Mingzhu had to step in. Of course, by invoking Jiang Zia's name, should the endeavor succeed, It would be a case of borrowing flowers to offer Buddha, should it fail. It would merely be a scheme to frame him. In any case, it would have no bearing on her. Thank you for the sword, Taoist, Baigan said, carefully accepting the peachwood sword with immense gratitude. There is no need for thanks, Li Mingzhu smiled. This was instructed by my master, who also left a message. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you may seek me here. This could be seen as a minor trick played on Jiangxia, transforming him into Baigan's full-time caretaker. It remained uncertain whether Jiangxia would be able to safeguard Baigan should the latter face the fate of having his heart extracted in the future. After all, it was inconceivable for Li Mingzhu to remain in Chaoga indefinitely. In truth, what Li Mingzhu yearned to uncover most was the true identity of Shi Fei. Employing her skills of divination, she gazed towards the palace. Although there was indeed a surge of demonic energy rising from that direction, it felt as though something else lay concealed beneath it, yet she could not discern what it was. It appeared that only after the peachwood sword took effect could the truth be revealed. Li Mingzhu held unwavering confidence in the sword's efficacy. Despite being an ordinary peachwood sword, it was imbued with the essence of water and fire, as well as the shadow-suppressing sword energy, especially the latter, which was undoubtedly the quintessential choice for subduing malevolent beings, with no margin for error. Having spoken, Li Mingzhu no longer regarded Baigan, but instead focused her gaze on Huang Feihu, saying, Wuqing Wang, allow me to convey my regards to my senior brother Wenzhong. After Li Mingzhu spoke, she vanished without a trace, leaving Huang Feihu greatly shaken by her revelation. He had not anticipated that this seemingly young child was a senior figure from his own sect. Chapter 43. The Peachwood Sword enters the royal palace, observing all things through the mirror of light. Li Mingzhu's understated words had indeed frightened Huang Feihu, who had intended to clarify matters with her, but she offered him no opportunity, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Following her departure from the street corner, Li Mingzhu casually sought out an inn and took a room for herself. Seated cross-legged upon the bed, she raised her hand and waved toward the emptiness ahead, conjuring a mirror of light that reflected the scene of Baigan and his companions. The peachwood sword was imbued with her sword intent and divine consciousness, allowing her to do this with ease. Upon his return to Chaoga City, Jiangxia learned of Li Mingzhu's actions, yet was not overly concerned. Since she was intent on vanquishing demons, he wholeheartedly supported her endeavors, though he wondered why she chose to act under his name. Lacking sufficient cultivation to discern the reasons behind her actions, Jiangxia did not press the matter further. Those who walk the path of immortality ought to adhere to the principle of going with the flow of nature, for one cannot force outcomes. Instead, they should align themselves with the will of heaven. Jiangxia's mindset reflected this understanding. Although he had not received the primordial teachings in magical arts, he had certainly grasped the essence of the doctrine. The concept of aligning with the will of heaven encompasses not merely following the trends of fate, but also pertains to all matters of the world. If every disciple of the Jade Purity Sage could attain such a mindset, the realms of the 12 golden immortals would undoubtedly surpass their current stature. Alas, few truly comprehend this state of mind. Within the inn, the mirror of light displayed the scene of Baigan and Huang Feihu making their way to the royal palace, navigating through the winding corridors until they finally arrived at King Zhou's grand hall. Minister Baigan, I pay my respects to the king. Minister Huang Feihu, I pay my respects to the king. In the grand hall, officials were already engaged in discussions. Both Huang Feihu and Baigan bowed respectfully before King Zhou, who sat tall and imposing, his long, flowing black hair cascading freely. Yet, his countenance bore signs of fatigue. Who could have imagined that the man now seated on the throne, once capable of withstanding the weight of 5 tripods and tearing apart fierce tigers, was comparable to a conqueror? To King Zhou's left sat a lady, presumably the beloved Shi Fei, clad in a resplendent red phoenix robe and adorned with a crown of 9 dragons encircling a phoenix. Her noble presence was evident even without seeing her face. Moreover, she possessed a beauty that was nothing short of breathtaking, if one were to judge solely by appearance. Li Mingzhu was certain that none of the women she had ever encountered could rival Shi Fei. However, evaluating a woman must transcend mere looks. Qualities such as the noble sanctity of Nuwa, the stunning allure of the female enchantress, and the ethereal grace of Yangshan are attributes that Shi Fei could not compare to. Everything about her seems to exist solely for the sake of her beauty. Such is the sentiment of Li Mingzhu. Despite this reflection, she remains composed, continuing to observe the unfolding events within the mirror. Uncle Wang and King Wuqing, there is no need for excessive formalities. I am curious as to the purpose of your sudden visit to the palace, inquired King Zhou, gently lifting the wine vessel from the table and consuming its contents in one swift motion. While concubine, she promptly refilled his cup. In times past, King Zhou abstained from alcohol during discussions of state affairs. Your Majesty, during my patrol with King Wuqing on the streets today, we chanced upon an ancient sage from Kunlun Mountain, who proclaimed that there are malevolent spirits haunting our royal palace. Baigan stated languidly, deliberately withholding the entirety of the tale, exemplifying the art of conversation, for only that which one discovers for oneself holds true significance and weight. Nonsense. My Yinshang Palace is a place of great importance, further protected by the mystical Xian bird. What nonsense is this about malevolent spirits? King Zhou retorted in fury. Though likely out of consideration for Baigan's reputation, he refrained from a severe reprimand. Otherwise, given King Zhou's current temperament, any ordinary individual might have faced immediate imprisonment. This is not mere hyperbole, but rather the stark reality. At the moment when Baigan posed such a query, Li Mingzhu had focused all her attention on concubine Shi, noticing not the slightest shift in her demeanor. Logically, if concubine Shi were indeed a creature of malevolence, she should have displayed panic upon hearing Baigan's words. Is it that concubine Shi is emboldened, or is it that she is not a creature of evil at all? Li Mingzhu could not ascertain, and thus continued to observe. Your Majesty, I conveyed my thoughts at that moment, yet this ancient sage merely smiled in silence, gesturing, and from amidst the crowd, he revealed a Peepa spirit, returning it to its true form. Such a display of power cannot be dismissed. Baigan knelt, his voice weighted with gravity. Should such power truly exist, then his claims may indeed hold merit. King Zhou pondered briefly before responding, acknowledging that there is some truth to Baigan's assertions. The sage then presented the old minister with a peachwood sword, stating that once hung above the woman gate, the presence of any malevolent spirits would become evident. Baigan promptly offered the peachwood sword, and upon sighting it, concubine Shi's expression subtly shifted, though barely perceptible, Li Mingzhu noticed. However, this expression puzzled Li Mingzhu. It was clearly not one of fear, but rather an expression of astonishment and suspicion. King Zhou held the peachwood sword in his hands, examining it closely for a while. Although he could not discern its unique qualities, he ultimately acquiesced to Baigan's advice, ordering the sword to be hung. Your Majesty is wise, Baigan exclaimed, hastily kneeling in reverence, as the other ministers followed suit, their voices rising in unison. In their eyes, King Zhou had finally enacted a commendable deed, and their gazes towards concubine, she shifted from malice to pity. A mere mortal on the brink of death. Why bother with such trivialities? It is undeniable that there are malevolent spirits within the palace. Yet who could this enchanting yet treacherous woman be, if not the source of such calamity? King Zhou, observing the exasperated demeanor of his ministers, waved his hand dismissively, signaling them to depart. My beloved concubine, do you truly believe there are demons residing in our palace? He jested once the courtiers had vacated the premises. And what say you, my lord? Shi Fei replied, casting a captivating smile that rendered the king momentarily entranced. If I were to express my opinion, there are certainly none. Our Yinshang has stood for 5 centuries. Never have I heard whispers of such creatures. King Zhou retorted in displeasure. Then why do you still hang that sword? Shi Fei inquired softly, her voice dripping with allure, embodying the essence of an innate seductress. If I were to disregard their counsel, would I not be plagued incessantly? King Zhou lamented. Though he was a king, he could not act entirely upon his whims. Oh, I see. Li Mingzhu wiped the surface of the luminous mirror, allowing his consciousness to delve into the peachwood sword, focusing his search primarily on Shi Fei. The necessity of hanging the peachwood sword above the midday gate to freely investigate the palace stemmed from the current fortune of the Yinshang. As long as there was no master of the sacred teachings present, the national luck imposed significant limitations. Of course, obtaining King Zhou's consent would change the narrative entirely. Chapter 44. A clash across space yet unmatched. The celestial demon unraveled in desperation. Li Mingzhu's consciousness traversed the palace with abandon, swiftly absorbing every detail, both seen and unseen. The affairs of the imperial family could often be quite scandalous, yet Li Mingzhu chose to overlook them. After a thorough exploration of the palace through his consciousness, he found no traces of any demons. It appeared that the malevolent aura indeed stemmed from Shi Fei. As his consciousness stirred, the peachwood sword shimmered with 3 colors of light, representing the essence of the shadow sword and the elemental powers of water and fire. The shadow sword's intent, formless and shadowless, perfectly concealed the elemental powers, while at that moment, Shi Fei had already parted ways with King Zhou and returned to her chambers. Jiangxia? Shi Fei murmured softly to herself as she sat by her vanity. She had noted that it was Jiangxia who had gifted the peachwood sword to Baigan. She had heard of Jiangxia, the one destined for divine recognition, yet he seemed devoid of such prowess. Shi Fei pondered slowly, harboring resentment towards Jiang Jie. From this outcome, it appeared that regardless of whether Li Mingzhu had truly uncovered Shi Fei's secrets, the blame directed at Jiang Jie had been successfully executed. Certainly, even without Li Mingzhu's intervention, Jiang Jie would ultimately find himself at odds with Shi Fei. After all, Chaoge was not the arena for Jiang Jie to realize his ambitions. Under the cyclical laws of heaven, he was destined to journey to the West Qi, merely a matter of time. After all, Jiang Jie is indeed the one who determined the deification of the heavens. The disciples of the primordial beginning school delight in such supernatural theatrics. While the followers of the heavenly gate are no paragons of virtue either, not a single disciple of the sage can be deemed respectable. The more Shi Fei pondered, the more incensed she became, ultimately launching into a tirade against the sage's disciples. Meanwhile, Li Mingzhu, concealed nearby, found himself increasingly bewildered. Was this not the handiwork of the primordial sage? Initially, he had assumed that Shi Fei must be an agent of some sage, but it now seemed otherwise. Who then? Was this Shi Fei? In his heart, Li Mingzhu had begun to formulate a vague hypothesis, yet he dared not confirm it, for according to theory, that individual should not act in such a manner. Come in. After finally calming her tumultuous emotions, Shi Fei commanded softly, "Greetings, Your Highness." Upon hearing her cold snort, a maid promptly entered. "Why have you not yet located the one named Li Mingzhu?" Replying to Your Highness, "We did find him. But he is the son of the general of Chentang Pass and merely 1 year old. He does not seem to be the person you seek." The maid responded, her heart racing with trepidation, fearful of inadvertently inciting the ire of the formidable lady before her. "That will suffice. You may leave now." Contrary to expectations, Shi Fei did not explode in anger but instead waved the maid away, who hurriedly retreated, visibly relieved. Li Mingzhu. Li Mingzhu. At last, I have found you. Son of the general of Chentang Pass? Let you revel for a few days. Once I have dealt with these vexatious individuals in court, I shall seek you out for retribution. Shi Fei declared through gritted teeth, beginning to devise strategies against the likes of bygone. Upon hearing this, Li Mingzhu was even more perplexed. How did this Shi Fei know him? And why did she intend to bring him trouble? Unable to fathom it, he decided to cast aside his confusion and act preemptively. Seizing the moment, Li Mingzhu unleashed a sudden surge of sword intent, having already stealthily approached Shi Fei, now merely 3 paces away. With such an outburst, he was confident that even a great Luo golden immortal would be gravely injured. The sword light blazed forth, undeniably powerful, yet it carried an ethereal quality. Often, the most beautiful things are the most perilous, and Li Mingzhu's sword intent epitomized this notion perfectly. "Have you finally lost your patience? I have been waiting for you." Shi Fei scoffed, clearly having anticipated his move. With a flick of her wrist, the room was sealed off from all external influence. Simultaneously, her left hand rose slightly, gathering a celestial radiance that shimmered with golden virtues. It was celestial light, not demonic, signifying that Shi Fei was undoubtedly not of the demon race. The presence of circulating virtues was even more astonishing, indicating that she had performed deeds beneficial to the heavenly order. In that single motion, Li Mingzhu gleaned an abundance of information. Although he could not yet ascertain Shi Fei's true identity, the signs he had observed clearly indicated her extraordinary nature. Li Mingzhu realized that another arduous battle awaited him. The clash between the sword intent and the celestial light produced a dazzling explosion of brilliance. Though Shi Fei had prepared for this moment, she found herself evenly matched with Li Mingzhu. "Who are you?" Jiang Jie possesses no such prowess. After taking a few steps back, Shi Fei fixed her cold gaze upon the wooden sword suspended in midair and questioned icily. Li Mingzhu remained silent, concentrating on forming his next attack. This wooden sword was merely a spontaneous creation infused with a hint of divine power, sword intent, and spiritual consciousness, rendering it difficult to unleash its full potential. Stubborn and unyielding, Shi Fei remarked coldly as she noticed Li Mingzhu not only refusing to answer her, but also preparing for another confrontation. Once more, a beam of celestial light coalesced and descended upon the wooden sword before Li Mingzhu's sword intent could fully materialize. The celestial light struck the wooden sword like an arrow, and despite Li Mingzhu's high regard for Shi Fei, he had not anticipated her overwhelming strength. The impact of Shi Fei's strike was akin to a devastating blow. The wooden sword shattered under the force, its sword intent and elemental powers completely obliterated, a sight that was truly terrifying. Fortunately, although the wooden sword had fragmented and its energies dissipated, Li Mingzhu's spiritual consciousness remained unaffected. "Can you finally reveal your identity?" Shi Fei inquired softly, as if victory were assured, and indeed, She was confident of her triumph. After all, Li Mingzhu had lost all means of recovery. Yet, she underestimated him. Even with his sword intent and powers scattered, he was determined to make Shi Fei pay dearly. Since his arrival in this realm, he had never suffered such a significant setback. Sky Demon Disintegration Technique. Li Mingzhu bellowed, invoking a technique he had fought desperately to master in his past life. What he thought he would never have the chance to use again was now unleashed. While the Sky Demon Disintegration Technique might pale in comparison to the myriad divine arts of the primordial era, its application at this moment was undeniably potent. As Li Mingzhu's ethereal spiritual consciousness erupted into a torrent of crimson light, it radiated with a gruesome brilliance rather than purity. This technique, inherently demonic, inflicted 1,000 wounds upon the enemy while costing him 800 in return. Yet Li Mingzhu, resolute in his intent, had no desire for his consciousness to return intact. Fully prepared for mutual destruction, the sudden surge of power startled Shi Fei, but it ultimately did not reach a level that threatened her, compelling her to observe coldly. Still too weak, Shi Fei scoffed, striking down with her palm to crush Li Mingzhu's consciousness. Break from me. Li Mingzhu, disregarding all else, transformed his surging spiritual essence into a blood-red dagger. While its momentum did not increase, its sharpness became unparalleled. Let the body be the sword, piercing the surface with precision. The blood-red dagger shot upwards like a rainbow piercing the sun. Chapter 45. The spirit's connection wounds the true body. Mortal Shi Fei and celestial being, although it was merely the consciousness of Li Mingzhu, it was akin to her physical presence. Thus, despite her seemingly tranquil demeanor in the inn, she was, in truth, exerting every ounce of her strength. Fearless and unreserved, she was prepared to engage in a fierce battle. The blood-red small sword, accompanied by a howling wind, pierced coldly towards Shi Fei's descending palm. It was as if a towering mountain had abruptly risen from the vast plains, both conspicuous and blinding. Though this was merely a temporary counterattack, Li Mingzhu's strike was not one of reckless abandon. Rather, it was infused with boundless ingenuity. The tip of the sword faintly shimmered with hues of blue and red. Although the previous source of water and fire had been dispersed, Li Mingzhu had managed to coalesce some energy during this interval. Albeit scant, it remained formidable if wielded judiciously. Indeed, one must utilize fine steel at the cutting edge. And Li Mingzhu exemplified this principle. The sword was composed of 8 segments, typically with the tip piercing the enemy and the blade slaying foes. Concealing the essence of water and fire at the tip was undoubtedly the most advantageous placement. As the sword's tip collided with Shi Fei's palm in midair, a radiant barrier erupted between them, one side crimson, the other orange-blue, each equally matched. Confronted with the pressure from Li Mingzhu's decisive strike, Shi Fei was compelled to abandon her initial intent to overpower and instead concentrated all her strength upon a singular point. A confrontation of points ensued. Following this shift, the dynamics of the battle transformed instantaneously. What had previously been a stalemate now exhibited a clear imbalance. Even though Li Mingzhu had prepared extensively, she struggled to deliver a truly impactful blow in the face of overwhelming power. Recognizing this reality, Li Mingzhu ceased her waiting for the opportune moment and unleashed the hidden essence of water and fire at the tip of her sword. Water and fire unite, she cried, asserting that if the female ghost could achieve this unity, so too could she, Li Mingzhu. The momentum surged forth from her sword, causing Shi Fei to emit a soft exclamation, but that was the extent of her reaction. As the two forces clashed once more, a slight smirk appeared at the corner of Shi Fei's mouth. Her palm, aimed at the blood-red small sword, closed in, and the sword transformed into mere fragments under the overwhelming force of her power. There was no doubt about the outcome. With such formidable prowess, why would the goddess deign to marry a mortal ruler and engage in actions detrimental to her nation's fortunes? Under Shi Fei's deliberate restraint, Li Mingzhu retained a final vestige of her consciousness. Do you presume to dictate my actions? I allow you this fragment of consciousness not for your inquiries, but to ask who you are. Shi Fei sneered, simultaneously imprisoning Li Mingzhu's lingering essence with a gesture. If I declare myself Li Mingzhu, would you believe me? Li Mingzhu replied with a calm smile, dismissing the significance of a mere strand of consciousness. If it perishes, it perishes. It holds little consequence. Do you truly believe I cannot harm your true form? Will you not speak the truth? Shi Fei let out a cold snort, not only perceiving Li Mingzhu's intentions, but also swiftly forming a seal with her hands, which she immediately cast upon Li Mingzhu. With a flick of her left hand, Li Mingzhu's spiritual consciousness remained unscathed, while her true form, far away at the inn, coughed up blood incessantly. What a remarkable strategy, Your Highness. But I am indeed Li Mingzhu of the Li Mingzhu declared with pride, resolved to discover her true motives. Is that so? Shi Fei inquired softly. Feeling as though she had effortlessly stumbled upon a treasure after an arduous search, Li Mingzhu fell silent for a moment before slowly responding. Your Highness may be reluctant to divulge the origins of your power, yet I have my suspicions. As someone who despised being at a disadvantage, Li Mingzhu wished to assert her authority over Shi Fei, ensuring she was aware of her background while simultaneously seeking confirmation. After a brief pause, seeing that Shi Fei did not protest, Li Mingzhu continued, Your Highness's eagerness to seek me out suggests you harbor ill intentions. And since I possess nothing of value to you, it must be vengeance that you seek. Since leaving my home, I have only offended two enemies, one being the Dragon Clan, who have long abandoned their desire for revenge, and the other the Heavenly Court. I never anticipated that your Highness was a celestial being. Indeed, your reasoning is quite impressive, but what does it matter? The Grand Celestial Lord shall surely eliminate you. Shi Fei laughed heartily, her pity for Li Mingzhu evident. Does he dare? Why would he not? Simply because you have two saints backing you. Shi Fei scoffed, preparing to extinguish Li Mingzhu's remaining consciousness. Yet Li Mingzhu was quicker, allowing her essence to dissipate on its own. Consider yourself fortunate to escape, but the die is cast. Can you truly evade your fate? Shi Fei remarked with a gentle laugh upon witnessing the dissolution of Li Mingzhu's consciousness, extending her slender left hand to reveal a wisp of gray mist coalescing between her fingers. With a single hand, she conjured a paper crane, infusing it with the gray mist and instructing it, inform the Grand Celestial Lord that with this object, he may locate Li Mingzhu. Though I would advise against taking such action. After uttering these words, Shi Fei gave the paper crane a light shake, causing it to vanish. How curious that Jiangxia of the is intertwined with Li Mingzhu of the. Regardless, I shall capture Jiangxia first and inquire further. She mused to herself after dispatching the crane. It is essential to note that her descent to the mortal realm was primarily driven by three objectives: to undermine the fortunes of the Yin and Shang, to pursue Li Mingzhu, and to exacerbate the discord between the and. However, Li Mingzhu's feigned maneuver had left her perplexed, leading her to believe that the relationship between the and was not as dire as the outside world suggested. It is truly lamentable that Jiangxia has suffered such an unwarranted calamity. One must remember that he has yet to wed the infamous Ma clan, and the meddling of Li Mingzhu and consort she has resulted in the loss of his destined union. Bring forth the bath. Consort, she huffed coldly, her mind already devising plans to create trouble for Jiangxia and find a way to eliminate the thorn in her side. Bygone. Meanwhile, within the inn, Li Mingzhu had only just managed to halt his injuries. Had he not dispersed that divine thought in time, his condition might have deteriorated further. Though his injuries were stabilized, Li Mingzhu was left in a state of shock. He had suspected the involvement of celestial beings ever since consort she had fervently sought him out. Yet he never anticipated it to be true. He was equally astonished by consort she's formidable prowess, able to inflict such harm upon him merely through the connection of divine thoughts. As for the extent of her cultivation, Li Mingzhu could not ascertain. She might be a perfected great Luo golden immortal or perhaps an aspiring leader. He found it challenging to speculate. Li Mingzhu recognized that he must depart. For returning to Chentang Pass was out of the question. The Grand Celestial Lord would undoubtedly pursue him. Consort Shi's words had made it abundantly clear that the Heavenly Sovereign intended to eliminate him, disregarding even the face of the saints. It was incomprehensible to him how the Heavenly Sovereign, as the disciple of the Tao ancestor, could so brazenly offend the saints. Chapter 46. In the Lingxiao Palace. Summoning the heavenly generals, consort Shi feigns illness to extract hearts unable to comprehend the situation. Li Mingzhu decided to cease his ponderings. For such matters should rightly concern the saints. As a mere Tai Xianxian, he need not fret over such complexities. His current focus should be on the identity of those who would come to hunt him, as long as they did not reach the level of an aspiring leader. He believed he would remain unscathed, not out of arrogance, but simply because that was the reality, given consort Shi's capabilities. Li Mingzhu understood that he could not escape until he determined how they were tracking him. His only advantage lay in choosing the battlefield. He resolved to recuperate from his injuries without further distraction, accepting that whatever would happen, would happen. After all, he would confront soldiers with soldiers and water with earth. Meanwhile, the celestial crane summoned by consort Shi soared to the heavenly court, arriving before the Jade Emperor, Haotian, summoned the ministers to the palace. Upon reviewing the contents, Haotian bellowed, his mood evidently quite buoyant. The ethereal aura of the 33 heavens attracts many, drawn to its abundance and vitality, yet others loathe its solitude and desolation. Figures such as the former Yao Ji and the later seven fairies have voiced differing opinions, yet a steadfast group continues to strive for the prosperity of the heavenly court, diligently maintaining its majesty. Perhaps it is the perspective of being within the situation that clouds one's understanding. After all, no matter how formidable the heavenly court may appear, it remains subservient to the utterance of a sage. The sage's tolerance for the existence of the heavenly court is merely a matter of preserving the dignity of the Tao ancestor. Of course, it is also possible that the sage has seen through the facade and wishes to disrupt the status quo. Who can truly say for certain? The Lingxiao Palace has remained unchanged through the eons, maintaining its solemn grandeur since the era of the demon clans and the heavenly court. The hall has never been altered, yet the inhabitants have long since transformed. The ancient elders of the heavenly court, remnants of the demon clans, often feel a pang of nostalgia when witnessing such scenes. Where is the barefoot immortal? Upon the golden throne, Hao Yin spoke softly, exuding an undeniable authority. Present. Upon hearing Hao Yin's voice, the barefoot immortal hastily stepped forward from the assembly. Your last attempt to capture Luo Xian was a failure, and Princess Longji could not return to the heavenly court. I understand the difficulties you faced and do not wish to impose punishment upon you. However, should you fail again, do not blame the heavenly laws for their ruthlessness. Although Hao Yin's tone was gentle, it felt like a biting wind to the barefoot immortal, who dared not utter a word of dissent. Having served in the heavenly court for many years, he had discerned Hao Yin's true nature. Despite his seemingly benevolent demeanor, he was undeniably ruthless. And the barefoot immortal wished to remain in his good graces. I accept the decree, he proclaimed, kneeling without hesitation. His previous retreat had already placed him on Hao Yin's blacklist. Had it not been for the lack of personnel in the heavenly court, he might have already met his demise. The barefoot immortal could not afford to be careless. Good. Rest assured, you will only face Luo Xian this time, not Li Mingzhu. Hao Yin appeared quite pleased with the barefoot immortal's demeanor and smiled as he spoke. I shall capture Luo Xian and bring the princess back to the palace. The barefoot immortal visibly exhaled in relief, continuing to kneel. While the heavenly court may lack prominence in the vast wilderness of the three realms, Hao Yin's authority within its ranks was evidently substantial. Excellent. Where is the giant spirit god? Hao Yin called out again, and from the left side of the assembly, a towering figure wielding twin axes emerged. The giant spirit god is here, paying respects to your majesty. The giant boomed, exuding an air of grandeur. You shall assist Taoist Panshan in capturing Li Mingzhu, and you will heed his commands. Are you capable of this? Hao Yin inquired gravely, casting a glance at the Taoist beside him, adorned in a blue robe with his hair tied up. Your majesty, this is indeed feasible. But what if this old Taoist were to act against the interests of the heavenly court? The giant spirit god queried, though somewhat disrespectfully. The question was undeniably pivotal and incisive. You need only remember one thing. When you see Taoist Panshan in the mortal realm, treat him as you would treat me. Hao Yin responded with a smile, his demeanor towards the giant spirit god markedly different from that towards the barefoot immortal. After all, the giant spirit god was a direct subordinate of Hao Yin. Though not particularly powerful, his unwavering loyalty to Hao Yin was commendable. As you command, your majesty. Upon hearing Hao Yin's words, the giant spirit god no longer harbored any doubts. Thank you, your majesty, for your kind favor. I am unworthy. The mountain ancestor beside him repeatedly waved his hands, proclaiming his unworthiness, yet there was no hint of humility in his demeanor. Although Hao Yin detested this attitude in his heart, he ultimately required the man's assistance. So he maintained a facade of warmth and amiability. You are too modest, my friend. Your exceptional talent truly deserves recognition. Hao Yin replied with a smile, secretly marking the mountain ancestor in his mind, vowing that when the time came, he would ensure the man met a most unfortunate end. Meanwhile, at the royal palace in the mortal realm, the Shi-Fei suddenly sent word to King Zhou, claiming to suffer from chest pains. The king, who adored Shi-Fei, dared not neglect her and hastily set aside all matters of state, summoning a multitude of imperial physicians to attend to her. However, the healers of that era were largely ineffectual. Despite the legacy of Shinnong's herbal trials, the compendium of medicinal plants had not been preserved. Thus, the physicians relied primarily on empirical knowledge, with a mere fraction of a chance, less than 10%, of successfully saving a patient, their survival entirely dictated by fate. Even a 1 in 10 chance of curing a patient would earn one the title of divine doctor. Given such limited medical expertise, it was impossible for them to discern the true nature of Shi-Fei's ailment, especially since she was, in fact, not ill at all. What a bunch of useless fools. King Zhou bellowed in frustration as he witnessed the physician's helplessness. In truth, the physicians possessed some knowledge of how to treat the queen, but faced with the king's wrath, they dared not speak. Should anything go awry, they would owe 1,000 lives. My king, am I destined to perish? My chest aches terribly. Shi Fei feigned extreme weakness, speaking in a delicate tone to the king. Nonsense. My beloved, you are destined for longevity. How could you die now? King Zhou exclaimed, cradling her in his arms, his heart heavy with anguish. My king, it is futile. This is a long-standing ailment that cannot be cured. A wise sage foretold when I was young that I would not live past 18 unless what? My beloved, please tell me. The king was frantic, while Shi Fei seemed to relish the suspense. Unless there is a concoction made from the heart of the 7 apertures, only then might this heartache be alleviated, she concluded, her words trailing off. Send out the command. Search the entire realm for the heart of the 7 apertures. Those who willingly offer it shall be handsomely rewarded. Upon hearing this, King Zhou immediately issued orders, sparing no effort for Shi Fei. My king, it need not be so complicated. Yabian bears the heart of the 7 apertures, she murmured, leaning closer against the king's chest. There is no need for maybes. Summon Yabian to the palace. Prepare the executioners. Should that old wretch refuse to offer his heart, we shall seize it by force. Upon hearing this, King Zhou cast aside any notions of royal kinship or the loyalty of his long-serving ministers, as the significance of his beloved Shi Fei far outweighed them. Shi Fei, witnessing the king's reaction, appeared exceedingly pleased, a subtle smile gracing her lips, though it was discreet. Chapter 47. Li Mingzhu guides Baigan. Zia's intricate scheme to assist with the king's command, the soldiers began to surge towards Baigan's residence. It was the dead of night, and the sight of armored troops traversing the streets was indeed alarming. Li Mingzhu had yet to depart from Chaoga, partly because his injuries had not yet healed, and partly because he surmised that the heavenly court would not arrive promptly, given the adage that a day in heaven equates to a year on earth. As he pushed open the window and beheld the throngs of soldiers, Li Mingzhu felt a premonition and calculated the situation, realizing that calamity awaited Baigan. Although fate dictated that Baigan was destined for such a disaster, it was not immutable. After all, Shiji had managed to evade a similar fate. Now that the 9-tailed fox was under his control, perhaps Baigan could also escape this perilous predicament. Had it not been for his own meddling today, perhaps. After a moment of contemplation, Li Mingzhu resolved to intervene and offer guidance to Baigan. What transpired thereafter was beyond his control. Each individual has their own destiny. Should Baigan meet his demise despite Li Mingzhu's counsel, it would be but a manifestation of his own fate. In a fleeting moment, Li Mingzhu reappeared within Baigan's estate. Although Baigan held the position of vice prime minister and was esteemed as the emperor's uncle, his residence was remarkably austere, even more so than that of some minor officials. Inside, there was but an elderly servant, a testament to his loyalty and integrity as a virtuous minister. The study was brightly lit, despite the late hour. Baigan was still engrossed in official documents. Greetings, esteemed minister, Li Mingzhu announced as he stepped into the study and offered a slight bow to Baigan, who was diligently working. Ah, it is you, Taoist. I did not expect to see you again. I wonder, did the peachwood sword prove effective? Baigan inquired, rising with a smile upon recognizing Li Mingzhu. Regrettably, the demon within the palace possesses formidable prowess, rendering the peachwood sword ineffective. Even I have suffered at its hands, and now it has inadvertently caused trouble for you, esteemed minister, Li Mingzhu sighed. Who could have anticipated that Shi Fei was indeed a celestial being, with such profound skills? Li Mingzhu could not help but marvel at how benevolent the heavenly emperor was. At the very least, Shi Fei was a grand Luo Jingxian, indicating that the heavenly emperor's ambitions were indeed vast. What do you mean by that? Baigan questioned, perplexed. Even if slaying demons failed, how could it implicate me? The demon in the palace sought to use the peachwood sword to eliminate me, but now it harbors animosity towards you, intending to claim your exquisite heart. It would be prudent for you to heed my advice and take refuge for a while, Li Mingzhu suggested after careful consideration. This is the safest and most reliable course of action. Although he knew that Baigan would likely refuse, he felt compelled to voice his counsel. Has the king acquiesced to the demon's wishes? Baigan did not respond to Li Mingzhu's suggestion to retreat. Instead, he posed a question to her. Agreed, Li Mingzhu replied helplessly, fully aware that Baigan would never leave, regardless of the circumstances. When a sovereign demands the death of his subject, the subject must comply. It is best not to speak further, for my mind is made up. Death is but a mere consequence. Baigan spoke with a mix of sorrow and indignation. Yet who truly wishes for death? He merely hoped that his demise would awaken King Zhou, but alas, the king had never cared for his life. In that case, I shall refrain from saying more, but I must remind the esteemed minister. If possible, I hope you will visit Master Jie, Li Mingzhu concluded before vanishing once more. Bygone, seeking death, found himself powerless to change his fate. Whether Jiang Jie could save him was unknown to Li Mingzhu, but she was certain that if Jiang Jie appeared, the Phoenix Lady would seize the opportunity. As for whether Bygone absorbed her words, Li Mingzhu was indifferent. He had done what he could, for himself and for others. What transpired next was of little consequence to him. A troop of armored soldiers burst into Bygone's residence, intent on capturing him by force. They were aware of his impending demise, and thus feared not his authority. In times past, even 100 of them would not have dared to lay a finger on him. Such is the nature of those who abuse their power. Stand aside. I am the vice minister. It is not for you to act with such impudence. Bygone declared, casting aside his sleeves, his official presence swelling, as he made his way toward the palace in his court attire. Though outnumbered, the soldiers dared not lay a hand on him, their fear palpable even in his calm demeanor. Bygone strode ahead of the soldiers, moving toward the palace as he would for court, solitary, with only his grieving wife and young child left behind. There is no greater sorrow in the world than the pain of parting in life and death. And at this moment, they were engulfed in that anguish. Bygone did not seek Jiang Jie, yet the sage sought him out, appearing in white garments, with white hair and a white whisk, blocking the road ahead. I greet the esteemed minister. Jiang Jie clasped his hands in respect, his expression solemn. The venerable sage is most courteous. What wisdom do you impart? Though Bygone had never met Jiang Jie, he recognized him instantly. Esteemed minister, take this talisman. It should ensure your safety. Jiang Jie solemnly handed Bygone a piece of talismanic paper, not a protective charm, but a spell for self-defense. Ironically, not to aid Bygone, but to threaten him. One can only imagine the consequences if Bygone, upon entering the palace, unleashed the spell against the soldiers. Would he have any chance of survival? This, of course, depended on whether Bygone willingly sacrificed his heart. If he did, Jiang Jie's scheme would ultimately be in vain. Regardless, Jiang Jie achieved his aim. His actions were merely a means to weaken the power of the Shang dynasty. Jiang Jie has never been foolish. What appeared to be an attempt to save Bygone was, in reality, a calculated push towards his demise. Regardless of the circumstances, Jiang ensured Bygone's inevitable death. It is even conceivable that his purpose for arriving in Chaoga was akin to that of Shi Fei, alongside a strategic understanding of both allies and adversaries. Yet, how many are aware of this deeply concealed cunning? This is what renders Jiang Jie most formidable. Often, one finds oneself ensnared in his schemes, oblivious, yet feeling a sense of gratitude towards him. Jiang Jie, Shi Fei, and Li Mingzhu each harbors their own stratagems. Each believes they have successfully outmaneuvered the others, and indeed, they have. Shi Fei aimed to eliminate Bygone while simultaneously capturing Jiang Jie, and she succeeded. Li Mingzhu sought to assist Bygone while subtly undermining Jiang Jie, and he too succeeded. Jiang Jie intended to weaken the power of the Yin Shang, making Bygone's death essential, and he accomplished that as well. As for the costs incurred, each deemed them acceptable. This covert conflict, shrouded beneath the guise of martial strength, appears ordinary, yet is fraught with peril. 3 cunning old foxes. The true victim, however, is Bygone, though it must be acknowledged that he courted his own demise. Upon entering the palace, Bygone dissected his own heart, berating Shi Fei and the tyrant Zhou Wang. Yet he lived on without a heart, only to meet his end at dawn upon leaving the palace. Without the heart, life is forfeit, is a saying from later generations, though it lacks veracity. The reason Bygone could endure so long without a heart lies not merely in his innate gifts, but also in his indomitable will. Li Mingzhu, despite perceiving all that transpired, remained unmoved. To him, Bygone was merely seeking his own demise. Why should he intervene? Moreover, since Bygone was not kin, he felt no obligation to prevent his death. If he perished, so be it. With Bygone's death, Jiang Jie's circumstances would become dire. He had initially intended to linger in Chaoga, yet the apprehension order from Shi Fei was issued, branding him a sorcerer. Reluctantly, Jiang Jie departed Chaoga that same day, coincidentally. So did Li Mingzhu. Their paths diverged, however, with Li Mingzhu heading east and Jiang Jie west. The journey to Chaoga concluded for now. Li Mingzhu was aware he would return, though he remained uncertain of the scene that awaited him. Chapter 48. A snap of the fingers to slay the giant spirit. The perfect coordination of the oil-adding tactics. Upon leaving Chaoga, Li Mingzhu did not linger, traveling eastward without pause. If he could choose the battlefield, undoubtedly, the East Sea was the most advantageous location. After all, it was the stronghold of the Jiejiao, even if no one came to aid him. he could expect to have someone retrieve his remains. Of course, this was jest, for while the disciples of Jie might not come to his aid, they would not allow him to perish in the East Sea, which is the truth. Although Jie emphasizes self-reliance among its disciples, it is also the most united sect among the three teachings. The choice of the East Sea as a battleground was, in fact, a strategic move to deter the heavenly forces, as Li Mingzhu had no intention of relying on Jie's strength. In an arbitrary selection of a deserted island, Li Mingzhu descended, first taking the time to recuperate before preparing for the inevitable challenges ahead. The arrival of the celestial beings was of no concern to him. He casually established a cave dwelling and began his cultivation. Although engaging in a battle of divine consciousness against Shi Fei was perilous, Li Mingzhu nonetheless reaped significant rewards. In fact, his mastery over the elemental forces of water and fire had grown exponentially. Moreover, his understanding of the 3-foot magical sword had also seen substantial progress. While he had not yet attained the status of a true deity of the law, he was certainly not far from it. In the pursuit of cultivation, one must either advance or regress, a principle Li Mingzhu had adhered to in both his past and present lives. Thus, the waiting period was anything but tedious. For an entire month, he resembled a sword sheathed, poised for action, waiting for an adversary to emerge. As another month elapsed, just when Li Mingzhu believed that the celestial realm would not send anyone, the sky suddenly cracked open. The once pristine azure heavens turned ominous, revealing a fissure above Li Mingzhu's head. The celestial realm commanded the cosmos, and although the gods had yet to return to their positions, creating such a disturbance was easily within their grasp. Where was Li Mingzhu? The heavens were cloaked in dense black clouds, and a thunderous voice resonated from within, echoing like a clap of thunder. Which insignificant deity dares to be so boisterous? Li Mingzhu emerged slowly from his cave, ascending to the skies, dismissively addressing the dark clouds. In his view, those who led such an assault were either foolhardy or devoid of intelligence. Typically, such individuals were mere pawns, sacrificed to gauge the enemy's strength. As expected, following Li Mingzhu's retort, a colossal golden-armored general emerged from the clouds, wielding 2 large axes. Li Mingzhu, prepare to meet your end, bellowed the giant spirit god, his form expanding to match his booming voice as he charged towards Li Mingzhu. True to Li Mingzhu's conjecture, this giant spirit god was indeed brainless and fearless. Caught off guard while observing the black clouds, Li Mingzhu found himself confronted by the giant spirit god. He quickly gathered his thoughts, focusing on vanquishing this foe. Although he instinctively sensed the formidable presence lurking within the clouds, he resolved to deal with this immediate nuisance first. Even an ant could inflict pain with its bite. The Qianquan circle appeared in Li Mingzhu's hand, and he tossed it forward nonchalantly, akin to a meteor streaking across the sky. The giant spirit god noticed the fiery Qianquan circle hurtling toward him, but the speed of its approach left him no time to react or defend himself. The circle struck directly atop his head. In an instant, a cloud of blood mist erupted, signaling the giant spirit god's demise. In the blink of an eye, this once mighty general lay lifeless in midair. One might wonder if this could be interpreted as encroaching upon the future business of the Monkey King. As the colossal deity breathed his last, from the depths of the ominous clouds emerged a cadre of 10 divine generals. Yet their prowess paled in comparison to the fallen giant, merely possessing the strength of the Xinxian realm. Li Mingzhu found herself perplexed by the intentions of the commander shrouded in darkness. Having already gauged his strength, she expected a tempest of relentless assaults, yet was met with this motley crew. Unable to fathom the reasoning, she dismissed the thought. Such was her nature. If they were sent forth to be vanquished, then she would oblige. Drawing her changing sword, she unleashed a series of 10 ethereal sword energies, swift and intangible, aimed at her foes. Clearly, when it came to slaying adversaries, the changing sword proved far more lethal. The formless sword energies struck with silent efficiency, and before the 10 generals could comprehend the situation, they lay lifeless in pools of their own blood. In total, Li Mingzhu had struck twice, each blow a decisive kill. Indeed, the azure-robed patriarch of the mountains, concealed within the clouds, silently acknowledged her prowess. She was, after all, a distinguished disciple of the Jie Sect. Patriarch, this cannot continue. If this persists, we shall all fall to that young one. One of the divine generals implored, witnessing the patriarch's intent to dispatch more to confront Li Mingzhu. Do you recall the words of the great heavenly sovereign before our departure? The patriarch replied coldly, his demeanor unyielding, exuding an inherent majesty befitting one of his stature. Yes, yes, the general stammered, suddenly kneeling, trembling as the realization struck him that he stood before a quasi-leader, one who shared the same exalted seat as the great heavenly sovereign. Do you remember? Speak. The patriarch scoffed, causing the general to bow even lower. To face the patriarch was akin to facing the great heavenly sovereign himself. Dissent was not an option, and the general hastily articulated his thoughts. Are you not going to act? You shall expend that young one's stamina. The patriarch promptly dispatched another score of individuals. The outcome was all too evident. Even 100 would struggle to inflict harm upon Li Mingzhu. It should be noted that even at this juncture, she fought solely with her cultivation, her formidable physique yet to be engaged. The patriarch continued to send wave after wave of divine generals, all of whom Li Mingzhu effortlessly dispatched. Growing weary of direct confrontation, she summoned her Changing sword and Qian Kuan circle, obliterating the generals the moment they materialized. Even the patriarch, despite being a quasi-leader, felt envious of her two spiritual treasures. For he possessed none. Yet, this was tied to the path he had chosen, one that did not necessitate spiritual artifacts. Ultimately, as only 3 remained within the dark clouds, they contemplated resistance, yet it was too late to escape their fate. With a mere flick of his sleeve, the patriarch summoned countless minute insects that swarmed forth. Within the span of a breath, these 3 became sustenance for the relentless swarm. Without a shred of doubt, the would-be master found it exceedingly effortless to annihilate the 3 Qian immortals, perhaps even simpler than crushing an ant beneath one's heel. Just as the final 3 were on the brink of extinction, an immense wave of scorching heat surged from the heavens, heralded by the radiant light of the sun. Chapter 49. The celestial fire of the sun reveals the island of Yingzhou, a great opportunity amidst heartache. The sunlight traversed the cosmos, piercing through the 33 celestial heavens, crashing towards the eastern sea like a meteor. Its target was not Li Mingzhu, but rather the venerable ancestor Pan Shan concealed within the ominous clouds. Pan Shan, how dare you so brazenly defy me? Accompanying the sun's brilliance was a thunderous roar, undoubtedly emanating from Haoyan. This solar radiance could only be summoned by him, aside from the saints themselves within the 3 realms. At this moment, Li Mingzhu grasped the identity of the figure he had long feared within the black clouds. It was indeed the ancestor Pan Shan. Yet, how had Pan Shan allied himself with Haoyan? Moreover, from the recent commands and Haoyan's reaction, it seemed as though they were engaged in a treacherous game of blackmail. Li Mingzhu found this utterly perplexing. Nonetheless, his confusion did not hinder his desire to observe the unfolding spectacle. Old Haoyan, today I shall see how formidable you truly are without descending to the mortal realm. Pan Shan snorted disdainfully as countless insects erupted from behind him, darting towards the sunlight like moths drawn to a flame. This ancestor of the human race was among the earliest cultivators, having pioneered the path of insect cultivation and successfully ascended to the realm of a quasi-master, a feat truly remarkable. Li Mingzhu had once encountered him during the grand celebration of Daobao's longevity. However, Pan Shan's status as a quasi-master could be perceived as either the most formidable or the most feeble. If his insects could match his own cultivation, he would indeed be the mightiest quasi-master. Otherwise, he would be the weakest. Daobao had once informed Li Mingzhu that Pan Shan was recognized as the most powerful great Luo golden immortal, capable of contending with those newly initiated into the quasi-master realm, not through spiritual treasures, but solely through his innate prowess. One can imagine the odds of a great Luo golden immortal facing an endless swarm of insects at the great Luo level. What chance would they have? This illustrates the terrifying aspect of Pan Shan. Should his insects rise to the level of his own cultivation, he would naturally become the most fearsome quasi-master. However, judging by the incessant incineration of those flying insects by the sunlight, it appeared that Pan Shan had yet to elevate his insect minions to the quasi-master realm. After all, the heavenly Tao has always treated all beings equally. There are no shortcuts to power. Gain must come at a cost. Pan Shan persistently summoned a myriad of insects, so numerous they were beyond counting, each possessing the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal. Furthermore, due to Pan Shan's own quasi-master status, these flying creatures were not restricted by the laws of heaven and earth, thus rendering them even more formidable. The formidable presence of the grand ancestor of Mount Pan clashed fiercely with the resplendent solar radiance of the supreme deity Haoyan, resulting in a cataclysmic confrontation that threatened to rend the very heavens asunder. Fortunately, from the outset, Li Mingzhu had the foresight to choose the Eastern Sea as their battleground. Had it been otherwise, countless innocent lives would have undoubtedly been lost in the chaos. The adage rings true: when immortals engage in conflict, it is the mortals who suffer. The sun's brilliance relentlessly incinerated the goo insects of the grand ancestor, yet those very insects were equally adept at sapping the sun's power. leading to a stalemate between the two combatants. In terms of cultivation, the Grand Ancestor of Mount Pan could not hope to rival Haotian. However, at this moment, Haotian merely unleashed a casual strike imbued with the power of the sun, not exerting his full might, and his true form remained absent from the mortal realm. Were it otherwise, the Grand Ancestor would not dare to provoke Haotian. Thus, the current state of affairs persisted, had Haotian employed his full prowess. Even if the Grand Ancestor had elevated his goo insects to the level of quasi-lords, he would still likely fall short in comparison. This is not an exaggeration, but rather a stark reality, for Haotian is a disciple of the Tao Ancestor and a peer of the celestial sages. Their battle raged on, with Li Mingzhu observing and absorbing insights from the fray, while also intermittently shielding herself from the aftershocks of their conflict. Fortuitously, she possessed an abundance of spiritual treasures. At one moment, she wielded the Lotus Lantern, at another, the Chungying Sword, and then the Qian Kuan Circle, even summoning the Mists of Heaven-S Silk. Upon its emergence, the Mists of Heaven-S Silk appeared to absorb the residual solar flames from the clash above, transforming dramatically. Initially, it morphed into an immense crimson fabric, before cascading into the waters below, seemingly drawing in both seawater and solar energy. As the Mists of Heaven-S Silk assimilated these two potent forces, its power surged exponentially. Although Li Mingzhu could sense her own will, she found herself utterly unable to control the silk. It billowed like a colossal sail, churning amidst the ocean, rapidly engulfing the entire expanse in a deep crimson hue. Despite the commotion on her end, it paled in comparison to the earth-shattering battle between the Grand Ancestor and Haotian. The Mists of Heaven-S Silk continued to expand, transforming the waters beneath into an increasingly vivid crimson, no longer resembling mere blood but akin to flames. Moments later, it transcended the fiery semblance, becoming an embodiment of Inferno itself. The vast ocean, spanning thousands of miles, was consumed by the true fire of the sun. At this juncture, both the Grand Ancestor and Haotian redirected their consciousness, halting their combat upon witnessing the astonishing spectacle. The sight was nothing short of breathtaking. The entire oceanic expanse transmuted into the true fire of the sun, incessantly evaporating all moisture within reach. Were it not for Li Mingzhu's physical form having undergone the fifth transformation of her mystical arts, she too might have succumbed to the fate of being vaporized. True fire of the sun, Haotian exclaimed in astonishment. While not uncommon, true solar fire was a rarity, aside from his ability to harness it through the solar star. Only the golden crow of the sun possessed the capability to wield such flames within the entirety of the primordial realm. Now, the golden crow lineage has dwindled to a solitary individual, making it improbable for them to appear nearby. So, how did this solar flame come to be? The ancestor of Panshan no longer pondered such matters. He was merely intrigued by how Li Mingzhu suddenly unleashed such a ferocious spell, albeit with a misalignment. Li Mingzhu, preoccupied with regaining control over the mysterious sky silk, had no time to address their inquiries, yet her efforts remained futile. The mysterious sky silk surged in power, carving out a path upon the ocean, leading to a small island adorned with towering trees. Yingzhou Island, Haotian exclaimed, his voice filled with both shock and deep-seated fury. Huh, Yingzhou Island, home to the Fusong tree. Truly, the heavens do not forsake Panshan. Haotian, just wait for your ancestor. The ancestor of Panshan laughed heartily, abandoning his battle with Haotian and rushing towards Yingzhou Island. Although Li Mingzhu had regained control of the mysterious sky silk, she was still bewildered by the unfolding events. Before she could contemplate further, the ancestor of Panshan had seized her, much like an eagle snatching a chick, and soared towards the island. Come, let us go. The ancestor of Panshan chuckled, evidently elated by this fortuitous opportunity. Upon arriving at the outskirts of Yingzhou Island, Haotian pursued relentlessly. Yet he found himself unable to traverse the pathway that had been carved through the sea. It was not due to a lack of strength on Haotian's part, but because Li Mingzhu had restricted his passage. Once she regained command over the mysterious sky silk, she had also attained control over the island's perimeter. She could permit entry to whomever she desired, and conversely, deny it as well. Young one, all I seek is the Fusong wood, the rest is yours to claim. For it is your spiritual treasure that has summoned Yingzhou Island into existence. Before stepping onto the island, the ancestor of Panshan addressed Li Mingzhu. It was prudent to clarify such arrangements regarding their interests, as the control of Yingzhou Island lay firmly in Li Mingzhu's hands, should she choose not to enter. There was little he could do. Very well, however, esteemed ancestor Panshan, may I dare inquire about the grievances you hold against the heavenly court? Li Mingzhu could only exert control over the island's outer reaches. Naturally, She was exceedingly pleased that the ancestor of Panshan had made such a request. It is indeed a sorrowful tale, akin to that of Luo Xian. I shall share it with you. The ancestor of Panshan settled upon a rock, producing a bottle of celestial brew from the heavenly court, sipping as he recounted the grievances of yore. His narrative indeed bore resemblance to that of Luo Xian. A celestial maiden, yearning for the world beyond, became his wife, only to have her life ruthlessly shattered by Hao Yin, who even ordered the execution of the maiden and spared not the child she carried within her womb. As the ancestor of Panshan spoke, his heart was torn with grief and fury. Li Mingzhu found herself at a loss for words to offer solace. Truly, it was a tale of profound sorrow. It seemed that only through a depth of hatred could the ancestor of Panshan feign allegiance to the heavenly court, merely to eliminate a few divine generals. It is precisely because of his profound hatred that he spares no opportunity to undermine the strength of the heavenly court. However, the emergence of Yingzhou Island presents an extraordinary opportunity. Chapter 50. The Supreme Innate Fusang Wood, Guardian of Eternal Demonic Spirits. On this island, setting aside its other treasures, the Fusang Wood alone has made countless individuals green with envy. Yet, despite their longing for the Fusang Wood, in reality, its practical applications are exceedingly limited, at best. It may be utilized to forcibly absorb spiritual energy to enhance one's cultivation or to refine spiritual treasures. The utilization rate is simply too low. Unlike the esteemed ancestor of Panshan, upon acquiring the Fusang Wood, he would instantly ascend to become one of the elite within the realm of quasi-lords. Although Fusang Wood possesses a fire attribute, it is indeed a supreme innate spiritual root. If it were to be consumed by those goo worms, it is conceivable that not only would these worms ascend to the quasi-lord realm, but they would also gain the divine ability of true solar fire, marking a tremendous opportunity for Panshan. Originally, the goo worms of Panshan sought to advance to the quasi-lord realm by continuously devouring spiritual treasures or spiritual entities. Now, with this supreme innate spiritual root, it is indeed a fortuitous chance. Regarding Panshan's intention to acquire the Fusang Wood, Li Mingzhu harbored no objections, for its presence or absence bore no impact on him. If this Fusang Wood could be exchanged for the friendship of a quasi-lord, it would undoubtedly be a worthwhile trade. Although the Fusang Wood is precious, in Li Mingzhu's eyes, it remains merely an inanimate object. To him, nothing is more significant than a person. Let us proceed. Panshan's ancestor declared after imbibing an indeterminate amount of wine, visibly calmed, and addressing Li Mingzhu. Very well. Li Mingzhu responded succinctly, following Panshan's ancestor as they entered Yingzhou Island. In the Eastern Sea, legends of the three immortal mountains have long persisted, namely Penglai, Fangzhong, and Yingzhou. The latter had long been occupied by the Eastern Emperor, bestowed upon his 10 nephews, while Penglai and Fangzhong have never made an appearance. However, since the time of Ho Yi shooting down the 9 suns, Yingzhou Island has been conspicuously absent. The island's reemergence is entirely due to serendipity, reliant on the perfect confluence of time, place, and circumstance. Meanwhile, far away in the celestial palace, Hao Yin ground his teeth in frustration. Despite his meticulous calculations, he had failed to foresee the involvement of the misting silk. This oversight was indeed the most unexpected of occurrences. Could it be due to the presence of a sage? Had it not been for a sage's intervention, how could he have overlooked such a pivotal matter? It is essential to understand that his pursuit of Li Mingzhu was primarily for the misting silk. Otherwise, would the trivial matter concerning Luo Xian truly warrant incurring the ire of 2 sages? A person of his stature would not act without sufficient benefit. One must recognize that the misting silk was once the crimson ribbon that hung from the Eastern Emperor's bell in ancient times. The Eastern Emperor's bell is one of the 3 primordial treasures, known as the Chaos Bell, which is indeed a treasure of innate origin. The formidable strength of the 3 purities arises from the fact that each possesses either an innate treasure or an entity that rivals such treasures. There are whispers that the last trace of primordial purple energy resides within this Chaos Bell, which has not been seen since the death of the Eastern Emperor, hidden away by the Tao ancestor. The only possible means to locate this Chaos Bell in the vast wilderness may be the mysterious sky silk, which the heavenly sovereign seems to have acquired knowledge of. This explains his relentless pursuit of Li Mingzhu. The opportunity for sanctification, coupled with a supreme innate spiritual treasure, justifies the heavenly sovereign's descent to personally hunt down Li Mingzhu. It must be noted that he indeed harbored such thoughts, but refrained from acting out of fear of alarming the saints. Alas, all has now come to naught, inadvertently aiding Li Mingzhu instead. The sunlight ignited the mysterious sky silk. Unleashing the true fire of the sun, which ultimately led to the emergence of Yingzhou Island. The Heavenly Sovereign has indeed suffered a double loss, as all of this should have rightfully belonged to him. Summon the great array of celestial stars. The moment Li Mingzhu sets foot outside Yingzhou Island, strike her down, the Heavenly Sovereign coldly declared. However, upon further contemplation, he realized that if the strike did not result in an immediate kill, the saints would surely intervene, rendering the effort futile. Celestial Silkworm. After a brief moment of reflection, the Heavenly Sovereign uttered softly, "Yes, Your Majesty." As soon as the words left his lips, a fleeting white figure darted past, indistinguishable in appearance yet undoubtedly formidable in strength. After governing the heavenly court for so many years, it would indeed be a jest to claim that he had not fostered any power. The heavenly court, abundant in the essence of the sun and moon, is rich in spiritual energy, capable of nurturing a cadre of experts, albeit they have never made their presence known, revealing the Heavenly Sovereign's ambition. Within Yingzhou Island, Li Mingzhu and the Elder of Pan Mountain encountered trouble as soon as they entered the periphery. While they anticipated challenges on this journey, they were unprepared for the nature of the obstacles they faced. Upon entering the depths of Yingzhou Island, Li Mingzhu discovered that the entire island had transformed into a mausoleum for demons, an immense grave for myriad demons. The island is divided into 12 layers, with the strength of the buried creatures increasing from the outermost to the innermost layers. If it were merely a demon's grave, it would pose no significant threat. But due to the nurturing of the Fusang tree, these long-dead demon clans had all transformed into demon spirits. Let each rely on their own abilities, Li Mingzhu said gravely, casting a glance at the Elder of Pan Mountain. Agreed. Naturally, Li Mingzhu's quest for other opportunities on Yingzhou Island would not involve accompanying the Elder of Pan Mountain. The Shadow Sword was utilized as a flying sword, not held in hand but swirling around him. Any demon spirit daring to approach would be shredded by the Shadow Sword. While Yingzhou Island is divided into 12 layers, the path to the Fusang tree does not necessitate traversing the graveyard, suggesting that the Elder of Pan Mountain should find his journey less arduous compared to Li Mingzhu's battle against the demon spirits. However, the reality is quite the opposite. It is not that there are no demon spirits, but rather that the most formidable of these spirits reside along the path of the revered old ancestor of the mountain. For instance, the remains of the 10 great demon saints, whose demise left their corpses interred here by the Eastern Emperor and Emperor Jun, underscore the perilous nature of the old ancestor's domain. Although Li Mingzhu faced relentless assaults from the demon spirits, her position on the periphery afforded her considerable ease. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The challenges would undoubtedly intensify as time progressed. Li Mingzhu, resembling a deity of slaughter, was encircled by the Shadow Sword, while the universe circle in her hands continuously whirled, dispatching demon spirits with precision. Just as she was about to eradicate the initial wave of demons, a sudden distortion of time and space enveloped her, plunging her into an abyss of darkness. Boom! As Li Mingzhu prepared to conjure light, a brilliant golden flame erupted, illuminating the previously inky blackness. Before her lay a grand palace, inscribed with the words Great Sun Palace. Directly in front of the main hall stood a stone tablet, etched with the characters 12 heavenly palaces in the script of the demon race. Had Li Mingzhu not previously served as the attendant of the goddess Nuwa, she might have struggled to decipher it. The reverse side of the tablet bore inscriptions detailing the origins and purposes of the 12 heavenly palaces. Chapter 51. The Trial of the 12 Heavenly Palaces, where each gate poses a greater peril than the last. The 12 heavenly palaces of the demon race are a legacy for future generations. Those who can surmount the trials of the heavenly palaces shall receive rewards. For this is the sanctuary for the resurgence of our demon kind. Remember, each level of the 12 heavenly palaces is fraught with danger. May the younger generation of demons proceed with caution. These 12 heavenly palaces were originally established by the Eastern Emperor as a trial ground for the demon race, simultaneously housing countless treasures awaiting the resurgence of their kind. However, to claim these treasures, one must possess the requisite strength. It is clear that the Eastern Emperor understood well that everything in the primordial world hinges upon power. Without strength, even the finest offerings would be futile. Conversely, with strength, the demon race could rise again, regardless of what was left behind. Thus, the true purpose of the 12 heavenly palaces is to enhance the strength of the younger generation of demons, with the rewards being secondary. Logically, this trial ground belongs to the demon race, and Li Mingzhu, as a being of human lineage, should not have been transported here. However, due to the influence of the cosmic silk, she was indeed brought to this place. The aura of the cosmic silk led the spirit of the 12 heavenly palaces to mistakenly perceive Li Mingzhu as one of their own, which is entirely understandable. This serendipity also belongs to Li Mingzhu. Otherwise, no matter how many demon spirits she vanquished on the outer island, her gains would likely be minimal. With resolve, Li Mingzhu pushed open the grand doors of the Great Sun Palace and stepped inside. The opportunity lay before her. What reason was there to hesitate? Upon entering, the once desolate and lifeless hall transformed dramatically. The emptiness that had prevailed was now adorned with a resplendent sun hanging high, amidst a backdrop of white clouds and a cerulean sky. Within the hall, it transformed into a boundless expanse of sand, shrouded in swirling yellow dust, devoid of any hint of greenery. Such a seemingly miraculous phenomenon, if not an illusion, would indeed signify an extraordinary level of power. Meanwhile, Li Mingzhu discovered that he had been reduced to a powerless mortal, stripped of his previously formidable physical form, the mystical energies of a Tai Xianxian, and unable to wield even the finest of innate treasures. In merely 2 breaths, he felt the oppressive heat become unbearable, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. It was simply too hot. Without his former abilities, he was just an ordinary man, with the scorching ground beneath his feet radiating unbearable warmth. Were his powers intact, none of this would pose a challenge. Yet, the stark reality was that he was now a mere mortal. All he could do was endure, for there were no other options available to him. Even though Li Mingzhu possessed numerous techniques from his past life for survival in the desert, here he could not employ any of them, for he faced only 2 elements, the yellow sand beneath him and the relentless sun above. No matter how extraordinary one's capabilities might be, in the absence of resources, what could one truly achieve? There were no desert creatures or plants in sight, nor was there any distinction between day and night. All Li Mingzhu could do was to continuously endure and withstand the trial. He was uncertain how long this test would last, but he believed that every trial has an end, and as long as he could persist, he would ultimately triumph. Motionless, sleepless, and unyielding, Li Mingzhu maintained his posture atop the sands, indifferent to the scorching sun overhead, the searing ground beneath him, or the gnawing hunger and thirst that plagued him. Perhaps in the former world he hailed from, materialism reigned supreme, yet in this primordial realm, it was the strength of the mind that dictated endurance. The stronger the will, the longer one could endure. The power of the heart could even conjure something from nothing, and to withstand these trials required unwavering strength of spirit. Time became an abstract concept. Perhaps a year or 2 passed. Who could tell in a place devoid of day and night? Li Mingzhu persevered, his garments tattered and his handsome visage long faded. Yet he remained steadfast. Congratulations, challenger. You have successfully passed the trial. You may choose whether to continue, and rewards will be calculated upon your departure. A voice materialized from thin air, and suddenly, everything within Li Mingzhu's view vanished, restoring the surroundings to the state he first encountered upon entering, while he himself remained unchanged. His disheveled appearance no longer present. This was merely an illusion, yet it was a remarkably vivid one. And even Li Mingzhu could only adhere to the rules of this phantasm. One must commend the Eastern Emperor for his meticulous planning. Even the details of the rewards were flawlessly conceived. After all, if the rewards were disclosed immediately, the aspiring demon descendants undergoing the trial might lose their drive to advance. Continue. Li Mingzhu, naturally, would not choose to retreat. The first tier of the Celestial Palace merely tests the strength of one's heart. He would never consider withdrawal before encountering true danger. The second gate of the palace opened. Upon entry, it appeared as empty as the first, yet this time, it was populated by the Witch Clan, 100 battle-hardened warriors, comparable to golden immortals. Li Mingzhu harbored no animosity towards the Witch Clan, but in pursuit of overcoming the challenges, he could not afford to be overly concerned. Regardless of whether these witches were illusions or not, he ultimately vanquished them all. The might of his 5 transformations' mystical arts far surpassed that of these mere golden, immortal witches. In truth, these witches were not illusions, but rather beings once nurtured by the Eastern Emperor, now repurposed as instruments of trial. While this may seem cruel, such is the nature of racial warfare. It is either you perish or I do. Under the relentless cycle of life and death, what does it matter? The second tier was breached. Thereafter, Li Mingzhu dismantled each of the 9 palace gates, each presenting distinct challenges. There were trials testing humanity, divine abilities, magical prowess, and even the physical form, each varied and unique. Yet, these trials shared a singular commonality: failure meant death. Perhaps during the first and second tiers, Li Mingzhu did not fully grasp this, but as he pressed onward, the realization became clear. Failure equated to death. Nevertheless, Li Mingzhu continued to breach the 9 palace gates, leaving only the 12th tier remaining. He pressed on, Aware that the dangers of the 12th tier would undoubtedly multiply, he did not waver. The threats were indeed exacerbated. Yet so too would be the rewards, which Li Mingzhu sensed would be substantial. Most significantly, there seemed to be an inexplicable allure drawing him towards the trials of the 12th gate. This gate, known as the Sun and Moon Palace, exuded an air of majesty far surpassing the simplicity of the previous 11. As Li Mingzhu entered, he beheld swirling mists, pavilions and terraces adorned with opulence, and celestial maidens weaving clouds, while mighty warriors brewed fine wines. This place eclipsed even the grandeur of the contemporary celestial court. Chapter 52. A glimpse of former glory and the confrontation with the demon Emperor. Li Mingzhu glided slowly through the clouds, greeted by celestial maidens and warriors bowing in reverence. He could clearly discern that this was an illusion. Yet, he pondered the purpose of such an illusion. Surely, it must serve some function. Generally speaking, illusions either lead one to decadence, cause disorientation, or disrupt one's mental state. While their effects may vary, one certainty remains. Illusions typically wield negative consequences. The implications were not yet apparent. The 33 tiers of the Celestial Palace towered above one another, beginning from the southern heavenly gate as Li Mingzhu ascended relentlessly. In the grand assembly of myriad clans, tributes continuously flowed in from various races, while emissaries departed, creating an unceasing stream of humanity. The Dragon Clan, bearing treasures from the 4 seas, approached the southern heavenly gate, where a messenger conveyed their presence, resonating through the 33 heavens. The Qilin clan arrived with the 5-element seal, and the Phoenix clan presented the primordial spiritual root of the Phoenix tree. Their voices echoed across the celestial expanse. The final word drawn out, an unmistakable display of the heavenly court's authority. Yet, the envoys of these 3 clans, though aware of the intimidation from the heavenly court, could only suppress their indignation. The majesty of the heavenly court was such that even the ancient 3 clans dared not defy it. Despite their past dominance over the wilderness, the present era belonged to the demon and shaman clans, where the latter, with their savage nature, regarded all beings, whether dragons or otherwise, merely as sustenance. Thus, they had no choice but to seek refuge among the demon clan, and in doing so, they embraced the humility required of those who plead for protection. At the edge of the sky, 10 suns blazed, drawn by the celestial steeds. The 10 princes of the demon clan traversed the void, resplendent and unparalleled. In the starry expanse, 10 figures, akin to demonic deities, raced across the heavens, clad in armor forged from the essence of sun, moon, and stars. Though their craftsmanship may not have been exquisite, the opulence of the materials rendered them formidable. The 10 demon saints commanded the starry skies, leaving myriad clans in reverence. The 3 pure ones bestowed 3 9-turn golden pills, celebrating the heavenly court's 3,000 years of prosperity. The goddess Nuwa gifted the 5-colored banner, a primordial treasure, in honor of the heavenly court's 3 millennia of triumph. The 2 western saints, Jane and Zhuanti, presented 5 Bodhi seeds, further commemorating the heavenly court's enduring glory. The saints, in their congratulations, expressed their trepidation towards the might of the heavenly court. Simultaneously, a golden pathway descended from the starry heavens into the southern heavenly gate. Drawn by celestial steeds, the chariot bore the great sun's 5 essence wheels, the lunar 9 palace locks, with the azure phoenix leading the way and the white dragon guarding it. As the empress returned to her palace, a harmonious convergence of dragons and phoenixes was witnessed. With a resounding boom, 13 chimes rang out, and all extraordinary phenomena dissipated, leaving only 2 figures in the cosmos, clad in golden robes. One held a bell, while the other supported 2 scrolls. Although they remained within the illusion, Li Mingzhu felt a strange detachment, as if he had transcended the dream, yet remained ensnared within it. The 2 demon emperors ventured forth, though no extraordinary signs accompanied them. All they beheld bowed in submission. Even an outsider like Li Mingzhu felt an irresistible urge to kneel, for the presence of the Eastern Emperor and Dijuan was overwhelmingly potent. Though possessing the same level as quasi-saints, Li Mingzhu was certain that none of the quasi-saints he had encountered could compare to these 2. The Eastern Emperor and Dijuan stood atop the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, overlooking all beings, mere steps away from attaining saintly status. Had they truly unified the wilderness and harnessed its fortune, they might have achieved sanctity. Alas, the myriad saints would never grant them such an opportunity. Time and images lingered on the scene of the multitude kneeling before the demon emperor, yet in an instant, this tableau shattered like glass. Li Mingzhu extricated herself from the illusion. She had witnessed the former glory of the demon clan in a single day. Before she could savor the nuances of her experiences or contemplate her observations, a shaft of light suddenly illuminated the previously dark surroundings, drawing attention to its brilliance. Beneath her feet, a grand platform emerged, measuring no less than 300 feet in length and width. Abruptly, another beam of light appeared before her, revealing the figure of a man. Though his features were still youthful and unrefined, Li Mingzhu recognized him instantly. The Eastern Emperor, she exclaimed in astonishment, for his visage mirrored that of the Eastern Emperor she had seen in her vision. However, the man, who had suddenly materialized, offered no response. Clad in golden attire, he charged toward Li Mingzhu, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at her chest. Li Mingzhu hastily raised her hand to block the attack, attempting to grasp the incoming fist. But upon impact, she found herself utterly unable to withstand the force. Despite their strengths being comparable, or even identical, she could not repel his blow. It seemed that a unique energy coursed through his punch, concentrating every ounce of power into a singular point, resulting in a sudden explosion of force upon collision. With a resounding crash, Li Mingzhu was sent flying. Although she recognized that this individual was certainly not the Eastern Emperor, she dared not underestimate him. Do you presume that I am merely a puppet of the Demon Emperor? Humanity, though I know not how you arrived at this Sun and Moon Palace. Your presence here signifies your opportunity. However, the prerequisite is that you must defeat this avatar of mine. Just as Li Mingzhu concluded that he was not the Eastern Emperor, the man abruptly opened his eyes and proclaimed with overwhelming authority, Avatar. Indeed, he was not the Eastern Emperor. Though he had spoken, his words seemed automatic, as if this avatar was programmed to respond to any intruder. Had he been a member of the demon clan, the declaration would likely have been entirely different. The concept of an avatar was something Li Mingzhu had heard from the goddess Nuwa, which enabled her to comprehend its significance. Otherwise, she would have remained oblivious to the meaning behind the Eastern Emperor's words. In essence, this avatar was akin to ordinary puppets. But with the presence of a powerful being's essence, it exhibited greater complexity and thought, capable of wielding all the mystical abilities and techniques of its host, as well as adjusting its strength at will. Such avatars were once exceedingly popular in ancient times, though the methods of their creation have long been lost with the decline of the demon clan. However, many years have passed, and even the Eastern Emperor himself has perished. This avatar has become indistinguishable from a mere puppet. Yet this puppet still possesses all the combat techniques and divine abilities that the Eastern Sovereign commands, which means that Li Mingzhu is, at this moment, pitted against a foe of equal power and magical prowess, the Demon Emperor. Although it is merely a puppet, it is tantamount to confronting the Demon Emperor directly. The might of the Demon Emperor is self-evident, as are the skills and divine abilities it possesses. It can be said that this is not only a trial, but also the most formidable battle Li Mingzhu has faced since embarking on his journey, with failure resulting in death. Chapter 53. The Glory Fades, Defeating the Demon Emperor. The 12 laws of the demon clan. The golden figure streaked through the vast expanse like a flash of lightning, vanishing and reappearing right before Li Mingzhu. This puppet of the Demon Emperor would not afford him a moment to ponder. It lifted its leg and delivered a flying kick aimed squarely at Li Mingzhu's waist. What seemed to be an exceedingly simple kick in the mortal realm, when executed by the Eastern Sovereign's puppet, appeared to carry an immense force as if boundless power had been concentrated upon it, though in reality, its inherent strength had not increased at all. Li Mingzhu, while aware of the peculiarities, found himself at a loss, for sometimes one may discern many intricacies yet remain unable to devise a method of counteraction. At this moment, Li Mingzhu was in such a predicament. He understood that the strength of the Demon Emperor's puppet had been compressed through a unique technique, yet he could not unravel it. Boom. Having just engaged, Li Mingzhu was once again sent flying, the disparity in strength too great to bear. Struggling to rise, he charged forward once more to collide with the Demon Emperor's puppet, fists meeting in a clash. The puppet's left hand formed a crescent shape, while the right executed a full sun stance, simultaneously slicing forward. Though unarmed, it appeared as if blades were unleashed. Come forth, Li Mingzhu bellowed, as the silent shadow sword materialized silently by his side, accompanied by the 3-foot law sword. Despite wielding these weapons against the puppet's hand strikes, Li Mingzhu did not feel an overwhelming advantage. Boom. The hand strikes collided with Li Mingzhu's silent shadow sword and law sword, sparks flying. While it seemed like an even match, Li Mingzhu's spirit was deeply shaken. It is worth noting that in the previous exchange, although Li Mingzhu's silent shadow sword gained the upper hand, the 3-foot law sword was directly torn apart by the Eastern Sovereign. The fleshly body, resilient enough to withstand a strike comparable to an innate supreme spiritual treasure, was theoretically impossible for the silent shadow sword. yet the Eastern Sovereign achieved it. Understand that his current physical form was merely akin to that of a great Luo golden immortal. With renewed determination, Li Mingzhu attacked the Eastern Sovereign once more. The Qiankuan circle firmly grasped in his hand. The clang of metal resonated as Li Mingzhu, utilizing the power of the Qiankuan circle, finally matched the Demon Emperor blow for blow. Although the situation remained dire, at least there was an exchange of strikes. Through these continuous encounters with the Eastern Sovereign, Li Mingzhu gradually began to understand the source of its tremendous power. In a moment of profound realization, Li Mingzhu designated the force he had comprehended as the vortex power, aptly named for its relentless spiral compression of strength. Should the Demon Emperor himself employ this arcane technique, even the most formidable of skills possessed by Li Mingzhu would be rendered futile in discerning its secrets. Alas, a puppet shall ever remain a puppet. Perhaps, however, this is the very flaw left by the Demon Emperor, for he intended the 12 celestial palaces to enhance the prowess of the demon race's progeny, not to create an insurmountable barrier. Upon this enlightenment, disregarding his own injuries, Li Mingzhu summoned the freshly grasped vortex power, launching an immediate assault upon the Demon Emperor. Your splendor has faded, he declared, wielding a fist in one hand and the Qiankuan circle in the other, harnessing his power to its utmost. Indistinguishable from the earlier might of the Demon Emperor, with a resounding boom, the puppet of the Demon Emperor fell. Though it was an incarnation of the Eastern Emperor, it remained merely a puppet, reliant solely on the vortex power. Now that Li Mingzhu had mastered this power, the puppet could no longer pose a challenge. Stripped of other divine abilities and combat techniques, whether due to the passage of time erasing them or the initial Demon Emperor's omission, Li Mingzhu remained oblivious to the reasons. Nonetheless, it mattered little now. He had already penetrated the 12 celestial palaces. Challenger, congratulations on successfully traversing the 12 celestial palaces. Rewards are now dispensed. As the voice faded, 12 beams of radiant light surged from the heavens, cascading toward Li Mingzhu. He reached out to receive them, discovering 12 scrolls. As he examined each scroll, he realized they contained the legacies of the 10 great demon saints and 2 demon emperors, encompassing both legal and philosophical inheritances. Had Li Mingzhu chosen to forcibly accept the rewards with each challenge he overcame, the outcome would have diverged from the demon race's 12 legacies. Alas, you are of the human race. The Eastern Emperor's divine incarnation, previously obliterated by Li Mingzhu, reappeared, expressing a deep sigh. Salutations, venerable Demon Emperor. This humble spirit was once the ethereal pearl of Nuwa, and could be considered half of the demon lineage. Li Mingzhu bowed respectfully, intentionally lightening the atmosphere. Ah, indeed. That is quite commendable. Did you witness the former grandeur of the demon race? The Eastern Emperor, arms crossed behind him, turned his back to Li Mingzhu, posing the question. The demon race's brilliance reached celestial heights, yet it was excessively resplendent. Li Mingzhu pondered carefully before responding. Indeed, such brilliance provoked celestial ire. The Eastern Emperor lamented. A silence ensued, leaving Li Mingzhu at a loss for words. Though this entity before him was a mere puppet, its spiritual essence mirrored that of its true form. Indeed, should this being choose to manifest, it would be the Demon Emperor. For the Demon Emperor possessed all that it did, provided its cultivation matched. Li Mingzhu understood well that the Demon Emperor was not easily vanquished, had it not been for the intentional leniency shown, even with his mastery of the vortex power. What difference would it have made? Silence enveloped the surroundings, and when Li Mingzhu gazed forward once more, nothing remained, as if it were a fleeting dream. Initially, she struggled to comprehend the significance of it all, but as she intertwined the various threads of events, clarity dawned upon her. The initial illusion served to unveil the former splendor of the demon clan, a splendor now lost to time. The Eastern Emperor's path was a trial. The subsequent manifestation of the Taoist body was indeed a communion with the ethereal, yet he had long since buried himself. And what had just appeared was merely the lingering obsession of his Taoist essence. Indeed, the passage of time had been insurmountably vast, the Taoist essence. Buried and resurfacing as an obsession. How much time had transpired through this cycle? Who could possibly know? Once tranquility was restored, Li Mingzhu began to examine the 12 inheritances. Though these legacies were precious, only 3 proved truly beneficial to her. One of these was the power of the vortex, which she had just come to understand. Yet it was merely a detailed instruction on the complete embodiment technique of the Eastern Emperor. While the world was well aware of the formidable physique of the Wu clan, few recognized that the Eastern Emperor of the Demon clan had similarly traversed the path of corporeal enlightenment. Moreover, his mastery over the physical form surpassed even that of the ancestral witches, Thus, the methods he left behind for utilizing the physical body were far from simplistic. In contrast to the singular vortex power, the Eastern Emperor's scroll, dominance of the heavens, was undoubtedly a legacy that could significantly enhance Li Mingzhu's prowess. The method of deduction from the river map and Lo Shu left by Emperor Jun, though profound, held little utility for Li Mingzhu as it was now in the possession of Kunping. Conversely, the techniques from 2 of the 10 demon saints proved immensely beneficial to her, one being the 3 scrolls of communion left by Baze, the foremost among the 10 demon saints. These scrolls comprised the scroll of the Eye of Communion, the scroll of the Sword of Communion, and the scroll of the 9 transformations of communion. The Eye of Communion allows one to perceive the flaws and origins of all Taoist techniques in the world, and with sufficient cultivation, even the transcendent abilities of a sage can be discerned. The Sword of Communion enables the fusion of all techniques. Theoretically, it knows no limits as long as the practitioner's cultivation is adequate. Typically, any grand technique requires relentless study and contemplation to comprehend and create. However, the Sword of Communion essentially bestows an additional grand technique from thin air. As for the 9 transformations of communion, it serves as a catalyst for understanding. Regardless of what one seeks to comprehend, activating this technique doubles the speed of insight. Upon merely perusing these introductions, Li Mingzhu found herself in profound admiration of Baze. Indeed, he was truly the wisest among the demon clan. Most individuals, even if capable of creating grand techniques, would likely not conceive of such approaches. This is not merely a question of power, but rather a chasm of wisdom. The third inheritance was the spear technique left by the demon Saint Ghost Chariot. Initially, Li Mingzhu sought a sword technique, but finding none, she resolved to make do with the formidable spear techniques imparted by Ghost Chariot. Despite the 9 legacies offering little assistance to Li Mingzhu, he still prudently secured them, not merely for their intrinsic value, but also as valuable references for his future endeavors in that realm. While contemplating how to escape the pitch-black expanse of the 12 heavens, another shift in the cosmos transpired. In Chapter 54, at the threshold of the Sun God Palace, Yang Quan deftly captured Jiangxia. The vastness of the starry sky enveloped Li Mingzhu, who found himself traversing through the celestial realm until he arrived at an intensely heated star domain, the Sun Star, home to the Sun God Palace. To his astonishment, he discovered that the palace was devoid of its master, and no one remained capable of unlocking its gates. It was indeed a profound disappointment to halt before the Sun God Palace. Theoretically, having passed the trials of the 12 heavens and subsequently summoned by the Demon Emperor was entirely plausible. However, this was no longer an era of antiquity. The Demon Emperor had long since vanished. With no means to enter the Sun God Palace, Li Mingzhu refrained from pressing the matter and summoned his stellar vessel to return to the mortal realm. He pondered about the old ancestor of Mount Pan, contemplating his fate. Yet, it was merely a fleeting thought. Li Mingzhu did not expect that this ancestor would remember a mere pawn like him after successfully acquiring the Fusang Wood. Although they shared a common adversary, their differing levels made it inherently challenging for them to unite. It was akin to a tiger and a rabbit having a mutual foe. Such an alliance was clearly improbable. Thus, Li Mingzhu's musings were casual, but when the heavenly court crossed his mind, he could not suppress his murderous intent. However, he also recognized that with his current strength, he could not contend with the heavenly court. Yet, this did not diminish his resolve to eradicate it, indeed, to obliterate the heavenly court. What did it matter if the Tao ancestor stood in his way? If they dared provoke him, they must be prepared for annihilation. Presently lacking the strength, he felt no urgency. There would be ample time in the future. Li Mingzhu cast a lingering gaze towards the 33 heavens. A gentleman's vengeance is never too late, even if it takes a decade. Upon returning to the mortal realm, Li Mingzhu did not immediately rush back to Chentang Pass, but instead sought a suitable cave to enter seclusion. Whether it was the 3 volumes of spirit communication or the volume of Eastern Emperor's supremacy, these teachings could not be mastered by mere cursory examination. They required gradual and thorough study. For powers capable of directly enhancing his strength, Li Mingzhu would not allow himself to be lax. The sooner he mastered them, the sooner his strength would grow. While 1's realm was indeed fundamental, without the means to safeguard it, even the highest realm would be in vain, unless one were a saint. In seclusion, Li Mingzhu remained undistracted by worldly matters, untouched by the mundane. Meanwhile, Jiangxia faced a cascade of troubles on his journey. Ever since the scheming words of the Shifei labeled Jiangxia as a rebel, he has found himself beset by incessant troubles. Although he exhibited remarkable foresight by departing from the city of Chaoga, the formidable power of the Yinshang dynasty was undeniable. As long as he did not conceal his presence, Discovery was merely a matter of time, whether it be the common folk or the rogues of the marketplace. Upon sighting Jiang Jie, they would rush towards him as if he were a precious delicacy. While one or two might hesitate to confront him directly, the gathering of many would soon lead to an overwhelming surge. Even with his profound mastery of Taoist arts, he would find himself at a loss. After all, no matter how formidable one's skills, they cannot be employed against the ordinary populace. With no other recourse, Jiang Jie decided to retreat, successfully evading the throngs of commoners. Yet, numerous minor spirits and demons still lingered in his path. He found himself in a quandary. It would be unreasonable to eliminate these benign entities merely for their pursuit. Thus, he chose to completely obscure his presence and utilized Earth Escape to journey westward. However, in his quest to reach Shiqi, he was destined to pass through a location known as Chentang Pass. Li Mingzhu had already informed Yang Chan upon his departure from Chaoga, instructing her to capture Jiang Jie upon his arrival. What a petty villain. Just as Jiang Jie was traversing the area outside Chentang Pass using Earth Escape, Yang Chan's melodious voice rang out, emerging from the rear garden of the General's residence. With that single call, the land within a 10-mile radius of Chentang Pass became impervious to escape. Under such formidable magical prowess, Jiang Jie had no choice but to reveal himself. Hold on, fair maiden. I am merely a practitioner under the auspices of the Kunlun Mountain's Li Sect, with no intention of causing disturbance. I hope for your understanding. Jiang Jie saluted respectfully, offering a smile and apology. Ultimately, he was on foreign ground, and he knew he must adopt a humble stance, especially in the presence of a young woman whose abilities were evidently formidable. Kunlun Sect? Yet, I do not recall your name among the 12 golden immortals. Yang Chan feigned confusion, yet her thoughts were consumed with the urgency of capturing Jiang Jie. This pretense was merely a ploy to lower his defenses. Among the 12 golden immortals, my master is indeed a senior. I, Jiang Shang, have only been in the sect for a little over 40 years. Jiang Jie replied with a smile, noticing the young woman's apparent relaxation of suspicion, which brought him some relief. Clearly, the name of the Li sect held considerable weight. Jiang Shang, Jiang Jie? Now it makes sense. To his surprise, Yang Chan burst into laughter, swiftly brandishing her 7 stars chasing the moon whip, ensnaring Jiang Jie before he could react, binding him tightly like a rice dumpling. What is the meaning of this, fair maiden? Why have you captured me without cause? Despite being apprehended, Jiang Jie remained composed, calmly inquiring. You, Jiang Shang, are a wanted criminal by the court. Why do you think I have captured you? I shall deliver you to the general. Yang Chan replied coldly, simultaneously producing a talisman from her sleeve and affixing it to Jiang Jie's forehead. If Li Mingzhu were to behold this talisman, she would undoubtedly berate Yang Chan as a spendthrift. This is a sealing charm meticulously crafted by the revered goddess Nuwa herself. Jiang Jie, who had initially maintained a facade of composure, suddenly underwent a drastic change in demeanor upon the arrival of the talisman. Although he had been ensnared by the 7 stars chase the moon whip, his god-subduing whip remained at his disposal. However, it was now rendered completely inoperative, leaving Jiang Jie in a state of profound shock. With Jiang Jie in tow, Yang Chan swiftly arrived at the general's residence, calling out resoundingly, "Uncle Li! Uncle Li!" Her vocal summons drew forth the inhabitants within, including the Yin family, Li Jing, and the young Zhu Xiong, while maids and servants emerged, intrigued by the commotion. "Young Lady Yang, what prompts you to call for Uncle Li?" Li Jing inquired, stroking his long beard, his countenance imbued with warmth, far more affectionate towards Yang Chan than towards Li Mingzhu. "Uncle, look!" Yang Chan exclaimed, pointing at Jiang Jie with an expression of triumph, as if imploring, "Praise me! Praise me! Who is he?" Li Jing, seemingly oblivious to Yang Chan's ulterior motives, directed his attention towards Jiang Jie. "Oh, he is Jiang Jie, a notorious criminal of the court. Surely you are aware, uncle? Is he truly Jiang Jie? He does not seem to fit the mold of a treasonous rebel." Li Jing remarked, perplexed. "Does it matter if he resembles one? Our duty is merely to apprehend him. Mingzhu has stated that as long as we capture him and deliver him to Chaoga, the Li family will reap significant rewards." Zhu Xiong, the foremost supporter of Li Mingzhu, was unfazed by such concerns. If Li Mingzhu commanded it, then it was to be done. Indeed, Yang Chan interjected, "Why complicate matters? My lord, I believe what Chaner and the others say is correct. Since it is Mingzhu who has ordered the capture and there is a decree in place, why should we hesitate? At worst, we can provide him with good food and drink." Yin also voiced her agreement. Though their words varied, the underlying sentiment was unanimous, unwavering support for Li Mingzhu. "What more can I say?" Li Jing declared. "Bring this man away. Ensure he is well guarded. and prepare him for transport to Chaoga on the morrow. With that, soldiers promptly seized Jiang Jie and escorted him away. Poor Jiang Jie, deprived of his magical abilities and silenced by a binding curse, found himself unable to offer a defense. His fate sealed in that moment. Chapter 55. Beneath Mount Kanglan, the ancestor speaks, enthusiast of the primordial era at this juncture. The secluded Li Mingzhu remained blissfully unaware of Jiang Jie's fate. Moreover, Jiang Jie's predicament was orchestrated by him. Even if he were to learn of it, he would merely applaud the outcome. After all, Jiang Jie was a man of destiny, and surely he would emerge unscathed. It would be quite fitting to use him as a means to secure a promotion for Li Jing or to acquire additional territory. Li Mingzhu had never contemplated the notion of eliminating Jiang Jie, for that would be an endeavor with a high likelihood of success. However, it did not preclude him from exploiting Jiang Jie to garner substantial benefits. Although the first volume of Donghuang's body is formidable, Li Mingzhu's innate physical foundation ultimately surpasses it. In merely a month's time, she has mastered it. The body not only encompasses methods for harnessing physical strength, but also includes Donghuang's combat techniques, which can be said to have increased Li Mingzhu's combat prowess by at least 30%. While body is relatively easy to learn, the Tongling Sanwan proves to be quite challenging. Even now, Li Mingzhu has only succeeded in mastering the Tongling Eye, while the Tongling Sword and the 9 transformations of Tongling remain elusive. After 3 months of seclusion, she has made no headway. Given her inability to comprehend further, Li Mingzhu does not press on and decides to exit her retreat. Upon stepping out of the cave, she effortlessly erased all traces of her confinement, leaving the cave itself untouched, a sanctuary preserved for posterity. Just as she emerged, she noticed a throng of lesser demons hastily rushing forward. Li Mingzhu reached out to stop one of the little demons, inquiring with a smile, "Young brother, why the haste?" The small demon, with minimal cultivation and adorned with 2 horns, had yet to fully transform, likely a cow or sheep demon. Initially reluctant to engage with Li Mingzhu, he was taken aback by her appearance, which seemed to suggest she belonged to their realm. He thus replied, "Esteemed Taoist, you must be from afar. Today, Ancestor Kanglan is delivering a lecture. If we arrive late, there won't be any good seats left." Without waiting for further questions, the little demon hurriedly broke free from her grasp and dashed away with remarkable speed, akin to a golden crow soaring through the sky. "Ancestor Kanglan?" Li Mingzhu murmured to herself. "Have I arrived in the territory of the North Sea?" Kanglan Mountain, located near the North Sea, may not be a paradise. Yet it is suffused with spiritual energy, making it a favored gathering place for the demon clan. Although Li Mingzhu typically would not concern herself with such trivialities, the little demon's words piqued her curiosity. She resolved to discover the true identity of the famed Ancestor Kanglan. With her thoughts set, Li Mingzhu mingled among the little demons, unnoticed, as she made her way forward, keeping pace, yet never falling behind. Ultimately, she arrived at the base of a high platform where a meditation mat lay waiting, though no one occupied it. This, she surmised, must be the site of Ancestor Kanglan's lecture. Surrounding the platform was a throng of attendees, comprising little demons, minor spirits, and even human cultivators. While the presence of little demons and spirits was understandable, the sight of human cultivators was entirely unexpected for Li Mingzhu. In this era, humans and demons were traditionally at odds, often positioned in opposition to one another. Yet here, she witnessed a harmonious coexistence between the 2 races, with cultivators from both factions present. Such a scene would have been unimaginable in the past. This alone spoke volumes about the extraordinary nature of Ancestor Kanglan. The platform was teeming with people, both small demons and cultivators, who were fervently discussing the enigmatic patriarch. Some speculated that today the patriarch would impart profound teachings, while others believed he would continue his discourse on the esoteric texts of the Xianmen, each voicing their own opinions. Silence. A voice resonated from the platform, arriving before its owner. Suddenly, a figure appeared abruptly upon the mat on the stage, leaving even Li Mingzhu bewildered as to how he had manifested. This was quite remarkable, for Li Mingzhu had already attained the cultivation of a Tai Xianxian, and his discernment was unparalleled, having encountered numerous eminent figures. The mysterious patriarch's abrupt appearance suggested that either his cultivation was vastly superior to Li Mingzhu's, or that he possessed some extraordinary means. Li Mingzhu inclined towards the latter, though he dared not confirm it just yet and resolved to observe further. His curiosity was thoroughly piqued, as he was eager to discover the true identity of this so-called patriarch. Salutations to the patriarch. Salutations to the patriarch. Before the patriarch spoke, the small demons and cultivators surrounding the platform knelt in fervent homage, their zeal reminiscent of devout seekers encountering their faith. This fervor was indeed astonishing. Although many of these small demons had only recently taken shape, they were nonetheless impressive in their own right. Naturally, Li Mingzhu could not kneel alongside them. He discreetly cast a spell to render himself unnoticed, allowing him to blend in. Meanwhile, he discerned that if such a simple spell could evade detection, then without a doubt, this patriarch was merely a charlatan engaging in trickery. Yet, to achieve such a level of deception, the Patriarch of Kanglan was indeed a remarkable individual. The Patriarch had attained enlightenment for 36,000 yuan assemblies, having once conversed with Pangu during the creation of the heavens, debated the Tao with Han Jun, and even shared tea with the three pure ones. On the platform, the Patriarch, clad in a black Taoist robe, appeared rather unremarkable to Li Mingzhu's discerning eye. His half-white hair was casually tied up, giving him an ordinary appearance. However, when he spoke, his tone was immensely grand, compelling even Li Mingzhu to marvel at his audacity. Pangu was one thing, as he had transformed into myriad beings upon creating the world, and any embellishment about him would be futile. But what of Han Jun and the three pure ones? They were undoubtedly the most significant figures in the primordial chaos, and few would dare to contradict such a claim. Yet, this man had the audacity to assert such things. Did he not fear the wrath of the saints? Or had he calculated that the saints would not deign to concern themselves with a mere insignificant figure like him? Dare I ask, Patriarch, what is a Yuan assembly? At that moment, a well-dressed human cultivator rose, his voice a mix of reverence and fervor. One assembly lasts for 10,800 years, and a Yuan consists of 12 assemblies. Thus a Yuan assembly spans 1,296,000 years. Is that clear? The Patriarch replied with a smile, eliciting exclamations of admiration from the surrounding small demons, who praised his vast knowledge. What is the matter with you? The Patriarch is giving a discourse, yet you remain standing? A diminutive spirit, perplexed by circumstances, noticed Li Mingzhu standing there and could not help but inquire. If all that was to be heard were such nonsensical claims, it would be better to disregard them entirely. Stepping forward with an air of authority, Li Mingzhu spoke with commanding presence, surveying the surroundings with disdain. Having been discovered, there was no need for further concealment or investigation. It was evident that this elder was merely a charlatan, masquerading as something he was not. Who are you to so brazenly defame our revered elder? Another voice chimed in. Have you grown weary of life, insolent boy? Do not presume that your handsome appearance grants you immunity from our wrath. How dare you slander our elder? Li Mingzhu's words struck like a stone cast into still waters, provoking a wave of outrage among the onlookers. Before the elder could respond, the gathering of spirits and cultivators, roused by Li Mingzhu's audacity, were poised to spring into action at a mere command from their elder, ready to rend Li Mingzhu to pieces. Yet, unperturbed, Li Mingzhu maintained a serene countenance, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded the venerable Kanglan elder. Chapter 56. The exquisite elder divides the treasure rock, a scheme of Wenzhong's design elder. This impudent wretch is far too arrogant and disrespectful. I implore you to command his capture and execution. The young human cultivator, who had earlier posed a question to the Kanglan elder, now stood at the forefront, beseeching the elder for action. Hold your horses. The Kanglan elder refrained from issuing an immediate command, gesturing for calm as he focused his attention on Li Mingzhu, bellowing, which rogue dares to intrude? His voice resonated like thunder, filled with a compelling force that seemed to elicit the truth from the hearts of all present. The Kanglan elder was no novice. He was well aware of the significance of one's connections in the primordial realm and sought to ascertain Li Mingzhu's true background. After all, provoking a powerful entity could have dire consequences. And who, pray tell, are you? Li Mingzhu elegantly waved away the elder's imposing voice, his inquiry sharp and penetrating, surpassing the elder's own in acuity. I am born of chaos, having existed for 36,000 epochs. Pray, young one, who do you believe I am? The Kanglan elder retorted coolly. At the elder's command, the eager spirits and cultivators, already incited by Li Mingzhu's provocations, surged forth. Li Mingzhu, unsure of the multitude surrounding him, saw a throng of heads converging upon him. An ant attempting to shake a tree, utterly oblivious to its insignificance. Li Mingzhu scoffed, as the Hunyuan silk erupted from behind him, flowing forth like the mighty Yangtze River, creating an impenetrable barrier against the swarm of spirits and cultivators. I harbor no desire to spill blood. Do not seek your own demise. Although the Hunyuan silk obstructed their advance, Li Mingzhu refrained from unleashing its full potency. The Kanglan elder, upon witnessing the Hunyuan silk, seemed to recall something familiar, yet could not fully articulate it. The foul Taoist. Do you believe that merely brandishing a tattered cloth can deter us? How effeminate. A hot-tempered little demon, seeing Li Mingzhu block their path while posturing, immediately unleashed a torrent of invective. Such insolence warrants death. Li Mingzhu extended her hand, pointing forward as the Qianquan circle, shimmering in hues of water and fire, descended like a meteor. Though the Qianquan circle sparked fiercely in the air, with the force of 1,000 junctures, when it struck the little demon's head, it felt as light as a feather, yet it shattered the demon's skull with ease. To wield such power effortlessly, only someone who has mastered their strength to the utmost could achieve this. For Li Mingzhu, it was merely a trivial application of the dominion of heaven. The Qianquan circle? No, something seems amiss. The venerable Kanglin recognized the Qianquan circle and discerned its differences from before. Li Mingzhu's formidable strike seemed to intimidate the little demons, who, at least for the moment, refrained from making further attempts, as life remained paramount. Who are you, and how do you possess the Qianquan circle of the Palace of Nuwa? The venerable Kanglin bellowed at Li Mingzhu, scrutinizing her face for answers. If you are aware of the Palace of Nuwa, then why are you unaware of this humble Taoist? Li Mingzhu retracted the Qianquan circle, her astonishment at the venerable Kanglin's knowledge concealed. Why should I know you, old ancestor? Continue your attack. The venerable Kanglin huffed coldly, not believing himself to be without temperament. With the ancestor's command, the little demons surged forward like a frenzied tide, disregarding their lives. However, Li Mingzhu paid them no heed. Capturing the ringleader was the true strategy, especially as, under her clairvoyant gaze, the so-called ancestor's powers appeared pitifully low, albeit still shrouded in mystery. Of course, it need not be. Suddenly, Li Mingzhu's voice emerged from behind the venerable Kanglin, who felt a chill creeping along his neck. Though there was nothing present, he realized that a sword was poised at his throat, with life and death hanging in the balance. The shadow sword. The venerable Kanglin trembled as he uttered its name, filled with dread and regret, pondering the calamity he had invited upon himself by incurring the wrath of such a harbinger of doom. With both the Qianquan circle and the shadow sword, he could not withstand the power of either master, even disregarding the one behind them. This little ancestor before him was already a threat to his life. Now, shall we discuss your origins? Li Mingzhu's calm words resonated from behind, akin to the harbinger of death for the venerable ancestor. Might we relocate this conversation? The venerable Kanglin implored, almost pleadingly. Certainly. No sooner had Li Mingzhu's words left her lips than the venerable Kanglin took the initiative, whisking Li Mingzhu away to an unknown location. Ah, dear little one, do not be hasty. This is my innate talent, devoid of malice or danger. Upon sensing something amiss, Li Mingzhu immediately prepared to act, prompting the venerable Kanglin ancestor to urgently call out, hoping to dissuade her from taking action. Where are we? Li Mingzhu inquired sternly, confident in her abilities. She ultimately refrained from slaying the Kanglin ancestor with her sword. This is my true form, the ancestor lamented, his words imbued with a sense of sorrow. Your true form? Li Mingzhu's vigilance heightened. Could it be the beast's true self? Entering the lair of such a creature could surely harbor peril. Dear little one, please do not act rashly. Though this is indeed my true form, I pose no threat to you. What is truly happening here? Please elaborate, Li Mingzhu insisted, choosing to observe rather than strike. The so-called true form was void of substance, resembling the interior of a colossal stone, yet the walls emanated profound and mysterious energies. It felt as though time and space were transcended, with the interplay of yin and yang, the fury of lethal intent, boundless creation, and an array of soft sounds, indescribable and enigmatic. Do you recall what the old man spoke of during his earlier discourse? Kanglin ancestor inquired with a knowing smile, his tone laced with inscrutable significance. Speak plainly. Spare me the pretense, Li Mingzhu retorted, well aware of the elder's prior words, yet questioning why she should adhere to his line of thought. In this dialogue, she held the reins of control and could afford to be assertive. Would the Kanglin ancestor dare to remain silent? Alas, I was merely a stubborn rock in the chaos, later refined by the Tao ancestor into the fragmented treasure rock. You see, I have not spoken falsely. I indeed witnessed Pangu parting the heavens, debated the Tao with Hongjun, and savored tea with the three pure ones. Albeit as a mere observer. The elder began with a tone of melancholic reflection, gradually growing more arrogant as he continued. After hearing this, Li Mingzhu found herself at a loss for words, utterly speechless, as the absurdity of it all left her astounded. To express it with a well-known phrase from the future, she had never encountered such unabashed shamelessness. Regrettably, the old man lamented his late awakening to consciousness, his transformation occurring even later. Upon bursting forth from the chaos-purple cloud palace, he had exhausted his entire cultivation, ultimately falling into the hands of that scoundrel Wenzhong. who failed to properly honor the ancestor, compelling him to subdue these petty demons instead. Fortuitously, the ancestor's innate brilliance led him to grasp the faith practices of those two charlatans from the West. Had it not been for your meddling, dear child, he might have continued on this path, and his cultivation would have been restored. The elder continued, sharing every detail with unrestrained candor. Thus, you say Wen Zhong has tasked you with subduing these small demons? Li Mingzhu pieced together the narrative, her astonishment at the illustrious tale of the fragmented treasure rock mingling with an involuntary smile of bemusement. Only this exceptional treasure, the Funbao rock, can elucidate the profound mysteries he previously witnessed. As a place where the Tao ancestor once disseminated countless treasures, it is only natural for such enigmas to exist. Indeed, that rascal Wen Zhong, unable to contend with Yuan Fudong's demon soldiers, devised such a sinister scheme. Yet, who was the ancestor? Once liberated from his control, he would soar freely across the vastness, unrestrained. Why would he toil for another? Thus, you masquerade as the ancestor, gathering faith power? Li Mingzhu suppressed a chuckle, remarking that perhaps it was due to his inability to subdue those formidable demons that he sought to exert his influence over these lesser ones. Wait a moment. What kind of gaze is that? Knowing the ancestor's origins, why not properly revere him? Perhaps, if the ancestor is in a good mood, he might impart a few secret methods of the Tao ancestor. The old man transformed from Funbao rock appeared somewhat carried away with pride, glaring at Li Mingzhu. If Wen Zhong can subdue you, do you think I cannot? You ought to reflect on yourself first. Li Mingzhu snorted coldly, and with a gesture, the old man vanished. In his place, a palm-sized stone emerged in his hand, the true essence of Funbao rock. Should the Tao attainment of Funbao rock remain intact, it would likely be at least of quasi-saint level. However, at present, even a minor demon could reduce the old man to ashes. The lesser demons had indeed been fooled. Otherwise, the old man would have truly faced dire straits. Nevertheless, this exceptional charlatan held considerable utility for Li Mingzhu. Moreover, given his connections with the three pure ones and the mother goddess Enhua, Li Mingzhu found it prudent to refrain from taking drastic measures against him, opting instead to confine him for the time being. Realizing that Wen Zhong was still engaged in a fierce battle with Yuan Fudong, and that there were other demon clans involved, Li Mingzhu resolved to lend a hand. Of course, his assistance was not solely motivated by camaraderie. He harbored his own strategic intentions as well. Chapter 57. The Beastly Yuan Zikai. Mingzhu of the North Sea Marquise. While it is true that Wen Zhong ranks as Li Mingzhu as senior, he is a man distinctly demarcated between personal and public matters. If Li Mingzhu wishes for him to return to Chaoga, he must exert some effort to elevate Li Jing's status. Having secured Funbao rock, Li Mingzhu naturally revealed his true form. Demon, quickly disclose where the ancestor has been taken. Speak swiftly. Hand over the ancestor at once. Upon Li Mingzhu's appearance, the lesser demons went into a frenzy, incessantly questioning him, entirely undeterred by the formidable aura he had displayed earlier. What if I refuse? Or should I claim that the ancestor you speak of has perished at my hands? What then? Li Mingzhu stepped forward slowly, unleashing his physical domain, enveloping all demons in a shroud of crimson. Though this tactic bore no tangible effect, its intimidating presence served its purpose remarkably well. Just as now, the moment Li Mingzhu's physical domain was unleashed, it struck fear into the hearts of the lesser demons, who had been brash moments before but now fell silent. Listen to me, everyone. Our esteemed ancestor must have been ensnared by this malevolent sorcerer through some insidious means. If we unite our efforts to vanquish this fiend, can we not rescue our ancestor? Moreover, if we can merely delay this sorcerer, our ancestor will undoubtedly find a way to break free. The same elegantly dressed young man emerged from the throng of demons, ascending to a vantage point to declare his intentions. Li Mingzhu did not intervene. He was curious to see what this individual would attempt. He could distinctly sense that this person had not fallen prey to the brainwashing of the dividing treasure rock. Indeed, young Master Yuan speaks wisely. Are we to fear him alone? Though this sorcerer is formidable, he pales in comparison to our ancestor. We will hold him at bay until our ancestor returns to dispatch him. As soon as young Master Yuan's words echoed, several lesser demons responded enthusiastically, their minds still deeply clouded by the influence of the dividing treasure rock. The mere mention of it reignited the fervor of the previously subdued demons. Foolhardy and ignorant, Li Mingzhu scoffed, extending his left hand forward, effortlessly invoking the star-plucking technique, targeting young Master Yuan directly. Li Mingzhu had no intention of allowing these demons to converge upon him. He swiftly seized the instigator before any coordinated attack could occur. What is your purpose among these lesser demons? Instead of questioning why they sought to attack him, Li Mingzhu directly demanded to know young Master Yuan's intentions for arriving here. Release me at once. Do you have any notion of who I am? If you do not hasten to set me free, I shall ensure your utter destruction. The captured young Master Yuan, despite being at Li Mingzhu's mercy, maintained an air of arrogance, cursing and threatening him, oblivious to his precarious predicament. Release you? What a farce. Since you refuse to speak, I shall extract the information myself. Li Mingzhu was far from merciful. After all, he had not hesitated to annihilate 30,000 sea warriors outside of Three Mountains Island. As Li Mingzhu's words faded, he extended his hand in a claw-like gesture towards young Master Yuan's head. The latter, sensing his impending doom, hastily bowed his head in supplication, yet Li Mingzhu remained unmoved. Why did you not act sooner? Stop. Do you not realize who he is? He is the heir of the North Sea Duke. Just as Li Mingzhu was about to press down upon young Master Yuan's head, several lesser demons and their followers cried out in alarm. Li Mingzhu paid them no mind, responding only with a disdainful smile. What significance does the North Sea Duke hold? Yuan Fudong? No matter, I shall soon seek him out for my own purposes. Rest assured, father and son will soon meet. With his resolve unyielding, Li Mingzhu pressed downwards without hesitation. There was no visible incantation, only the sight of blood streaming from young Master Yuan's orifices, his eyes wide open in death. Ah, I see. The soul-searching technique is a basic spell I can still wield, though it guarantees the demise of the subject, for this so-called young Master Yuan. Dying through this method is, in fact, a mercy. In this regard, Li Mingzhu held considerable authority, having witnessed the entirety of young Master Yuan's memories. Yuan Zikai, known as young Master Yuan, is the sole progeny of Lord Yuan Fudong of Beihai. His life can be aptly encapsulated in two terms, arrogance and debauchery. Indeed, to describe him with such words is a disservice. A more fitting comparison would be to that of a beast. Nay, even less than a beast. The likes of abducting virtuous women or engaging in dogfights are trivial pastimes for Yuan Zikai, mere trifles he has long since grown weary of. Casual murder is a commonplace occurrence for him. In Beihai City, his most notorious pastime is the breeding of humans. What does this entail? It involves gathering newly born boys and girls from the city, feeding them elixirs to hasten their growth, only to later consume them. This is but one of his many heinous crimes. He also delights in the macabre practice of extracting flesh while ensuring that the victims remain alive. It is said that the barbaric act of disemboweling to discern the gender of a fetus was first conceived by Daji. Yet this young heir of the Beihai Lord was already indulging in such atrocities by the tender age of 12. For one such as he, a mere soul extraction leading to death would be too lenient of fate. He dares to seek rebirth? As the soul of the deceased Yuan Zikai attempted to ascend, seeking reincarnation, Li Mingzhu, upon learning of his egregious misdeeds, would not allow him such an opportunity. Come down, you wretch, she commanded, conjuring a soul lamp in her hand, capturing his spirit within and igniting it with true fire. While Yuan Zikai's cultivation may have been modest, he was nearing the threshold of breaking through reality. Thus, his soul would endure the flames for several days. Even so, Li Mingzhu found this insufficient to quench her thirst for retribution. For the depths of Yuan Zikai's depravity exceeded her capacity for description. Though the lesser demons were momentarily cowed by Li Mingzhu's prowess, their eagerness remained unquenched. Having been thoroughly brainwashed by the influence of Finban, Li Mingzhu, with little desire to entangle herself further with these minions, reluctantly decided to unleash the power of Finban. Regardless of the method, disperse them quickly. There will be ample rewards for you in the future, she coldly asserted, before leaving the chaotic scene behind and drifting toward Beihai City. With the essence of Finban in her possession, she felt no fear of any tricks from the old fiend. Rather, her urgency lay in reaching Beihai City post-haste. Wen Zhong, in his folly, believed that dispatching Finban would suffice to subdue these demons. Yet he had long been under the scrutiny of Yuan Fudong, who refrained from action solely to learn the art of deception from the old relic. Thus, it was that Yuan Zikai was sent to listen to teachings. However, Yuan Fudong, like his son, was no better. Both reveled in the manipulation of human lives for their amusement. Yuan Zikai's targeting of Li Mingzhu was driven by a simple motive. He recognized her considerable abilities and extraordinary treasures, wishing to claim them for himself, only to ultimately seal his own fate. Of course, he deserved it. With a single step, she traversed the distance from the earthly realm to the heavens, finding herself above the estate of the Lord of Beihai. With each step, one could traverse 3,000 miles. By merging the corporeal techniques from the dominance of heaven with the concept of reaching across distances, remarkable results were achieved. However, it was evident that at this moment, Li Mingzhu was not in the mood to revel in his accomplishments. Chapter 58. Treading the Northern Sea to exterminate the great demon, the universe and shadows unleash their might. Li Mingzhu stood amidst the clouds, gazing down upon the Northern Sea Marquise. The entire estate, constructed with the mountains at its back and the sea before it, sprawled across an expanse equivalent to 5 of Li Jing's military headquarters. Although it could not rival a royal palace, it was far beyond the standard of a mere minor lord. In the Shang dynasty, there were 4 major lords and 800 lesser lords, and the Northern Sea Marquise was merely one among those 800, hinting at its vastness. The estate was adorned with pavilions and terraces, a dazzling array of opulence, with numerous servants and maids bustling about, rivaling the grandeur of the Shang royal palace. From a mere glimpse, one could discern the character of Yuan Fudong, especially with the memories of Yuan Zikai lingering in his mind. Li Mingzhu had never been one to champion justice, yet the actions of Yuan Fudong and his son had undeniably crossed his threshold. After all, both in his past and present lives, he belonged to the human race. Furthermore, considering the future circumstances, he needed to assist Wen Zhong in seizing the Northern Sea. Regardless of the path taken, it was clear that Yuan Fudong was doomed. Li Mingzhu gently lifted his left foot and forcefully brought it down. Though he stood on a cloud, the luxurious Marquise beneath trembled violently, countless structures collapsing as if a colossal footprint had been imprinted upon the earth. Yuan Fudong, come forth to meet your demise, Li Mingzhu bellowed after crushing numerous buildings, his voice resounding endlessly. Simultaneously, he waved his left hand, unleashing torrents of water and fire downward. These elements, summoned from the Qiankuan circle, possessed their own consciousness. Only those lacking cultivation would not be targeted. However, for those with cultivation, the situation was dire. Although the large-scale deployment diminished the power of the water and fire, it was not something an ordinary cultivator could withstand. Anyone whose cultivation did not surpass Li Mingzhu's would find even a mere attempt to dispel the elemental forces would leave them severely weakened. The overwhelming nature of a top-tier innate spirit treasure was evident, a result of Li Mingzhu's decision to conserve energy by not concentrating the elemental forces. Otherwise, there might would have been multiplied several times over. Li Mingzhu's intentions upon arriving at the Northern Sea Marquise were far beyond merely slaying Yuan Fudong. He aimed for a complete massacre, regardless of whether they were mortals, demons, or cultivators. Anyone who aided Yuan Fudong in his nefarious deeds was already considered dead in Li Mingzhu's eyes. Had it not been for Yuan Zikai's involvement, Li Mingzhu would have only sought to eliminate Yuan Fudong, intending to leverage the name of the goddess Nuwa to deter the demons assisting him. But now, that was no longer an option. Who dares to disturb the Northern Sea Marquise? A beam of golden light ascended from the estate, heading straight for Li Mingzhu. It was none other than Yuan Fudong himself. Although Li Mingzhu had learned from Yuan Zikai's memories that Yuan Fudong was indeed a practitioner, she was taken aback to discover that he possessed the cultivation of a peak golden immortal. It is well known that while many military commanders in the Yinshan court are cultivators, most only attain the level of nascent soul, with true immortals being exceedingly rare. After all, a figure of Yuan Fudong's caliber would be more than qualified to serve as a national teacher in the Yinshan dynasty. Li Mingzhu had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with Yuan Fudong. Raising her hand, she unleashed a Qiankuan circle, intent on killing. Yuan Fudong, caught off guard by Li Mingzhu's abrupt attack, nevertheless reacted swiftly, drawing forth a Vajra pestle from who knows where to meet the Qiankuan circle in a clash. The pestle radiated a brilliant golden light, seemingly infused with boundless righteous energy, grand and magnificent. However, Li Mingzhu found the sight rather incongruous. This treacherous little man, employing such an aura of righteousness and a treasured artifact of merit, the Western Sect? With a cold snort, she recognized that Yuan Fudong was undoubtedly affiliated with the Western Sect upon seeing the Vajra pestle. This was to be expected. Although the Western Sect was not part of the Great Calamity, how could the nature of Saint Pudy allow them to pass up any opportunity to hinder the Eastern Mystical Gate? Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the air as sparks flew. The Vajra pestle was sent flying back into Yuan Fudong's grasp. Having withstood the impact of the Qiankuan circle without sustaining any damage, revealing its extraordinary nature, at the very least, it was a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. Realizing this, Li Mingzhu couldn't help but curse the old man Pudy for being so generous, bestowing such a valuable treasure upon a mere pawn. It is worth noting that the Western lands are not as affluent as the Eastern three teachings. Even a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure is a rarity for them. With one failed attempt, Li Mingzhu retracted the Qiankuan circle and unsheathed the Chengying sword. To vanquish enemies, one must wield a sharp blade. The Chungying sword spun rapidly before her, formless and shadowless, emanating an endless chill of sword energy, yet remaining invisible. Go. With a single finger, Li Mingzhu directed the Chungying sword. Though it was treated as a flying sword, it moved as if an extension of her arm. The shadowless sword struck like a venomous serpent, attacking from the most unpredictable and difficult-to-block angles, rendering defenses futile. Even though the Vajra pestle was an exceptional innate spiritual treasure with formidable offensive and defensive capabilities, it could not withstand Li Mingzhu's relentless assault. In mere moments, Yuan Fudong bore 124 sword wounds. If they were merely cuts, it would be inconsequential, for Yuan Fudong's golden immortal cultivation endowed him with a robust physique. Yet, the Chungying sword did not merely leave superficial wounds. The 124 strands of sword energy had already embedded themselves within Yuan Fudong's body, meaning that should Li Mingzhu desire it, the sword energy could erupt instantaneously, claiming Yuan Fudong's life. But would Li Mingzhu allow Yuan Fudong to perish so easily? She had vowed to facilitate their reunion, and she intended to honor her word. Who would dare harm the Marquis? A powerful voice erupted from the Marquis's residence, accompanied by a pair of flying daggers that hurtled towards Li Mingzhu at an astonishing speed. Be careful, Yuan Fudong shouted, but alas, it was too late. Li Mingzhu's Qianquan circle had already been unleashed, not only shattering the daggers midair, but also continuing its relentless trajectory into the Marquis's estate. A muffled groan was heard before the Qianquan circle, stained with blood, returned, having claimed the life of a formidable demon before it even had the chance to reveal its face. It was not due to a lack of cultivation, but rather the overwhelming power of the Qianquan circle, now elevated to a supreme innate spiritual treasure. How could an ordinary being withstand such might? Having encountered a fellow Taoist, might I inquire where Yuan Taoist has offended you, that you would pursue such a ruthless extermination? One of the 7 golden immortal-level demons, adorned in white robes reminiscent of a Taoist priest, asked. However, his aura was notably diminished, clearly shaken by Li Mingzhu's formidable display. What Yuan Fudong has done is well known to you all. Why inquire of me? Li Mingzhu retorted coldly, her murderous intent palpable despite her temporary restraint. Does it follow that you are unwilling to resolve this peacefully? One of the diminutive figures among the 7, clad in black, spoke softly, his voice dripping with a sinister charm. Do you presume to have the standing to discuss peace with me? A farce. All who consort with Yuan Fudong deserve to be punished. Li Mingzhu scoffed. These 7 demons were hardly virtuous, under the scrutiny of her spiritual eye. The traces of human blood upon them were unmistakable. 7 creatures that feasted upon human flesh expected Li Mingzhu to show mercy? The audacious Taoist should beware of his own words. We are here by the decree of Lady Nuwa to assist Yuan Taoist. Do you dare defy the divine mandate? Another demon, enveloped in swirling mist, retorted, though fear of Li Mingzhu's strength lingered in the air. Li Mingzhu found herself in a predicament. Lady Nuwa, seemingly indifferent to the calamity of the divine, acted like an outsider, placing her pieces upon the board without concern. Now, they had inadvertently encountered Li Mingzhu. Should you refrain from harming humanity, you might have a chance at survival, but alas, you do not. She sneered. It was evident that the Northern Sea served merely as a delaying tactic. Lady Nuwa could not possibly be oblivious to this. Thus, sending these demons here only confirmed their status as pawns, creatures destined for demise, cast forth in a gamble to avert a catastrophe. If they succeeded, it would be splendid. If not, she would remain unconcerned. They were merely pieces placed at random, and ultimately, Lady Nuwa's indifference was clear. Li Mingzhu mused, for it was apparent to anyone that even now, when Zhong could do nothing about the Northern Sea, inevitably, the city would face ruin and death. In the present era, the primordial wilderness has undoubtedly become the realm of humankind. To dare to consume human beings as sustenance is an act fraught with dire consequences. And how could Lady Nuwa possibly tolerate the degradation of the demon clan's fortune? Come forth, Shadow Sword. Li Mingzhu called out softly, and the ethereal shadow sword materialized in her hand, still devoid of any tangible form. The 7 great demons, witnessing her unexpected maneuver, were momentarily perplexed, each pondering the same question. Where is the sword? It was indeed the element of surprise that the shadow sword wielded. Li Mingzhu had no intention of elucidating the intricacies of the shadow sword to them. What awaited them was a barrage of 14 sword lights. In the blink of an eye, she unleashed a flurry of strikes. Though the 7 demons were momentarily disoriented, they were not mere trifles. Sensing the imminent threat of the sword's aura, they quickly resorted to their own abilities. Silver hooks emerged, and long swords and broadswords were raised in defense. Various magical artifacts were summoned, and some even attempted to block with toxic mists. Li Mingzhu, well aware of their true forms through her clairvoyant sight, was unsurprised. They were manifestations of the 5 poisons and a crow, and none of them were virtuous beings. Had it been otherwise, they would not have dared to commit such heinous acts against humankind, especially in a time when the demon clan's former glory had long since faded, rendering their actions far from unrestrained. The 14 sword lights of the shadow sword cut through the air like a rainbow. Although these beings managed to barely fend off the attack, their magical artifacts were utterly shattered. How could ordinary spirit treasures withstand the might of the shadow sword? Especially the one that attempted to defend with toxic mists, which was swiftly reduced to mere appendages, transforming into monstrous tentacles akin to spider legs? The onslaught of the shadow sword was merely the beginning. Li Mingzhu, wielding the shadow sword, leapt into the fray, her physical and divine domains fully unleashed, charging directly into the midst of the 7 demons, undeterred by the swirling toxins and venoms, and began her relentless assault. With upward thrusts and downward slashes, left cuts and right slices, her movements appeared chaotic, yet there existed an unspoken beauty in her violent elegance, though seemingly disordered. Each strike was executed with the focused intensity akin to the power of Overlord, concentrating all her strength into a singular, explosive point. In mere moments, the 7 demons found themselves reeling, blood spilling from their mouths, unwilling to prolong the battle. They hastily attempted to escape the combat zone. "Where do you think you're going?" Li Mingzhu declared, casting the Qianquan ring from her wrist. The ring spun rapidly, descending like a celestial prison. The 7, attempting to scatter and flee, were too late. As Li Mingzhu activated the Qianquan ring, they were ensnared, and with a surge of elemental power, they were reduced to ashes in an instant. Could they truly escape? After dispatching these 7 demons, Li Mingzhu prepared to capture Yuan Fudong, only to find that he had already fled at the first sign of danger. However, she remained unfazed. The essence of her shadow sword still lingered on Yuan Fudong, rendering his escape futile, for she could sense him no matter how far he fled. First, she would eradicate the North Sea Marquiate, a veritable cancer in this realm. As Li Mingzhu gently descended to the ground, her consciousness swept through the estate, revealing that not a single ordinary person resided within. Even the maids and servants were but transformed minor demons. Indeed, the place is a den of filth, devoid of any virtue, and the sanguinary aura of the entire is manifestly apparent. Previously, from above, the scene was obscured, but upon descent, the skeletal remains of the human race are visible everywhere. This is nothing but a lair for demons, feeding upon the populace of the Northern Sea. It is evident that the creatures that ventured to seek enlightenment were not there to assist. One wonders how that conceived the notion of employing to subdue the demons. The true nest of malevolence resides within this Northern Sea. Would dare to approach? No need to ponder over much. If they are merely lesser demons, it simplifies matters greatly, for they can be eradicated entirely. In slaying these vile demons, bears no psychological burden. With a flick of the boundless flames of the sun erupt. To vanquish these lesser demons with the solar flames of a demon monarch is indeed an honor for them, for in ancient times, few were the beings worthy of such power from 2 demon emperors. Since that day when it was activated by the light of the sun, it is now capable of wielding the solar flames. Whether this was its inherent nature or a boon acquired on remains uncertain. Alarmingly, as began to unleash the full force of the solar flames, an ominous premonition arose in her heart. She immediately maximized her mental focus, and the sense of foreboding intensified. Fire crystal stones, S expression darkened profoundly, and she activated all her spiritual treasures. Finally, at a depth of 1,000 meters beneath the Northern Sea, her consciousness detected an abundance of fire crystal stones, numbering in the hundreds. What are fire crystal stones? They are typically materials employed by low-tier alchemists for concocting elixirs. A single fire crystal stone equates to the effect of a cultivator exerting their true fire for an entire day. What if all those hundreds of fire crystal stones were to explode simultaneously? Could scarcely fathom the implications. Though the rules of heaven and earth restrict power to the realm, external objects are not bound by such limitations. At the moment's mind perceived the fire crystal stones, they all detonated in unison. It remains unclear whether this was preordained or triggered by her consciousness. Meanwhile, who had long since fled, since the explosion of the fire crystals, his battered body finally relaxed as he found a place to rest and recuperate. "Damn it, that brat, I won't let you escape," he muttered, limping into the depths of the mountains, precisely to the. In an instant, the Northern Sea transformed into a sea of flames, with the violent echoes of explosions reverberating endlessly. rendering a radius of 500 miles a desolate wasteland. The entirety of Northern Sea City was obliterated in this moment, as the frenzy disregarded the lives of countless souls, fixated solely on exterminating. It is crucial to note that Northern Sea City harbored not only his demon soldiers, but also a multitude of innocent citizens. Although not a large city, it housed hundreds of thousands of common folk. Chapter 60. Relentless pursuit across miles, rescuing in the fire. Hundreds of thousands of lives were consumed by the flames, and could not help but lament the ruthless nature of. However, the peril that lay before her was far from over. Long before the discovery of the hundreds of fiery crystals, Li Jing had already assumed a defensive posture. At that moment, retreat was no longer an option. He could only brace himself against the impending threat. Though filled with trepidation, Li Jing remained composed. Enveloping him was the Qianquan Circle, renowned for its formidable resilience. While its defensive capabilities might not be the most exceptional, its material quality was undoubtedly the finest. Within the Qianquan Circle lay the Hongtian Silk and the Bao Lian Lantern, both exceptional innate treasures, each possessing defensive properties, making them perfectly suited as the second and third layers of protection. Beneath this triad of defenses, even the explosive might of the fiery crystals, which approached the formidable power of a quasi-leader, would struggle to harm Li Jing. However, the pressing concern remained. How could he safeguard the countless citizens of the city? Despite his decisiveness in matters of life and death, Li Jing was not devoid of compassion. With his 3 layers of protection, he traversed the city, rescuing as many souls as he could. Though his efforts may seem like a mere drop in the bucket, Li Jing sought solace in the knowledge that he had acted without remorse. If he were truly indifferent, it would be one thing. But since he had the capacity to save lives, he would do so, even at the risk of sustaining injuries himself. After all, what were his wounds compared to the vibrant lives he sought to preserve? In truth, Li Jing was neither a villain of unspeakable evil nor a saint who rescued everyone indiscriminately. He possessed a heart capable of empathy. A person devoid of compassion cannot truly be considered human. Even the most malevolent among us harbors a glimmer of goodness, let alone someone like Li Jing. The Buddhist saying, "To save a life is to build a 7-story pagoda," resonates with undeniable truth, even if Li Jing had always felt indifferent toward Buddhism or Western religions. The inferno in Beihai City raged for 7 days and nights, during which Li Jing tirelessly rescued individuals, sustaining considerable injuries in the process. Yet he found solace in his actions. Throughout the entire city, he managed to save 12,000 lives. Perhaps this number was but a fraction of the city's population, but Li Jing had done all he could. "You shall rest and recuperate here. To those lost, may you find peace. I extend my condolences. My abilities are limited, and I could not save everyone, but now I shall seek justice on your behalf." Li Jing, covered in grime and blood, spoke with a face etched in guilt to the surviving citizens of Beihai City. "Rest assured, noble benefactor, we will persevere, not for others, but for ourselves." An elderly man with a head of white hair trembled as he spoke, resembling a withered willow by the river, ready to succumb at any moment. "Might I inquire your name, noble benefactor? Perhaps you may not care for us, yet we wish to remember your name with reverence." Another elder of significant stature stepped forward, bowing deeply to Li Jing, with others echoing his sentiment. In the realm of the, after Li Jing of Chentang Pass concluded her words, she casually produced 2 elixirs and swallowed them, soaring towards the direction indicated by the shadow sword. Meanwhile, Yuan Fudong, initially recuperating on Kanglan Mountain, believed he could effortlessly dispel Li Jing's sword intent. Ultimately, he discovered that the shadow sword's essence clung to him like a parasite, impervious to all his attempts at removal. Left with no other choice, he reluctantly set his course towards the Northern Sea. It is revealed that Yuan Fudong was once a disciple under the venerable ancestor of the Northern Sea Kunping. However, for reasons unknown, he fell under the dominion of the Western saint, Zunti, becoming a mere pawn in his grand design. Despite Zuni regarding him as nothing more than a piece on a chessboard, he did not treat him poorly, as evidenced by the bestowal of a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Vajra Pestle. Nevertheless, upon realizing his inability to rid himself of the shadow sword's aura, Yuan Fudong's thoughts immediately turned to the Northern Sea Kunping. This inclination may stem from a habitual mindset amongst Eastern cultivators. Even though he understood that Zundi's cultivation surpassed that of the Kunping, his first thought remained with the latter. One might ponder how Zuni would feel upon discovering such sentiments, whether he would feel regret or sorrow. Ironically, Yuan Fudong remained blissfully unaware that his actions were leading him down a path of demise. The Northern Sea Kunping, once a master of the demonic races, surely knew of Nuwa's favored disciple. One can only imagine the consequences if the Kunping were to learn that he had offended a disciple of Nuwa. The recently liberated Fenbao Rock, having finally rid itself of numerous minor demons, breathed a sigh of relief upon the departure of the calamity that was Yuan Fudong. It darted away like a streak of light toward Li Mingzhu. At present, Fenbao Rock's powers were woefully diminished. It could hardly stand against a golden immortal like Yuan Fudong, let alone an ordinary primordial spirit cultivator, if they were not ensnared by trickery. The mere sight of Yuan Fudong instilled fear, as he could easily reduce it to ashes should he be in a foul mood. This ancient stone, existing since the era of chaos, was acutely aware of the harsh survival laws within the primordial world, where the strong wielded absolute authority. Moreover, given Yuan Fudong's injuries and his unmistakably sinister demeanor, Fenbao Rock dared not reveal itself. Meanwhile, the recently embarked Li Mingzhu remained oblivious to these intricate nuances, wholly absorbed in sensing Yuan Fudong's whereabouts. As long as the Shadow Sword's essence lingered, no matter how formidable Yuan Fudong might be, escape was not an option. She first sensed that he had reached Kanglan Mountain and then noted his trajectory heading northward, prompting her to follow suit. The northern sea was ostensibly under the reign of the Dragon King, yet due to the presence of the Kunping, the Dragon King's authority was pitiably diminished. Even so, he harbored no grievances, for he dared not offend the Kunping. In ancient times, the legendary Kunping crafted demonic scripts to ensure the unbroken lineage of the demon race, earning him the esteemed title of Demon Master, a figure of immeasurable virtue. He even contended with the Eastern Emperor and Emperor Jun for the position of Demon Sovereign. Though he ultimately failed, he was nonetheless among the most elite, second only to the sages. The mere Dragon King of the North Sea, let alone the slumbering ancestors of the Dragon Clan, would not dare to confront Kunping. This exemplifies the power of the ancient greats, although they have long ceased to intervene. Their formidable presence endures through the ages. Li Mingzhu, of course, remained oblivious to these intricate matters and simply followed her intuition towards the North Sea. Would Yuan Fudong, if he were aware of this connection, feel regret? Alas, regret is a luxury absent from this world. Chapter 61. Mingzhu treads ice to the North Sea. Greeting the demon master, the gem of dividing treasure transformed into a streak of light, returning to Li Mingzhu's side without uttering a word, seamlessly merging back into its original form. Li Mingzhu, too, did not inquire further, focusing her energies on reaching the North Sea. Above the North Sea lay vast glaciers, with unfathomably deep and frigid waters concealed beneath the ice, an environment where survival is nearly impossible for most. Indeed, not only humans, but even typical demons struggle to endure here, unless they are of the cold-loving variety. Amidst the endless expanse of white ice, a solitary dark figure rushed forward, disheveled and bloodied, stripped of the grandiosity that once defined him, resembling a stray dog. "Ancestor, save me! Ancestor, save me!" The figure was none other than the fleeing Yuan Fudong, whose escape was made possible by Li Mingzhu. Without her aid, he would never have had the chance to elude to the North Sea. Yuan Fudong's intermittent and pitiful cries reverberated across the ice. At last, it seemed that Kunping had heard his pleas, for the once tranquil ice surface began to shatter inch by inch, accompanied by the sound of cracking ice. A monstrous iceberg slowly emerged from the depths of the sea, exuding an aura of terror. Should any ancient demons from the heavenly court be present, they would undoubtedly recognize the true nature of this iceberg, the Demon Master's palace. This palace represents Kunping's most formidable treasure, crafted from materials of the highest innate spiritual grade. Although it may not itself rank among the supreme innate spiritual treasures as a palace-class artifact, it is undeniably comparable in value. The palace doors swung wide open, revealing a tall figure clad in deep green, accompanied by several attendants, who emerged with a measured grace. Young master, save me." Upon seeing this elongated silhouette, Yuan Fudong rushed forward as if he had spotted a beacon of hope. "Who are you? And why do you address me as young master?" Despite harboring disdain for this suddenly appearing cultivator, the slender young man responded with cultivated elegance, a product of his upbringing. Yuan Fudong paid a visit to the young master, who retained his captivating demeanor. The young master, however, could not recognize Yuan Fudong in his current state. With a trembling resolve, Yuan Fudong straightened his back and bowed respectfully. "Yuan Fudong, did you not venture into the mortal realm to seek wealth and status? How could one of your talents fall to such a plight?" The young man inquired, astonished. "Alas, it is a long story. It would be best if you did not ask, but might I be granted the opportunity to see the ancestor first?" Yuan Fudong lamented, his expression steeped in sorrow. while he endured the torment of 124 strands of sword chi. Before the young man could respond, an overwhelming emerald light erupted from the Demon Master Palace, hurtling directly towards Yuan Fudong. "Please spare me, ancestor." Yuan Fudong cried out in terror upon seeing the radiant beam, desperately imploring for mercy. Yet, the light unerringly enveloped him, not claiming his life, but ensnaring him instead. "Father, what is the meaning of this?" The young man respectfully queried towards the direction of the Demon Master Palace. "Do not ask, do not speak. Simply wait and you shall understand." A voice, both ethereal and commanding, resonated from within. Upon hearing the pronouncement of Kunpeng, the young man refrained from further inquiries and, with a shrug towards Yuan Fudong, expressed his helplessness. In the vast expanse of the North Sea, Kunpeng reigned supreme. And even though he, Fu Yao, was the sole son of Kunpeng, he dared not defy the authority of the North Sea's young master. 3 days later, Li Mingzhu approached across the ice. "Fu Yao, go and greet your senior brother, Ling Zuzi," Kunpeng instructed, opening his eyes within the Demon Master Palace. Upon receiving the command, Fu Yao complied without hesitation, vanishing from sight and appearing before Li Mingzhu. "I am Fu Yao, here to pay my respects to senior brother Ling Zuzi." Fu Yao smiled, though he was unaware of the true identity of the so-called Ling Zuzi. Since it was his father's directive, he had no doubt of its correctness. "Fu Yao? Son of the Demon Master?" Li Mingzhu was taken aback internally. Quickly coming to terms with the refined young man's introduction, Li Mingzhu responded with a smile. "I, Li Mingzhu, have the honor of meeting brother Fu Yao." Intrigued, Li Mingzhu regarded the young man named Fu Yao, astonished to discover that the wily and cunning Kunpeng had such a cultured and innocent son. However, had Li Mingzhu known who had mentored Fu Yao, his surprise would have been tempered, for Fu Yao was a disciple of the Holy Emperor Fuxi. Had it not been for this, Kunpeng's character would not have permitted him to lend the river map and Luo book to Fuxi for his enlightenment. "My father sent me to guide you into the palace. Yet he clearly referred to you as senior brother Ling Zuzi, and you accepted. This indicates that I did not err in my address. Why then do you refer to yourself as Li Mingzhu?" Fu Yao questioned, his face etched with confusion, revealing his naivety in worldly matters. For otherwise he would not have posed such a query. To comprehend the essence of the primordial chaos, one must recognize that only those with profound connections, such as esteemed mentors or close companions, would dare to inquire in such a manner. "Brother Fu Yao, there is no need for such formalities," remarked Li Mingzhu, the impoverished Taoist. "In my past life, I served as a disciple under the revered Niu Hua, and in this incarnation, I have reincarnated to fulfill my destiny. Thus I have taken refuge under the teachings of the Jie Sect." With a smile, Li Mingzhu conveyed that it would be difficult for anyone to harbor negative sentiments upon encountering Fu Yao. "Ah, so you are brother Mingzhu," Fu Yao exclaimed, realization dawning upon him as he bowed respectfully. Li Mingzhu, rolling her eyes in playful exasperation, was at a loss for words. "Haha, please, follow me," Fu Yao said, sensing his earlier folly and cheerfully leading the way for Li Mingzhu. Although Fu Yao possessed an air of elegance and innocence, he was far from foolish. In fact, he exhibited remarkable intelligence, a trait that had surely caught the attention of Fuxi. His interactions with Li Mingzhu were, in essence, a means of fostering camaraderie. Was it really so difficult to discern that Lingzhu and Li Mingzhu were one and the same? The beauty of this subtlety, employed by such a genuine soul, would undoubtedly escape suspicion. As Li Mingzhu followed closely behind, upon encountering Yuan Fudong, an aura of murderous intent surged forth, his gaze revealing an unsettling ferocity. Fu Yao, taken aback, questioned, "What actions has this brother undertaken to evoke such wrath?" Yet, Fu Yao's demeanor remained unperturbed as he inquired straightforwardly. "Alas, you shall see for yourself," Li Mingzhu sighed, the intensity of his murderous intent diminishing slightly as clarity returned to his crimson eyes. He then conveyed the backstory of their circumstances through his spiritual awareness. Upon completing this exchange, Yuan Fudong, who had already been despondent, found his last flicker of hope extinguished. "Brother, may I take charge of Yuan Fudong?" Fu Yao requested earnestly. "I wish to confine his spirit beneath the icy depths of the northern sea, subjecting him to the torment of eternal frost." Fu Yao's reaction was no less fervent than Li Mingzhu's, as he boldly voiced his desire for the task. "Though your method holds merit, I prefer to handle this matter personally." Li Mingzhu gently declined Fu Yao's request. "Let us first seek an audience with the Demon Master. After all, Yuan Fudong's fate is already sealed, and there is no rush. We must ascertain the purpose behind the favor the Kunpeng has extended to us." As they approached the gates of the Demon Master's palace, wide open and welcoming, they were met by the followers of Kunpeng, who greeted Li Mingzhu and Fu Yao with respectful nods. In return, they acknowledged the courtesies, recognizing that despite their noble status, these individuals were formidable figures of the Tao, embodying the strength revered in the primordial realm. Though the Demon Master's palace appeared impressive, its interior was not as lavish as Li Mingzhu had envisioned. In fact, it lacked the grandeur even of the dragon boat once commanded by Ao Bing. However, Li Mingzhu understood that it was not the meager nature of Kunpeng that was at play, but rather an understated depth, where the ordinary concealed extraordinary qualities. Take, for instance, the medicinal field they had just traversed. It appeared unremarkable at first glance, yet each herb within possessed millennia of medicinal age, verging on the ethereal, merely obscured by Kunpeng's enchantment. The two young attendants responsible for the spiritual herbs were rare specimens of the revered Shenvatsi, and without a discerning eye, one might fail to recognize their significance. Fuyo led Li Mingzhu to a relatively tranquil palace and guided her along the path paved by millennia of frost. In the center of the grand hall rested a cloud bed, upon which sat an individual, clad in a dark green Taoist robe. His small eyes darted about restlessly. From an external perspective, he bore a striking resemblance to the Kunpeng that Li Mingzhu remembered. However, in terms of aura, there was a noticeable divergence, perhaps even a significant one. The Kunpeng of her past had always exuded a sly and conniving demeanor, yet now, there was an unmistakable air of transcendence about him, despite his inherent high stature. In earlier encounters, Kunpeng had radiated a chill that now seemed entirely absent. Disciple Li Mingzhu, pay your respects to the master of demons, he beckoned. Li Mingzhu stepped forward and bowed deeply. Dear master, there is no need for such formalities. Arriving at my demon master palace is akin to stepping into the celestial abode of the Queen Mother, though I must concede, my palace pales in comparison to hers. With a gentle gesture, Kunpeng conjured two cloud beds that materialized behind Li Mingzhu and Fuyo. They both seated themselves, prepared to listen attentively. Yuan Fudong was once a disciple of my demon master palace, yet he has long since departed and pledged allegiance to the Western sect. Now, having committed such a grievous offense, it is only just that my palace bears some responsibility. Thus, I propose that Fuyo accompany you, dear disciple, as a means to atone for his transgressions. Kunpeng spoke with a serene smile, his voice devoid of any emotional undertones. How could that be acceptable? Brother Fuyo is a prodigy. He should not be relegated to following a junior. Li Mingzhu hastily objected, understanding the implications of such an arrangement. Although Fuyo was indeed commendable, Li Mingzhu felt it was entirely inappropriate to accept. Please, do not be hasty in your refusal, for I also have a request of you, Kunpeng insisted. Noticing the furrow in Li Mingzhu's brow. Pray, speak, master, she replied, recognizing that no matter the circumstance, Kunpeng was her elder, possessing profound cultivation and having once been among the esteemed 3,000 guests of Zixiao Palace, nearly attaining a saintly position. I am aware that you have acquired the legacy of the demon clan from Fusong Island, and today I wish to request that you return it to the demon race. Of course, I would not allow you to suffer any loss in this exchange. Fuyo's companionship would be mutually beneficial, and even if this endeavor does not come to fruition, I would be pleased to grant my approval, as he has reached the age where he ought to venture forth into the world. However, my true intention is to offer the treasure of Hichu in exchange for the legacy of the demon race. With a knowing smile, Kunpeng spoke, clearly having calculated everything in advance, his confidence unwavering. Although he did not exert any forceful pressure, he was certain that Li Mingzhu would not dare to refuse him. The disparity in their strengths instilled in Kunpeng a profound self-assurance. Furthermore, it must be acknowledged that the terms he offered were indeed exceedingly generous. Not only would he allow his perfectly realized son to follow Li Mingzhu, but he was also willing to exchange an exceptional innate spiritual treasure. Frankly, Li Mingzhu had no reasonable grounds for refusal. Yet, there was an unsettling feeling in her heart. While sending out the 12 methods of the demon clan would not have detrimental consequences, Li Mingzhu would have preferred to propose the exchange herself, rather than find herself in a passive position, despite not being at a disadvantage. Additionally, Kunpeng's demeanor, which suggested he had everything under control, made it difficult for Li Mingzhu to accept the situation, as if he had already secured a victory over her. It was indeed quite frustrating and disempowering. If she were to refuse, Kunpeng could resort to coercion, leaving her with no recourse. This encapsulated the essence of her helplessness and impotence. The willingness to negotiate was a courtesy extended to her, while a refusal could lead to forceful confiscation, against which she would have no defense. Most importantly, Kunpeng held a reputable status, being a renowned demon master, thus claiming the methods of the demon clan was entirely justifiable. The spiritual pearls and the return of the demon clan's methods to their rightful owners under the guidance of the Demon Master, was a matter of principle. However, could the Demon Master exchange these for the river diagram and the Luo book? After all, the river diagram and the Luo book were treasures of the Demon Emperor. And since Lingzhu had inherited the legacy of the Demon Emperor, acquiring the Emperor's relics was also a matter of righteousness. As Li Mingzhu pondered this, a sudden luminescence appeared in the air, revealing the presence of a sage, the Holy One, Nuwa. With divine grace, she descended, the enchanting fragrance of the golden lotus wafting around her. Greetings, Your Highness. May you be blessed. Kuanpeng, Li Mingzhu, and Fuyao all rose to pay their respects. There is no need for excessive formality. What do you think of the proposition I just made? Nuwa directed her gaze towards Kuanpeng, exuding an immense pressure despite her seemingly unthreatening demeanor, for she was a sage. Li Mingzhu observed intently, noting that despite the lightness of Nuwa's voice, beads of sweat poured from Kuanpeng's brow, in stark contrast to Li Mingzhu's earlier composure. Although Kuanpeng was a demon master, he was still vastly inferior to Nuwa, the holy figure of the demon clan. This scenario bore an uncanny resemblance to Li Mingzhu's earlier experience. Both were justified in their claims, and regardless of agreement or dissent, the outcome could be dictated at will. Very well, but I implore you, Your Highness, to affirm my title as a demon master. Kuanpeng ultimately conceded under the pressure of the sage, yet he also stipulated his own conditions. Excellent. Nuwa's lips curled into a subtle smile. The spiritual pearls? Nuwa inquired, her gaze turning to Li Mingzhu, who astutely presented the jade tablet inscribed with the 12 methods of the demon clan. Consequently, Li Mingzhu was thoroughly satisfied with the river diagram and the Luo book that Kuanpeng offered in return. After the exchange was completed, Nuwa ascended into the skies above the northern sea. In the ancient battle, they retained the incomplete 12 laws of the, which have now been perfected, allowing all to heed them. Nuwa gently proclaimed from the skies, her voice resonating throughout the realms of, a testament to the unimaginable powers of a sage. After her words, Nuwa vanished, presumably returning to the chaos. Farewell, esteemed goddess. The crowd collectively knelt in reverence, while Kuanpeng also disappeared, ultimately suffering a loss. Two exquisite innate spiritual treasures, though not of the offensive type, were still remarkable artifacts of the highest order. Thank you for your generous favor. Li Mingzhu bid her farewell, escorted by the disciple of Yuan Fudong. With a bow towards she stifled a laugh, yet received no response. Initially, Kuanpeng had intended to scheme against her. Had she declined, he could have seized the 12 laws of without offering even a single. Unfortunately for him, with the arrival of goddess Nuwa, Kuanpeng ended up losing both a lady and his forces. Did he expect to maintain a pleasant demeanor towards Li Mingzhu? Li Mingzhu, unfazed by such concerns, approached Yuan Fudong. Invoking the essence of the 124 sword intents erupted forth. Without intending to kill, she allowed the sword intent to torment him. Ultimately, unable to endure the wailing cries, she ended his life with the same nonchalance one would show when uprooting a weed by the roadside. However, his soul did not enjoy such a lenient fate. It was captured within Li Mingzhu's soul lamp and refined with true fire, allowing the father and son to reunite in the afterlife. As Li Mingzhu prepared to depart from the northern underworld, she noticed an unexpected companion beside her, a tall figure clad in a dark green robe, exuding an air of elegance yet possessing a somewhat naive demeanor. Fuyo, what brings you here? Li Mingzhu inquired, puzzled as to why Kuanpeng would permit his son to approach after such an affront. I've come to venture into the wilderness with you and to serve as your protector, Fuyo replied nonchalantly, maintaining his previous innocent charm. Very well. Chapter 63. Peril in the Northern Sea. The celestial silkworm strikes. The space severed in an ultimate kill. Li Mingzhu and Fuyo left the northern underworld together, traversing the path without employing any extraordinary means of travel. However, both possessed remarkable cultivation, and within a day, they were nearing Northern Sea City. Be cautious, Li Mingzhu suddenly exclaimed, pulling Fuyo back. The once tranquil Northern Sea now roiled violently, as if something were about to surge forth, targeting Fuyo. With a single hand gripping Li Mingzhu leaped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Fuyo. Although Fuyo had reached the pinnacle of golden immortal cultivation, Li Mingzhu harbored doubts about his capabilities, as he bore the semblance of a mere decorative figure. Moreover, he had come to follow her. It was only natural for an older brother to safeguard his younger sibling. A colossal whale, as immense as a great mountain, leapt from the ocean, its massive head thrusting upwards. Had it not been for Li Mingzhu's timely intervention in pulling Fuyao away, the latter would have been struck directly. Fuyao lamented his predicament, asserting that even without assistance, he could have evaded such a fate. Li Mingzhu wielded the chaining sword, its sword energy radiant as a rainbow, and struck down upon the whale's head. The chaining sword, a weapon comparable to the finest innate spiritual treasures, was more than capable of decapitating this creature, which was merely at the true immortal level. Even a golden immortal would have met the same fate. With decisive swiftness, Li Mingzhu severed the whale's head without a hint of hesitation. However, sensing something amiss, Li Mingzhu became alert. Although the whale had been slain, its gigantic body remained suspended in the air, perhaps due to its lingering life force. Yet, Li Mingzhu discerned a deeper complexity. Within the whale's belly lay another presence. Who goes there? Li Mingzhu bellowed, as he once again swung the chaining sword, unleashing a tremendous sword light that sliced through the air. A sense of foreboding washed over him. After completely dismantling the whale, an ethereal prison descended from above. Realization dawned upon Li Mingzhu. This was a deliberate conspiracy against him. The void prison was inescapable. Upon being ensnared within, it felt as if he had entered an entirely different realm. A dark silhouette emerged from the distance, gradually approaching, clad in snow-white garments, a slender figure that exuded an otherworldly beauty, perhaps even ambiguous in gender. "Who are you?" Li Mingzhu inquired, his voice steady yet laced with trepidation. "The one who will end your life," came the chilling response, echoing as if from the depths of hell, yet remaining intriguingly neutral in tone. "Let us see if you possess the capability," Li Mingzhu declared, invigorating the chaining sword and charging towards the enigmatic figure in white. The immense pressure and the nature of this realm, akin to Ao Guang's previous domain, liberated him from any suppression of his cultivation. Li Mingzhu, emboldened by his recent mastery of the Batian technique, felt confident in close combat. However, as he recalled Batian, a sense of dread enveloped him. His clairvoyant abilities had faltered, rendering him incapable of discerning the true essence of the white-clad figure or the nature of their presence. "Do you truly believe yourself invincible?" The figure taunted mercilessly. "Whether I am invincible will be revealed through trial," Li Mingzhu retorted, channeling his power and combining the principles of Batian with the art of spatial contraction. In an instant, he stood before the figure in white, the chaining sword a phantom, yet its brilliance shone like the sun. "A mere parlor trick," the figure scoffed. Just as Li Mingzhu's sword light was about to pierce the figure clad in white, the latter suddenly vanished from sight, leaving no trace of how such a feat was accomplished. A fierce glimmer of a sword emerged from behind Li Mingzhu, prompting her to whirl around. It was an exquisitely fine soft sword, delicate yet translucent. The beauty of the sword and its light was undeniable, but this particular strike was lethal. Mercilessly aimed at Li Mingzhu's temple. Should this sword find its mark, her demise would be certain. Had she been oblivious to its approach, defending against it would have been an arduous task. However, upon detection, Li Mingzhu dared not to hesitate. The treasured lotus lamp materialized above her, offering inviolable protection. A resonant clang followed, as the assassin's deadly strike veered towards Li Mingzhu's throat, cleverly deceiving her vision. Had it not been for the all-encompassing safeguard of the lotus, she would have already faced calamity. With one failed attempt, the figure in white vanished once more, exemplifying the quintessential assassin style. This was the mark of a peak assassin. Although Li Mingzhu had heard tales of such figures in her past life, she never imagined encountering one in this primordial realm. Closing her eyes, she summoned her full strength to activate the spiritual eye, hoping to ascend to its second stage, the realm of the Hard's Eye. If she could not achieve this, the assassination attempt would indeed become insurmountable. The three spiritual treasures, the merging heaven silk, the river map, and the lotus lamp, encased Li Mingzhu like a protective veil, momentarily deterring the assassin from striking. Yet, she understood that her spiritual energy would ultimately dwindle. After witnessing the assassin's razor-sharp strike, Li Mingzhu no longer dared to boast of her physical prowess. She recognized that even with her body having undergone the fifth transformation of the 9 revolutions mystical art, she would be unable to withstand such an assault. The assassin exhibited remarkable patience, ever vigilant for an opportunity. The moment Li Mingzhu revealed even the slightest flaw, she would face a thunderous assault. This was indisputable. Li Mingzhu was aware of this, and so was the figure in white. Now, it was a contest of endurance. Li Mingzhu awaited the advancement of her spiritual eye, while the assassin anticipated the depletion of her spiritual power. This was a true assassin, born solely for the purpose of killing, particularly adept at eliminating formidable foes. The essence of the spiritual eye lies in its ability to perceive the spirit within all things. The first stage merely involves observation through physical prowess, while the second stage embraces a heart-centered view of all existence, attuning to the essence of all spirits. This fundamental disparity is crucial, Should Li Mingzhu manage to break through to the Heart SI stage, everything would change. Not only would the white-clad assassin find concealment impossible, but Li Mingzhu could also potentially reverse the situation. Although the assassin's strength was formidable, in a genuine confrontation, Li Mingzhu would not be intimidated. Chapter 64. The Mystic Eye of the Spirit seeks the elusive. The eternal silkworm's 9 transformations strike within this severed space. Li Mingzhu engaged in a life-and-death contest of patience with the white-clad assassin. Outside, however, Fuyo was in a state of frantic confusion. Was he not supposed to protect Li Mingzhu? Now, not only had she seemingly vanished, swallowed by the depths of that whale, but he also found himself too fearful to seek help. What if Li Mingzhu emerged unexpectedly during his absence? Despite his overwhelming anxiety, he could only suppress his thoughts and wait patiently, a sentiment that most individuals have undoubtedly experienced. Inside the ethereal prison, the swirling treasures surrounding Li Mingzhu, the mysterious heaven silk, the precious lotus lamp, and the river map and Luo book, continued their relentless rotation, providing her with formidable defenses. Yet, compared to their initial brilliance, their glow had significantly dimmed. Though little time had elapsed, Li Mingzhu's magical energy was depleting rapidly. Each of these treasures was a rare spiritual artifact, and their usage demanded an astonishing amount of energy. Even with her practice of the chaotic creation technique, a foundational cultivation method that provided ample magical power, she could not withstand such unrestrained expenditure indefinitely. Suddenly, a white light flashed as a sword beam rushed towards her, growing larger as it approached. The sword light initially retained its identity, but as it neared Li Mingzhu, it transformed in countless ways. From its unpredictable nature, it finally coalesced into a fierce white dragon. Once this transformation was complete, it unleashed its final assault. The target of the white dragon's strike was the most vulnerable point where the defenses of Li Mingzhu's spiritual artifacts converged. As a peak assassin, his observational skills were exceptionally acute. The art of finding flaws had long been ingrained in his training. The white dragon's sword light cascaded against Li Mingzhu's protective barrier, not shattering it, but nonetheless draining her magical energy significantly. The already precarious barrier now bore the unmistakable strain of impending collapse. Should the white-clad figure strike again, it would surely break. Regrettably, just as Li Mingzhu focused all her strength, preparing to catch the assassin off guard, he returned to a state of tranquility. Like the most seasoned of hunters, he understood precisely when his prey might retaliate, leaving no opportunity for error. Seeing that the white-clad figure had not launched another attack for an extended period, Li Mingzhu could not help but feel a surge of despair. Against such an opponent, even if he truly understood the mystic eye of the spirit, could he genuinely prevail? Though momentarily shaken, he quickly regained his composure. He believed in his strength. As long as he could find an opportunity for direct confrontation, he was confident he could vanquish the white-clad assassin. This was not arrogance, but rather a steadfast belief. Perhaps reality would not align with his hopes, yet the conviction of one's faith significantly influences their combat prowess. To falter before the battle even begins is to invite inevitable defeat, regardless of any apparent advantage. Ignoring the enigmatic figure clad in white, Li Mingzhu devoted herself entirely to the comprehension of the spirit eye. Should you choose to strike, do so at your discretion. I shall remain steadfast and unmoved. The white-clad figure, too, refrained from action, patiently awaiting the depletion of Li Mingzhu's spiritual energy. At that moment, Li Mingzhu seemed to be enveloped in darkness, appearing to grasp the essence of the spirit eye while simultaneously remaining oblivious to it, as if she had seized a fleeting glimmer of spiritual enlightenment, yet still felt its elusiveness. Time trickled away, and the protective treasures encircling Li Mingzhu resembled flickering candle flames in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. At that crucial juncture, the white-clad assassin, who had endured in silence, finally made his move once more, unleashing a piercing beam of sword light, unchanged in its momentum, yet markedly different from his previous strikes. Though still radiant white, it surged forth like a phoenix in flight, appearing tranquil and serene while concealing an inexorable threat. The phoenix's beak pierced the air, manifesting as a torrent of sword energy. Suddenly, Li Mingzhu opened her eyes, gripping the shadow sword in one hand and the 3-foot FA sword in the other. I return this to you, she proclaimed with fervor, as the shadow sword intercepted the white figure's phoenix sword, while the FA sword, now aptly named the spirit sword, sought the hidden assassin with the same fierce elegance. The spirit eye had awakened, and in an instant, both the spirit sword and the spirit 9 transformations came to fruition. You overestimate your capabilities. Though astonished that Li Mingzhu had discerned his presence and mirrored his sword technique, the white-clad assassin remained unconvinced of her potential to turn the tide. With a casual flick, he sent forth a beam of sword light to counter her imitation of his technique. In a contest of skill and cultivation, Li Mingzhu was undeniably outmatched, especially with her derivative swordplay. Had the spirit sword achieved its complete transformation, her strike would have been extraordinary, yet in its current state, it was clearly insufficient. After her strike was thwarted, Li Mingzhu remained undeterred, activating her physical domain once more. Grasping the Qiankuan circle tightly, she leaped forward into the very space where the white figure concealed himself. Despite having relocated and believing his new hiding spot faultless, he could not elude Li Mingzhu's spirit eye. Thanks to the evolution of the spirit eye from the spirit vision, she discerned the true nature of the white figure, a formidable undying celestial silkworm, a lineage far more potent than that of the ancient dragon or phoenix clans. Legends spoke of this race being extinguished due to their overwhelmingly defiant bloodline, yet here it was, transformed into an assassin with Li Mingzhu as its target. Whether this was fortune or misfortune remained uncertain. Realizing that the advantage of concealment had slipped away, the white-clad celestial silkworm ceased to hide and engaged Li Mingzhu in direct combat. With a bloodline stronger than even the divine beasts of the dragon and phoenix, how could the physical prowess of the undying celestial silkworm be anything less than formidable? On the contrary, the corporeal form of the heavenly silkworm is not only robust, but possesses a body of perfect consummation akin to that of a great Luo golden immortal. Although devoid of suitable weaponry, it momentarily finds itself evenly matched with Li Mingzhu. It is crucial to note that at this juncture, Li Mingzhu has exhausted all of his techniques, having maximized the application of the methods within the Batian, depleting all his magical artifacts in the process, thus achieving a stalemate with the heavenly silkworm. Moreover, in terms of endurance, Li Mingzhu falls short against the heavenly silkworm, for he has already expended an immeasurable amount of both magical energy and vitality prior to this confrontation. A swift resolution is imperative. Li Mingzhu is acutely aware that failure to do so will inevitably lead to his demise, regardless of the intricacies of the ensuing struggle. The fleeting moments of triumph and decline may dictate the course of events, yet they do not determine the final outcome. Despite Li Mingzhu's current ability to contend with the heavenly silkworm on equal footing, the ultimate result cannot be gauged by this temporary parity. Chapter 65. The Transcendent 9 Transformations and the Astonishing Silkworm. The Jade Emperor's Disdain from Afar. The ant shakes the tree. The mantis attempts to stop the chariot. It is merely a slightly more robust insect. The heavenly silkworm, unflinching and unyielding, coldly addressed Li Mingzhu as he charged forth. This indifference, or perhaps disdain, remains unshaken by Li Mingzhu's capability to engage him directly, as the heavenly silkworm perceives him as existing on an entirely different plane, exuding an innate sense of superiority. Li Mingzhu, however, remains impervious to the taunts, advancing with the ferocity of a tiger pouncing upon its prey. Xuanwu transformation. The heavenly silkworm snorted, and once again, the sword light manifested as a shadow of Xuanwu. Typically, Xuanwu is a water attribute divine beast, characterized by its Yin essence. Yet, in the hands of the heavenly silkworm, it radiates a magnificent righteousness. Who could have anticipated that this assassin, who had been lurking in the shadows, would confront his foe directly, exhibiting an even greater strength? Li Mingzhu remained silent, pouring every ounce of his energy into the Demon Emperor's battle technique from the Batian. If the Qiankuan circle proved ineffective, then he would resort to unarmed heaven-splitting. Li Mingzhu's palm descended like a colossal millstone, colliding fiercely with the heavenly silkworm's sword light, only to quickly retract. Where they had clashed, a massive explosion of energy erupted, sending ripples through the fabric of space itself. 9 transformations of the heavenly silkworm? I too possess that ability. Li Mingzhu finally spoke, his words strikingly audacious. The sword techniques previously employed by the heavenly silkworm were the 9 transformations of the silkworm, an ancient heritage of his clan. Li Mingzhu's claim to possess the same knowledge was nothing short of astonishing. It is essential to recognize that the Silkworm clan has been able to transmit this technique precisely because of its inherent 9 transformations, a transformation that leads to the status of quasi-leader. This unique legacy is both a blessing and a reason for their ancient clan's eventual extermination. Unfazed by Li Mingzhu's assertion, the heavenly silkworm regarded it with indifference, for if such secret techniques could be so easily appropriated, the very existence of their clan's legacy would be rendered unnecessary. If others can so easily glean from the past, then what purpose remains for existence? Likewise, the celestial silkworm clan, which cannot perish, seems equally unnecessary. As perhaps the last celestial silkworm in the realm, the The figure clad in white holds an immense pride, firmly believing in the invincibility of his lineage and the nobility of his bloodline. Kirin transformation. The celestial silkworm scoffs coldly, continuing to unleash the celestial silkworm's 9 transformations. Its momentum now threefold stronger than the earlier black tortoise transformation. The manifestation of these transformations is inherently an accumulative process. The more layers added, the greater the might. Kirin transformation. Li Mingzhu scoffs, knowing that fact surpasses all eloquence. Identical sword lights emanate from the shadow sword in Li Mingzhu's grasp. Aside from the celestial silkworm's augmented might, which slightly surpasses Li Mingzhu's, there is no discernible difference. Impossible. Almost simultaneously, the celestial silkworm and the heavenly emperor within the 33 heavens exclaim in disbelief. How could this be? Having always believed in the invincibility of the celestial silkworm's legacy and bloodline, witnessing such a scene shatters the strongest bastion in his heart, leaving him momentarily dazed. There is nothing impossible. Seizing the fleeting moment of the celestial silkworm's distraction, Li Mingzhu's murderous intent intensifies upon the shadow sword, and the might of the Kirin transformation grows even more formidable. On one side lies the uncontrollable Kirin transformation, and on the other, the further enhanced Kirin transformation. Victory and defeat become starkly evident. Indeed, the reality unfolds as Li Mingzhu's sword force flows unimpeded, shattering the celestial silkworm's Kirin transformation and severing its arm. This marks Li Mingzhu's first advantage in their clash, and though the physical wounds are secondary, the breach in the celestial silkworm's spirit is paramount. Believing his celestial silkworm's 9 transformations to be unparalleled, convinced of the invincibility of his legacy, he is unprepared for Li Mingzhu's true display. This profound blow to his spirit will not heal swiftly. If the celestial silkworm cannot overcome this hurdle, even if he is not slain by Li Mingzhu today, future progress will be exceedingly difficult, potentially leading to a significant regression in his cultivation. Damn, damn, damn. The heavenly emperor, witnessing the scene through the heavenly mirror, erupts in curses, the repetition of damn revealing the fury within. This celestial silkworm was painstakingly cultivated by him, and now it faces ruin. One can only imagine the heavenly emperor's wrath, not to mention the prior failure, which not only cost him the opportunity to capture Li Mingzhu, but also resulted in the loss of a significant ally. Li Mingzhu, however, remains undeterred. Having emerged from the brink of death, she is relentless. White Tiger transformation. Golden Crow transformation. After gaining the upper hand, Li Mingzhu unleashes a flurry of 4 strikes upon the still confused celestial silkworm, employing techniques from the latter stages of the celestial silkworm's 9 transformations, including even the Golden Crow transformation that the celestial silkworm has yet to master. The 9 transformations of the celestial silkworm possess the ability to evolve any technique it has witnessed. At this moment, the formidable prowess of Li Mingzhu is fully displayed. Perhaps the underlying principles have long diverged, yet in terms of appearance, there is no doubt whatsoever. The celestial silkworm, already shaken to its core, watched in despair as Li Mingzhu unleashed all 9 transformations without any intent to resist against her 4 swords. With its spirit extinguished, what purpose remains for its existence? Boom. The 4 beams of sword light struck the celestial silkworm with tremendous force, even though its physical form was akin to that of a perfected great Luo golden immortal. In the absence of any defense, it was reduced to mere ashes. What is this? As Li Mingzhu advanced, she discovered that the death of the celestial silkworm had left behind a colossal silkworm cocoon. Remarkably, this immortal silkworm truly was undying. It is said that the immortal silkworm has 9 chances for rebirth throughout its life, and now it seems that this legend holds true. As the silkworm undergoes its rebirth, it is safeguarded by the intertwining laws of the universe. For Li Mingzhu to eradicate it completely seems, at present, an insurmountable task. Li Mingzhu. Upon witnessing Li Mingzhu directly collect the silkworm cocoon into her lotus lamp, the heavenly emperor Hao Yin was seized with rage, wishing fervently to descend and eliminate her. It is known that each rebirth of the silkworm signifies a new beginning, during which it forgets all past experiences, yet it must begin its cultivation anew. How could Li Mingzhu squander such an invaluable opportunity? To nurture this newly reborn silkworm would be tantamount to acquiring a free, quasi-archmaster level subordinate. Hao Yin's fury escalated, leaving him at a loss for words, consumed by thoughts of how to rid himself of Li Mingzhu's presence. Sensing an unseen gaze upon her, Li Mingzhu suddenly turned to look behind her, only to find no one there. Perhaps feeling a twinge of unease, she extended her right hand and defiantly raised her middle finger toward the empty air. Regardless of who was watching, she would express her disdain first, After all, they would not comprehend her gesture. Ironically, the angle at which Li Mingzhu expressed her disdain was directly in front of Haoyan. Although he did not grasp the meaning of her gesture, her expression made it clear that it was no benign matter. The anger that had only just subsided reignited within him, and he could only imagine the depths of his hatred for Li Mingzhu. Li Mingzhu, undeterred by any of this, sealed the silkworm cocoon within the lotus lamp and then realized that she could indeed control this void prison. Although this realm of emptiness lacked offensive capabilities, it could sever space and restrict the laws of heaven and earth, proving useful in certain situations. Upon reclaiming this void prison, she emerged into the light of day, only to sense an unsettling atmosphere. At this moment, Fuyo found herself in a standoff with a group of individuals, and given the tense atmosphere, it seemed that conflict was imminent. Chapter 66. The Great Sage of the Sea, the Dragon Demon King, curses the Demon Clan. Uncle Fuhai, what are you planning to do? Alone, Fu Yao faced dozens of adversaries, calmly inquiring as if tranquility had returned since the arrival of Li Mingzhu. I have come for him. Upon the sudden appearance of Li Mingzhu, the formidable demon clad in green armor pointed decisively, proclaiming with an air of dominance. Yet, in truth, this sea-overturning demon king felt somewhat apprehensive. He had anticipated the situation on the outskirts of the North Sea, believing that the young man should have perished by now. However, circumstances appeared to contradict his expectations. He was acutely aware that the wretched celestial silkworm had been lying in wait to assassinate Li Mingzhu, and the fact that she remained unscathed implied that the silkworm's efforts had failed. In reality, the sea-overturning great sage had long been subdued by Haoyan in secret. Initially, he was meant to collaborate with the silkworm, but ultimately, he harbored his own ulterior motives, compounded by the silkworm's refusal to act alongside him. Thus, he remained in ambush, initially intending to seize an opportunity. Now, however, a confrontation seemed inevitable, marking a significant shift in their dynamic. This left the sea-overturning great sage, the Jiao Demon King, somewhat lacking in confidence. Otherwise, he would not have adopted such a stance. Reflecting on the earlier tense atmosphere, it was evident that the current mood had shifted towards harmony. Me? Li Mingzhu asked with a hint of confusion, gesturing towards herself. Indeed, the Jiao Demon King replied in a deep tone. Though perhaps lacking the initial confidence he once possessed, he believed that as long as that individual was present, there would be no cause for concern. What business does the great sage have with this humble monk? Li Mingzhu inquired, her eyes narrowing slightly, a smile dancing on her lips, as if she had already discerned the entirety of their intentions. I implore you, esteemed Taoist, to return the sacred artifact of the demon clan, the mysterious heaven silk. The Jiao Demon King declared loudly, while a dozen or so formidable demons of golden immortal rank quickly positioned themselves behind him, exuding an air that suggested they would draw their blades at the slightest provocation. The mysterious heaven silk? It was bestowed upon me by the goddess Nuwa for my protection. How has it come to be regarded as a sacred object of the demon clan? Li Mingzhu retorted with a cold laugh, discerning that they were resorting to flimsy excuses. Furthermore, even if it were indeed a sacred artifact of the demon clan, did it not stand to reason that its possession in her hands negated any obligation to relinquish it? In antiquity, the mysterious heaven silk was utilized to suspend the Eastern Emperor Bell. Now that the Eastern Emperor Bell has vanished, the mysterious heaven silk undoubtedly merits the title of sacred artifact. The Jiao Demon King explained with a smile, showcasing a rare instance of such blatant reasoning. He clearly harbored intentions akin to those of Haoyan, seeking to use the mysterious heaven silk to locate the Eastern Emperor Bell. Yet, Li Mingzhu had yet to grasp this notion. The Jiao Demon King even contemplated that upon acquiring the mysterious heaven silk, he would offer it to either the Primordial or the Western Saints, believing that aligning himself with the Saints would be far more promising than following Haoyan. Of course, this was contingent upon successfully obtaining the mysterious heaven silk and being able to locate the Eastern Emperor Bell. Otherwise, what would be the point of such offerings? After all, it was a primordial treasure. In its time, the Eastern Emperor wielded it, making it exceedingly difficult for even saints to contend with. Before such a precious treasure, the greed of the Jiao Demon King was magnified infinitely. Had the Kunping known of such secrets back then, he might have acted differently. Nonsense, Li Mingzhu scoffed, jesting that one could hope to claim a treasure from her hands. 3 words, impossible. What kind of absurdity is this? The Jiao Demon King maintained a grin, as if everything were under his control, a demeanor that Li Mingzhu found utterly detestable. Not long ago, the Kunping had displayed a similar attitude, yet he ultimately surrendered the river map and Luo book in disgrace. Regardless of whether this misting silk truly qualifies as a sacred artifact of the demon race, now that it is in my possession, It rightfully belongs to me, Li Mingzhu. What gives you the audacity to demand it? She admonished fiercely. Her mood was already sour, and the Jiao Demon King's pretentiousness only exacerbated her displeasure. Just moments ago, she had nearly perished within that void prison. How could her spirits be lifted? Impudence. Our king is the personal attendant of the ancient demon emperor. How could he not reclaim this sacred artifact? Before the Jiao Demon King could respond, a great demon stepped forward, chastising Li Mingzhu, showcasing his loyalty. Oh, an attendant of the demon emperor? How curious. For I have heard that the demon emperor had no attendants, merely an old curmudgeon to pull his chariot. Is that you? Li Mingzhu suppressed a laugh, subtly mocking the Jiao Demon King, who indeed had once pulled the chariot for the demon emperor, though his standing was not low, akin to that of a steward. I shall ask you, will you surrender the misting silk or not? The Jiao Demon King sneered, fully aware that Li Mingzhu was not only a disciple of the, but had also once been a favored servant of the Nuwa goddess. Yet, if he were to obtain this misting silk, what would it matter? Moreover, he had no intention of killing Li Mingzhu. He doubted the sages would truly lower themselves to deal with him. If sages behaved in such a manner, chaos would surely ensue. Although sages typically protect their own, few dare to harm their disciples. The truth remains that most of the time, sages do not concern themselves with the fates of their disciples. It must be said that the Jiao Demon King had a rather accurate perception of the sages. They would not be constantly vigilant over Li Mingzhu, and only in rare moments would they intervene, a privilege indeed. Not long ago, I exchanged the river map and Luo book for the 12 methods of the demon race at the Demon Master Palace. Do you consider this transaction shrewd or foolish? Li Mingzhu seemingly sought to incite even greater greed in the Jiao Demon King, revealing her monumental treasures and the inheritance of the demon race. All while a slight smirk graced her lips. The 12 methods of the demon race, the river map and Luo book? The Jiao Demon King gasped in astonishment, yet simultaneously felt overwhelming joy, as if today had bestowed upon him a great fortune. Indeed, what will you do now? Li Mingzhu recognized the Jiao Demon King's thoughts, but remained unfazed, confident in her own strength. The confidence of the Jiao Demon King stemmed solely from his belief in his own perfected Deluo golden immortal strength, coupled with the formidable array formed by the top 10 demons behind him, which he believed would enable him to seize treasures effortlessly. In truth, however, he was blinded by greed. Even the celestial silkworm had succumbed to Li Mingzhu's prowess, rendering his group insignificant by comparison, especially when the Kunpeng had already bowed in submission. This, however, was merely a superficial calculation. The true foundation of Li Mingzhu's strength lay far beyond these factors. Alas, it is said that a bird perishes for food, and a man for wealth. Had the little Zhu bear been present, he would have recognized Li Mingzhu's deceit long before she uttered the names of the river diagram and the Lo Shu, as such expressions were familiar whenever she harbored ill intentions. Return the 12 laws of the demon clan, the sacred artifact, the misting celestial silk, and the river diagram and Lo Shu, and I shall overlook your transgressions in the North Sea. Such were the demands of the Jiao Demon King, who shamelessly fabricated accusations against Li Mingzhu. Since when has the North Sea become your domain? Did you consult us? Fu Yao interjected, abandoning her previous elegance to assertively declare, is the North Sea yours? Have you sought the approval of the Kunpeng father and son? The Kunpeng, that old rascal, had relinquished even the river diagram and Lo Shu, which sustained him, and now he urged his son to follow this young one. What need did he have for the North Sea? Huh. The Jiao Demon King laughed heartily, dismissing the Kunpeng entirely, seemingly oblivious to the implications of his arrogance. A sage may not hold you accountable, but do you truly believe the Kunpeng would spare you? Perhaps it was greed that inflated his confidence. Thus, the saying goes, heaven desires the demise of the greedy, leading them to madness. You seek your own demise. Do you understand? Fu Yao began, intending to emphasize that it was the empress who had orchestrated matters in favor of Li Mingzhu, who was highly regarded by her. Yet, she was interrupted by Li Mingzhu, who seized the moment to retort. You speak of the ancient battle of witches and demons, fleeing without conflict while taking countless treasures. That is disloyal. Now you seek to usurp the possessions of this junior. That is unfilial. The Kunpeng once served alongside you, yet you insult him here. That is unjust. Li Mingzhu spoke rapidly, vehemently denouncing the Jiao Demon King, who was taken aback by her audacity, never anticipating such brazen reproach. Senior brother Mingzhu, I comprehend the notions of disloyalty and injustice, but why unfilial? Fu Yao inquired, genuinely perplexed. Disloyalty is quite simple. As you see, this is my grandson. No, I have no such unworthy grandson. Li Mingzhu stifled her laughter, leaving Fu Yao bewildered by this unexpected portrayal of her character. Had Li Mingzhu been aware of Fu Yao's thoughts, she would surely have imparted a lesson, for the Jiao Demon King had already abandoned all semblance of honor. Thus, it was only fitting to respond in kind, even if it was merely a verbal skirmish. Yet, he merely sought to gain a verbal advantage, after all. He would not be called upon to act later. What purpose does such boastful rhetoric serve? Bring forth Wenzhong. The Jiao Demon King sneered, momentarily suppressing his anger. As soon as the words fell, a small demon ushered in the disheveled Wenzhong, who, despite being the esteemed Grand Preceptor of the Yin dynasty, now appeared as a beggar. Chapter 67. The dual saints strike against the Overlord of the Sea. All returned to the North Sea city, though in a pitiable state. Wenzhong remained Wenzhong. Even with his powers sealed and facing imminent death, he held his head high. As a disciple of the and the Grand Preceptor of the Yin dynasty, how could he bow his head? Observing Wenzhong's unwavering stature, radiating righteousness, Li Mingzhu could not help but express admiration. Some individuals naturally evoke respect, and Wenzhong was one such person, despite this being Li Mingzhu's first encounter with him. What do you intend? Li Mingzhu inquired calmly. Despite her desire to rescue Wenzhong, what do I intend? Do you not understand what this king means? Did you not claim that disciples of thee are most united? If you wish to save him, then offer the Hunyuan Ling and the Hichu Luoshu in exchange for him, lest you blame this king for his cruel fate. The Jiao Demon King sneered repeatedly. As long as he held Wenzhong, he feared Li Mingzhu would not yield. However, he underestimated her. He is a disciple of Master Jin Ling. What use is your threat? I care not for his fate. If you wish to kill him, do so. For it is not I that the pursues. Li Mingzhu retorted coldly. Indeed, this was a form of reverse thinking. When someone captures those close to you to threaten you, the pressure lies with you. Yet, if handled as Li Mingzhu did, the pressure swiftly shifts back to the Jiao Demon King. Do you truly dare disregard this man's life? The Jiao Demon King asked incredulously. Why should I not? You seek something from me, so why should I be compelled by your threats? Rather, I advise you to release Wenzhong swiftly, or bear the consequences. Li Mingzhu replied with a chilling smile, skillfully applying her theory and subtly shifting the narrative. You desire what I possess, while I wish to save the man in your grasp. You may threaten me, but I can threaten you in kind. Those less astute would likely fall into Li Mingzhu's trap, ensnared by her cunning rhetoric. Should you refuse to comply, I shall slay this Wenzhong first. Then deal with you. Thinking this king dares not act against you? The Jiao Demon King, not entirely foolish, realized that the initiative lay within his grasp. Due to his strength, he could dictate life and death, and even without Wenzhong, he could seize what he desired. Had greed not clouded his judgment, he would not have entertained such thoughts or actions, for it was evident that neither Wenzhong nor Li Mingzhu was within his reach. After all, he is not Haoyan. Even Haoyan would act with utmost discretion, never daring to be as brazen as he. You may certainly try, Li Mingzhu said with unwavering calmness. Upon hearing her words, the Jiao Demon King lunged forward fiercely, disregarding everything in his pursuit to teach Li Mingzhu a lesson. Try if you dare. The Jiao Demon King brandished a massive halberd. Striking towards Li Mingzhu like a venomous dragon, the azure dragon etched upon the weapon seemingly coming to life. Unaware of the consequences, at that moment, two cold snorts echoed simultaneously as two formidable beams of light surged forth from the void, one a chilling blue-green hue, the other a searing crimson. A smile graced Li Mingzhu's lips, as though she had anticipated this outcome, though the azure attack caught her slightly off guard. Quasi-saint. The Jiao Demon King was filled with dread upon witnessing the two beams, his heart nearly shattering. A quasi-saint stood in protection of Li Mingzhu. Quasi-saints, also known as quasi-leaders, were regarded in ancient times as the closest beings to the sage. In that moment, the Jiao Demon King realized he had been merely toyed with by Li Mingzhu. Much like a jester, with a quasi-saint lurking in the shadows, attempting to crush him would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Within the celestial palace, Haoyan continued to observe Li Mingzhu through the Haoyan mirror, now astonished. Even he had not discerned the presence of two quasi-saints in hiding. And he marveled at Li Mingzhu's formidable energy. After all, he had just extorted Kunping, yet Kunping chose to intervene on her behalf, indicating their relationship was not as fractured as he had presumed. After all, if Kunping permitted his son to follow Li Mingzhu, how could he possibly remain indifferent? What truly astonished Haoyan was the identity of the other quasi-saint, whose origins were unknown. Nonetheless, the demise of the Jiao Demon King brought him great satisfaction. How dare he harbor treachery against him? He deserved death. Unbeknownst to Li Mingzhu, who was unaware of Haoyan's role as an observer, she addressed the void with gratitude. Thank you. Demon Master and Princess, for your assistance. In response, 2 cold snorts resounded from the emptiness, for 1 mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers, and 2 saints cannot coexist. Brother Mingzhu. A sound akin to a bitter laugh emerged from the void, and Li Mingzhu felt a lift in her burden, likely indicating that Kunpeng had retreated. The maiden Aoyu, accompanied by a delicate child resembling jade, soared towards her, not merely running, but flying on a sword. The soft, yellow gauze of her skirt billowed in the wind, and due to the turbulent air, one could faintly discern the contours of her upper body. The youthful maiden exuded a vibrant spirit, the previous shadows of gloom utterly dispelled. Aoyu. Li Mingzhu had intended to embrace Aoyu, but a small figure hastily climbed onto her shoulder instead. Get down. Aoyu's brows furrowed in a commanding manner, and the little one promptly complied, leaping down. The child appeared no older than 2 or 3, yet was capable of flight. Aoyu, who was originally meant to possess a gentle disposition, has unexpectedly adopted a much more assertive demeanor. The character Li Jing, who appears to belong to the category of mischievous children, surprisingly exhibits remarkable obedience in Aoyu's presence. Make way, make way. Who asked for your embrace? As Li Jing descends, one would expect a heartfelt reunion between Li Mingzhu and Aoyu. Indeed, Aoyu had recently demonstrated a gentle compliance, so why has she now become so obstinate? Truly, the heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the ocean, leaving Li Mingzhu perplexed. Princess. At this moment, the previously concealed female ghost, after witnessing the departure of Kunpeng, slowly emerges from the void, still radiating unparalleled elegance. After Yinglong, who else could possibly be worthy of such an extraordinary princess? She resembles a snow lotus upon an icy mountain, noble, sacred, and untouchable, yet so solitary, waiting only for Yinglong's reincarnation to return. Do not concern yourself with him. Attend to them. The female ghost nodded slightly, uttering few words, as she was known for her economy of speech. Execute them. Naturally, Li Mingzhu would not hold back. Having dared to provoke her, they should be prepared for the consequences of their actions. Allow me. Aoyu intercepted Li Mingzhu, drawing the sword of a mortal slaying like a streak of rainbow, delivering a single stroke that felled 14 peak golden immortals in a pool of blood. Swift, precise, and brutal, Aoyu had already grasped the essence of these 3 elements in her swordplay. Let us depart and return to Beihai City. With matters resolved, Li Mingzhu liberated Wenzhong and, after introducing everyone to one another, spoke. Excellent. Chapter 68. The incense appears at the edge of Beihai City. Demonic minions display their ferocity. Wenzhong. Please do not take offense at what transpired earlier, Li Mingzhu said with a smile, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. It is of no consequence. Your actions were entirely justified. After all, Wenzhong's life holds far less significance than the reputation of the Jiejiao, Wenzhong replied with a grin. Recognizing yet another individual who valued face over life, Li Mingzhu's pragmatic approach had, in his eyes, devolved into a matter of pride. Li Mingzhu chuckled, opting not to explain further. However, there is a matter I must discuss with you, Brother Wenzhong. Oh, what is it? Wenzhong inquired with keen interest. Having previously misunderstood the situation at sea, his fondness for Li Mingzhu had only grown, especially since he greatly admired Li Jing, her father, thus inadvertently strengthening their bond. Such networks of relationships are profoundly developed, both in the primordial era and in later generations. Frequently, 2 unfamiliar individuals can quickly become confidants through mere connections. Brother, please take a look. Li Mingzhu produced the soul lamp containing the spirits of Yuan Fudong and his son, revealing 2 souls, one large and one small, wailing in agony within the lamp. Had I known it would come to this, why did I not act sooner? Is this Yuan Fudong? Wenzhong exclaimed in surprise and delight. The reason he had been captured by that Jiao Demon King was because he had heard that Yuan Fudong had fled here. Otherwise, he would not have ventured forth. Indeed, this is the one. To be honest, brother, I have come to the North Sea precisely for Yuan Fudong. Li Mingzhu exclaimed with a sharp tone, her anger ignited at the mere mention of Yuan Fudong. I have heard about the events in Beihai City, yet I did not anticipate that my junior disciple would vanquish the monstrous beings there, and now has even executed Yuan Fudong. Truly, this is an immense merit. Wenzhong laughed heartily. The resolution of the Beihai City affair relieved a significant burden from his heart, which was indeed a cause for celebration. However, in truth, he was indifferent to the fates of the citizens of Beihai City. Li Mingzhu recognized that this could not solely be blamed on Wenzhong. Every leader likely harbors such a mindset. Perhaps he still possesses some compassion now, but as his status and cultivation continue to rise, he too may adopt a similar attitude. Such a transformation is often imperceptible, subtly influencing one's character. Yet, It is also possible that it is not so. Who can truly say? What merit is there in this? The city is filled with citizens who have met tragic ends. Li Mingzhu sighed, choosing not to elaborate further with Wenzhong. As they conversed, they soon arrived at the borders of Beihai City, which had once thrived but now lay in ruin, desolate and scarred. It is lamentable, indeed. However, there was a glimmer of hope as Beihai City was gradually reviving, a rare occurrence. Upon entering the city, Li Mingzhu felt a warm current rising within her, the flow of her spiritual energy accelerating, accompanied by a sensation of impending breakthrough. A glance with her divine sense revealed that every household in Beihai City housed her wooden effigy, with some areas even boasting small temples, their incense offerings abundant. The citizens, expressing their desire to erect a temple for her, indeed fulfilled that wish. How simple and sincere the folk are, Li Mingzhu mused. Perhaps this is what is meant by the power of incense offerings, she thought to herself. However, when her divine sense swept over a particular area in the south of the city, her expression darkened instantly. There were malevolent spirits wreaking havoc here. You must leave at once, and within 3 days, dismantle all temples of these wicked beings and shatter their statues, else face the consequences. A Taoist priest, his hair styled in a high bun, led a group of armored soldiers, relentlessly sweeping through the southern part of the city, forcefully driving away the citizens who were striving to rebuild their homes, barking orders as before. My lord, this land was our home before the calamity. How can it be plagued by malevolent spirits? An elderly woman pleaded, kneeling before them. Though she appeared disheveled, traces of her former nobility and competence were evident, suggesting her previous affluent background. I say there are malevolent spirits, and so there are. Just look. A fierce-looking soldier roughly shoved the woman aside, retrieving a talisman from his bosom, igniting it, and sending it flying toward the site of the rebuilt homes. Immediately, a wisp of dark energy soared into the sky, the talisman shining brightly as it ensnared the malevolence, revealing a figure struggling within. Is it you, my dear son? Is it truly you? The woman cried out, rushing forward upon seeing the shadow, desperate to catch a final glimpse of her son, even if he had become a malevolent spirit. Mother! It is me. It is I, Mother. The shadow also cried out in anguish, for it was indeed a spirit, yet after the great calamity, it had somehow been nourished by spiritual energy and acquired a modicum of Taoist cultivation. However, its scant abilities were insufficient for it to manifest and speak. Today, being restrained by this talisman, it had at last fulfilled its wish to reunite with its family. Truly, this is a blessed gathering of spiritual essence. Ha ha. The elderly Taoist, who had remained silent until now, let out a hearty laugh, and with a mere wave of his hand, the spirit was drawn into his sleeve, to serve as material for his magical implements. The Taoist gently remarked, disregarding the anguished wails of the old woman, and after collecting the spirit, he proceeded with his armored retinue to another location. Return my son. Return my son. The old woman sat alone upon a stone, her eyes devoid of light as she muttered to herself, evoking tears from those who heard and sorrow from those who witnessed. Enough. The Taoist snorted coldly, prompting a soldier to aggressively prepare to drive the woman away. You wicked sorcerer, may you meet a terrible end. At that moment, the woman, drawing upon an unexpected surge of strength, her frail and aged body inexplicably surged past the soldier's blockade, hurtling toward the Taoist with unimaginable speed. Seeking death, the Taoist appeared enraged. With a flick of his whisk, a true fire erupted forth, incinerating the old woman into ashes in an instant. Those gathered, both common folk and soldiers alike, were struck with dread. Behold, this is the fate of those who disregard the words of the immortal master. The master expels the spirits for your benefit, and yet you dare to act thus? Do not hasten to return and destroy that sorceress statue and temple. A soldier adept at currying favor immediately shouted. But he is our benefactor. An elderly man tremblingly stepped forward to argue, casting aside his cane, evidently having anticipated the consequences of his words. You old fool, come here. What did you say? The soldier brandished his large blade, a chilling smile upon his face. I said he is our benefactor, you tyrant. The old man remained undaunted, standing firm and shouting defiantly. Old fool, I'll make you regret it. The soldier, evidently ruthless, hurled his blade forward with fierce intent. Chapter 69. Fortune and misfortune intertwined in the spirit-nourishing ground, as all conjured spells to ferry the spirits. Dare you? A booming voice echoed, and at that moment, Li Mingzhu, who was still situated to the east of North Sea City, vanished in a flash. Although her physical presence had yet to arrive, her spiritual consciousness had already launched into action. Regretting her previous hesitation, she knew she could not afford to delay any longer. despite the distance of over 100 miles. Her ability to traverse space was remarkably swift. As her consciousness intercepted the hurtling blade, Li Mingzhu arrived at the scene, her fingers deftly pinching the blade. Preparing to retaliate fiercely, Li Mingzhu's prowess is unparalleled. Even a casual strike from him is beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to withstand, particularly when fueled by his righteous fury. His great blade, akin to a meteor, cleaved through the armor of the soldier, leaving a vivid arc of crimson in its wake, followed by a cloud of fine ash. The residual force of Li Mingzhu's strike obliterated the soldier, leaving no trace behind. Benefactor? Is that truly you? We bow before you. Benefactor. Upon recognizing Li Mingzhu's visage, the populace of Beihai City collectively knelt, exclaiming his title with reverence, while some could not contain their tears of gratitude, undoubtedly reflecting the injustices they had previously endured. Rise, everyone. Today, I shall seek justice for you. Li Mingzhu spoke gently to the gathered citizens, then turned his gaze toward the remaining soldiers and the elder Taoist, his intent to kill palpable. Are you the charlatan who has been causing a stir in Beihai City? Despite the awe inspired by Li Mingzhu's earlier display of power, the soldiers remained convinced of their own superior authority, confronting him with indignation at his apparent disregard. Li Mingzhu offered no reply, instead fixing his gaze upon the elder Taoist. The pressure emanating from his spiritual sight was formidable, without even invoking his magical prowess. The sheer force of his presence rendered the elder drenched in cold sweat. What nonsense is this? How dare you? The elder, sensing Li Mingzhu's terrifying aura, swiftly dispatched the soldier who had spoken, then attempted to placate him. Please, my friend, temper your anger. My subordinate acted thoughtlessly. Do not hold it against us. The elder's forced smiles belied his hidden distress. Though he wielded formidable powers at the peak of the primordial spirit realm, the man before him instilled such dread that he could scarcely fathom the depth of his abilities. Is it your intention to drive the innocent away and prevent them from rebuilding their lives? Li Mingzhu approached slowly, questioning as he advanced. What is this? The elder, wary of offending Li Mingzhu, dared not speak untruths in the face of his fierce gaze. Is it not you who collects innocent souls, obstructs their paths to reincarnation, seizes sacred grounds, harms the populace, desecrates my temple, and vandalizes my statue? Li Mingzhu quickened his pace and speech, not waiting for a response. In an instant, his shadow sword was unleashed. The elder's head was severed before he could even utter his name. Since you delight in gathering evil spirits, I shall ensure your soul never finds peace. Li Mingzhu scoffed, capturing the fleeing essence of the elder. Utilizing a soul-searching technique, he discerned the tangled threads of fate before imprisoning it within a lamp containing the souls of Yuan Fudong and his son. It was revealed that this elder was a practitioner from a sect known as the Soul Refinement School. After the calamity that befell Beihai City, he had envisioned transforming it into a flourishing haven for nurturing spirits, thus igniting his nefarious ambitions. A mere display of sorcery led those soldiers to deify him, and the ensuing events need not be elaborated upon. In the absence of Wenzhong, this Taoist named Qing Su Zi was free to act with impunity in the city of North Sea. Fortunately, Li Mingzhu arrived just in time. Otherwise, the repercussions would have been far more dire. However, there is a grain of truth in this. Li Mingzhu, in her haste to eliminate Yuan Fudong, had overlooked the fact that, following the explosion of the fire crystal, North Sea City had transformed into a vast expanse of nourishing ground for spiritual cultivation. This was certainly a rare boon for those practitioners who harnessed the souls of the dead, but for the common folk, it was decidedly inhospitable. Moreover, North Sea City still harbored numerous spectral entities. While their presence might not be immediately apparent, the dangers they posed would only escalate over time, an unavoidable reality. As Li Mingzhu contemplated how to address these matters, Wenzhong and his companions swiftly arrived. What has transpired here, junior brother? Wenzhong inquired, gesturing towards the chaos and the decapitated Taoist. Ask them yourself, senior brother. I must proceed to guide these restless souls. I trust you will provide the townsfolk with an explanation. Li Mingzhu replied coldly, for those soldiers were, after all, under Wenzhong's command, and he found it difficult to intervene. Together, Aou urged, taking hold of Li Mingzhu and accompanying her. Upon seeing Aou, Li Mingzhu's expression softened. Though she remained puzzled as to how Aou had so suddenly transformed from a strong-willed woman back into a gentle maiden, yet, this was of little consequence. Your assistance with the spell is required, Princess, Li Mingzhu remarked, offering a slight nod to the female specter, inviting her to act. Guiding the spirits of North Sea City towards reincarnation was not inherently challenging. The real difficulty lay in ensuring their safe passage. After all, nearly 100,000 spectral entities formed an overwhelming presence, and there might be those with ulterior motives, akin to Qing Su Zi. Indeed, the Soul Refinement Sect, of which Qing Su Zi was a part, specialized in such dealings. Li Mingzhu, unable to spare the time, resolved that she would uproot them later. Although the moment did not allow for immediate action, the Soul Refinement Sect had already made its way onto her blacklist, and she would undoubtedly confront them once this crisis was resolved. What infuriated Li Mingzhu the most was that this sect was entirely composed of human cultivators, absurdly using their own kind's souls to enhance their prowess. Very well. The female specter offered no further comment, acquiescing to Li Mingzhu before soaring into the air and pointing towards the void. A pitch-black and profound portal materialized before them, through which spectral forms could be seen swirling, and the yellow springs roiling. This act of opening a gateway between the mortal realm and the underworld was a feat only possible for a master like her. Li Mingzhu and her companions were utterly powerless in comparison. After the female specter opened the gateway connecting the mortal realm to the underworld, she did not descend but appeared to be communicating with someone, likely conversing with the true sovereign of the underworld, Lady Hoodoo. Li Mingzhu and Aou paid little heed to this and began to traverse North Sea City separately, guiding the restless spirits towards their eternal rest. It was perhaps an oversight on Li Mingzhu's part. Had he noticed the changes in Beihai City, he might have avoided the troubles that beset him today. When celestial beings encounter the laws of the universe, they universally attain salvation, nurturing their essence without harm, as kindness abounds. The natural talisman employed by Li Mingzhu to guide souls is indeed fitting, being a secret transmission of the. In contrast, Aou utilized the Supreme Transcendence Sutra of the Primordial Beginning, which, based on the remnants passed down through the ages, bears a striking resemblance to Li Mingzhu's scriptures, albeit each doctrine offers its own interpretation. In Chapter 70, as they sought the divine water of chaos, the three stars conspired to manifest divine beings. Li Mingzhu and Aou each govern half of Beihai City's territory, their cultivation and mastery of their respective sects ensuring a swift exorcism of the lingering spirits. Nonetheless, it took them 3 days and nights to complete the task. In a hastily erected grand hall, Wenzhong invited Li Mingzhu and his companions to a banquet. "Junior brother, behold," Wenzhong exclaimed, as soldiers escorted a group of individuals, most of whom were the soldiers that had acted as henchmen that fateful day, for disturbing the common folk. "Execute them," Wenzhong commanded sternly, and the prepared executioners swiftly carried out his orders. "Bring forth the next group," Wenzhong continued, and another contingent of officers was brought forth, unfamiliar to Li Mingzhu. For heeding the words of the demon, "Behead them." Again, these officers met the same fate, with no chance for reprieve. Although Li Mingzhu recognized this spectacle was primarily for his benefit, he felt no urge to intervene. For these were indeed individuals deserving of their fate. "Let us drink." After a round of toasts, Li Mingzhu remarked, "Though we have successfully guided all the spirits of Beihai City, the city has now become a sanctuary for spirits, rendering it unsuitable for the common folk. Although I possess the innate soil of tranquility, it is insufficient to rectify this situation. We must seek the three-light divine water from the chaos. The three-light divine water is exceedingly rare. Does the Lady Nuwa truly possess it?" Aou inquired, somewhat taken aback. Her teacher, Yuding, had mentioned that the Primordial Saint and the Celestial Saint had it, yet there was no mention of Lady Nuwa. The banner of summoning demons wielded by the lady is crafted from the gourd of the primordial creation. While it can no longer continuously produce the three-light divine water, she still has a considerable reserve, Li Mingzhu replied with a smile, having once served as a disciple of Lady Nuwa. "Now I understand. A journey to the chaos is indeed warranted," Aou softly mused, and Li Mingzhu found himself fond of her demeanor. Seizing the moment is preferable to waiting for it. "Let us depart now." Li Mingzhu chuckled lightly and promptly exited the grand hall. "Wait, allow me to see you off." Li Mingzhu turned to look at Aou. When she uttered her farewell, a faint smile graced her lips, but Li Mingzhu did not linger. What was there to bid farewell to? She paid it no mind and soared toward the chaos. Such a person is destined to remain alone, struck down by the heavens. Already nearing the edge of the sky, Li Mingzhu was blissfully unaware of the murderous glare Aou cast her way, leaving the latter in a storm of fury, determined to train relentlessly. Once again aboard the starship designed for traversing the cosmos, it must be said that this vessel was indeed a remarkable artifact, albeit incapable of offense. The starry expanse remained eerily silent, unchanged from her previous visit, and Li Mingzhu paid it no heed as she continued her flight toward the boundary of chaos. Suddenly, she felt a chill sweep over her, and instinctively, she slashed with her sword. Realizing it was merely a common meteor, she dismissed it without concern. However, reality proved otherwise. Following that single meteor, a shower of meteors began to rain down upon her. What was happening? Li Mingzhu gazed at the barrage of falling stones and muttered to herself. It shouldn't be like this. Although meteors occasionally fell from the stars into the primordial realm, such a large-scale event was unprecedented for her. The occurrence could only stem from two possibilities: someone wielding formidable magic aimed at her, or the emergence of a rare treasure. Regardless of the scenario, Li Mingzhu felt compelled to investigate, for despite the celestial realm's laws being relaxed, she remained unconvinced that anyone would dare to strike at her. As for the emergence of a treasure, that was even more reason to explore. Typically, treasures that appear in such a manner are likely to fall within the category of innate artifacts. An innate treasure, even if of the lower grade, is invaluable. Though Li Mingzhu's resources were considerable, and she possessed several treasures, one could never have too many. The thought of a masterless, soon-to-emerge innate treasure awaiting her was enough to spur her onward, maneuvering deftly past the meteors ahead. These meteors, though formidable, posed little threat to Li Mingzhu, who wielded several exquisite treasures. Upon traversing the meteor cluster, she discovered before her the three most ferocious stars: Greedy Wolf, Seven Killers, and Breaking Army, all exhibiting unusual activity. The three stars spun and intertwined, as if gestating something, and there was no doubt that an innate treasure was indeed about to manifest. Observing the momentum, Li Mingzhu could only marvel at her extraordinary fortune. With the impending emergence of the treasure, Li Mingzhu had no choice but to delay her journey into chaos. She must wait for the treasure to appear. Disciple, you've truly outdone yourself. In the western Shumi heaven, the sorrowful face of Jie Sect turned to the gaunt Taoist beside him, who appeared malnourished. Your words are misguided, esteemed senior. I merely lent a helping hand, for the treasure born from the three stars rightfully belongs to him. With a smile illuminating his face, Sutai spoke, yet one must question his true intentions. Alas, what can I say? I find myself at a loss for words regarding my junior, who, despite his unwavering allegiance to the West, often acts with undue haste. Not to mention his penchant for holding grudges. Is it not absurd that Li Mingzhu faces adversity for eliminating a trivial pawn, especially when he is a sage? However, the matter is now settled, and I shall refrain from further comment. After all, it is merely a matter of relinquishing an innate treasure. It remains to be seen whether Li Mingzhu is willing to part with it. A useless innate treasure exchanged for one destined to be his own is undoubtedly a profitable transaction. Yet, Li Mingzhu, oblivious to the underlying intricacies, risks missing this opportunity should he hesitate, ultimately incurring consequences for the West. At this moment, Li Mingzhu awaits the emergence of the treasure amidst the starry expanse. Blissfully unaware of the fate that intertwines with his own, the seven killing stars, ancient harbingers of slaughter, conjure treasures that are far from ordinary. The prospect of a supreme weapon ignites a fervor within Li Mingzhu's heart. Alas, the process of this treasure's birth is fraught with peril. Following the meteor shower, an overwhelming wave of sword energy now surges forth. It seems as though the pent-up murderous aura, accumulated across eons, has erupted in a moment of sheer terror. Chapter 71. The Birth of the Celestial Treasure, the Lethal Spear of Slaughter, a Storm of Murderous Intent. Li Mingzhu was taken aback. The essence of killing lies in the realm between reality and illusion, defying all means of resistance. The only viable countermeasure is to overwhelm this aura with an even greater force, whether through murderous intent or other forms of might, or perhaps through the protection of a powerful talisman that shields one's spirit from its influence. Otherwise, one must endure it head-on, which demands extraordinary willpower and mental fortitude, ultimately draining one's spirit. It is crucial to recognize that while mana and stamina are easily replenished, the spirit is not so readily restored. For Li Mingzhu, who possesses the Lotus Lantern, it is inconceivable to confront such murderous energy directly. Under normal circumstances, he might embrace the challenge as a means to strengthen his resolve and refine his own murderous intent. Yet now, with the treasure on the cusp of manifestation, such actions are out of the question. The Lotus Lantern radiates a resplendent spectrum of light, and no matter how fierce the storm of murderous energy may be, it is entirely repelled. This exemplifies the remarkable power of a supreme innate treasure, particularly that of the Lotus Lantern, which stands unrivaled among its kind. The quality is undeniably high, yet the Balian Lantern itself is truly remarkable, possessing both offensive and defensive capabilities, creating its own realm. Although each of its functions may not be the pinnacle of excellence, they are certainly commendable. Following the storm of killing intent, The 7 killing stars of the greedy wolf transformed further from a triad into a singular line. Li Mingzhu recognized that the moment of significance had arrived. The divine treasure was likely to emerge at this very juncture. Indeed, within the span of a mere breath, a spectral essence seemed to ascend and merge above the 3 stars. Star Soul, Li Mingzhu whispered, astounded by the wonders of creation. She had initially presumed that the divine treasure would crystallize from one of the stars, but to her astonishment, it was born from the confluence of star souls. Just as humans possess souls, so too do the stars, particularly those of a martial nature like the 7 killing stars of the greedy wolf. This trio, renowned for its martial prowess in the ancient demon clan's celestial formation, was once inhabited by the most formidable of demon warriors. However, something felt amiss. Though the star souls were merging and the embryonic form of the divine treasure was manifesting, it seemed perpetually on the verge of emergence, yet unable to materialize. From an external perspective, it was challenging to discern the nuances, yet Li Mingzhu sensed an extraordinary connection between herself and the divine treasure in gestation. Calculating. She retrieved the river diagram and the Luo book, employing the calculation techniques of Emperor Jun. While the proficiency of Emperor Jun's methods may not rival that of the revered Fuxi when it comes to divine treasures, nothing could surpass the river diagram and the Luo book. After all, Fuxi's ascension to enlightenment was reliant on these 2 treasures. Activating the river diagram and the Luo book for calculations, despite the rapid consumption of magical energy, the efficiency was undeniably high. In a short span, Li Mingzhu discerned the core issue at hand. She realized that the divine treasure was facing the predicament of premature emergence, unable to truly manifest. Yet, even with her possession of such a precious artifact, unraveling the precise reason for its early manifestation remained elusive. This was not a matter of the divine treasure's strength or her own cultivation level. Rather, it pertained to the inviolable authority of the saints. Any divination that touches upon the realm of saints could only be unveiled through their will. Otherwise, it would remain beyond reach. The differences in hierarchy and the myriad powers of the saints are comprehensible solely to them. Unraveling the cause would naturally lead to finding a solution. Li Mingzhu would gladly exchange an innate divine treasure for one on the verge of emergence, even though she felt a twinge of regret at the loss of such a precious artifact. Nonetheless, she recognized the necessity of the exchange. Fortuitously, with the river diagram and the Luo book, she could clearly ascertain that this embryonic divine treasure was of exceptional quality, a true weapon of slaughter. Otherwise, she might not have been so willing to part with it. A starship for traversing the cosmos, when compared to a formidable weapon of destruction, is a distinction that Li Mingzhu can discern clearly. The starship, being the most suitable vessel to complement the impending emergence of this spiritual treasure, is the only choice. The others not only lack appropriateness, but are also too precious for Li Mingzhu to part with. With a decisive throw, Li Mingzhu cast the starship into the convergence of the 3 star souls, where a swirling vortex appeared within the star souls, swiftly engulfing the starship as it absorbed its essence. Following this consumption, the 3 star souls began to whirl rapidly, exuding a palpable aura of ferocity, and amidst this turbulence, a phantom of a magnificent red bird emerged. Ablaze with flames, and strikingly, it possessed but a single leg. Bifang. Li Mingzhu recognized the origin of this majestic creature, one of the 10 ancient demon saints, Bifang, rumored to hail from the phoenix lineage, though the specifics of its history are lost to time. In his previous life, although Li Mingzhu had traversed that grand epic, his youthful exuberance rendered him indifferent to the intricacies of the demon clans, leaving him with scant knowledge of their affairs. A formidable aura emanated from the confluence of the 3 star souls, transforming into waves of energy that surged forth. Li Mingzhu was certain that the caliber of this spiritual treasure would not fall below that of a mid-grade innate spiritual artifact, with the potential to reach the upper echelon. As the star souls faded, they were wholly ensnared by the solitary leg of the red Bifang. Its essence, albeit merely a remnant of the ancient demon saint, was undeniably overwhelming. With a piercing cry, a long spear erupted from the heart of the 3 stars. The spear, with a pristine white shaft flecked with condensed stardust, sported a tip shaped like a wing, razor-sharp, accompanied by a fiery crimson blossom at its end, reminiscent of flames in full blaze. Li Mingzhu leapt forward, seizing this spear, his heart whispering, "At last, I have awaited your arrival, the fire-tipped spear." In truth, as the spear was forged from the essence of the starship, it perhaps deserves the name Stellar Fire-Tip Spear, yet Li Mingzhu preferred to call it simply the Fire-Tip Spear, a weapon of destruction that was destined to belong to him. Once grasped, the spear burst forth with flames, exuding a relentless aura of lethality. "Having chosen to follow me," Rest assured, Li Mingzhu proclaimed, wielding the fire-tip spear and beginning to practice the spear techniques he had learned from the great demon saints. Flames danced and the void trembled. An upper-grade pinnacle weapon of destruction, the fire-tip spear. Chapter 72. Seeking Divine Water in the Palace of Nuwa. Ao Yu slays the soul with a sword. The very fabric of the void was disturbed by the shockwaves unleashed by the fire-tip spear, a testament to its lethal prowess. Born of the murderous 3 stars and forcibly bound by the spirit of Bifong, its might was to be expected. Though without the starship, Li Mingzhu still possessed the exquisite Lotus Lantern, an exceptional innate spiritual artifact, making his navigation through chaos an effortless endeavor. As before, Li Mingzhu entered the chaos and bowed reverently to the void. Spirit Pearl, I seek an audience with the goddess. Instantly, a radiant rainbow bridge emerged from the depths of the chaos, a testament to the genuine affection that Nuwa, the goddess, held for Li Mingzhu, a privilege not granted to the ordinary. Rarely would disciples of other sects receive such treatment. Following the rainbow bridge, Li Mingzhu arrived at the Nuwa Palace, where the powers of the saints are beyond comprehension. Upon entering the palace, it was inevitable that the golden phoenix would tease her. Yet it was all in good humor and proceeded smoothly. Li Mingzhu successfully acquired 5 drops of the 3 light divine water, sufficient to transform the North Sea city when combined with the primordial soil. Spirit Pearl, have you obtained the celestial silkworm? Nuwa inquired, her noble and pure lips parting slightly. Indeed, my goddess, Li Mingzhu replied respectfully, releasing the silkworm cocoon from the Bao Yin lantern. I am aware that you nearly perished at the hands of the immortal silkworm. However, once it undergoes its rebirth, it forgets all that came before, akin to a new life, and its innate qualities are further enhanced. The cocoon you hold is the last of its kind in the world, Nuwa elucidated with a smile, revealing a perspective on the silkworm that Li Mingzhu had never encountered before, as records on the celestial silkworm were scarce. Is that so? Then, my goddess, what should I do? Li Mingzhu asked, sensing that Nuwa had a purpose in mind. This is your opportunity. Nuwa chuckled lightly, elevating the silkworm cocoon into the air, directing a thread of transformative power from her fingertip towards it. Amongst the primordial chaos, there was no doubt that Nuwa stood at the forefront of understanding the path of creation. As the transformative energy descended upon the cocoon, a faint yet burgeoning vitality began to emanate from it. Drop your blood, Nuwa commanded softly. Li Mingzhu, not daring to delay, promptly cut her middle finger, allowing her blood to flow freely onto the cocoon without concern. After all, her 9 transformations of the profound art had reached the 5th level, granting her ample vitality. As Li Mingzhu's blood infused the cocoon, it began to crack open, revealing a small creature resembling a golden crow, which emerged gracefully into the air. Possessing the power of a true immortal. Indeed, a remarkable feat, this extraordinary talent stemmed from the fact that the silkworm had reached its final transformation, the golden crow change. And the combined influence of Nuwa's transformative energy alongside Li Mingzhu's vital essence was not to be underestimated. The little silkworm flitted around Li Mingzhu, chirping joyfully, clearly having recognized her as its closest kin due to the blood bond they shared. In essence, Li Mingzhu had become akin to a nurturing guardian to the young silkworm. Certainly, one could attribute this to the old man, as this little celestial silkworm is indeed imbued with the vital essence inherited from Li Mingzhu, though she would undoubtedly deny it. Well, now this celestial silkworm has become your closest companion, proving to be a significant ally. As for matters concerning the heavenly realm, you shall deliberate on them yourself, but do not overstep your bounds. After Nuwa finished speaking, she fell silent, and Li Mingzhu, understanding her cue, withdrew. It is fortunate for Li Mingzhu that Nuwa intervened. Had she truly eliminated the celestial silkworm, it would have led to immense regret. Nuwa's final words were quite comprehensible. Her tacit approval of Li Mingzhu's desire for vengeance against the heavenly court was evident. The notion of not going too far lacks a definitive boundary, at times. As long as the heavenly court is not entirely obliterated, it could be deemed acceptable, leaving the discretion to Li Mingzhu. Nuwa's implicit consent mirrors that of all the saints. After all, Hao Yan believes his deeds are unknown, yet the saints are fully aware, merely choosing not to intervene. Presently, it is advantageous to utilize Li Mingzhu to deliver a sound admonition to Hao Yan. The disparity between a quasi-saint and a true saint remains vast. A mere word separates them, defining a chasm of difference. A saint is indeed a saint, the ultimate authority in this primordial expanse. Without achieving sainthood, one is but an ant. Even a quasi-saint fails to escape this fate. Li Mingzhu, accompanied by the celestial silkworm, departed from Nuwa's palace and was sent to the intersection of the starry skies. swiftly making her way towards the Northern Sea City. Meanwhile, Aoyu, still in Northern Sea City, was restless and resolved, setting forth with her sword towards the lair of the Soul Refining Sect. This was largely driven by a desire for retribution, as Li Mingzhu had previously spurned her. Embarking alone towards the west, the Valley of Soul Severance. This is the stronghold of the Soul Refining Sect. Li Mingzhu had explored the memories of the old Taoist, naturally relaying all this information to Aoyu, thus enabling her to arrive at the Valley of Soul Severance without hindrance. The valley's predominant hue was a desolate yellow, devoid of any greenery, a reflection of its practitioners' sinister and deviant cultivation methods. Upon reaching the outskirts of the valley, Aoyu did not bother with knocking. After all, her intent was to kill, rendering any pleasantries unnecessary. She was far more decisive and imposing than Li Mingzhu. The sword radiated with a murderous aura, the crimson energy nearly coalescing into a tangible form. One could only wonder how many lives she had claimed during her time with the female specter. It is known that the only way to augment such murderous intent is through the act of killing, with no alternative means available. With a single stroke spanning 300 zhong, Aoyu cleaved through the valley from its entrance to its depths. Such offensive prowess is hardly inferior to that of Li Mingzhu. Aoyu has embarked on the path of a pure swordsman, although no such sect exists as of yet, particularly one focused on the art of killing. Her blade is drawn solely for the purpose of slaying. Typically, individuals of her caliber are capable of standing against thousands, even tens of thousands. Although Aoyu's sword unleashed a wide-ranging assault, its power remained undiminished. Within the Soul Refining Sect, while there were indeed formidable beings of true immortality and beyond, the majority were merely mortals of the primordial spirit level. Under the onslaught of Aoyu's sword, nearly 2/3 of the sect perished, a terror to behold. Who dares to launch a stealthy attack on my Soul Refining Sect? In the aftermath of the radiant sword light, the remaining cultivators of the sect quickly congregated, demanding answers. Perhaps accustomed to their tyrannical reign in the vicinity, their wits had dulled, believing themselves capable of questioning one who could effortlessly annihilate the foundation of their sect. Even the unorthodox sects comprised of rogue cultivators, despite their peculiar practices, stood no chance against a sword master as resolute and powerful as Aoyu. The gathering of these individuals spared Aoyu the exertion of seeking them out. With another horizontal slash, an immense beam of sword light blotted out the sun, crushing forward. Throughout this ordeal, Aoyu remained silent, lives extinguished, sect obliterated, valleys collapsed, and the sword sheathed, all executed in seamless succession. At this moment, Aoyu increasingly embodied the chilling elegance of a female ghost. Yet, unlike the ghost, she possessed an inner vibrancy, albeit deeply concealed, only revealed to Li Mingzhu. This inner spark was the essence of her swordsmanship, which had advanced so significantly, for the sword's purpose has always been to slay. And even the sword of murder serves a protective role. Indubitably, Aoyu's protectorate is none other than Li Mingzhu. Chapter 73. The divine water and soil unleash their might. The North Sea bestows blessings. One person, one sword. The Soul Refining Sect is vanquished. This fate is but fitting. The Soul Refining Sect deserved such an end, and Aoyu possessed the strength to deliver it. Meanwhile, Li Mingzhu was hastening back from the chaos, and if one were to calculate the time, the two would soon meet outside North Sea City. Father, father. The little golden crow incessantly circled around Li Mingzhu, affectionately calling out. Initially, Li Mingzhu found this playful, but soon it became somewhat irksome. More importantly, this little golden crow seemed like a bottomless pit, requiring constant feeding with spirit stones. The small reserves Li Mingzhu had plundered from the East Sea were now dwindling rapidly. Although those resources had little significance to her at present, the loss still stung. What is this? Upon encountering Li Mingzhu, Aoyu inquired with a hint of suspicion in her gaze, as if to say that if a satisfactory explanation were not forthcoming, they would face consequences. Undying celestial silkworm. Li Mingzhu succinctly explained the origins of the little golden crow, which, displaying remarkable intelligence, promptly began calling Aoyu mother. Although it did not show similar affection toward Li Mingzhu, its antics brought forth laughter from Aoyu. How to describe it? At this juncture, the little golden crow's intellect roughly paralleled that of a 5 or 6-year-old human child, yet its intelligence and innate talent were exceptionally high. Even its emotional quotient was impressive. Such giftedness is not easily envied. Let us return to North Sea City. Li Mingzhu spoke softly, and Aoyu responded in a similarly hushed tone, barely audible. Primarily because the little golden crow had been teasing both her and Li Mingzhu, reducing the now evolved tomboyish Aoyu to an exquisite state of shyness. It was evident that Li Mingzhu cherished this version of Aoyu, Hence she continually praised the little golden crow, simultaneously discovering another of its remarkable talents: flirting. As Li Mingzhu and Aoyu strolled into Beihai City, Wenzhong promptly came forth to greet them. In his eyes, Li Mingzhu held immense significance for the Yinshang, rivaling even his own stature as the Grand Preceptor. Not only was she backed by a formidable lineage, but she also shared the same teachings with him. Being the offspring of a minister in the court, if she could wholeheartedly serve the Yinshang, it would be nothing short of splendid. Unfortunately, despite his numerous overt and subtle hints, Li Mingzhu showed no inclination to relent, persistently alluding to her father, Li Jing, and the vacated position of the Beihai Marquis. Wenzhong, wise from years of experience, readily grasped Li Mingzhu's intentions. She aimed to elevate Li Jing to the Marquis position of Beihai. Content with this understanding, Wenzhong resolved to return to Chaogu and facilitate this endeavor. Did you manage to acquire the divine water during your journey, junior brother? Wenzhong inquired with a smile, aware that if Li Mingzhu dared to boast, she must possess the means to deliver. Mission accomplished, Li Mingzhu replied, mirroring his smile as she extended her hand to reveal 5 drops of the 3 lights divine water, shimmering magnificently. What comes next? Do not rush, senior brother. Allow me to perform my magic, Li Mingzhu laughed, leaping into the air, simultaneously conjuring the primordial soil and the 3 lights divine water. Wenzhong, possessing the cultivation of a golden immortal, ascended into the sky alongside Li Mingzhu. Though he too was a disciple of the intercepting teachings and held the status of a golden immortal, his breadth of knowledge paled in comparison to that of Li Mingzhu. This was his first encounter with such primordial treasures as the 3 lights divine water and the primordial soil. Thus, he seized the opportunity to observe. Well aware that all things in the universe resonate with the Tao, particularly these primordial artifacts. At times, merely witnessing such divine objects could lead to enlightenment. A phenomenon not unheard of, though indeed rare. While Wenzhong did not harbor extravagant hopes for such an opportunity, a flicker of expectation lingered within him. An entirely human sentiment. Not only did Wenzhong ascend, but Aoyu did as well. Li Mingzhu remained unfazed. If someone were to attain enlightenment, it would indeed be a fortuitous occurrence, rendering the experience invaluable. Li Mingzhu first extracted 3 drops of the 3 lights divine water, casting a spell to elevate them into the sky, then tossed them above Beihai City. Instantly, dark clouds gathered and winds surged. Despite the absence of thunder and lightning, a gentle rain fell, akin to the soft spring breezes of March, nourishing and revitalizing. Upon closer inspection, the descending rain revealed glimmers of sun, moon, and stars within. And remarkably, while it touched the people, it did not dampen their garments, but instead swiftly seeped into the ground. As the rain cascaded upon the common folk, an immediate vitality surged through them, banishing the chronic ailments that had plagued them for years and replenishing their essence in ways unimaginable. The once charred visage of Beihai City transformed rapidly, as various flora began to root, sprout, and flourish before the naked eye, a testament to the miraculous forces of nature at work. It was perhaps to be expected, for the divine waters known as the 3 light divine water could even revive celestial treasures like the ginseng fruit. Thus bestowing a new lease of life upon Beihai City seemed merely a matter of course. In swift succession, Li Mingzhu produced the innate soil, casting it generously over Beihai City, reminiscent of his previous actions. Instantaneously, the city underwent a remarkable metamorphosis. The desolate remnants of the cataclysm were swiftly replaced. While the ordinary citizens might not fully comprehend the transformation, to the eyes of celestial beings like Wenzhong, it was akin to altering the very fabric of reality, rectifying the previous deficiencies in nurturing spiritual essence and amplifying its potency manifold. Though this spiritual energy would inevitably wane over time, every child born upon this land would reap boundless benefits, with such invaluable primordial treasures bestowed upon the populace. Wenzhong could only admire and lament the extravagance of Li Mingzhu, who was indeed deserving of the affection once lavished upon him by the revered Niuhua. These divine artifacts were treasures coveted even by the most exalted of immortals, yet Li Mingzhu wielded them with ease. What more could one say? In summary, it could be distilled into 5 words: envy, jealousy, and resentment. Thank you, benefactor. The citizens of Beihai City simultaneously bowed in gratitude towards the direction of Li Mingzhu and his companions. Unbeknownst to them, all of this was orchestrated by Li Mingzhu's intervention. But the female specter had cast a spell that etched Li Mingzhu's recent deeds into the hearts of the people. This revelation took Li Mingzhu by surprise, though upon reflection, it became clear. After all, the female specter had once been a princess of humanity, and witnessing Li Mingzhu's benevolence towards her kin, she could not remain indifferent. Though unspoken, she ensured that Li Mingzhu's efforts were not rendered futile and unrecognized. Just as Li Mingzhu prepared to descend from the heavens, a golden light descended toward them. Merit, Li Mingzhu exclaimed with delight. Though it was not the primordial merit akin to that of Pangu creating the heavens, the postnatal merit was still immensely precious. The acquisition of merit is neither overly complicated nor exceedingly simple. It merely involves performing acts beneficial to the heavenly order. Yet determining what truly benefits the celestial path is a perplexing matter. The merit divided into 3 portions. 6 parts soared towards Li Mingzhu, 3 towards Aou, and 1 towards Wenzhong. Aou had garnered 3 portions for vanquishing the Soul Refinement Sect, while Wenzhong merely received a share by association. As Li Mingzhu was the primary architect of the revitalization of Beihai, the merits fell within the body, yet Li Mingzhu chose not to utilize them. Instead, he gathered them for future use, uncertain of their potential. After a moment of contemplation, Li Mingzhu decided to dedicate the merits he had just collected into the grandest statue within Beihai City. Given that it was Beihai City, the statue could only represent himself. The abundant incense had already bestowed a hint of spirituality upon it, and now, under the protection of the merits, its essence was further enhanced. Li Mingzhu simply wished to experiment, to see how far this statue could ultimately evolve. Judging by the current signs, achieving a golden body should not pose a significant challenge. As for the ultimate accomplishments of this golden body, that would depend on Li Mingzhu's future management and endeavors. After all, a strong foundation is merely that, a foundation. There is no need for you to see me off, my brother. Whether I can return to Beihai upon my return to Chentang Pass depends on your maneuvering. Li Mingzhu remarked with a smile to Wenzhong, who had accompanied him thus far. After all, Wenzhong was already well aware of his wishes. So Li Mingzhu spoke candidly. That is only proper. It is only fitting for Li Jing to be the Duke of Beihai, given his talents. He could have been promoted long ago, Wenzhong replied with a smile, leaving the matter at that. Li Mingzhu understood that this referred to Li Jing's notorious temperament. Then I shall thank you in advance, my brother. Li Mingzhu laughed heartily, stepping forward and vanishing from sight. Aou was flanked by Lei Jinzi on one side, and Xiao Jinwu on the other, while the female ghost did not appear, presumably lurking in the shadows. As they journeyed, Li Mingzhu did not hasten his pace. There was no urgency. Arriving earlier or later at Chentang Pass would not significantly affect matters. Along the way, although there were instances of human suffering, the majority of the populace enjoyed peace, prosperity, and well-being. In the context of ancient self-sufficient agrarian society, this was quite commendable. Even when compared to mythological eras and historical accounts, the condition of the common people was not vastly different. The Shang dynasty's ability to provide such a lifestyle for its citizens serves to illustrate that King Zhou was not merely an utterly incompetent tyrant. Despite his flaws, the governance of the Shang dynasty was fundamentally sound. No matter how one perceives it, the Shang had not yet reached the point of true decline. However, the inevitability of dynastic change is beyond individual control. If the sages declare that the Shang must perish, then perish they shall. Li Mingzhu had observed along the way. Leading to this realization, it would not be long before the flames of war ignited. Even if the signs of decline were not overt, they would manifest as such. Although he harbored such thoughts, Li Mingzhu felt powerless, as he was merely a fleeting wisp in this grand era, able only to strive and navigate the currents. Since he could not alter the course of events, he would adapt. After all, who in this world does not do the same? Brother Mingzhu, look. In midair, Aou pointed towards the groups of fleeing refugees heading north, addressing Li Mingzhu. In truth, Li Mingzhu had already noticed them, but feigned ignorance. After all, if Li Mingzhu were to intervene in every matter, how could he possibly manage? Such natural and man-made disasters are, after all, a part of life. And what justification does he have to forcibly interfere? Moreover, he could assist once, but could he continue to provide help indefinitely? In the end, they are merely victims of calamity. Nevertheless, Li Mingzhu responded to Aou, albeit with a tone tinged with resignation and languor, giving off an impression of perfunctory engagement. Li Mingzhu had anticipated a barrage of criticism, yet surprisingly, none came. Look, Aou tugged at the hem of Li Mingzhu's garment, pointing towards the deceased victims along their path. To the naked eye, there appeared to be nothing amiss, yet in truth, the souls of the departed were ascending in a singular direction. If that direction led to the underworld, it would be unremarkable. However, that was not the case. Generally, when a soul departs, it is guided by the emissaries of the netherworld. This follows the normal cycle of reincarnation. Yet what Li Mingzhu and the others observed was far from ordinary. The souls seemed to be drawn towards the rear of the victims, suggesting something unusual at play. Perhaps this was not merely a matter of natural disaster, but rather a deliberate act. Li Mingzhu pondered silently, stepping down from the clouds. Instead of immediately pursuing the trail of the souls, he chose to first seek out the survivors still fleeing the calamity. Nothing occurs without reason. There is always a causal relationship. Li Mingzhu resolved to begin his inquiries with these distressed individuals, transforming alongside Aou. They assumed the forms of a young servant in a blue robe and a maid in floral attire. While the mischievous Jin Wu and Lei Jinzi were concealed by Li Mingzhu, it was best to keep those two rascals out of sight. Their presence could easily frighten the victims and incite chaos, a lesson Li Mingzhu had learned well. Hot porridge! Hot porridge! Li Mingzhu called out loudly, and in an instant, a porridge stall materialized nearby. Inside, 2 large vats brimmed with steaming porridge. This was not a mere illusion crafted by Li Mingzhu. It was genuine. While the means of its acquisition might be questionable, Li Mingzhu firmly believed it to be justified. The grains had been sourced from affluent households in the nearby towns and transformed into porridge through celestial means. To converse with the victims, it was imperative to first ensure their hunger was sated. Meeting the needs of others would, in turn, address his own. Though Aou was displeased with the guise Li Mingzhu had chosen for her, he was already preoccupied with his tasks, leaving her with little recourse to alter her appearance. Porridge? Where's the porridge? It smells like rice. There is truly porridge. Everyone, come quickly. A kind-hearted person is distributing porridge. The disaster-stricken individuals, long numbed by the pangs of hunger, hardly ponder the reasons behind the presence of porridge stalls. Their sole concern is the availability of food. As long as there are those who distribute porridge, they remain indifferent to all else. Do not rush, everyone. There is enough for all. One at a time, Li Mingzhu and Aou continue to call out, diligently serving hot porridge. Although the survivors may not consider many factors, they adhere to the order established. Mindful not to displease Li Mingzhu and Aou. Their demands are simple, not necessarily to be fully satiated, but merely to receive sustenance that allows them to survive. Chapter 75. The Lonesome Flight of the Huai River Disaster. 2 children compete to exterminate demons. It is indeed pitiable and tragic. In the face of natural calamities, human life often becomes the least valued commodity. What Li Mingzhu witnesses is merely the tip of the iceberg of devastation. Good people, why have you fled from the disaster? I see no signs of calamity within 100 miles. As Li Mingzhu notices that the porridge has nearly been distributed, she entrusts the remaining tasks to Aou and gently approaches an elderly man, softly inquiring, "What did you say, young lad? You are truly a good person. Without you, we, the frail and the infirm, would likely have been buried beneath the yellow sands." The old man, perhaps somewhat hard of hearing, did not catch Li Mingzhu's question, but nevertheless expressed his profound gratitude. "Good sir, I ask again, what compelled your flight from the disaster?" Li Mingzhu amplified her voice slightly and subtly cast a spell to alleviate the old man's hearing difficulty, a mere act of kindness. "Alas, the floods have ravaged our land, and our homes have been destroyed in an instant. What else can we do but flee?" Upon understanding her question, the old man's eyes welled with tears. He had lost everything. "Do you know the cause of this deluge, and from where you have escaped?" Li Mingzhu continued, aware that such floods typically precede ominous signs, such as incessant rainfall in the months prior, which would explain the catastrophic flooding. Ultimately, the development of all things in this world is governed by cause and effect. And thus, if there had been forewarnings of continuous heavy rains, the citizens would have ideally been better prepared. We have always lived along the banks of the Huai River, deeply rooted in that land. Though there are rare occasions of flooding, they usually come with ample warning, allowing us to prepare in advance. However, this year's flood arrived in a most peculiar manner, without any forewarning. Naturally, we could not prepare ourselves. It was during the busy farming season, and countless lives were swallowed by the deluge. My poor Huer, and my 2 dear grandsons, all consumed by that sudden flood. The old man, in the course of his lamentation, was once again overwhelmed with tears, reflecting on the fact that among his family of 5, he was the sole survivor. At times, the weight of his thoughts led him to contemplate a final escape from his anguish. "Take heart, old sir. Since you have the strength to persevere, embrace life fully," comforted Li Mingzhu, his expression solemn. He had likely unraveled the intricate web of causation surrounding this tragedy. It was indisputable that the deluge was a consequence of human folly. Otherwise, how could such a catastrophic flood occur without warning, especially during the busy farming season? Li Mingzhu discreetly departed, drawing Aou along. Yet they left behind a modest supply of food, sufficient to ensure that the afflicted could reach the next city. Beyond that, Li Mingzhu felt powerless. True survival depended on the resilience of the victims themselves. Although Li Mingzhu possessed the means to provide for them abundantly, he remained aware of a fundamental truth: assistance could not be extended indefinitely. In reality, Li Mingzhu and Aou had not completely vanished, they merely concealed themselves, observing the victims gather the provisions and continue their journey. However, Li Mingzhu maintained a vigilant stance. Indeed, shortly after their concealment, the mischievous spirits that previously guided souls reappeared. Devoid of any souls to escort, these spirits turned their attention to the remaining food, embodying the folk belief known as the 5 ghosts transporting goods. This referred to certain malevolent practitioners who commanded spirits to pilfer the wealth of prosperous households. The spirits now emulated this behavior. Given the limited intellect of these spirits, they could not have conceived such a scheme independently. It was evident that they were being covertly directed by someone. Without sustenance, the victims would lose their means of survival, thus rendering them more susceptible to the spirits' sinister intentions. Noticing that Li Mingzhu and Aou had refrained from intervening earlier, the spirits now seized the opportunity to act. "Go forth," Li Mingzhu said with a smile to the 2 young companions at his side. The little golden crow and Li Jing had long been restless, and they would not refuse such an enticing opportunity. Each, nimble as a swallow, darted towards the concealed spirits, seemingly eager for a contest. "Shall we compare our prowess?" Li Jing asserted, raising his small head defiantly. Since the arrival of the little golden crow, he had felt his position threatened and thus directly challenged the newcomer. "I shall not compete with lesser beings," the little golden crow retorted haughtily. Although he had forgotten much of his past, his proud demeanor remained unchanged. Despite his obedience to Li Mingzhu and Aou, his arrogance was undeniable. "Humph," Li Jing scoffed, determined to prove his superiority over the audacious creature. The 2 companions swiftly advanced, each engaging in the capture of the mischievous spirits. As Li Jing waved his hand, radiant flashes of lightning surged forth. For thunder was indeed the most potent force against malevolent spirits in the world. The bolts of lightning danced freely, seemingly without his command. Yet they struck the little ghosts with remarkable precision. Meanwhile, the little golden crow was equally relentless, unleashing the true fire of the sun, which was somewhat excessive in dealing with these minor apparitions. Although the golden crow regarded competing with Li Jing as beneath him, his pride would not allow him to concede defeat. Thus, he too employed lethal strikes against the spirits. The speed at which they vanquished the ghosts was nearly indistinguishable, a fact that did not bode well for Li Jing, who was eager to impress Li Mingzhu. After all, the golden crow had already won her favor. The outcome of their contest was of little consequence to him. Yet for Li Jing, merely slaying spirits was not a true testament to his prowess. Capturing them alive would be the real challenge. Once more, Li Jing issued a taunt, and though the golden crow found it irksome, he said nothing in response, tacitly acknowledging the provocation. Was it possible that a being of the immortal celestial silkworm lineage feared a mere child? The innate arrogance of his lineage instilled in him a fearless disposition toward any challenge. With a simultaneous leap, they began to capture the little ghosts. Li Mingzhu and Aou watched their rivalry with amused expressions, finding no reason to intervene in such healthy competition. After all, both possessed exceptional talents, and their future achievements would undoubtedly be remarkable. Encouraging their rivalry was beneficial, as competition fosters growth. Furthermore, capturing these spirits was essential for Li Mingzhu to uncover the true mastermind behind the chaos. Generally, the formation of such spirits could occur through 2 avenues, either vengeful souls that had not yet entered the underworld or those artificially cultivated. Clearly, these little ghosts belong to the latter category. In Chapter 76, titled The 4 Mischievous Monkeys, it becomes evident that there are greater powers at play behind the scenes. As the 2 continued to showcase their abilities in capturing the little ghosts, it became apparent that their cultivation levels were quite comparable, with only slight differences in innate talent. Perhaps the golden crow's potential surpassed that of Li Jing, yet at this moment, the golden crow had yet to fully awaken the ancestral powers of the celestial silkworm lineage, rendering their abilities nearly equal. While they engaged in an intense contest, Li Mingzhu and Aou leisurely sipped tea amidst the clouds, discussing their life aspirations. With a finite number of spirits to capture, they soon completed their task, leading to an outcome that elicited wry smiles. Remarkably, the number of spirits each had captured was identical. However, Li Jing believed himself victorious, for among his captures was one that served as the leader of the little ghosts, already possessing the cultivation level of an envoy. Though the golden crow was reluctant to dispute, the matter of pride compelled him to argue his case, resulting in a heated exchange between the 2. Li Mingzhu ultimately assumed the role of mediator, gathering all the mischievous spirits captured by the two individuals. With a smile, he remarked, "There are no clear victors here. Rest assured, opportunities for competition will abound in the future. However, one crucial point must be remembered. While you may compete, it is essential to recognize that collaboration is often the greater necessity. Both individuals would, after all, serve as his capable subordinates. If they were solely focused on rivalry, it would be detrimental." They both nodded in agreement, yet it was evident that neither was willing to concede to the other. One excelled in thunder, the other in flames, both embodying the essence of strength and resilience, making their mutual disdain entirely understandable. Once the little golden crow mastered the celestial silkworm's 9 transformations, the dynamic should improve considerably. After all, he was not a true golden crow. His appearance and abilities stemmed merely from innate talents. Once he fully comprehended the celestial silkworm's legacy, the situation would undoubtedly change. With a flourish of his sleeve, Li Mingzhu summoned forth the ghost of the minor spectre, and with a mere thought, he perused the creature's memories. Typically, such spirits would be ensnared by their master with spells to prevent soul-searching. Yet the puppet master behind this one either underestimated the situation or was excessively arrogant, believing himself immune to discovery. Meanwhile, deep within the ancient well at the bottom of the Huai River, a golden-haired monkey suddenly opened its eyes and gazed in the direction of Li Mingzhu and his companions. Clearly, Li Mingzhu's actions had stirred the puppet master. Realizing that someone was probing the spirit's mind, the monkey anticipated that a formidable being had become aware of its manipulation of the river's calamity. To ensure its safety, it leaped deeper into the well. Although already at the well's deepest point, it was unprepared for the hidden cavern that lay beneath. The golden-haired monkey traversed the subterranean realm, ultimately arriving at the very depths of the riverbed. Below the water, instead of liquid, it encountered a vast volcanic cavern, with molten lava surging and radiating intense heat. This was indeed the heart of the earth, and as the golden-haired monkey shook its fur, it trembled, clearly struggling to adapt to the searing temperatures. As a water attribute demon, it was only natural for it to find such extremes challenging. The golden-haired monkey's origins were formidable. It had once been a powerful demon king in ancient times, possessing the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal, its physical form equally impressive. However, in the context of ancient epics, such status was not particularly remarkable. What set it apart was its lineage, akin to the legendary son Wukong, belonging to the famed 4 mischievous monkeys, specifically the red-haired horse monkey. During the era of humanity's 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, it had instigated a great flood in the Huai River, only to be subdued by Yu and imprisoned within a deep well. Now, it appeared the red-haired horse monkey had broken free and was once again instigating calamity. Yet, the reason for its descent into the Earth's core remained a mystery. Theoretically, as a water attribute demon, such depths would offer it no advantage, but rather hinder its cultivation. The red-bottomed horse monkey ventured forth, ultimately arriving at a hidden chamber. Within this chamber, an endless accumulation of fiery essence coalesced into a liquid form, causing the red-bottomed horse monkey to hesitate, refraining from making contact. It stood at the periphery of the chamber, bowing respectfully and proclaiming, "I humbly report, my lord, that the spirits I managed to release have all been captured by a formidable individual. They are likely aware of the calamity affecting the Huai River, and I beseech your guidance. Fear not. Handle the situation as best as you can. If you find yourself unable, simply lure him here," came the reply. Upon hearing this, the red-bottomed horse monkey bowed once more, feeling a weight lift from its shoulders as it exited the depths of the earth. It was reluctant to linger any longer in the subterranean realm, reflecting on the former grandeur of its counterpart, Waziki, now beset by misfortune since the War of the Sorcerers and Undead. First, it had been subdued by the mighty Yu, and now it found itself in the presence of such an extraordinary being, reduced to servitude, an unbearable reality. Yet, despite the bitterness, resistance was not an option against the individual within, a being capable of contending with the demon emperor. Meanwhile, Li Mingzhu, having discerned the entirety of the situation, was taken aback to discover that the mastermind was indeed Waziki. While others might be oblivious to Waziki's true nature, he, as a transmigrator from a later era, understood it all too well. After elucidating the origins and tales of the 4 mischievous monkeys to Aou and the others, they too were left astonished, for they had never encountered such lore before. In contrast, the shadowy figure of the female ghost harbored a poor impression of Waziki, recalling how he had once stirred trouble in the Huai River. As a princess of the human race, she could hardly view him favorably. Upon grasping the intricacies of the events at hand, Li Mingzhu resolved to journey to the Huai River. Previously unaware, he now felt compelled to intervene, especially given that his adversary was akin to Sun Wukong, one of the 4 mischievous monkeys, which piqued his interest significantly. Moreover, this was the mortal realm, bound by the laws of heaven and earth. With his numerous treasures, what danger could a great Luo golden immortal pose? After all, he had vanquished such foes before. You two shall go first. We will follow shortly, Li Mingzhu mused, ultimately deciding to send Li Jinzi and the little golden crow to scout ahead, viewing it as an opportunity for their growth. After all, true strength often emerges through conflict. Naturally, he was not entirely reckless. He entrusted Li Jinzi with his fire spear while the other wielded the treasured lotus lantern. Though it was a test, he could not permit them to march to their demise. Waziki was, after all, a great demon king from the age of sorcerers and undead. Who could predict what hidden cards he might hold? Despite his faith in their abilities, Li Mingzhu remained cautious. While he acknowledged that true warriors are forged in battle, when the situation became personal, he found it challenging to be resolute. Perhaps all elders across the world share this sentiment, fully aware that they ought to be more merciless, yet unable to act upon that knowledge.